Chapter 1. Rebirth. With a resounding splash, a bucket of icy water cascaded down upon Yu Rourou, jolting her awake from excruciating pain. As her mind buzzed in disarray, mocking voices assaulted her ears. Yu Rourou, how blind you must be! Such a splendid husband, and you've driven him away. Now, witnessing his triumphant success, achieving the highest honors, do you not regret it so deeply that your heart bleeds? 3 years ago, you nearly caused Xie Xin's demise, and now he stands as the youngest prime minister in the history of the Day dynasty. You ought to keep your head low. Why waste words on her? Hurry, push her into the lotus pond. Her mere presence is vexing. Splash! The fetid water of the lotus pond surged into her nostrils and ears, and Yu Rourou was abruptly alert. With desperation, she grasped at the lotus stems, laboriously pulling herself from the mire. Cough, cough, cough. She was meant to perish in the 12th year of the Day era, yet, after colliding fatally at the gate of the Music Bureau, she found herself back in the 9th year. She had been reborn. This scenario was all too familiar. It was indeed the year following her separation from Xie Xin, who had just achieved the highest honors and become a student of the emperor. His remarkable treatise had astonished the court, leading the emperor to exceptionally appoint him as the prime minister to hold such a esteemed position. A close advisor to the emperor was a life of boundless glory. Meanwhile, she, once revered as the favored one, had devolved into a mere pawn of the fifth prince. The mid-autumn palace banquet. The fifth prince arrived with Luo Yunfei, the daughter of the commander of the imperial guards, showering her with affection while publicly denying any involvement with Yu Rourou. This turned her, who had once claimed the title of the fifth prince's consort, into a laughingstock throughout the capital overnight. In the days following this banquet, the fifth prince would denounce the Wei Yuan marquisate for treason, presenting irrefutable evidence that led to the confiscation of their estate. Her parents would perish under torture in the Dali Temple, her entire clan reduced to military service for the men, while the women fell into the clutches of the Music Bureau. Thus began her 3-year flight from despair. And the fifth prince, for his so-called merit in exposing treason, was enshrined as the crown prince. Reflecting on this, Yu Rourou cast a sharp glance around her. Luo Yunming, the sister of Luo Yunfei. She was the one who had incited others to push her into the lotus pond. Once the most beautiful maiden in the capital, the legitimate daughter of the Wei Yuan marquis, Yu Rourou now sat drenched, like a stray dog, utterly defeated. Luo Yunming approached, a smug smile gracing her lips, surrounded by a throng of ladies, and gleefully remarked, "Oh, is this not the renowned beauty of the capital, Yu Rourou? I must admit, I accidentally slipped and kicked you into the water. Surely, you do not hold it against me." Yu lifted her gaze, her wet hair clinging to her fair, delicate face. Though she ought to appear utterly disheveled, merely looking up at the crowd rendered her pitiful and enchanting. This intensified the jealousy within Luo Yunming. Narrowing her eyes, she spat, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyes plucked from their sockets." Why Yu Rourou felt an overwhelming fatigue in her heart. Why must she be reborn at such an opportune moment, specifically during the mid-autumn palace banquet? This event marked the first grand palace gathering attended by Xie Xin as the prime minister, 3 years hence. Everyone seemed eager to curry favor with him, hoping to forge a closer connection. Unanimously, they believed that chastising her, the ungrateful and vain ex-wife, would be the most effective way to win Xie Xin's approval. Thus, this palace banquet transformed into a veritable nightmare for Yu Rourou. In her past life, she could not swallow this humiliation and ended up in a fierce altercation with Luo Yunming, not only embarrassing herself before the emperor, but also receiving a slap from the fifth prince. All that remained to her memory was Xie Xin's exceedingly indifferent gaze. This time, she vowed not to act recklessly. She needed to rescue her father and mother, her sister, the entire Wei Yuan marquis household, and ensure the safety of her entire family. The first step was to approach Xie Xin. She was acutely aware that with her mere beauty and lack of intellect, even with her rebirth, she could not contend with the ambitions of the fifth prince. The matters of clever individuals ought to be entrusted to those who are wise only by leveraging Xie Xin's influence. A trusted confidant of the emperor, could she safeguard her family? Afterward, she would contemplate how to reclaim the dignity lost today. "Miss Luo, Are you implying that you wish for Xie Xin to seek justice on my behalf? Yet, she would never allow herself to be bullied. In her past life, when she had relied on her beauty to be arrogant, the Luo sisters had been nowhere near her level. She was unparalleled in beauty and equally formidable in malice. Of course, came the sycophantic remarks from those around Luo Yunming at the mere flicker of her eye. Yu Niao Niao, the Empress intends to arrange a marriage between the Prime Minister and Miss Yunming. Soon, she shall be the first lady of the Yi dynasty, and you ought to thank her for stepping aside. Such words were akin to a dagger to the heart. Yu Niao Niao wiped the dirt and moisture from her face, methodically arranging her hair and garments, a gesture that ignited Luo Yunming's ire. She leaned forward, grasping Yu Niao Niao's deliberately loosened collar, and exclaimed, "You wretched woman, the fifth prince has discarded you. He is now my brother-in-law. What grounds do you have to be so arrogant? How dare you disregard me? And what gives you the right to seek justice on behalf of Xie Xin?" Luo Yunming inquired, frowning as she drew nearer. "What did you say?" I said. Yu Niao Niao's gaze shifted behind the crowd, her expression morphing into one of fear and helplessness. Tears welled in her eyes, yet the words she whispered into Luo Yunming's ear were frigid and devoid of warmth. "Xie Xin belongs to me, dare you covet him, and you shall meet your demise." Before Luo Yunming could fathom the implications of her words, her arm was seized with a vice-like grip. In an instant, the shrill cries of Yu Niao pierced the air. "Ah, Miss Luo, please release me. I beg you, spare me. Ah, help! Splash! Splash!" This time, it was not just Yu Niao who fell amidst the chaos. Luo Yunming also tumbled into the lotus pond. Indeed, to the tardy fifth prince, it appeared as though Luo Yunming intended to cast Yu Niao into the water, only to foolishly plunge in herself. The fifth prince cast a glance at Luo Yunfei beside him, who hastily clarified, "It was not me. Yu Niao had already been vanquished by her, and with the marriage alliance secured for the sake of military power, she was not so foolish as to target a defeated ornament." Help! As Luo Yunming's head broke the surface, Yu Niao pressed her down once more. Thanks to the two sisters of the Luo family, in her past life, she had been compelled to learn to swim after this very banquet. A vast expanse of lotus leaves loomed overhead, obscuring the figures of the two women. Yu Niao seized Luo Yunming's hair, yanking her from the water. "Luo Yunming, should you dare to presume to act as the first minister's wife again, I shall kill you." Chapter 2. Save me. Luo Yunming reached out to scratch her. "The Empress will bestow marriage upon us tonight, you." The struggle intensified. And the fifth prince bellowed, "What are you all standing there for? Is there any maid who can swim? Hurry and save her." The palace servants quickly pulled the two of them up. Cough, cough, cough. "Sister, I want to kill Yu Niao. She pushed me into the water." Luo Yunming shouted. Everyone turned to look at the frail woman fainted in the maid's arms, their gazes tinged with guilt. Miss Luo truly dared to speak. Was she merely taking advantage of Yu Niao's unconsciousness to spout nonsense? The peculiar silence among the crowd made Luo Yunming realize something was amiss. She turned to search for Yu Niao's figure, only to see her discreetly winking at her before fainting again. Like a woman possessed, Luo Yunming rushed forward, intent on dragging Yu Niao out. "You wretched girl, you are clearly pretending. Lord Xie has arrived." Someone's shout abruptly halted Luo Yunming's rude actions. Yu Niao could not help but open her eyes slightly, revealing a narrow slit. After 3 years apart, the youth had shed his naivety. His exquisite features remained unchanged. But the frosty demeanor that kept others at bay was now unmistakable. Yet, no matter how indifferent he appeared, he could not alter that remarkably handsome visage, which was precisely why Luo Yunming was so infatuated with him. Indeed, a sight to behold. His apathetic gaze swept over Yu Niao, pausing only for a fleeting moment before moving away. The fifth prince smiled gently. "Thank you, my lord. On this beautiful night, might I be so bold as to request?" Before he could finish his sentence, Xie Xin continued walking forward, not pausing even as he passed by Yu Niao. It was as if the fate of the woman who had once been his betrothed was of no concern to him. Truly, there was no lingering affection. Under the shadow of the trees, Xie Xin's hand, concealed within his sleeve, clenched tightly. The long-standing coldness on his face showed the slightest crack. "Yu Niao, how dare you? How dare you appear before me again?" The attendant behind him looked towards the commotion in the distance. "My lord, should we go rescue her?" "There's no need," Xie Xin bit out, To this day, she deserves it. She brought this upon herself. He ought to applaud her misfortune. By the lotus pond. The fifth prince's face was ashen. When he looked at Luo Yuming again, his eyes were filled with disdain. Look at what you have become. No wonder Xie Xin has no use for you. Both had fallen into the water. Yet why was Yu Niao charming and delicate, while she appeared like a ghost emerging from the depths? Indeed, the empress wished to bestow a marriage upon Xie Xin, but before she could speak, the emperor subtly rejected her. He simply stated, "Your choice is unworthy." The empress did not dare to mention it again, having seen the true beauty of the peony. How could Xie Xin still desire a wildflower by the roadside? Yet, that wildflower, Luo Yuming, remained oblivious to the signals, glaring angrily at Yu Niao. "You wretched girl. How dare you feign unconsciousness? I shall tear you apart." "Enough." Luo Yunfei shouted angrily, her face flushed. "Why don't you go clean yourself up? Do you know what you're here for tonight?" This evening, they still have plans. Luo Yuming has always held her elder sister in high regard. She pouted slightly and followed the maid to the carriage to fetch a change of clothes. As soon as Luo Yuming departed, Yu Niao feigned awakening as if saved by the matron, her delicate brows furrowing as she trembled to her feet. The fifth prince instinctively moved towards her, only to be halted by Luo Yunfei pulling at his sleeve and calling out, "Brother Wuxian." Even Yu Niao had never addressed the fifth prince so intimately. Luo Yunfei did this deliberately. Aware that her beauty paled in comparison to Yu Niao's, she sought to make her retreat gracefully, hoping to prevent any embarrassment at the palace banquet. As Yu Niao approached step by step, the fifth prince had already devised a plan to humiliate her, intending to demonstrate his loyalty to the Luo family. Yu Niao, however, the drenched beauty, draped in a satin cloak provided by a maid, walked past him with unwavering focus, showing no intent to pause. "Where are you going?" The fifth prince regretted his words the moment they left his lips. Almost instinctively, he grasped Yu Niao's hand, drawing the curious gazes of those present towards them. Yu Niao scoffed coldly, "What concern is it of yours where I go?" She forcefully shook off the fifth prince's hand, her heart racing with urgency, and spoke without decorum, since the fifth prince has a fair maiden by his side. It would be wise to conduct himself with propriety and refrain from dalliances, lest the fair maiden be heartbroken. Having hastily uttered her words, she fled, appearing as if she feared being ensnared by the fifth prince. This inadvertently made the fifth prince seem reluctant to let her go. It appeared that the fifth prince still harbored lingering feelings for Yu Niao. After all, he was the legitimate son of the main consort, and it was rumored that the emperor intended to bestow upon him the title of crown prince. Thus, it would be prudent for them to treat her with courtesy, lest she report to the fifth prince and bring ruin upon them. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Luo Yunfei's expression fell instantly. Yu Niao, however, paid no heed to their unfolding drama. She was frantically searching the garden for Xie Xin. He was her only hope for saving the Weiyuan Marquise. In this second chance at life, she could not bear to witness her parents meet a tragic end, her family reduced to a state of disarray, and the women of her household forced to live by selling their charms. She had no time to ponder why she had been reborn to the 9th year of day. She focused on recollecting the events of the evening, remembering only that Xie Xin had been set up and nearly ended up in bed with Luo Yunming. When the scheme was uncovered, only Luo Yuming remained in the room, while Xie Xin had already seen through the plot and left. It was not difficult to deduce the motives behind it all. The Luo family, in addition to overseeing the entire imperial city's defenses and regulations, was also responsible for night patrols, firefighting, militia organization, enforcement of prohibitions, apprehension of criminals, and judicial matters, a crucial stronghold in the realm. The fifth prince's desire to wed Luo Yunfei as his consort was motivated by the military power held by the Luo family. Meanwhile, the Luo family's scheme against Xie Xin aimed to bind him to Luo Yunming, forging an alliance with the fifth prince to ensure their ambitions remained unchallenged. Yu Niao had now located the chamber where Xie Xin had been ensnared. The room was filled with an intoxicating fragrance that seemed to penetrate the very core of her being. So hot, so thirsty. The sacrifices she had made to win over Xie Xin were monumental. When Xie Xin was brought to the door of the chamber, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Just as he contemplated retreating, a forceful shove from behind propelled him uncontrollably into the room. Outside, the sound of a lock clicking into place accompanied voices urging, "Quickly bring the second young lady here." Xie Xin's instinctual response was to escape through the window. Such underhanded tricks were familiar to him since childhood, and he would not allow them to ensnare him now. Help me." Suddenly, his calves were ensnared by a pair of delicate, almost ethereal hands. As he prepared to kick free, he was taken aback to discover that the person clinging to him was none other than his ex-wife, who had voluntarily relinquished their marriage 3 years prior. Chapter 3. Beauty after a year of marriage. They had yet to even hold hands, let alone consummate their union. Suddenly, Yao Yao, clad in disheveled attire that revealed her porcelain skin, enveloped Xie Xin in an embrace, leaving his legs paralyzed. Moreover, having just fallen into the water, she had not changed clothes. The thin gauze dress clung to her form, accentuating her delicate curves in full view. He gritted his teeth. Yao Yao, what on earth are you doing? 3 years apart, the audacity of this woman still took him aback. Xie Xin? Yao Yao seemed to finally recognize him. Abruptly retracting her hand and clutching her clothing at her chest. I didn't know it was you. The implication of her words suggested that had it not been him, she would have felt free to cling to another man in such a seductive manner. Though he had no interest in her body, her current demeanor stirred a different reaction within him. Observing her dazed yet wary expression, the veins on Xie Xin's forehead throbbed. Are you implying that it's unacceptable because it's me? What? The enchanting beauty, blooming like a peony, suddenly lifted her gaze, startled. Her almond-shaped eyes widening with a glimmer of tears, her luscious lips slightly parted, exuding an air of bewildering allure. Her fragrant shoulders were partially exposed, and her innocent, pure expression belied the undeniable beauty she possessed. Xie Xin felt he was losing his sanity. This woman, who had once regarded him with disdain, sitting high upon her pedestal, had refused to share a table with him even during meals. A year into their marriage, they slept apart, and she had not once deigned to look his way. Yet now, he found himself captivated by her beauty. Reason urged him to turn and leave. As he contemplated this, he truly began to step away. Creaking, the wooden window swung open, allowing a warm summer breeze to waft in. Yao Yao let out a soft whimper, her face blooming like a ripe peach, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed. Gradually, her grip on her clothing loosened, revealing a tantalizing expanse of skin. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon her jade-like complexion, as if she were a celestial being inadvertently fallen to earth, grasping for a lifeline while teetering on the brink of despair. Second miss, the time is pressing. You must hurry. The effects of the medicine are taking hold. Voices resumed from outside. Yao Yao grew anxious, her legs trembling as she leaned against the edge of the bed, her tearful, peach blossom eyes pleading for Xie Xin's help. Damn it. Xie Xin had already swung one leg out the window but turned back, shedding his outer robe to cover Yao Yao. He then leaped through the window with her in his arms. Only now, cradling the fragrant woman, did he truly perceive the intoxicating scent that stirred an unsettling restlessness within him. The location chosen by the Luo family was quite secluded. As Xie Xin carried her to a rocky outcrop, not a single palace servant was encountered. With a frosty demeanor, he unceremoniously placed Yao Yao, along with his robe, onto the ground, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon her. Why were you in that room? He was aware that there existed another who designed for himself. Yet he remained oblivious to the reason why Yu Niao found herself there. Yu Niao discreetly touched her sore posterior, her face still resembling that of a delicate flower. I overheard someone speaking of a plan concerning the 5th prince, so I followed them here to take a look, only to be utterly surprised. She spoke, her voice dwindling with each word. In her attempt to rescue her beloved and prevent him from falling into a trap, she unwittingly became ensnared herself and encountered an unexpected individual. This time, it could either be the 2nd prince, the 5th prince's sworn enemy, orchestrating a scheme to disgrace him before the court. Or perhaps the 2 sisters of the Luo family were embroiled in a feud over the position of the 5th prince's consort. In any case, it was improbable that this woman intended to offer herself to him, was it? Whether it was due to a potion or some other reason. Xie Xin felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Do you not know that the 5th prince is to be betrothed to the Luo family? No, that cannot be. Yu Niao's fingers, gripping her outer robe, turned pale. The 5th prince has said. He has said he would marry me. We have been in love for 5 years. If it were not for, Xie Xin understood what she wished to convey. If it were not for the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, and the 5th prince all being captivated by her beauty, leading to a conflict among brothers, the emperor would not have furiously separated her from the 5th prince, marrying her, a legitimate daughter of a marquis, to a destitute scholar like him. He had only been 17 3 years prior, having passed the scholar examination, that his uncle used his disability as a pretext to have his title annulled by the authorities. Were it not for the local governor's appreciation of his talent, reporting his circumstances and pleading on his behalf, bringing the matter before the emperor, he would have never had the opportunity to partake in the remaining examinations, nor would he have been named before the emperor, who, after witnessing the princes vie fiercely for the legitimate daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis, bestowed her in marriage to the limping scholar. Impossible? Xie Xin seemed eager to exploit her vulnerabilities. Tonight's palace banquet, the emperor and the empress will issue a decree to marry the fifth prince to Luo Yunfei. Can you guess who sought this imperial edict? Allow me to enlighten you. It was the fifth prince himself who petitioned after court yesterday. Not to mention, the fifth prince and Luo Yunfei have already pledged their eternal devotion to one another in private. You lied to me. The tears of realization finally transformed into pearls that fell from Yu Niao's startled eyes. She swayed, propping herself against the rocky wall, and attempted to leave, sorrowfully proclaiming, "He promised to part ways with you, saying he would marry me afterward. I do not believe what you say." Her already fragile body trembled with anger, and after the fury subsided, she felt her strength wane. Just as she was about to collapse, a pair of strong, firm hands caught her and held her close. Xie Xin inhaled deeply. "You are fully aware of everything, are you not? If not, why then do you weep?" She had cried when they wed. Back then, her tears had been heart-wrenching, and he had felt a pang of pain. Now, as she wept silently, it stirred a momentary softness within him. In his presence, she was haughty and unrestrained, yet before the fifth prince, she exhibited such humility in her attempts to please. The suppressed fury within him flared up once more. He spoke almost cruelly. "The fifth prince has fabricated false evidence against your father, hidden within the residence of the Marquis of Wei Yuan. Are you aware of this? He intends to marry Luo Yunfei and then expose your father before the court, thus smoothly seizing your father's military authority. Do you understand?" Yu Niao collapsed into his embrace, her small hands tightly clutching his neck. Warm breath cascading against Xie Yin's skin, mingling with the fragrant aroma of fruits exhaled from her nose. Upon hearing Xie Xin's words, she looked up in astonishment, her lips briefly brushing against his before parting swiftly. It seemed she was oblivious, her eyes wide as she gazed at him, struggling to articulate. What did you say?" Xie Xin licked his lips. "If you don't believe me, you can check the beams in your father's study. There lie several letters exchanged between your father and the Xiliang." "Impossible." Yu Niao weakly struggled in his arms. "My father has fought against the Xiliang for his entire life. How could he conspire with them? Would the emperor truly believe the fifth prince's claims?" "He certainly would." Xie Xin's gaze flickered slightly as he tightened his embrace around her. 3 years ago, your father suffered a defeat. With 60,000 casualties out of 100,000 troops, the fifth prince aims to exploit this. Panic filled Yu Niao's eyes, her voice trembling. "Then, what should I do? I don't know. I don't understand why the fifth prince has changed like this. Why? It is undoubtedly for the sake of the imperial throne." Chapter 4. "Beg me, are you aware that the Wei Yuan Marquis is nearing its end?" The man toyed with her like a cat with a mouse, relentlessly instilling fear within the woman. Yu Niao, complying with his desires, displayed a visage of terror, her hands tightening around his neck. Between them, there remained not a sliver of space. They were pressed together, inseparable. "Xie Xin, please save me, save my parents." "Will you?" "Why should I save them? When you wed me, they treated me with utmost disdain. When you divorced me, they ceremoniously took you away. They have wronged me. And you expect me to save them?" This was indeed the misdeed of the Wei Yuan Marquis. They acted solely for my sake. Yu Niao pleaded fervently. "All the faults lie with me. Please, esteemed sir, do not hold my parents accountable. You may punish me as you wish, seek your revenge, but could you save the Wei Yuan Marquis?" Thus far, this was the only plea she made with sincerity. In her previous life, she had wronged Xie Xin. He, however, had never wronged her. During their marriage, he had cared for her with great tenderness. No matter how coldly she spoke, he never lost his temper, dutifully washing her clothes and preparing her meals without complaint. When she refused to share a bed, he slept on the floor. When she declined to dine at the same table, he took his meals to the doorway. He had never forced her into any actions she did not wish to undertake. For the first time, she spoke to him with such submission and a tone of entreaty. Xie Xin's eyes sparkled, resembling a famished wolf in the dead of night. Fixated on its prey, "Beg me, and I shall save you." Under the weight of his intensely predatory gaze, Yu Niao felt her cheeks flush, biting her lip. She lowered her head and murmured, I beg you." "Huh?" Xie Xin scoffed coldly, and Yu Niao's heart raced in response. She had gone this far, yet he still hesitated, failing to seize her. Both were under the influence of the drug. The moonlight was gentle, and with a beauty in his arms, she lamented his lack of initiative. One must adopt a humble demeanor when seeking assistance. Xie Xin lowered her down, pressing his body against hers, forcing her against the stone wall, leaving her no avenue of escape. He tilted her chin with a flirtatious gesture, and Yu Niao saw the flickering flames within his eyes, as if they would consume her entirely. Yu Niao, beg me. What a wicked amusement. Yu Niao recalibrated her mindset, placing her hands upon Xie Xin's chest, deliberately brushing against him. The cool moonlight was tinged with an alluring blush. The woman's enticing gaze reflected the unparalleled handsomeness of Xie Xin. Xie Xin, I implore you, please save us. Save the entire Weiyuan Marquisate. Save those who hold great significance to me, those I cannot afford to lose. In this life, I shall treat you exceedingly well. I will strive to love you. I will no longer let your deep affections go to waste, will I? As if under a spell, or perhaps intoxicated, or as if the effects of the earlier potion had surged, Xie Xin found himself uncontrollably leaning towards Yu Niao. In her eyes, there lay a multitude of emotions he could not comprehend. She does not love herself, yet why does her gaze evoke such tenderness within him? He is perplexed, yet he is willing to act. This is a debt owed to Yu Niao. The collision of icy lips against fervent ones ignites a tempest within him, as if fireworks have erupted in his mind, leaving Yu Niao in a daze. Xie Xin's kiss is overwhelmingly passionate, leaving her breathless in her struggle. She pushes him away, imploring, You. Have you agreed? Are you certain this is what you wish to discuss now? Yes. Without a definitive response, her heart cannot find solace. Xie Xin's elevated temperature swiftly subsides. I agree to your request. He nearly forgets that she does not harbor love for him. With a self-mocking smile, he presses her against the wall and whispers in her ear. The esteemed second miss of the Weiyuan Marquisate has presented herself as a gift to me. How could I refuse her request? When did I ever say I would offer myself to you? Yu Niao blinks innocently at him. You said if I pleaded, you would comply. You are quite naive. Xie Xin chuckles. Such a grand favor requires immense effort and enmity with the fifth prince to save your entire clan. Do you think your mere request suffices to dismiss it? Your plea carries a weight far too heavy. Yu Niao, in her sweet and innocent manner, inquires, Then, what more do you want from me? Tonight, after you fall asleep, dismiss all your maids and await my arrival. No way. Is it really this grand? This man, Xie Xin, desires her physically, and his words are disarmingly honest. In the darkness, Yu Niao looks astonished. This, isn't appropriate, is it? Realizing that Xie Xin's kindness in her past life might have stemmed from his affections leaves her heart aching. She is a mere beautiful vase, lacking intelligence and too proud. Throughout her brief existence, she sought nothing but unconditional love. Previously, she believed the fifth prince's offerings were the epitome of love. Only upon meeting Xie Xin again does she comprehend that he is the only one willing to fabricate clumsy excuses to love her, even after she has wounded him deeply. Why did she not cherish such a remarkable man in her past life? Those noble women were indeed correct. She was blind to the true treasures, mistaking pearls for mere stones and stones for pearls. Fortunately, she has been granted a chance to begin anew. Her tears, glistening in her eyes, are perceived by Xie Xin as reluctance. With a darkened expression, he states, Yu Niao, I am not negotiating with you. If you wish to save your family, you will do as I say. Otherwise. Suddenly, there is a crash. What are you doing? A palace maid, holding a glass lantern, shatters it. And behind her emerges a throng of individuals, including the fifth prince, Luo Yunfei, Luo Yun Dream, and a host of noble ladies and matrons. The shattered light illuminates Xie Yin and Yu Niao's faces, revealing the lingering moisture at her lips, a scene that stirs the imagination. You. The indignant Luo Yunjing trembled with rage, pointing at the two. You are shameless. It is the epitome of disgrace to spy on others. Xie Xin reached out to adjust the cloak draped over Yu Niao's shoulders, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Miss Yu and I are both unmarried, indulging in a few drinks and reminiscing here. It should be of no concern to you, should it? In other words, this is our affair. My intimate moments with my former wife here are none of your business. The onlookers exchanged glances between Xie Xin and the fifth prince, puzzled by the peculiar tension surrounding the latter. After all, prior to Luo Yunjing, the relationship between the fifth prince and Yu Niao was common knowledge. However, one could not help but recall that Xie Xin had been previously kicked by Yu Niao. Given his current status, adorned in official robes and wielding immense power. One might expect him to seek retribution against her. As the crowd cast their eyes upon Yu Niao's countenance, seemingly ravaged by a tempest, they began to comprehend the reasons behind Xie Shofu's willingness to bow before beauty. Chapter 5. The Villainess Throughout the Grand Yi Dynasty. One could scarcely find another woman as exquisitely beautiful and delicately charming as Yu Niao. It is no wonder that, in years past, the three royal princes fought fiercely for her affection, their legendary rivalry echoing through the annals of the empire. Receiving sympathetic glances from those around him, the fifth prince's expression indeed turned a shade of green. Niao. When did she come to be in the company of Xie Xin again? He was utterly oblivious to it all. Xie Xin's cold gaze swept over the crowd, and none dared to meet his eyes. These individuals were the stars of the stage this evening, originally intending to disrupt his rendezvous with Luo Yunming. However, upon his hasty departure, they had all converged in search of him, perhaps still hoping that he would succumb to the effects of the potion and not venture far, allowing them to bring him back for further embarrassment. Under the scrutiny of all, a single tear from Luo Yuming would render Xie Xin speechless, unable to defend himself. Alas, it was Yu Niao who had unwittingly thwarted their plans. Xie Xin's piercing gaze fell upon the fifth prince, exuding a chill that even the battle-hardened son of the emperor could not ignore. Had their scheme been uncovered? It could not be. Miss. From a distance. Within the Zhengyang gate, Yu Niao spotted her devoted maid, Huang Ying. Once Niao had regained some strength, Xie Xin had let her down. Yet, upon seeing her mistress walking alongside Xiao Yan, Huang Ying was understandably alarmed. Young, oh no. I can no longer call him that. Will the Prime Minister truly not harm my lady? As it turned out, not only did he refrain from any harm, but the Prime Minister himself had personally assisted her into the carriage, casting a meaningful glance in her direction. Inside the carriage, Huang Ying's excitement was impossible to conceal. Miss, does this mean the young master has had a change of heart? Does he wish to rekindle your relationship? How splendid. If the Marquis and Madame were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Yu Niao chuckled inwardly, reflecting that her family resembled the foolish villains depicted in the storyteller's tales at the tea house. Her father was a powerful antagonist, her mother a talented and beautiful villainess, and her sister a fair and stunning rival. As for her, she was the most remarkable of them all, a stunningly beautiful yet dim-witted villainess, with a narrow perspective. Xie Xin was undoubtedly the quintessential male protagonist destined to defy the odds and turn the tables on everyone. Rekindle their relationship? Yu Niao laughed softly. You are overly optimistic. Xie Xin and I have never been on good terms. How could we possibly rekindle anything? What? Huang Ying was perplexed. But he did escort you to the carriage, and you were wearing his clothing. I assumed. It was merely a small scheme of mine, she replied. Xie Xin, having risen to the position of Prime Minister at such a young age, was certainly no fool. He would soon realize that she had orchestrated this through others. Awaiting her would be a merciless retribution, but she found herself unconcerned. Xie Xin was a man of his word. He had pledged to save the Wei Yuan Marquis. Even if he were to discover her deceit, he would surely not go back on his promise. How he chose to retaliate against this scheming trickster was of no consequence. After all, she owed him that much. Returning to the palace, Xie Xin, as Yu Niao had anticipated, soon detected something amiss. He pressed his tongue against his cheek, swirling it around in his mouth, his heart entangled with a blend of hatred and affection, yet his countenance revealed not a flicker of emotion. With each glass of strong liquor that slid down his throat, his charismatic demeanor captivated countless young ladies at the banquet. Luo Yuming, undeterred, attempted to draw closer to him. Yet Xie Xin remained oblivious, not even bestowing a glance in her direction. This palace banquet, indeed, lacked interest and was overwhelmingly noisy. Better to amuse himself by teasing his quarry at the Wei Yuan Marquis, where he could revel in the thrill of watching his prey tremble in fear. When Yu Niao returned to the Marquis, the hour was late, and the household had settled down for the night. The Wei Yuan Marquis, once lively, now felt desolate after the family's downfall. The thought that soon, from the master to the servants, none would escape the impending disaster sent chills down her spine. Struggling to suppress the impulse to weep in her parents' embrace, she gradually regained her composure with the assistance of Huang Ying. A rebirth does not equate to doubled intelligence. She was not astute enough to navigate schemes and plots, her only prowess lying in leveraging her beauty for personal gain. Yet with Xie Xin at her side, how could she possibly fail? As long as she was willing to show weakness, he would be unwilling to let her lose. That night, the sultry summer breeze intensified, and after her bath, Yu felt the heat envelop her. Huang Ying knocked gently on the door. "Miss, the eldest young lady has arrived." Yu. Startled by the knock, Yu, who was engrossed in a risque picture book, trembled, causing it to drop to the floor. "I am asleep, and I wish to see no one." She muffled herself under the covers, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In despair, she realized her sister stood just outside the door while she was caught perusing such inappropriate material. However, it was not entirely her fault. Although she was already a 19-year-old young lady and had even been married, she had never been intimate with a man in such a manner. All blame lay with Xie Xin. Had he not insisted on visiting her chamber under the cover of night, she would not have been compelled to study such literature. The quilt was gently tugged at, and believing it was her sister entering, Yu tightened her hold on it, blushingly protesting, "Sister Niao truly wishes to sleep. Can you come back tomorrow?" Did she speak so sweetly to everyone? She pondered that perhaps it was advantageous. A sweet-tongued plaything could indeed delight her master. Since she had requested his aid in saving the Wei Yuan Marquise, she must be prepared to pay a price. At the foot of the bed, a vibrant picture book lay open before Xie Xin. With keen interest, he raised an eyebrow, picked up the book, and flipped through a couple of pages. "Niao, your sister has decided to stay at home tonight. She will visit you tomorrow." The voice of Yu Yinin echoed from outside, having sent her maids away. Who, then, occupied the room? Xie Xin had arrived. Yu sprang up abruptly, throwing off the covers, only to hear a muffled groan as her hand collided with something warm, a faint metallic scent wafting through the air. As she discerned the identity of the approaching figure, she exaggeratedly clutched her hand, which was not in any pain, exclaiming, "Oh, it hurts so much." Despite the gravity of the situation, Xie Xin remained impassive, his expression unyielding even as a mountain crumbled before him. Yet, from his frigid tone, Yu could still detect a simmering anger as he articulated, "Miss Yu, your method of welcoming me is rather peculiar." The words were nearly spat out through clenched teeth. Yu bit her lip, retrieving a handkerchief from beneath her pillow, and approached Xie Xin to tend to his bleeding nose. "I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. I. Her face flushed crimson as she gazed at the comic book in his hands, reminiscent of a child caught peeking at a storybook while learning the piano, reprimanded by her teacher. Yet, Xie Xin was her ex-husband, not her instructor. In a fit of embarrassment and indignation, Yu lunged forward, reaching for the book in an attempt to snatch it away. Her attire, loose and flowing, shifted with her movements, causing the pale pink gauze to slip down a fraction more. Chapter 6. Indescribable. Xie Xin's Adam's apple bobbed as his long, slender fingers, with distinct joints, clutched that blush-inducing paperback, raised high above his head, while his gaze remained fixated on Yu, the surging emotions nearly engulfing her. Yu remained blissfully unaware. The languorous beauty eagerly reached for his hand, her delicate fingers gripping the strong arm of the young prime minister, her body uncontrollably collapsing onto his legs. "Yu, humph, can I take you down?" Having never been ignorant of the ways of the world, especially after having been instructed in the arts of intimacy during her past marriage to Xie Xin, she felt confident in her approach. As she fell against him, she detected a potent scent of alcohol. Her body temperature rose, the aroma intensifying. Through their clothing, she sensed that the man beneath her was nearly ablaze. The mingling fragrances of rouge, femininity, and liquor rendered the atmosphere between them palpably intimate. "Have you had enough of lying there?" Despite the fiery tension, the man's expression remained icy. He even pushed Yu onto the bed with little regard. "Are you tempting me?" If Xie Xin, a man of immense power, could not discern the woman's intentions, then he truly was unworthy of his position. Caught. Yu coughed lightly, her cheeks burning. Yet she stubbornly refused to show any signs of retreat, planting her hands on her hips and feigning a seductive pose. "What temptation? I have no idea what you're talking about." This was her first experience in such matters, and she felt a twinge of shyness. Though she did not concede, Xie Xin remained unmoved, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. What did that mean? Was she not alluring enough? If her curvaceous form, seemingly defying the laws of anatomy, could not sway Xie Xin, she feared she might cramp up. Xie Xin crossed his arms, observing as the restless woman twisted her body into a pretzel-like shape. Surely, she couldn't believe she was captivating at this moment? Achoo! Just as she was adjusting to the situation, an unexpected sneeze erupted, chilling her nostrils and causing clear mucus to flow forth. Uffed. The soft laughter was innocuous in nature yet deeply humiliating. She quickly covered her nose and rolled over, burying her face in the covers, wishing she could vanish from existence. Get up. I want tea. Get up. I refuse. You Niao, if you wipe your nose on. Don't say it. You mustn't say it again. In a swift motion, she executed a fish-like leap, pinching his mouth shut. Only then did she realize that her actions had squashed his lips, rendering them duck-like. Haraha. The beauty's hair was disheveled, her attire in disarray, her warm body collapsing with laughter into his embrace, and Xie Xin's gaze deepened. Ah! Yu Niao gasped, feeling the world spin, as she found herself reclined on the bed, her gaze meeting Xie Xin's countenance, resembling that of a divine being. In the ladies' chamber, the golden censer wafts fragrant smoke, and the flickering candlelight dances within the warm embrace of the lotus canopy, capturing the deeply affectionate visage of the esteemed prime minister. Garments lie scattered across the floor, and from within the curtains emanate dulcet sounds. The maid on night watch stands just outside the door, still able to hear Huang Ying instructing a young serving girl, "Go to the kitchen and check if the lady's bird's nest soup is ready. If it is, bring it here." To maintain her exquisite beauty, she has a habit of consuming bird's nest before bedtime. Xie Xin, my maid is coming in. Do you wish for me to leave? His notion of leaving seemed to diverge from Yu Niao's understanding. Knock, knock, knock. Miss, are you asleep? The sound of Huang Ying's knocking startled Yu Niao, who trembled all over, while Xie Xin chuckled leisurely, as if intentionally provoking, "Now you are afraid? Miss?" Inside the room, there seemed to be a sound, yet it was also eerily silent. Huang Ying, holding the bird's nest, pressed her ear to the door to listen intently. Just as Yu Niao was about to speak, Xie Xin grasped her arm and turned her in another direction. "Mississippi, what's wrong with you?" Huang Ying knocked frantically. Her mistress had never locked the door while sleeping before, and today, for some unknown reason, the door was secured from the inside. Upon hearing Yu Niao's startled exclamation, Huang Ying immediately summoned two sturdy matrons. "Break the door down. The miss is in danger." "No." Yu Niao, hiding in Xie Xin's embrace, revealed half of her small face. "I am fine, it was just a mouse. I saw a rather large one, and it frightened me." The mouse, a thief of jade and fragrance, was attempting to steal the most precious treasures of the Wei Yuan Marquisate. "A mouse?" Huang Ying exclaimed anxiously. "How could there be a mouse?" "Miss, do not be afraid. Quickly open the door. I will find someone to chase the mouse away." Inwardly, Yu Niao scoffed. "This mouse, I fear you would not dare to confront." She pressed her hand against Xie Xin's chest, forbidding further movement. "It's all right. It has already scurried out the window. I am feeling a bit drowsy. You all may retire for the night. I too wish to sleep." How could she allow them to enter? The roof of the Marquisate would surely be turned upside down. Gradually, those outside retreated, and the dimly lit room fell into silence once more. There exists an intrinsic difference between men and women when it comes to matters of intimacy. No matter how experienced Yu Niao pretended to be, once they engaged, it was the seemingly innocent Xie Xin who held all the power. As the night wore on, unable to bear it any longer, Yu Niao finally said, "Xie Xin, remember to uphold your promise." Swiftly withdrawing, Xie Xin dressed, restoring his demeanor to one of cold detachment. Casting a sidelong glance at the woman sprawled languidly upon the bed, he impassively remarked, "It would be best if the second miss also honored her promises made while in bed, to be at my beck and call." He deliberately humiliated her, treating her as if she were a courtesan in a brothel. "As long as you are willing to save the Wei Yuan Marquisate, I shall never go back on my word." If she were unwilling, Xie Xin would not, under any circumstances, find himself sleeping in her bed that night. One with ulterior motives and the other with intentional seduction led to such a scene. Xie Xin gazed at the crimson marks and bite impressions on Yu Niao's shoulder, evidence of his profound animosity towards her, yet simultaneously a testament to his stirred emotions. "Rest assured, our relationship is merely transactional. You have sold yourself, and I shall certainly pay the price." His words were laced with intent, aimed to humiliate her, and Yu Niao, fully aware of his intentions, felt her expression darken. After Xie Xin departed, Yu Niao found herself unable to sleep. The room was saturated with an intoxicating atmosphere, a constant reminder of the fervor that had just transpired. Should Xie Xin refuse to forgive her in the future, should he choose not to wed her, she knew she could never marry another. Yet, all of this was for the sake of the Wei Yuan Marquisate, for her family, and she held no regrets. Chapter 7. Bite Marks Before Dawn. Yu Niao summoned the Oriole resting outside the pear blossom cabinet. "Prepare water. I wish to bathe." She felt sticky and uncomfortable. Moreover, concerning her affair with Xie Xin, she did not wish to keep secrets from her most trusted maid. They would meet clandestinely many times in the future, and she needed someone reliable to cover for her. Ah, miss. Indeed. Upon seeing the myriad bruises marring Yu Niao's skin, the Oriole nearly dropped the basin in shock. What is this? Miss, you. Her mistress, who cherished beauty above all, had always been delicately nurtured with vast wealth. Even during her years married to Xie Xin, the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence would bestow upon her priceless skin creams. Yet, what was this? It appeared as though she had been ravaged. Her back, legs, and chest were all marked in shades of purple and blue. There were even bite marks on her shoulder. The Oriole thought she must be seeing things. However, she heard her mistress say it was Xie Xin. What? Xie what Xin? The young master? The Oriole's eyes widened in indignation. How could he? Miss. I shall go find the Marquis. Even though the young master is now the prime minister, he cannot bully others like this. The Marquis will never let him off. Wait. Yu Niao, her hands resting on the edge of the bathing tub, sank beneath the petals in anxiety and called out to the Oriole, Inger, I am now Xie Xin's person. This matter must not reach father, mother, or sister. No one can know. Can I trust you? In that moment, a multitude of memories flashed through the Oriole's mind, recalling all the moments since she had been by her mistress's side at the age of 7. Although her mistress was willful and capricious, she was certainly not the shameless woman others claimed, who would willingly offer herself to Xie Xin upon his rise to prominence. Surely, her mistress had her reasons. The poor lady must have been coerced by the young master. Miss, I promise I will not let anyone know. The young maid's face was a picture of sorrow, her eyes reddened with emotion. Yu Niao understood that the Oriole was imagining all sorts of scenarios. But the truth could not be fully divulged. She could say she had been reborn from the 12th year of day, that the Oriole would die during the day of the Marquis's family raid while trying to protect her, that the Marquis's residence was on the verge of collapse. Surely no one would believe her fantastical tale. They would only think she had lost her mind. The following day dawned bright and clear. Having returned from her rebirth, Yu Niao had been preoccupied with the matter of the hidden letter in the Marquis's residence, leading to a restless night. Thus, when the servants dispatched to investigate reported that the Marquis and his wife had risen, she dashed out in haste. In the flower hall, the Wei Yuan Marquis and his wife sat in the main hall with furrowed brows. The Marquis slapped the table in frustration. Damn it. This fifth prince is utterly ungrateful. When he needed something from me, he treated my Niao with utmost care, showering her with affection. Now that my Wei Yuan Marquis's residence has lost its worth, he turns around and forms an alliance with the leader of the Imperial Guard. How is my Niao to navigate this predicament? Madame Wei Yuan, the mother of Yu Niao, lamented with a heavy heart. What significance does it hold that Xie Xin has attained the position of the top scholar? What if he has become a high-ranking minister? When my daughter Niao married him, he possessed nothing and was even disabled. Naturally, I was unwilling for Niao to follow him. Now that people see the Wei Yuan Marquis in decline, they flock to mock them for letting go of a golden son-in-law. Bah! My Niao is a beauty of unparalleled grace, and she can choose whomever she desires. At that moment, Yu Niao, who had lingered at the door for a brief while, rushed forward to embrace her parents. Fortunately, they had not yet encountered misfortune. Niao. The Marquis of Wei Yuan felt a pang of sorrow as he recalled the steward's words about his beloved daughter being bullied in the palace, tears streaming down his face. He gently stroked her head, saying, My dear child, if that Lu Yiming or Lu Yunfei dares to bully you, come with me to their home. I shall toss those sisters into the water 100 times to vent my anger. Her father remained as fierce as ever. Do not be so coarse. They simply fell into the water while walking at night. What does that have to do with us? Her mother, ever sarcastic, interjected. Yu Niao gazed at her familiar parents with longing, wiped away the tears from her eyes, and smiled as she shook her head. Father, no one has bullied me. Xie Xin entered the palace yesterday. He saved me. She sought to bolster her favor with Xie Xin in her father's presence, to avoid any future misunderstandings should he attempt to pursue her. Last night, in her efforts to mend her relationship with Xie Xin, she had indeed inhaled a considerable amount of fragrant powder. Had it not been for Xie Xin's concern for her safety, taking her away from the scene, she would have surely made a fool of herself. Xie Xin? Did he not harm you? The Marquis of Wei Yuan almost voiced this question, recalling how mercilessly Xie Xin had treated him in court. He had been unwell and had not attended court for a considerable time, even avoiding the mid-autumn banquet today. The esteemed Marquis of Wei Yuan now chose to evade Xie Xin whenever they crossed paths, not out of fear, but because the man's words could infuriate him to no end. Yu Niao, however, did not afford the Marquis a chance to ask. Her most pressing concern was to locate the letters hidden in the study. "Father, there is no time for explanations. Come with me. We must quickly retrieve those secret letters from the beams." "Ah, Niao Niao, where are you dragging your father off to? What secret letters?" The only response to Madame Hu's inquiry was the hurried retreat of the father-daughter duo. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the Marquis felt his blood pressure rise as he retrieved the letters of treason against Xiliang from the study's beams. Enraged, he contemplated storming into the palace to file a complaint, only to be stopped by Yunyaonyao. "Father, although the fifth prince may not be the emperor's favorite son, he is the queen's legitimate child, a strong candidate for the crown prince position. If you recklessly seek an explanation, do you truly believe the emperor will support you? One is a son backed by the influential Xin family, while the other is a disgraced marquis who has suffered defeat. It is obvious whom the emperor would favor. What shall we do then?" The Marquis of Weiyuan, infuriated, felt his beard bristle with indignation. "Who can ascertain whether the fifth prince has concealed any of these treasonous items within our residence? After all, during the time you were enamored with him, our estate was thoroughly infiltrated by his presence." Realizing his verbal misstep, the Marquis hastily covered his mouth. "Niao Niao, I did not mean to imply you. Father, I am quite well." Yu Niao bit her lip, acknowledging, indeed, it was the folly of the daughter to believe he was a suitable match. "Rest assured, Father, I shall ensure he regrets his schemes against the Weiyuan Marquis." Chapter 8. Rumors. Little did Yu Niao know that her actions within the palace had already reached the ears of Empress Shun, who had sent a message to the Luo sisters. She had not slept well, and the fifth prince was increasingly tormented by his thoughts. The scene from last night, where Xie Xin had embraced Yu Niao and departed, lingered in his mind like an unshakable specter. To make matters worse, Xie Xin seemed to flit before his eyes during the morning court session, making it impossible for him to forget. Several times he had wanted to inquire about the relationship between Xie Xin and Yu Niao, but the morning audience was hardly the appropriate setting for such questions. After last night, he had no idea how many were waiting to witness his humiliation. His so-called brothers were particularly relentless, deliberately praising the compatibility of Xie Xin and Yu Niao right in front of him. After dispatching another wave of informants, the fifth prince, maintaining a stern countenance, instructed his attendant, "Go to the Weiyuan Marquis' residence. Even if he were to forsake her, he would never allow another to lay claim to his woman." Moreover, Yu Niao had not yet become his woman. He still harbored thoughts of including her in his harem once he ascended the throne. Meanwhile, at the center of this unfolding drama, Yu Niao, who had been the subject of everyone's concern, felt a sense of relief after finding and incinerating the treasonous letters. Only then did she return to her chamber to catch up on much-needed sleep. She had no idea how long she had slumbered, but upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of her fair, graceful sister, Yu Yin, seated by her bedside with a benevolent smile. In her hazy state, Yu Niao blinked and then closed her eyes again, mumbling, "Just another dream. My sister is no longer here." No. She abruptly sat up in bed and fixed her gaze on Yu Yin. It was not a dream. She had been reborn yesterday. Her sister was alive, still present. "What did you say?" Yu Yin extended her delicate hand and playfully tugged at Yu Niao's ear, her kind smile vanishing. "You say I am no longer here? Are you trying to curse me? To be no longer here means to be dead, does it not?" It hurts, it hurts." Yu Niao feigned pain, prompting Yu Yin to immediately retract her hand. "Where does it hurt? I was pulling hard." Hiki, the woman, blissfully unaware of her own charm, flashed an endearing smile, adding a touch of innocence. "Sister, I did not intend to curse you. I simply meant that you are married now and naturally won't be at home anymore." Only then did Yu Yin relent, leaning closer to her and saying, "I heard that Luo Yunmeng bullied you last night, and the fifth prince sought to humiliate you, but instead, you charmed Xie Xin and slapped them both in the face. Is it true?" Her entire demeanor radiated curiosity, her eyes sparkling as they gazed at Yu Niao, evidently eager for confirmation. Had the news spread so quickly overnight? To conceal the marks on her shoulder from her sister's view, Yu Niao adjusted her clothing, wrapping herself tightly. Yu Yin, oblivious to her subtle movements, excitedly grasped her hand. Come on. Tell me, does Xie Xin truly still harbor feelings for you? If so, that would be splendid." Recently, upon hearing of the fifth prince's dalliance with Luo Yunfei, the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guard, she had been enraged enough to shatter 2 exquisite blue and white porcelain vases, wishing fervently to scratch Luo Yunfei's face herself. Such audacity. In a world filled with men, she insists on coveting another's. The fifth prince is hardly a paragon of virtue himself, a match made in heaven for a scoundrel and a shameless woman. May they be forever bound and cease to plague her pure and virtuous sister. It is their lack of shame that invites derision upon her sister, whose beauty is likened to a flower, further tarnishing the reputation of the Weiyuan Marquis. They speak of the two daughters raised by the Marquis, one coarse and fierce, unworthy of high society, and the other a simpleton, a discarded shoe that cannot find a suitor. They even claim that the Marquis has foolishly lost a son-in-law like Xie Xin. Last night, her sister executed a splendid turnaround. Let us see how those gossiping tongues will retract their words now. Unfounded. Unioniao sipped her water, dressed with the assistance of several maidservants, and casually remarked, "If he truly held lingering feelings for me, how could he have ignored me for the past 3 years? Last night in the palace, she did wish to surrender herself to him, only to be caught red-handed by the fifth prince's men. In such a case, Xie Xin would have no choice but to take responsibility for her. Yet that man remained as steadfast as the noble Lu Xiaohui, impervious to her advances. Fortunately, she eventually got her wish. How could it be anything but genuine? Yuinin hurriedly lifted her skirt to chase after her. You may have risen late, but father has already returned from court. He mentioned that during today's audience, those officials trailing after Xie Xin did not dare to rebuke him. He was not scolded by the emperor today. Even those who once openly mocked him for his defeats now treat him with courtesy. The rekindling of the romance between Xie Xin and Unioniao has become common knowledge. Though it may be fabricated, I shall transform it into reality. Unioniao narrowed her eyes. Sister, Xie Xin is mine. A lifeline. Yuini nodded vigorously. Such ambition. Truly my sister, I shall wholly support you in spirit. As for action, perhaps we should refrain. Years ago, when her sister divorced Xie Xin, their entire family made a grand spectacle to retrieve her from the Xie household. Parading with drums and firecrackers, distributing sweets door to door, creating a commotion even greater than that of a wedding. This rendered Xie Xin the subject of ridicule throughout the capital for quite some time. And it was she who conceived this idea. After Xie Xin ascended to the position of prime minister, she had encountered him at a banquet, and the look he cast upon her was, without exaggeration, like that of a man confronting his father's murderer. Though he concealed his feelings well, Yu Yinin, as the daughter-in-law of the wealthiest family in the capital, was adept at reading people's expressions. Perhaps it is best to wait for her sister to secure Xie Xin before she acts. Huangning styled Unioniao's hair and applied her rouge. After the sisters exchanged a few more words, Yu Yinin, unable to contain her eagerness, prepared to return home. Given the fervor of the rumors circulating through the capital, and with her sister declaring her intent to win back Xie Xin, she would stoke the flames even further. Just as Yu Yinin departed, a maidservant approached the door with utmost respect. Second miss, there is someone at the door, claiming that the fifth prince wishes to see you. The Marquis has sent me to inform you that if you do not wish to meet, he will send the visitor away. The beloved daughter of the Marquis of Weiyuan is renowned throughout the capital, a figure known to all. Should Miss Unioniao express her reluctance to meet the fifth prince, the Marquis would undoubtedly risk his own life to prevent such an encounter. Convenient excuses are readily available. For instance, the second young lady fell into the water at the palace yesterday and has caught a chill, rendering her unable to rise. Unioniao chuckled softly, stating, I have no familial ties with the fifth prince. How can a solitary man and woman meet within the confines of the estate? Let him wait for me at the Shiwala restaurant, where he may prepare a sumptuous feast. A heartless scoundrel has presented himself at her door. And how could she forego the opportunity to make use of him? Chapter 9. The Arena of Chaos. Singer, you should send someone to the Luo residence. Such actions. Yu Niao whispered a few words into Huang Ying's ear, causing her to gasp in shock. But miss, what if? Trust me. Yu Niao insisted with an air of finality. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, it will not fall upon your esteemed Mississippi. Huang Ying furrowed her brows, deeply concerned, as she descended to arrange the matters her lady had entrusted her with. In the taste pavilion, the fifth prince had prepared the banquet and awaited Yu Niao in a private room. His hands, restless on the table, drummed with a dull thud, mirroring his present state of anxiety. Yu Niao had changed. In the past, she would never have made him wait this long or kept him at bay. This transformation was one he wished to avoid witnessing. Was it because of his engagement to Luo Yunfei that she was upset? It was common for women to indulge in a bit of temper, seeking to be coddled by their men, particularly for a woman as enchanting as Yu Niao. Her whims were within the bounds of his tolerance. Yet, outsiders assumed he was the favored son of the emperor and empress, destined to be showered with affection and poised to grasp the title of crown prince effortlessly. What they did not know was that his father had recently grown increasingly fond of the virtuous consort and, by extension, the fourth prince she bore. Whispers from the Yangxin Hall suggested that the emperor was considering establishing the fourth prince as the crown prince. He had to win over the Luo family. Now, just as he had become engaged to Luo Yunfei, with Commander Luo having recently allied himself with him, he could not afford even the slightest misstep. "Your Highness, Miss Yuer has arrived," announced a servant from outside the room. However, but what? The fifth prince suppressed his irritation. If she has arrived, why is she not entering promptly? Do I need to invite her myself? Yu Niao had deliberately delayed her arrival. She had ensured that the fifth prince's invitation reached Luo Yunfei, anticipating her arrival with an entourage to catch them in a compromising position. "Miss Yuer, the master is calling for you to come up. Please do not dawdle any longer. My master is growing impatient." Yu Niao surveyed the elegant seating area, spotting the furtive figure of Luo Yiming peering from behind the screen. She had presumed herself unseen, revealing a look of resentment towards Yu Niao. Luo Yunfei was not yet in sight. It seemed this woman was more cautious than she had anticipated. Perhaps she had heard of the fifth prince's invitation and, feeling uneasy, sought to spy on them, yet was apprehensive about inciting the fifth prince's ire. Thus, she employed her impulsive sister to disrupt their meeting. In the aftermath, she could play the peacemaker, offending neither the fifth prince nor allowing Luo Yiming to chastise her for enticing another's fiancé. It was lunchtime, and the tavern buzzed with patrons. Should Luo Yiming cause a scene, the onlookers would not dare to criticize the noble scion. Instead, they would point fingers and utter unkind words directed at her. No matter. She still held the trump card of Xie Xin. Her not-so-bright mind had finally displayed some cleverness. She believed the task she had assigned Huang Ying was executed with utmost secrecy, unaware that her every move had been clearly relayed by the spies Xie Xin had placed in her vicinity. "Miss Eyre?" The voice of the servant rose a few notches, clearly tinged with displeasure. How audacious of a discarded shoe to flaunt itself before its master, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Yu Niao's gaze finally returned, and with the leisurely grace of a yellow oriole, she selected a refined seat. After requesting a pot of Bailuo Chun tea from the attendant, she slowly smiled and stated, "Please relay to the fifth prince that although I have married and divorced, I am well aware that it is rather inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. Since it is the fifth prince who has invited me, I shall await his arrival here." She spoke these words aloud, ensuring that everyone in the elegant booth on the second floor could hear her clearly. It was not she, Yu Niao, who was eager to pursue the fifth prince. Rather, it was the fifth prince who summoned her, and she, unwilling to offend, was compelled to accept the invitation. Upon hearing the mention of the fifth prince, the diners perked up, with some audacious souls daring to stop and glance in Yu Niao's direction. "Isn't that the second miss of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence?" Someone whispered. "The fifth prince? Am I mistaken? Wasn't he betrothed to Luo Yunfei? Why is he courting Yu Niao? Have you not heard of the events that transpired in the palace last night?" Another chimed in. I know. It is said that Miss Yu was pushed into the water, and the fifth prince attended to her with utmost care in front of Miss Luo. Ultimately, it was the prime minister who escorted her home. It seems not only does the fifth prince still harbor feelings for Miss Yu, but the prime minister also remains fond of his former wife. TSK. Miss Yu possesses remarkable charm. Just look at her beauty. Among all the noble ladies in the capital, hers is the most striking. Luo Yunfei is merely fortunate to have a good father. Otherwise, with her looks, how could the fifth prince ever be interested in her? This remark was indeed a bit excessive. While Luo Yunfei may not be a breathtaking beauty, she is undeniably graceful and lovely in her own right. Their comments stemmed from the fact that a modest beauty pales in comparison to the stunning radiance of Yu Niao. Yu Niao was not one of those 15-year-old girls who had just come of age. She married Xie Xin at the age of 16 3 years ago. Now, at 19, her features had matured into exquisite beauty, captivating and unparalleled. 3 years prior, she had incited 3 princes to fight over her. Now, with her beauty surpassing her former self, she naturally possessed the allure to capture a man's heart. "Sister, they are going too far. I shall teach them a lesson." From behind the screen, Luo Yuming was eager to take action, her teeth clenched in indignation. Luo Yunfei, her face darkened, pulled her back, saying, "Why stoop to the level of those ignorant commoners? We did not come here to embarrass ourselves. The one who should be shamed is Yu Niao, that old woman who entices another's fiancé. Meanwhile, in the private room, the fifth prince, upon learning that Unionio refused to come up, furiously overturned a table laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. When he stormed downstairs and saw Unionio leaning against the window, revealing half of her stunning profile, lost in thought, he took a deep breath and approached her with a smile. Unionio. Outside, Xie Xin, still in his official attire and surrounded by a throng of historians, hurriedly entered the Sherway building. The principal character had arrived. The performance was about to commence. On the second floor of the Taste Pavilion, the private booths are separated by a distance of over a meter, each adorned with screens that shield against prying eyes. Upon the arrival of the fifth prince, Huang Ying opened the folding screen, effectively concealing the interior from outsiders. Sister, are you really going to let that wretched woman entice the fifth prince? Luo Yuming rose, exclaiming. No, I cannot allow her to. Suddenly, a sharp clap and the sound of a shattered cup resonated from behind the screen. Only then did Luo Yunfei emerge from the booth, revealing her true self. The onlookers shifted their gaze between Unionio's screen and Luo Yunfei, feeling as though they were witnessing a scene from a battlefield. Just then, as Xie Xin appeared at the staircase, he was met with the piercing scream of Unionio. Chapter 10. No Mistress Bang. Someone was quicker than Xie Xin, rushing forward to overturn the screen. You shameless wretch, Unionio, how dare you? Luo Yunming's words remained unfinished as she was paralyzed by the shocking scene before her. Unionio's maid fell to the ground, desperately clinging to the fifth prince's thigh. While Unionio sat on the floor, terror-stricken, her hands clasped over her chest, tears brimming in her eyes, embodying a picture of fright. The fifth prince's rage was palpable. Veins bulging on his forehead, his face marked by a glaring slap. A shattered cup lay on the floor. As Luo Yuming pushed the screen aside, she heard Unionio's frail voice lament. You have already pledged yourself to the eldest daughter of the Luo family. Why must you continue to torment me? I have been married before, and I cannot compare to the purity and nobility of the Luo heiress, yet I am acutely aware of the perils of public opinion. If you do not intend to grant me a rightful status, why do you insist on pursuing me? Am I, a legitimate daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis, to willingly degrade myself to be your mistress? A mistress is a woman of low status, unacknowledged by the man's family. Even the poorest of commoners would never allow their daughters to become a mistress. Only those who have emerged from the brothels, their lips painted red and tasted by many, would find themselves in such a position, having lost the recognition and respect of society. Even courtesans understand that being a mistress is disgraceful, requiring secrecy and discretion. How could the fifth prince expect the legitimate daughter of a marquis to be his mistress, regardless of his royal status or potential future as crown prince? The public deemed his demands outrageous. Especially when juxtaposed against his ferocious demeanor, he appeared as a powerful bully tormenting a vulnerable girl. Has he even ascended to the position of crown prince yet? How could he dare to coerce the daughter of a court minister into becoming his mistress? If he were to become the crown prince, would he not become even more tyrannical? Her second missue. Previously, the Wei Yuan Marquis treated her with such kindness when he needed her. Now that he has fallen from favor, he has turned to Luo Yunfei. How heartless. Although second missue has been divorced, there is no law in the Dai dynasty prohibiting women from remarrying. The current emperor even encourages divorced women to remarry. By disrespecting second missue in such a manner, does it imply that divorced women are to be looked down upon? If this continues, which woman would dare to seek a divorce if she were to suffer such indignities? Indeed, even though Unionio has been divorced, with her beauty, there would be countless wealthy suitors in the capital wishing to marry her. On what grounds does the fifth prince presume to make her his mistress? Is it merely because of his inflated ego? The murmurs of the crowd reached the fifth prince's ears, and in his fury, he turned just in time to see Luo Yuming retract her hand from the overturned screen. Impudence! A servant beside the fifth prince exclaimed angrily. How dare you speak of the prince in public? Do you seek death? The Dai dynasty has explicit regulations against speaking ill of royalty and officials. Yet what they spoke of was not slander, it was merely an account of what they had witnessed. Those dining on the second floor of Shiwalu were not common folk. They were either nobility or the wealthy elite. Moreover, the law does not penalize the masses. They felt no fear. As the situation escalated, Luo Yunfei could no longer remain seated. She emerged from behind the screen, her face adorned with a charming smile. Sister you have misunderstood. Approaching Yu Niao. She effortlessly helped her up from the ground, displaying an air of grace and composure. It was I who asked Brother Wujan to invite you out. Yu Niao instinctively withdrew her hand and retreated a couple of steps, her restrained tears falling like pearls. casting the fifth prince and Luo Yunfei in a more aggressive light. Please don't misunderstand. I am not misunderstanding. Yu Niao recognized her intention to provide the fifth prince with an excuse, while simultaneously showcasing her own ability to remain unflustered in a crisis. Hoping to garner his admiration. She may not be particularly clever, but when it came to matters of men, she had an innate understanding. Miss Luo. Last night your sister pushed me into the water at the palace banquet, nearly causing me to drown in the lotus pond. To this day, I have yet to receive an apology. Therefore, I cannot accept the title of Sister Yu. You may call me Miss Yu instead. She denied Luo Yunfei the opportunity to respond, wiping her tears and speaking coldly. Last night, I learned that the fifth prince has become engaged to you. Should I not ask him in your presence to refrain from entanglements, lest you be heartbroken? Since I have made my point clear, I fail to understand why you both persist in troubling me. I implore you, do not disturb me any further. I do not wish to be labeled as the wicked woman who disrupts the happiness of others. What nonsense are you spewing? Luo Yunming, having endured enough, surged forward and shoved Yu Niao once again. Yu Niao fell to the ground, having anticipated the distance to Xie Xin, who was standing at the staircase and had approached her. She calculated perfectly the moment of her fall, ensuring he would catch her. Thud. However, Yu Niao miscalculated Xie Xin's indifference towards her. That scoundrel actually sidestepped, leaving her to fall heavily, the floor seeming to mock her. The Prime Minister has arrived. Rumors suggested he was still pining for Yu Niao. He could have easily caught her just now, yet it appeared he deliberately avoided her. Was it merely a rumor? If I were the Prime Minister, once in power, I would surely despise that fickle woman. How could he still harbor feelings for her? Yet, one cannot dismiss the fact that Miss Yu once shared mutual affection with the fifth prince. That hardly qualifies her as fickle. Regardless, it was evident that Xie Xin could not possibly still harbor feelings for her. He was quick to evade her. Master Xie. Luo Yuming instantly shifted her demeanor. Are you here to dine as well? Xie Xin glanced at her, as if her words were trivial. Yet, that fleeting glance thrilled Luo Yunming. Master Xie. You seldom visit this dining establishment. Would you allow me to recommend a few signature dishes? Xie Xin neither agreed nor disagreed. At that moment, no one paid any further attention to Yu Niao. Huang Ying, noticing her distress, assisted the injured Yu Niao to a nearby seat. Miss, are you all right? Not well, Yu Niao whimpered, rubbing her bloodied knee, her eyes brimming with tears. It hurts terribly. The fifth prince cast a fleeting glance at her, weighing his options before ultimately deciding to join Luo Yunfei at the table of Xie Xin. It was a rare occasion that this cold-hearted and aloof chancellor did not refuse, and she was determined to seize the opportunity. The censors trailing behind Xie Xin found their seats usurped, leaving them somewhat displeased. However, as Xie Xin remained silent, they had no grounds for complaint. Just as the waiter began to serve the dishes, Luo Yunfei provocatively gazed at Yu Niao and remarked, Lord Xie, this foie gras is indeed a specialty of the food flavor pavilion. Ah. Suddenly, Xie Xin rose abruptly, causing Luo Yunming, who was poised to lean closer to her, to stumble backward in confusion, her elevated foot inadvertently toppling the entire dining table. Chapter 11. Wrestling the Fifth Prince. With remarkable swiftness, grasped Luo Yunfei's hand and drew her into his embrace, swiftly distancing themselves from the dining table. Nevertheless, they could not evade the fate of being splattered with grains of oily rice, leaving large stains upon Luo Yunfei's moon-white cicada wing dress. However, compared to Luo Yuming, they fared much better. Luo Yuming, having fallen to the ground, was drenched from head to toe in hot soup and dishes, resembling a wretched figure who had tumbled into a cauldron of oil. Her deplorable state was beyond the capacity of words to describe. Laughter erupted from the crowd as Luo Yunming shrieked, too frightened to open her eyes, fearing that a mere glance would invite the chilly oil into her sight. This fall was far more ridiculous and tragic than that of Yu Niao. Xie Xin, aloof and detached, stood at a distance, observing with a cold demeanor. It seems today's meal is destined to be a failure. His mood was rather gleeful, a sentiment that inadvertently implicated the fifth prince. The fifth prince had publicly humiliated the daughter of a court minister, and tomorrow, he would likely face a reprimand from the censorate. Perhaps Luo Yuming had spoiled the lunch of the chief minister, who was now expressing his displeasure. The censors trailing behind Xie Xin took his words as law, jotting down notes against the fifth prince. The fifth prince, feeling deflated, forced a rigid smile. I was merely jesting with Miss Yu. Surely, Lord Xie is overreacting. Upon uttering this, Even those who were usually oblivious to social cues could sense the tension crackling in the air like bolts of lightning. Ah, Xie Xin chuckled softly, as a prince. To publicly jest with virtuous women and then dismiss it as mere banter is hardly worthy of great responsibility. Gasps echoed around. How dare he publicly belittle the fifth prince? Xie Xin was indeed impervious to the jibes. Despite several attempts to forge an alliance, he remained obstinate and reckless, believing that without him, Gao Wuzhan could not ascend to the throne. Just as the fifth prince was about to retort, Xie Xin had already led the group of censors downstairs, clearly disinterested in the company of Luo Yunming and her entourage. Almost no one believed he had come for Yunniao, nor did they think he had intentionally caused Luo Yunming to suffer a greater humiliation as an act of vengeance for Yunniao. Even Yunniao herself held no such belief. Exiting the Shiwalu, Yunniao puffed her cheeks in irritation. Huang Ying, pouring oil on the fire, remarked, Miss, I fear the young master. Does he truly no longer care for you? Unaware of her mistress's displeasure, Huang Ying felt her expression insufficiently clear, adding with a touch of malice, he didn't even spare you a glance just now. Such prowess he possesses. Even today, when you are dressed so beautifully, he could ignore you entirely, while even the fifth prince was captivated. Yunniao shot Huang Ying a glare, her resentment palpable. Is it not you who failed to convey my message properly? Huang Ying hastily replied, I did convey it clearly. I informed the Luo family that you wished to rendezvous with the fifth prince at Shiwalu, prompting Miss Luo to catch you in the act. I also notified the Xie family that the fifth prince was coercing you to meet there, intending to tarnish your reputation. If I am not mistaken, last night, they acted in such a manner. How could Xie Xin remain indifferent? Yunniao suspected whether Huang Ying had miscommunicated the message. My lord, it's... The attendant, A Fu, almost let slip, quickly correcting himself. Miss you. The second young lady walked with a slight limp, her gait somewhat awkward. Despite her efforts to maintain poise, it was evident that she was in discomfort, likely due to a recent fall. If even he could discern this, how could his master, with his keen insight, fail to notice? Should we not offer to escort the second young lady? Today, the spies from the Weiyuan Marquis returned with news. Upon learning of the clandestine meeting between the fifth prince and the second young lady, his lord feigned disinterest but, for the first time, accepted an invitation from the officials of the censorate to dine at the Shirui Pavilion. When the second young lady fell just now, his lord had hastened towards her but hesitated at the crucial moment. Others may not know, but he, as his closest attendant, saw everything clearly. The carriage curtain fluttered in the wind, and Xie Xin lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of Yunniao, who was resting by the roadside. A faint smirk of derision played upon his cool lips. Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me. If you feel pity for her, you may go down and accompany her. Surely, the second young lady of the Weiyuan Marquis would not lack for a carriage. This woman is merely cunning, attempting to entrap him. A Fu opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. My lord, at this rate, you shall remain single forever. Ingo, I couldn't have been mistaken. Was that Xie Xin's carriage that just passed? It should be. Yunniao, clutching her skirt, rushed out, resolved to pursue him, inadvertently aggravating her previously injured foot. A sharp crack echoed, and her face turned ghostly pale. Miss, Huang Ying exclaimed in alarm. The commotion drew attention. Yet the carriage showed no sign of halting. Yunniao pouted, leaning on Huang Ying as she hobbled forward. That heartless man, Xie Xin, ignored her plight. His heart was as cold as ice. My lord? A Fu pulled back the side curtain and peeked outside. The second young lady has truly fallen. Are we really just going to leave? Xie Xin closed his eyes momentarily, picking up the military texts he had not finished reading. His tone impassive. Whether she falls or not is of little concern to me. I see you are quite invested. A Fu opened his mouth to respond, hesitantly suggesting, shall I call the second young lady and sistering over? Inside the carriage, only the sound of rustling pages could be heard, with no one answering his query. A Fu chuckled silently, wishing to inquire of his master whether reading a book upside down would enhance understanding, or if this was what they referred to as reciting from memory. At last, the carriage came to a stop, and a refined servant clad in a gray robe emerged, saying, Sistering, my lord requests that the second young lady board the carriage. She is injured, and my lord wishes to escort her back to the Marquis. A Fu, you speak too much. A cold voice from within the carriage interjected. Yunniao smiled lightly, seemingly unperturbed, as she adjusted her expression and cautiously climbed onto the carriage. Xie Xin, are you angry? Is the second young lady always this self-absorbed? Xie Xin set down his book and regarded her. You have an appointment with the fifth prince. Why would I be angry? She is merely a plaything, yet she truly believes she holds significance. Huh? Unionio appeared bewildered. I was referring to Luo Yunming overturning your dining table. Are you not upset? What does it have to do with me, the charming and alluring Baron? Xie Xin gazed at her with piercing eyes, suspecting that Unionio was deliberately attempting to humiliate him. Chapter 12. Acknowledging errors, however, her expression was genuinely one of confusion. As if she did not comprehend why Xie Xin mentioned her encounter with the fifth prince. This foolish woman. Xie Xin's face darkened once more. Yao. Realizing her plight, weakly leaned against the soft seat of the carriage, cradling her abdomen. Neither spoke, silence enveloped them. The carriage jolted suddenly, causing Yao to exclaim softly, curling up in response. She buried her face in her knees, trembling noticeably, suggesting a serious condition. Xie Xin furrowed his brow. What is the matter with you again? Yao replied, it hurts. Where does it hurt? In every place, my neck, my hands, my legs, and other areas as well. The last statement was mumbled, unclear to Xie Xin. Speak louder and lift your head. Why are you being so harsh? Yao glared at him, her cheeks flushed. Do you not realize what you have done? My pain is all because of you, and yet you scold me. She hugged her knees, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, disappearing into her hair. Xie Xin's heart ached slightly as he glanced at her, his expression darkening. There were words on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. It seemed that any concern he expressed would render the sincerity he had harbored over the past 3 years a mere jest. Why should Yao, after causing him such harm, appear so unrepentantly before him? How could she act as if their past grievances had never transpired? The torment of those endless nights haunted him. He had not enjoyed a single peaceful sleep in 3 years. Whenever he closed his eyes, visions of her resolute departure filled his mind. Each time he dreamt of that silhouette, he would awaken in a panic. Yao pinched her thigh until it turned blue, yet still received no comfort from Xie Xin. With a sigh of resignation, she slumped in her seat. Xie Xin, whether you believe it or not, I truly recognize my mistakes. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am sorry, I should have apologized to you long ago. And, thank you. It is not merely because you promised to save our Wei Yuan Marquis house that I express my gratitude, but rather for not hating me or seeking revenge. A soft laugh escaped her lips, laden with emotion. Xie Xin adjusted his sleeve. We have arrived. Step down. Yao bit her lip, moving to the carriage curtain. But she could not resist glancing back, her gaze fixed on his fingers hidden within his sleeve. Your hand was burned at the Sherway building. Remember to apply some burn ointment when you return. Your hands are precious. The first minister of the cabinet stands as the foremost scholar, with a deputy minister beneath him, followed by a myriad of assistant ministers, all serving under the first minister. In the present dynasty, all petitions, large and small, as well as suggestions from the populace to the emperor, are compiled by the Tongzhengxi, reported to the emperor by the Si Li Jian for review, and then submitted to the cabinet. The cabinet is responsible for drafting responses, which are then presented to the emperor for approval by the Si Li Jian before being disseminated by the 6 departments for further action. The advice of the cabinet ministers is inscribed on a piece of paper affixed to the memorial, a process referred to as ticket drafting. The emperor then annotates it in red ink, known as red annotation or scarlet comment. Presently, the 6 ministries are overseen by the ministers of the cabinet, with Xie Xin effectively serving as the head of both the cabinet and the ministries. This clearly illustrates the emperor's profound trust in him. Only such a precious and powerful hand could save the Wei Yuan Marquis from potential ruin. To prevent Xie Xin from uttering any more unpleasant remarks, she lifted the carriage curtain and departed with the assistance of Huang Ying. Precious? Ha! A mocking smile graced the man's face. My revenge against you has long since commenced. As for whether he harbored hatred, he could no longer discern. Perhaps it was indeed hatred. On the night of the mid-autumn banquet, had she not provoked him first, he had intended to sever all ties with her for the remainder of his life. Yet, she had chosen to approach him of her own accord. In the 8th year of the Great Yi dynasty, during the Lantern Festival 4 years prior, colorful banners nearly obscured the skies above Chang'an, where exquisite lanterns illuminated the night. Beneath the fiery trees and silver flowers of the sleepless city, a smile from the beauty led him to his downfall. He had thought her to be the singular light and salvation in his otherwise bleak existence, yet fate was never inclined to favor him. The name Yao echoed repeatedly on his lips, etched into his very bones, and hailed into his lungs. Upon entering the carriage, Afu found that Xie Xin had reverted to her icy demeanor, causing his previously smiling lips to fall. His master was unhappy once more. Since childhood, his master had been disinclined to laughter, and after marrying the second young lady, his mirth had diminished further. ever since separating from his wife. Afyu had not witnessed a genuine smile from his master. This reminded Afyu of the phrase walking corpse. He wished to see his master in better spirits. The only one capable of stirring any emotions within him was the second young lady. Moments ago, Sister Ing had mentioned that the second young lady seemed unwell today. Struggling to walk properly, had she perhaps sustained an injury? Did she inform the Marquis of her discomfort? Had she summoned a physician? Xie Xin's lowered gaze shifted slightly. Akin to a languorous and noble black cat, benevolently responding to Afyu's incessant chatter. Afyu was unaware of the reason behind Yu Niao's difficulty in walking, yet the culprit, Xie Xin, was acutely aware. It was due to him. Moreover, such an awkward truth was something Yu Niao had no time to conceal, let alone seek a physician's counsel. The carriage returned directly to the Xie residence. No sooner had Xie Xin entered the study than Li Wanqing approached with a bowl of restorative soup. Afyu, is my cousin in? Afyu, the son of the steward and a servant to Xie Xin since childhood, knew that the Xie family had initially been well off in the capital. However, after the death of Xie Xin's parents, his uncle Xie had seized his inheritance, squandering their wealth before beginning to mistreat him. Following the decline of the Xie family, the previous servants had departed, leaving only the steward's family loyal to Xie Xin. Thus, even after becoming the prime minister, Xie Xin retained only Afyu's family to manage the trivialities and oversee affairs. Miss Li, my master is busy. He has stated he will not receive guests. Am I not to see him either? Li Wanqing offered a gentle smile and said, I have noticed that my cousin seems quite fatigued lately. So I specially prepared a revitalizing soup to help him recover from the heat. Would it be acceptable if I took it to him and then returned? Besides, Afu, I'm not merely a guest. Li Wanqing's mother was the sister of Xie Xin's mother, and her parents tragically perished while accompanying Xie Xin's family. The Li family regarded her with disdain, considering her merely a daughter and thus not worthy of their attention. Her uncle and aunt treated her with harshness and cruelty, while the matriarch of the Li family entrusted Li Wanqing to Xie Xin before her passing. 3 years ago, after Xie Xin's divorce, she moved into the Xie household, which has since become her home. She firmly believed that in Afu's definition of guests, she did not fall into that category. Afu, please allow me to enter. Lin Wanqing was indeed not a guest, but rather the orphan of her mother's sister. Cousin, her voice was soft and soothing, capable of calming the heart. Chapter 13. The useless she dismissed the maidservant beside her and approached with a bowl of nourishing soup. I heard from the servants that you hadn't eaten much last night, so I prepared some soup for you, she began. No need, Xie Xin replied without looking up. Sifting through several large mahogany chests. What brings you here? Though she was his cousin, Xie Xin had been engrossed in his studies for the imperial examination 3 years prior, resulting in limited interaction between them. Her entrance into the household had been orchestrated entirely by Afu's father, the steward of the Xie family, Uncle Jia. Following the examination, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities by the emperor, often absent from home. Thus, Lin Wanqing had spent more time in this residence, bestowed by the emperor, than he had. Their acquaintance remained superficial, as Lin Wanqing seldom disturbed him during her idle hours. Setting the soup on the desk, she glided forward. Tomorrow, the 6th young lady of the Xiao family is hosting a flower appreciation banquet. I received an invitation, but I have heard that the Xiao family is closely aligned with the Xinfei. She wishes for the 6th young lady to wed the 4th prince. If I attend, could it be? Being a member of the Xie family, she feared that ill-intentioned individuals might whisper to the emperor, suggesting that Xie Xin had allied himself with the Xinfei. Lin Wanqing often took pride in her connection to Xie Xin, aware that the emperor favored young officials like him, whose humble origins afforded them no entanglements in court politics. His sole reliance lay with the emperor. To maintain a firm grip on imperial power, the emperor required an individual of exceptional cunning and capability, a blade in his hand. Xie Xin was that blade. She did not wish to become a reason for others to target him. Having witnessed her cousin's struggles, she was acutely aware of the challenges he faced. Naturally, she also sought to gauge Xie Xin's attitude toward her. Upon hearing her words, Xie Xin remained impassive. If you wish to go, then go. The Xiao family holds no influence over me. It could be said that Lin Wanqing overestimated her significance. Even as Xie Xin's cousin, she could not represent him. The emperor possessed an astute mind, employing individuals without suspicion. Their sovereign was indeed wise and formidable. The ambitious princes beneath him remained oblivious to his control. As the emperor's confidant, Xie Xin would not be subject to scrutiny due to Lin Wanqing. Not receiving the response she desired, Lin Wanqing's gentle smile faltered momentarily. though she quickly masked it, her gaze drifting to the garments of a nearby woman. A flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes. "Cousin, are you selecting a birthday gift for some young lady? Do share. I am quite familiar with the daughters of official families. Perhaps I could offer some insights." In the capital, she knew all the prominent young ladies. Ma Salon, the third daughter of the Ma family. Feng Ruzhen, the second daughter of the Feng family. Song Shishir, the eldest daughter of the Song family. Zhou Xueyin, the fourth daughter of the Zhou family. And that audacious second daughter of the Luo family, Luo Yunming. All of whom admired her cousin. At past banquets, they had all sought to curry favor with her. Which one, she wondered, was worthy of her cousin's thoughtful selection? Xie Xin remained silent, his head bowed as he examined the mahogany chest, lost in contemplation. Lin Wanxin, undeterred by his taciturnity, tentatively picked out 3 sets of headpieces. A set of pure white jade adorned with a pearl crown, a set crafted from pink agate featuring heavenly maidens scattering flowers, and a set embellished with gold and rubies. Gentle, lovely, and stunningly beautiful. The young ladies from the Ma and Feng families possess delicate features and favor gentle jewelry, while the young lady from the Song family is vivacious and prefers a more playful style. The strikingly beautiful and imperious young woman from the Zhou family prides herself on her beauty, believing it rivals that of her cousin's former wife, Yunniao, who is known for her avarice. Should her cousin choose any of these sets, she could easily deduce the identity of the wearer. Xie Xin's sharp, phoenix-like eyes remained downcast, perpetually inscrutable to those around him. Lin Wanxin found herself uncertain of which set captured his fancy, yet probing too insistently would only provoke his disdain. Clenching her handkerchief, she spoke softly, "Then I shall take my leave. Cousin, do not overexert yourself." As the door closed, Xie Xin caressed the ruby headpiece set in gold and glanced at the red embroidered peony-patterned chiffon dress placed beside it. "Afu, come in. Tonight." He was destined to venture into the fragrant chambers once more. "Sir, are these gifts for Miss Yuer?" Xie Xin shot a glance at Afu. "No." Then for whom?" Faced with Afu's evident skepticism, Xie Xin replied sincerely, "The storeroom is nearly full. These items hold no value for me. What is deemed useless is akin to refuse, and refuse belongs with refuse." "Oh." Afu elongated his tone, unmistakably teasing. It was the first time he had heard of the Prime Minister's storeroom being too small to accommodate a few sets of clothing and jewelry. This reasoning was rather novel. It was truly remarkable that his master could maintain such composure while fabricating excuses. "Tsk." Xie Xin frowned under Afu's knowing gaze. This servant shall prepare the horse." "Understood. Off to deliver gifts to the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence." "Oh no." To discard refuse. Outside the study, Lin Wanxin's expression shifted as she tossed aside the jade pendant casually gifted to her by Xie Xin. The young maid, puzzled, inquired, "Miss, this was given to you by the master. Why do you?" "My cousin gave it without intention. What use is it to me?" "Luzhu. Go inquire where my cousin has visited recently among the prominent families." "Yes." Mississippi Lin Wanxin gazed at the luminous moon, her fingers tightening slightly. A flicker of sternness crossing her porcelain-like face. Should any woman dare to entertain thoughts of her cousin, she would not let it go unpunished. The radiant moonlight illuminated the residence of the Marquis of Wei Yuan, where Yunniao stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy as she leaned against the window. "Miss, you need not wait. It is so late. The Prime Minister likely will not come, and you still bear injuries." Her lady, a gem of beauty, had skin so tender that even the slightest brush would leave marks. The fall she took during the day had been severe, and earlier, while bathing her, Huang Ying noticed the bruises adorning her skin, causing her heart to ache. Truly, old wounds had yet to heal, now compounded by new injuries. All the fault of the son-in-law. I do not wait for him. I simply cannot sleep. Only a few days remained since the day of her family's misfortune in her past life. Xie Xin's indifference towards her leaves Yinniao in a state of uncertainty. Will the Wei Yuanho residence be spared this time? Sigh. Gazing at the bamboo stool while gently swinging her delicate, snow-white feet, she lamented to Ying Er. "You know, my lady is as beautiful as a celestial being, yet this wretched man Xie Xin treats me so." "Like a wretched man?" Just then, the wretched man appeared in her chamber, his deep-set eyes resembling a frozen lake, exuding an air of icy menace. "Are you insulting me?" Startled, Yinniao flailed her feet in panic, losing her balance and tumbling directly to the floor. Lately, it seems she has developed a vendetta against the ground. Chapter 14. I marry you, miss. Huang Ying's mouth could fit an egg, and she immediately wanted to rush over to support her. But she was rooted to the spot by Xie Xin's piercing gaze. At that moment, she deeply realized that the person before her was the current prime minister, wielding immense power and controlling the fates of countless officials. He was no longer the casual son-in-law she could treat as she pleased. Yu Niao grimaced, clutching her lower back in mock pain. No, no, no. I meant that Inger is a dog. She is an adorable little puppy, huh? In a bid to convince him that she hadn't insulted him, she kicked Huang Ying, as if urging her to do something to prove she was indeed a dog. To her surprise, Huang Ying understood, raising her little paws to her chin. Woof, woof, woof. Yu Niao laughed heartily, patting Huang Ying's head. Xie Xin, look. Isn't Ingo adorable? Ha ha. Xie Xin took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the urge to turn and leave. His master had become so foolish. He had no expectation that the maid would be any smarter. He pressed his forehead and called out, Afu. Afu, who had been waiting outside, hurried in upon hearing his name, but dared not look around, quickly placing the items down before retreating. Before he left, he discreetly signaled Huang Ying to join him outside. They were old acquaintances, after all. Huang Ying glanced at Yu Niao, saw her nod, and then stepped out, closing the door behind her. What is all this? Yu Niao glared at the bundles. Xie Xin, you don't intend to elope with me, do you? I assure you, I will not leave until the crisis at the Wei Yuanhou residence is resolved. You might as well give up that thought. This is for you. Betrothal gifts? Yu Niao is even more incensed. Do you have any sense of honor? You want me to marry you before you've saved us at the Wei Yuanhou residence? What do you mean by that? Xie Xin was utterly exasperated. He opened several bundles, revealing a dazzling array of jewels and treasures that nearly blinded Yu Niao. There was a delicate green grasshopper adorned with pearls and a golden hairpin, a gold and ruby double phoenix hair ornament, and a set of natural jade pieces inlaid with pearls from the East China Sea. The exquisite brocade skirts, the layered pearl and gauze skirts, and the embroidered skirts of vibrant colors. Every piece of clothing and jewelry seemed to align perfectly with her aesthetic. I will marry you. Yu Niao spoke earnestly. Xie Xin, I am willing to marry you because you have given me so much. Her sincere demeanor genuinely pleased Xie Xin. Softening his tone as he retorted, the Prime Minister's wife will not bear the surname stupid. Oomph. Yu Niao laughed triumphantly. That's quite the stubborn remark. The Prime Minister's wife will bear the surname Yu. How could she possibly be called stupid? Wait, are you insulting me? Xie Xin replied, truly two foolish pigs. One pig is insufficient to describe your stupidity. Never mind. Yu Niao, unaware of his inner thoughts, waved her hand graciously, her eyes sparkling with joy as she adorned herself with the jewelry. In light of your generous gifts, even if you insult me, I shall be magnanimous and not hold it against you. Her smile radiated with brilliance, embodying the heartfelt joy that Xie Xin once yearned for, a cherished one's sincere laughter. That smile was so pure and exquisite that it stirred an impulse within her to obliterate it. In the long corridor of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence, a beautiful woman swayed gracefully towards them. Huang Ying, acting as a lookout, spotted the lady from afar and swiftly kicked a Fu into a nearby chamber. A Fu poked his head out, about to utter an expletive, only to be roughly shoved back by Huang Ying. My lady is coming. You must hide quickly. If she discovers that the young lady is meeting a man at this hour, she might faint from shock. And if she learns that it is her former son-in-law, Xie Xin, with whom the young lady is clandestinely rendezvousing, it would surely jolt her from her stupor. Huang Ying lowered her voice but ensured that those in the room could hear. Miss, the lady is approaching. My mother? What brings her here at such a late hour? Ah, no, this is not the time for such thoughts. Yu Niao, anxious, leapt up from her seat, hastily sweeping her elegant garments and jewelry into her embrace, tossing them onto the bed and then pulling the quilt to cover herself. Her movements were swift. She swiftly removed her outerwear, ensuring everything was meticulously arranged before tugging at Xie Xin's collar, bending the noble head of the chief minister down. Xie Xin was mistaken. Yu Niao was not a mere pig, but rather a fierce bull. Bang! The wardrobe door slammed shut, and before Xie Xin could utter a word, he found himself engulfed in darkness. The confined space momentarily stifled his breath, evoking memories of being locked in a cattle pen during his childhood. Niao. Are you still awake? Mother, not yet. What brings you here at this hour? Madam, who produced a pink invitation from her sleeve, her voice tinged with indignation. The Xiao family sent this invitation today, requesting that we, mother and daughter, attend the flower viewing banquet tomorrow. Do they think I am oblivious to their intentions? It is merely to gloat over the fifth prince's engagement to the Luo family and Xie Xin's meteoric rise, reveling in the misfortunes of our Wei Yuan Marquis residence. Fearing that Yu Niao might overthink, She grasped her hand with a tender expression. Niao Niao. Your father is right. Rather than allowing them to maliciously speculate and harm us from behind, we should confront them openly. So they understand that had it not been for the fifth prince's humble overtures and relentless flattery, you would not have fallen for his deception. Her lengthy discourse was aimed at preventing Yu Niao Niao from feeling disheartened, encouraging her to emerge from the shadow of losing the fifth prince. My dear Niao Niao is exceptionally beautiful. Those women in the inner chamber are envious of your allure and wary of you. Thus, when you are downcast, they all wish to take a jab at you. Wasn't the Shao family once the governor of Shuntian? Those young maidens from the Shao family used to fawn over you, trailing behind you like devoted followers. Now, having merely secured a fourth-rank position as the governor, they wish to mock you. Truly, they are nothing but a troop of clowns. Yu Niao Niao understood that the Shao family's arrogance did not stem from their promotion, but rather from the fact that the virtuous consort in the palace had taken a fancy to Zhao's sixth daughter. In her past life, Zhao's sixth miss, Xiao Painting, had indeed become the fourth prince's consort. Earlier, she had positioned herself as the fifth prince's consort, which had undoubtedly offended the virtuous consort and the fourth prince. Now that the Shao family had allied with the fourth prince, it was only natural for her to align her actions with the wishes of both the virtuous consort and the fourth prince. How effortless it is to tarnish the reputation of a discarded woman. If the Marquis of Wei Yuan were still the esteemed, valiant general favored by the emperor, there might have been a chance for reconciliation. However, now that the Marquis has fallen from grace, it is only fitting that grievances are avenged and enmities repaid. I heed my mother's words. Yu Niao Niao smiled softly. Rest assured, mother. I have come to a realization. The fifth prince's affections towards me were merely a means to secure my father's military power. Such feigned sentiments are not worthy of my sorrow. Should anyone foolishly attempt to insult our esteemed Wei Yuan Marquis tomorrow, I shall ensure they pay dearly for their insolence. Chapter 15. Schemes. This is indeed the admirable daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis, who observed her daughter closely. Noticing that there was no trace of fear or sorrow in her expression, she realized her words were not mere pretense, which delighted her immensely. My daughter shines like a brilliant pearl. Tomorrow, let the women of the Shao family become mere accessories to your presence, so they may comprehend the folly they once dismissed. Yu Niao Niao nodded in agreement. I will heed Mother's words. The upcoming flower banquet at the Shao residence held little significance for her. She longed for her mother to return swiftly so she could unveil the esteemed minister hidden within her wardrobe. It was likely the first time such a distinguished man had been stowed away by a woman. A delicate, sweet fragrance wafted through the air, infiltrating Xie Xin's senses as he pressed against the wardrobe door, his veins visibly straining. Yet, that fragrance enveloped him, and the conversation between the Wei Yuan Marquis' wife and Yu Niao Niao momentarily pulled him from the depths of his despair, infusing warmth into his heart. After a brief moment, the pain in his fingertips eased, and the tumultuous blood coursing through him gradually settled. Just then, the wardrobe door creaked open, allowing a stream of light to flood in. Xie Xin instinctively shut his eyes, beads of perspiration forming at his brow. Yu Niao Niao observed his long, thick eyelashes tremble and, almost unconsciously, reached for her handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his face. Just as the cloth was about to touch him, he suddenly opened his eyes, the suppressed emotions within startling her. I will wipe the sweat myself. Xie Xin glanced at her, stepped out of the wardrobe, and took the silk handkerchief. Allow me, he said casually, wiping his sweat before tucking the cloth into his embrace. Yu Niao Niao intended to ask for it back, but he preempted her, stating, Since we are to attend the banquet tomorrow, it would be prudent to rest early. I shall take my leave. His silhouette vanished into the night. Oh well. Perhaps I shall embroider another handkerchief. At the Xie residence, Mississippi, Green Pearl anxiously gazed at Lin Wanxin, her demeanor filled with trepidation as she bowed her head. I inquired about the horses, and the servant mentioned. What did they say? Lin Wanxin sat before the mirror, her slender fingers delicately combing her lustrous black hair with a fine jade comb, enhancing her gentle and pristine appearance. Green Pearl, trembling, knelt on the ground, her forehead pressed firmly against the floor, her voice quavering. The gentleman has gone to the Wei Yuan Marquis. Crash. The jade comb that had been in her grasp shattered beside Green Pearl. A sharp pain surged through her cheek as if blood flowed, yet she dared not touch it. Yu Niao Niao. The following day, Yu Niao Niao woke late, feeling refreshed after applying the medicine sent by Xie Xin. The discomfort that had plagued her vanished upon rising. After enjoying lunch with her father and mother, Yu Yinin had the servants bring over clothing and jewelry. The Wei Yuan Marquis was not as resplendent as before. The Marquis idled at home, living off the modest salary of a third-rank marquis. In such a large family, comprising over 100 individuals, sustaining their livelihood solely through salaries and the dowry from the Hu family proves to be quite a challenge, resulting in a rather strained financial situation. Fortunately, the legitimate daughter of the Wei Yuan marquis, Yu Nin, is wed to the wealthiest merchant in Dai, who also happens to be an imperial merchant from the Yi family. Yu Nin's husband is the eldest and sole son of the Yi family, thus bestowing upon Uniao, her sister-in-law, a position of considerable esteem within the household. As the esteemed matron of the Yi family, it is completely acceptable for Yu Nin to present her maternal family with a few exquisite garments and adornments, and none dare utter a word of reproach. While this is the public facade, the underlying machinations remain uncertain. Despite Yu Nin's heartfelt affection for her sister, Uniao feels only betrayed. The garments sent by the Yi family, while undeniably beautiful, pale in comparison to those bestowed by Xie Xin, which are far more luxurious and resplendent, a true testament to grandeur, having been awarded from the palace. The ensemble of the scarlet silk gown embroidered with golden flowers cascading to the ground, paired with the golden headdress adorned with pearls from the Eastern Sea, could effortlessly outshine all the young ladies present tonight. Xiao Xiaolume wished to witness her despondence and revel in her misfortune. But Uniao is determined to show her who truly embodies the folly. As dusk descends, the entrance of the Xiao residence buzzes with the clamor of carriages and the glow of countless lanterns. The guests, predominantly women from noble families, are accompanied by various young gentlemen who have come along with their mothers and sisters. Although it is termed a flower-viewing banquet, it also serves as a matchmaking event. The favored consort of the palace, known for her penchant for orchestrating such unions, has opted to delegate this year's matchmaking to the Xiao family, conveying her intentions through them. Uniao, indifferent to these intricacies, is solely focused on delivering a resounding rebuttal. "Madam, what shall we do?" fretted a maidservant beside Yu Nin. "The attire and jewelry of the young princess from the Bailing Duke's family are identical to what I sent to the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence. If the second young lady arrives dressed thus, someone of her stature will surely harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her. The Bailing Duke, a first-rank noble, is a descendant of the founding heroes who served under the revered emperor, having held the title for 3 generations. The current duke has valiantly defended Bailing on 3 occasions against the formidable forces of the Liao, earning him distinction and honor. Though the duke resides far from the capital, his son and daughter remain in the city, with the heir being nurtured within the palace and enjoying the emperor's favor. The young princess is known for her haughty demeanor and unreasonable disposition. Those who offend her seldom meet a favorable end. Yu Nin has heard tales of the young princess's arrogance, which surpasses even that of a royal. Furthermore, she is exceedingly particular about her attire. Encountering Uniao in the same gown could provoke her to strip Uniao of her garments on the spot. At this juncture, Yu Nin can comprehend that she has fallen victim to a scheme. No, it is more accurate to say that this intrigue is aimed at her sister. Suddenly, the maid exclaimed, "Madam, it is Princess Yaohua. Why has she emerged again? Did she not just go inside? Otherwise, she would not have witnessed Princess Yaohua adorned in the very same delicate, lavender-embroidered gown she had gifted to her sister." Fearing her sister might inadvertently cross paths with the princess, she hastily awaited at the entrance, accompanied by her maid. "You have not deceived this princess, have you? Xie Xin truly intends to arrive?" A strikingly beautiful young lady, exuding an air of arrogance, stood at the threshold. "Dare to mislead this princess, and I shall have your eyes plucked from their sockets to serve as balls for my amusement." Xiao Pington stood beside her. Who would dare to deceive the princess? The prime minister will indeed come. Behind them trailed 3 or 4 familiar young ladies. Yu Nin surmised that the one who orchestrated the delicate designs was likely among them, for otherwise they would not have coaxed the already present princess back out. "The prime minister's carriage has arrived," someone called out. Chapter 16. The banquet. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices, as both those who had just alighted from their carriages and those who had hurried out to greet Xie Xin turned their gazes toward a singular direction. The carriage of the Xie family was both antiquated and understated, without the family crest engraved upon its body. One would hardly associate it with the formidable power of the prime minister. Yet, this unassuming vehicle, upon closer inspection, would astonish anyone with a discerning eye due to the exquisite wood from which it was crafted. The dragon-sourced wood, impervious to decay for a millennium, exuded a crisp fragrance that mirrored Xie Xin's own dignified aura. However, this precious wood was traditionally reserved for royal tribute, accessible solely to the emperor. Had it not been bestowed by His Majesty, Xie Xin would not have dared to indulge in such extravagance, a testament to his esteemed place in the emperor's heart. The carriage came to a halt before the grand entrance of the Xiao family, attracting the attention of the assembled crowd. Lord Xiao, the head of the family and the governor of Shuntian, promptly approached to welcome the esteemed guest. Xiao Pingting followed her elder, while Princess Yao Huan naturally positioned herself ahead of Xiao Pingting. The carriage curtain was drawn aside by a fu, revealing an exceptionally noble man. He donned a dark silk robe adorned with embroidered ocean wave patterns, the threads shimmering in the light, transforming the seemingly plain fabric into a tapestry of subtle splendor. Those who initially deemed the Prime Minister's attire too modest soon recognized that his simplicity was laced with luxury, regardless of the opulence or ordinariness of his garments. The mere appearance of Xie Xin's strikingly handsome visage rendered all else mere backdrop, even devoid of romantic feelings towards him. One could not help but feel a rush of warmth upon gazing at his face. The self-proclaimed beauties of the day felt eclipsed in his presence. They could not rival Xie Xin's allure. The arrival of the esteemed Prime Minister truly illuminated the humble abode of the Xiao family. Lord Xiao beamed with joy. Akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, I have prepared fine wines and delicacies for you. Prime Minister, please, do enter. Xie Xin inclined his head slightly, turning to gaze behind him. The crowd followed his line of sight to the carriage behind. Dressed in a flowing white gown, exuding gentleness and tranquility, Lin Wan Xin descended from the carriage. Greeted by her circle of noble friends, Princess Yao Hua praised Lin Wan Xin with an inscrutable expression. It appears Xie Xin shares a rather close bond with his cousin. Just as the gathered company believed they could finally proceed inside, a servant announced, "The House of Wei Yuan has arrived." The mention of the Wei Yuan marquis elicited a frown from Princess Yao Hua as she turned to Xiao Pingting. "Did you send an invitation to the Wei Yuan marquis?" Once a figure of immense prestige, commanding substantial military power, that was a long time ago. Were it not for the notorious Yu Niao stirring commotion in the capital, they would have long forgotten such a personage. Xiao Pingting scoffed. "I never expected her to have the audacity to come." Xie Xin's gaze flickered momentarily before he withdrew his attention, stepping forward into the estate amidst a throng of officials. Yu Yin, anxious that her sister might descend from the carriage clad in her ethereal gown, hurried over, Niao, you, before she could finish. The curtain was pulled aside by Huang Ying. Gasped, "Was that truly Yu Niao? Wasn't it said that she was abandoned by the fifth prince?" Weeping inconsolably and looking utterly haggard? I have also heard that she pined for Xie Xin, yet he paid her no heed, driving her into a state of illness. Does she truly resemble someone who weeps endlessly and is gravely ill? Has she transformed into a seductive vixen? How can she appear so vastly more beautiful than the Yu Niao I once knew? Miss Yu is the epitome of divine beauty. Those who dare to compare themselves to her are nothing but laughable imitators, akin to Dong Shi imitating Shi Shi. Princess Yao Hua had never before encountered Yu Niao, yet her reputation had reached her ears on several occasions. No one had ever mentioned to her that Yu Niao possessed such extraordinary beauty. Although she considered herself well-versed in the world, having seen countless beauties, Yu Niao truly was the most exquisite woman she had ever laid eyes upon. Clad in a scarlet silk gown embroidered with golden flowers, the hem of her dress trailed gracefully on the ground, leaving a delicate trace upon the stone path. Under the moonlight, the fabric shimmered with vibrant hues, radiating a dazzling brilliance with every movement. The crown adorned with pearls from the eastern sea was worn imperiously upon her head, overshadowing the brilliance of all the other ladies present. Yet, what could not be overlooked was her face. With a smile gracing her rosy complexion, a hint of charm between her brows, a delicate nose, and cherry-red lips. Her skin gleamed like white jade. Her eyes, both lifted and lowered, exuded a tender innocence that stirred one's soul, invoking a desire to offer her the very best of the world, wishing to shield her from even the slightest gust or raindrop. She resembled a fragile white flower swaying in the wind, evoking sympathy, like the enchanting peach blossoms of March, alluring and captivating. Or like the blooming peonies that commanded one's gaze. Lin Wanxin listened to the envious and jealous murmurs around her. Her eyes fixed on the gown worn by Yu Niao, her grip tightening on the silk handkerchief in her hand. "Oh, Miss Yu has also arrived?" A stunning young woman emerged behind Lin Wanxin, blocking Yu Niao's path. "I heard that you fell into the water during the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet because you were heartbroken over the fifth prince's rejection. I hope you haven't caught a cold to pass on to us." Yu Niao halted on the steps, smiling sweetly at her. "And you are? Who? Such a foul mouth you have." No matter her current plight, she was still the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wei Yuan. with connections either to the princes or to Xie Xin. So, who was this woman spewing such filth? Laughter erupted from the crowd, evidently at the expense of Zhou Shuiyan. It was well known that Zhou Shuiyan harbored affections for the prime minister, which was hardly surprising, considering the number of women in the Great Yi dynasty who admired Xie Xin, almost enough to fill the borders of the Western Liang kingdom. However, she was the only one who consistently compared her beauty to that of Yu Niao. Indeed, Zhou Shuiyan was beautiful, with few among the women attending the banquet able to rival her. Yet, everyone had eyes, while she was indeed lovely. She could not be compared to the divine beauty of Yu Niao. Yu Niao was the woman who incited the princes to fight fiercely for her affection, the stunning ex-wife who lingered in Xie Xin's thoughts, and a bewitching beauty feared even by the emperor for inciting discord among brothers. The derisive laughter from those around her left Zhou Shuiyan feeling humiliated. She suppressed her anger. I was merely jesting with Miss Yu. Why are you so quick to anger? Such a lack of decorum. Although Niao possessed a slender physique, she was remarkably tall and graceful. From her elevated position, she cast a scornful glance at Zhou Shuiyan and calmly inquired, "Are you anxious when a dog bites you? Who do you dare to call a dog?" Zhou Shuiyan's face flushed with anger, and her voice grew hoarse as she retorted, Niao, you wretched. A good dog knows its place." Anticipating the insult, Niao forcefully pushed past Zhou Shuiyan, declaring, "Step aside." It was her own affair to stand at the door and be the object of ridicule. Niao had no intention of indulging her. Chapter 17. The abandoned wife Zhou Shuiyan was so infuriated by her that she was on the verge of tears. Lin Wanxin sighed and consoled her. "Tonight's star is Miss Xiaolu. Why must you trouble yourself and cause your own distress?" She was indeed too arrogant. Zhou Shuiyan glared at the retreating figure of Niao, remarking, "In the past, the fifth prince doted on her, and we indulged her. Does she truly believe we fear her? With a mere feather, she pretends to wield authority, truly a case of a fox borrowing a tiger's might." "All right. Let's not dwell on it," Lin Wanxin replied gently, smiling. "We should head inside soon. I've heard that the virtuous consort has bestowed several exquisite pots of rare peonies for this flower appreciation banquet. We should secure a good spot, or we'll only be left with a view of the crowd." "You are the best, Wanxin," Zhou Shuiyan pouted. "Unlike that Niao. What is so grand about a fallen woman? Stop it. If she hears you, we'll be in for a scolding." Lin Wanxin disliked hearing others call Niao a fallen woman, as it not only insulted her cousin's taste, but also brought to mind Xie Xin, a name she loathed being associated with Niao. Did her cousin only deserve to be linked with such a term? "Fine, I want to say another word." Zhou Shuiyan acquiesced. "You are too kind-hearted. If I had such a former sister-in-law, I would surely skin her alive," Zhou Haiyan teased. The group followed the crowd into the Shao residence. The banquet was set in the back garden, where the flowers were in full bloom, filling the air with their enchanting fragrance, creating a delightful atmosphere. Several familiar ladies were seated together with their daughters, engaged in lively conversation. This was quite awkward, for all the ladies and young misses in the garden seemed to have conspired to exclude Madame Wei Yuan and Niao from their circle. Mrs. Hu, enraged, clenched her fists and cast a dark glance at the crowd, causing many who had previously fawned over her to avert their eyes uncomfortably. Her face flushed with anger. She grew even more resentful of Mrs. Hu and Niao. Mrs. Hu observed their expressions with a cold smile, leading Niao into a pavilion. "What are you doing here?" one of the noble women complained. "Do you not see we are in the midst of conversation?" Mrs. Hu gently settled Niao down and adjusted her hair, smiling sweetly. "Is this your home? Is this banquet arranged by you? Must I seek your permission for where I sit?" With 3 pointed questions, she left the woman speechless. On the contrary, Niao regarded the aggrieved young ladies and timidly inquired, "Are you truly going to remain here?" Her delicate gesture of smoothing her hair was breathtaking, drawing gasps from the young gentlemen standing nearby. Niao smiled faintly. "With me present, I fear you young ladies may not receive a single glance tonight. Does this truly not affect your prospects?" She was being deliberately mischievous, having noted that these young ladies had been the most vocal in deriding her alongside Zhou Shuiyan just moments prior. At the flower pavilion, several young girls, their faces aflame with indignation, approached to join Princess Yaohua and Lin Wanxin. What is happening? She truly believes herself to be a pure and ethereal fairy, convinced that any man would inevitably fall for her. How utterly shameless. To onlookers, she is merely a plaything, yet she revels in her own delusion, bringing shame upon our gender. It is perplexing what she finds so infuriating. The chancellor disregards her, and the fifth prince has no interest in her. In the grand scheme of the Yi, she is the only discarded woman left. Perhaps she seeks to entice a few affluent young gentlemen while she is still youthful. After all, she is already 18 and considered an old maid. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the crowd. Indeed, a commodity waiting for the right price does not merit comparison with us. These esteemed young ladies, still unmarried and the eldest among them no more than 15, render Yu Niao a faded flower in comparison. Zhou Shuiyan's eyes darted. Wan Xin, as the cousin of Lord Xie, has he ever mentioned Yu Niao during your time together? As she posed this question, the pavilion was filled with eager gazes directed at Lin Wanxin. Lin Wanxin's heart raced, her eyes heavy. I have never heard my cousin mention Miss Yu. Strangely enough, she was once my sister-in-law. But by the time I entered the household, my cousin had already divorced her, thus my acquaintance with Miss Yu is minimal. Whether he never mentioned her because he never loved her, or because his heart still aches with unspoken love, unable to even utter her name, remains uncertain. Regardless, they shared a past that left Zhou Shuiyan with a lingering discomfort. Yet, she was not the only one harboring jealousy. Surrounding Lin Wanxin were admirers of Xie Xin, who previously exchanged barbs with one another, now united in a common disdain. Why not invite Miss Yu to join our conversation? Miss Xiao Lu is hosting a banquet today, and out of respect for her, we ought not to leave Miss Yu isolated, proposed a sister from the Zhou family. One charming young lady, with a gentle visage, inquired. But who will extend the invitation to Miss Yu? Princess Yaohua found amusement in the situation. Ma Silan was quite intriguing, eager to push someone else into the spotlight. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Niao remained oblivious to their schemes. Yu Yining sighed in relief. Fortunately, you did not wear the dress I gifted you. I wonder who could be so malicious as to wish for you to compete with Princess Yaohua. While my sister's beauty may be unrivaled, it is precisely this that makes it daunting. Princess Yaohua is not easy to deal with, even if Yu Niao survives. She will emerge unscathed. However, that dress, I cannot help but feel it is not of ordinary quality. Who bestowed it upon you? Given the current circumstances of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence, it is unlikely that you purchased it yourself. Yu Niao's gaze flickered. It was a gift from someone else. Thanks to Xie Xin, she narrowly escaped yet another calamity that evening. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Yu Yining refrained from pressing further and instead steered the conversation toward which young gentlemen possessed good looks and character, seemingly intent on matchmaking. Madam, who nodded in agreement, let us lower our expectations. We need not be confined to lineage, but we cannot settle for someone of poor standing, lest our Niao endure hardship in our marriage. It is preferable to find a charming young gentleman who is exceptionally wealthy, orphaned, and possesses an abundance of property and assets. Is this truly considered lowering one's expectations? Yu Niao feels that her mother's demands are certainly not modest. However, her sister seems to hold a different viewpoint. Mother, being orphaned, affluent, and owning a residence, should also mean there cannot be a younger sister-in-law in the household. With such criteria, I shall encourage my husband to explore his options further. Explore his options further? One suitor does not suffice. She desires a plethora for her to choose from. Mother, sister, I. Just then, Miss Yu, a maidservant dressed as a young lady, interrupted the conversation among the three with a request. Our esteemed princess wishes to speak with you. Chapter 18. A fight, Your Highness? Yu Yining furrowed her brow. My younger sister is not acquainted with the princess. Is she seeking trouble? The clever maid hurriedly smiled and replied, precisely because they are unfamiliar. The princess has sent me to invite Miss Yu. My lady has long admired Miss Yu from afar and hopes that you will not take offense at her request for companionship. Given that the esteemed princess of Balan had lowered herself to such an extent, it would be rather insensitive of Yu Niao to remain hesitant. Niao, I shall accompany you. Yu Yining, as the lady of the Yi family, held a significant status. Although merchants have traditionally been viewed as lowly, those who achieve unimaginable wealth, becoming the foremost merchants of the realm, can no longer be confined by such notions. The Yi family's enterprises span the entire empire, even extending to foreign lands. And even the emperor treated them with deference. How could the Princess Yaohua do otherwise? Surely she must show some respect to the Yi family. No need, replied the elder matriarch of the Yi family, who had been casting glances in their direction, seemingly wishing to summon Yu Yining back. Yu Niao smiled and rose. Since the princess has extended such a gracious invitation, how could I refuse? Sister, please proceed to the Yi family. I shall be fine. In the male guest area, as the fourth prince, the evening's host, basked in the attention of the gathered guests, the flattery did little to distract him from his purpose. He raised a glass of wine, toasting to Xie Xin, esteemed minister, I offer you a cup. Xie Xin languidly leaned back in his chair, finishing his drink in one gulp. The fourth prince gestured discreetly to the beautiful maid behind Xie Xin, who tilted the wine jug, pouring it near his legs. "I am Wan Mei, here to serve you, my lord." Her voice was melodious and enchanting, her figure graceful and slender. Moments earlier, she had stood in the shadows, and upon her reveal, the guests gasped in astonishment, noting her resemblance to the second Miss Yu. What was the fourth prince's intention? Xie Xion's fingers tightened around the glass, turning pale as he crossed his legs to evade Wan Mei's touch. Is the fourth prince hosting this banquet to insult a humble official? The atmosphere momentarily froze. Xie Xion's blatant disregard for the prince's dignity was striking. Yet, the prince possessed the audacity to withstand such affronts. Crash! The wine jug tipped, spilling its contents over Xie Xion. "My lord, please do not be angry." Wan Mei knelt on the ground, her expression one of panic. "It is all my fault. I have long admired you and sought this opportunity to serve, yet I did not realize my actions would provoke such displeasure. I deserve punishment." The beauty's tears fell, evoking sympathy. "Lord Xie, she is but a lowly maid. Surely you possess the magnanimity to overlook the missteps of a young girl. Indeed, her appearance is a gift from her parents, not a choice of her own, is it not?" The crowd chimed in, urging peace. The fourth prince awkwardly added, "This is a lapse in Lord Yao's arrangements. I shall apologize on his behalf with a toast." Xie Xian, maintaining a frosty demeanor, downed another glass and carelessly tossed the cup onto the table. "I have soiled my garments. I must take my leave to change." "Thank you, my lord. Allow me to escort you for a change." "No need," Xie Xian replied, rising without casting her a glance. "Afu, fetch me some clean clothes from the carriage." "Yes, my lord." With purposeful strides, Xie Xian departed the gathering. The eldest son of the Shao family approached the fourth prince, his expression grave. It seems Xie Xian is indeed indifferent towards Yao. Even the sight of a woman resembling her provokes such wrath. "I had hoped to exploit Yao, but it appears he is not easily swayed." "Humph." The fourth prince raised an eyebrow. "Not necessarily." The eldest son of the Shao family's eyes brightened. "What do you imply, your highness? When have you seen Xie Xian angered by any matter?" "Well, never. This is merely a fade for my benefit." The fourth prince clasped his hands behind his back, chest puffed. "He pretends to despise her, hoping to dissuade me from acting against Yao. If he wishes to protect her, how could he be deemed heartless?" "Oh, I see." The eldest son of the Shao family chuckled knowingly. "Your highness, your insight is remarkable." The fourth prince shot him a sidelong glance. "Spare me the flattery. Just ensure you carry out this task effectively, and you shall be rewarded." Indeed. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the fragrance of blossoms. After led Xie Xian onward. "My lord, earlier, you clearly were not angry. Why feign such fury?" Xie Xian strolled leisurely. "They seek to exploit my vulnerabilities, so I shall lay them bare." "What is amiss with that?" "But," Afu hesitated, "wound tea that bring considerable trouble, even danger, to Miss Yu?" Yet under the icy, emotionless gaze of Xie Xian, Afu dared not continue. Yao, with your sharp tongue, I have long wished to teach you a lesson." "Hold her." Slap. A muffled cry escaped a woman's lips, positioned behind a rockery. Xie Xian and Afu were effectively concealed. Zhou Shuiyan commanded several maidservants to seize Yao's hands. With her lithe form, Yao swiftly retaliated, delivering a kick to Zhou Shuiyan's chest, bringing tears to her eyes. Xie Xian understood that Yao was deliberate in her provocation. She was no easy opponent. Ma Xilan scoffed, bypassing Zhou Shuiyan to grasp Yao's hair. The pinned Huanging covered her face, realizing the gravity of the situation. The hairstyle she wore today was a personal creation of her mistress, who cherished it dearly. Thud. A small stone struck the leg of a maid grasping Yao's arm. Startled, she released her hold, clutching her knee. Seizing the moment, Yao caught Ma Xilan's hair and forcefully shook it, loosening her coiffure. "Ah!" Ma Xilan cried, her scalp reddening from the tug. Zhou Shuiyan clutched her chest. "Song Shi, Feng Ruzhen, do you not also detest her? Why do you not act?" The two girls, named, glanced at the ferocious Yao and instinctively recoiled 2 steps. "Is this all you are capable of?" Yao wiped the blood trickling from her nose, shaking off another maid, her hands gripping Ma Xilan tightly, unwilling to let go. "I had thought you might possess at least the audacity of Luo Yunming, daring enough to push me into the water to drown. Do you think such childish scuffles will intimidate me? Yao, do not be so smug." Who doesn't he know that the fifth prince and Xie Xin have no interest in you, no matter how you flaunt yourself? Neither Lord Xie nor the fifth prince are within your reach. And what if I do desire them? Yu Niao forcefully shoved Ma Xilan aside. Today, I shall declare to you all, not only do I aspire for Xie Xin, but I also intend to make him mine, so that whenever you think of me, it will be with teeth clenched in hatred, yet you will be powerless to change my fate. Chapter 19. Injustice you. How utterly shameless you are to utter such words. You all possess some sense of dignity, yet you dare to confront me and assault me. If you had the audacity, why not confront Xie Xin instead? Go and offer yourselves to him to elicit his compassion. If successful, I would be of no concern to you. Her words. If they had the courage to challenge Xie Xin, why then lecture her here? Cough, cough, cough. Afyu was so startled by Yu Niao that he accidentally swallowed his saliva, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Fearing discovery, he quickly covered his mouth and glanced at his master. As expected, his master's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Why does Miss Yu insist on speaking in such a shocking manner? Who is there? However, Afyu's loud cough inevitably drew attention. Xie Xin had no intention of hiding, walking out from behind the rockery with unwavering focus. Xie, Master Xie, the chief minister wouldn't he have witnessed us bullying Yu Niao, would he? Xie Xin's gaze was frigid, yet there seemed to be something else concealed within it. Yu Niao, feeling guilty, could tell he was far from pleased. Princess Yaohua, look, this is the renowned Guanquanfang, a flower of dual colors, red and white, exceedingly rare, bestowed by the virtuous imperial consort. Guanquanfang is cultivated by the palace's skilled artisans, a technique unmatched outside these walls. Only 2 pots were produced. One was sent to the Empress Dowager's Shokong Palace, and the other was gifted to the imperial consort. The Empress, being the niece of the Empress Dowager, had her pot sent to Kuan Ning Palace to preserve the Empress's dignity. This information is known to but a select few. Most attendees at today's banquet are utterly unaware. Yet, observing such a precious peony, one can discern that only the Empress and the virtuous consort possess it, highlighting the favor bestowed upon the consort. From around the corner, a group emerged, including Princess Yaohua, Lin Wanxin, and Xiao Pingqing. Cousin? Lin Wanxin queried in surprise as she approached. What brings you here? Xie Xin's eyes darkened slightly, his emotions inscrutable. Afyu hastily interjected. The master was just splashed with wine, and I was about to escort him to the carriage for a change of clothes. How do we end up here? Afyu suddenly realized he had unwittingly followed his master without direction. It was he who had taken the wrong path. Surely, it could not be that his master had deliberately come here. He must have also misjudged the way. Confounded servant. As Afyu spoke, he immediately sensed several sharp, unfriendly gazes piercing through him. Xie Xin shifted, positioning himself protectively in front of Afyu. The sixth miss has hosted a banquet. She should ensure the safety of her guests, rather than allowing them to be assaulted by uncouth individuals. This was not merely a one-sided assault. It was mutual, as both the assailants and the assaulted bore injuries. Given the relationship between Xie Xin and Yu Niao, everyone assumed he referred to the guests as Ma Xilan and Zhou Shuyan. The uncouth individuals, without a doubt, were Yu Niao. Only Lin Wanxin cast her gaze down upon the fallen Huang Ying and the bloodied Yu Niao. Xiao Pingting's face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at the unrepentant Yu Niao, gritting her teeth and declaring, "The Prime Minister is correct. Henceforth, the guests at Pingting's banquets will be meticulously selected. How could an impolite individual be allowed to appear before the esteemed and noble?" Yu Niao rolled her eyes, having no intention of attending. This Xiao Pingying, who evidently harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, had deliberately summoned her under the pretense of Princess Yaohua's invitation. Upon her arrival, she discovered that there was no Princess Yaohua to speak of. Before she could even reach the waterside pavilion, several matrons had surged forth, forcibly bringing her to this secluded spot. The individual masquerading as Princess Yaohua's maid had long since vanished. The only one capable of orchestrating the disappearance of a maid was none other than the Xiao family, the hosts of this banquet. Among the Xiao sisters, it was the sixth Miss Xiao who bore the greatest malice towards her. Even if she pointed a finger at Xiao Pingting, it would be in vain, as her accusations would lack substantiation. That wretched man, Xie Xin, despite their past intimacy, had chosen this moment to add insult to injury, surely an act of retribution. He was indeed not easily placated. In an instant, Yu Niao found herself the subject of ridicule. The beaten Ma Xilan and Zhou Shuyan felt their pain dissipate, replaced by a sense of schadenfreude and delight. Locking eyes, Unioneo suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Gazing at Xie Xin, tears quickly pooled in her eyes, her nose reddening as if dusted with rouge. Just as the tears threatened to spill, she hastily lowered her head, wiping away the moisture before anyone could notice. Xie Xin's throat tightened, and he turned to leave. Thud. Miss. Huang Ying exclaimed, struggling fiercely before rolling her way to the fainted Unioneo's side. Miss. What has happened to you? A Fu turned back. Sir, the second miss has fainted. He ought to have coldly walked away, yet Huang Ying's desperate voice, tinged with tears, pierced through. Prime Minister, a day as husband and wife is akin to 100 days of kindness. Will you simply stand by while my lady is so mistreated? I know not what heinous crime my lady has committed against you, but if you disregard her plight, I, Huang Ying, shall be the first to scorn you. Her lady had instructed her to keep their intimate relationship a secret, yet seeing her mistress so victimized, she resolved to expose the true nature of the Prime Minister. Slap. How dare you, a lowly maid, speak to the Prime Minister in such a manner? Have you lost your mind? Zhou Xueyan stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to strike Huang Ying, finally alleviating the pent-up frustration in her chest. Just as she reveled in her triumph, Xie Xin strode over and lifted Unioneo from the ground. As he passed by Zhou Xueyan, his eyes burned with a terrifying fury, his frigidly handsome face becoming increasingly difficult to behold. Zhou Xueyan opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged as he walked past her, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. How frightening, how frightening, how frightening. Had the Prime Minister's gaze just now been one of murderous intent directed at her? Why? After this ordeal, Xie Xin had not even changed his attire. The carriage of the Marquis of Wei Yuan must await the arrival of the Marchioness. Thus he placed Unioneo within his own carriage. Still unconscious? The fainted Unioneo lay there, her hair disheveled, her garments askew, and her tightly shut eyelids quivered as if in spasm, even revealing the movement of her eyeballs beneath her lids. Yet, even when exposed, she stubbornly refused to open her eyes. At this moment, she harbored no desire to behold the loathsome visage of Xie Xin, fearing that she might succumb to the impulse to scratch him. Aggrieved, Xie Xin clenched his teeth, reflecting on how you once treated me. I find no reason for grievance. In those days, did she truly possess such moments of indifference to another's plight? Chapter 20. The assassin. It was approximately the third day following their marriage when Xie Xin was cast out of the bridal chamber, forbidden to share a meal with her. That day, Xie Xin's uncle had lost considerable money gambling and, in a drunken stupor, sought solace in drink. Initially, he had refrained from harming Xie Xin, mindful of his union with the esteemed daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis. However, Yu Niao's disdainful demeanor towards Xie Xin reignited his old habits. On that fateful day, after 2 months of drought, the capital was besieged by a torrential downpour. Yu Niao detested such muggy weather, fearing it would ruin her exquisite embroidered shoes and skirts. The sound of the deluge drowned out the cries of Xie Xin suffering at the hands of his uncle. When Yu Niao finally emerged from her chamber, intending to check on the bird's nest soup she had been simmering, she was met with the harrowing sight of Xie Xin, bloodied and lying in the rain-soaked courtyard. How old was Xie Xin then? 16 or 17? She could no longer recall. All that lingered in her memory was his frail figure clad in a faded blue robe, now drenched and clinging to his emaciated frame. The air was tinged with the metallic scent of blood, though it was soon washed away by the relentless rain. The youthful Xie Xin, with his large, expressive eyes, fixated intently on her door, unblinking even amidst the tempest. Yu Niao was terrified, fearing he had succumbed to his injuries, his eyes forever open in death. As a sheltered young lady, she had never before encountered such a brutal and bloody scene. In that moment, she did what any frightened girl would. She looked up to see her uncle's venomous gaze fixed upon her, prompting her to flee back into her room and slam the door shut. Little did she know that Xie Xin's eyes, which had stubbornly remained open, gently closed after the door was shut. Despair, mockery, pain, and a chilling emptiness coursed through him. He was uncertain of what he yearned for. Yet, Yu Niao abruptly sat up, gazing at Xie Xin. You only recall what transpired before you lost consciousness. But do you know what I did after? She summoned Huang Ying to inform Uncle Lu and Afu, who had been expelled from the Xie household, to come to his aid. After they rescued him, she provided him with the finest healing salves and employed the best physician, for without such care, given his injuries and fever from the rain, he would likely not have survived. However, at that time, her feelings for Xie Xin were not fond. She feared that upon awakening, he might misconstrue her actions as affection. Thus, she issued a harsh command to Afu and Uncle Lu. forbidding them from revealing her efforts on his behalf. Moreover, to express her dissatisfaction with the marriage, she had brought no guards to the Xie residence, accompanied only by Huang Ying. Had it been otherwise, she would not have feared her uncle's wrath and the potential for harm. Her reluctance to intervene did not stem from malice or a desire to witness Xie Xin's demise. Rather, she was apprehensive about the possibility of being harmed herself in the process of attempting to save him. Yet, she could sense from Xie Xin's tone that he believed the worst of her. What do you mean by that? The frigid expression cracked, and the stormy eyes erupted with a flickering brilliance. What it signifies, perhaps you should inquire with Ah Fu. Do not direct such questions at me. After all, in your heart, I am merely a venomous woman, a bystander to your demise, indifferent to your suffering, am I not? Prior to this moment, Xie Xin had always held such beliefs. Thus, during his moments of tenderness towards Yu Niao, malice surged within him, prompting him to intentionally reveal his intentions, allowing the fourth prince to fixate upon her. If he truly wished to shield Yu Niao from these entanglements, how could the fourth prince possibly discern his true thoughts? Stop. Yu Niao's face was cold. As this wicked woman, I am unworthy to share a carriage with the esteemed chief minister. I beseech you to let me alight. She did not stand idly by as he faced death. Rather, the scoundrel stood by, watching her suffer, even adding to her torment. It was infuriating. Despite her need for Xie Xin's assistance, she had never endured such indignities. From childhood onward, she had always been cherished and upheld. If you do not command Ah Fu to halt, I shall leap from the carriage. Huang Ying, having remained vigilant, listening intently to the sounds within the carriage, upon hearing his mistress's words, seized the reins from Ah Fu and guided the carriage to the roadside. The moonlight flowed like water, quietly cascading over the cobblestone path. The long street lay in serene silence, with nearby shops and homes securely shut. Supported by Huang Ying, Yu Niao descended the carriage, limping forward. The rustling of insects echoed in her ears, creating an eerie stillness. Ingo. Yu Niao gripped Huang Ying's hand tightly. Xie Xin. He is following us, isn't he? Huang Ying glanced back briefly. Miss, he is indeed behind us. Yu Niao released a long breath. That is good. That is good. With Xie Xin's intellect, he must have deduced that my earlier words were not indicative of indifference to his plight, right? Please do not abandon us. Two fragile women, to wander amidst this vast night. I fear ghosts above all else. Suddenly, a shadow flitted through the alley. Yu Niao saw it, truly saw it. Her legs rooted to the ground, immobilized by fear. What is it, miss? Gigi ghost. She stammered, trembling violently, nearly fainting. Had she known that the streets after dark were so terrifying, she would not have insisted on walking home alone to preserve her pride. Xie Xin had been observing her, believing her to be injured and unable to travel far. The aloof and dignified chief minister rubbed his temples, exhaling deeply, before leaping from the carriage. Bang! As he landed and took a few steps, a deafening crash erupted from the top of the carriage. The startled horses neighed and bolted forward, instantly transforming the once quiet street into a cacophony of chaos. Niao. Xie Xin's heart shattered as he called out, sprinting towards Yu Niao with all his might. Ah Fu, in a fluster, attempted to control the horses, while suddenly, a dozen figures clad in dark attire emerged from the shadows of the long street. The air thickened with murderous intent, causing even the previously calmed horses to become restless, stamping their hooves in agitation. Initially frightened by the ghost, and subsequently startled by the horse-drawn carriage, Yu Niao found herself cradled in Xie Xin's embrace. In this moment of vulnerability, she dared not feign indifference any longer and grasped the lifeline he offered, her voice trembling as she inquired, Xie Xin, we shall not perish here. Shall we? Her demeanor was profoundly pitiable. Xie Xin gently released her, guiding her to the roadside. They seek me. You and Inger must flee down this path without delay. Without hesitation, Yu Niao nodded, causing Xie Xin's wavering heart to harden once more. This woman must have been deceiving him all along. The oppressive aura of the dozen assassins loomed over them, and fearing she might become a burden to Xie Xin, she quickly grasped Huang Ying's hand and turned to flee. In Xie Xin's eyes, she once again left behind a resolute figure, devoid of tenderness. Chapter 21. The hero saves the beauty. A group of men clad in black charged forward with their blades drawn, yet Xie Xin stood motionless, his gaze fixated on the swiftly retreating figure that vanished into the shadows. The gleaming edge of a knife glinted on his face, and the assailants felt a surge of triumph as a strand of black hair was severed and fell to the ground. Mississippi. I can't run anymore. May I rest for a moment? Huang Ying gasped, pressing against the wall, her chest heaving with exertion. Yu Niao was a girl who cherished her life. She released Huang Ying and pushed her into a dark alley, feeling it was insufficiently safe. She then covered her with a bamboo basket from the corner. Huang Ying curled up, blinking through the basket. "Miss, what are you doing?" Yu Niao patted the bamboo basket. "Stay hidden here. I will find someone to rescue Xie Xin." Huang Ying attempted to rise. "Miss, you should hide in here. I will go save the Prime Minister." Yu Niao firmly restrained her. "What kind of opportunity for a hero to save a beauty is this? I cannot let you take it from me. Just stay hidden and be quiet, understood?" Huang Ying covered her mouth and nodded vigorously. Only then did Yu Niao cautiously approach the mouth of the alley, ensuring no one was around before sprinting away. It seemed those assassins were indeed targeting Xie Xin. They likely believed that Yu Niao, being a delicate young lady, would not be able to summon help quickly enough. By the time she returned with reinforcements, the assassins would have already finished their grim task and fled. Unbeknownst to her, no one pursued Yu Niao. After running until her legs felt foreign, Yu Niao finally spotted the entrance to the Jingzhaoyin. The Jingzhaoyin was responsible for maintaining law and order in the capital and its surrounding 12 counties. If the Prime Minister were to be assassinated in broad daylight, it would signify a grave failure in the management of public safety. Given the Emperor's fondness for Xie Xin, should he fall victim beneath the Emperor's very nose, the Emperor would undoubtedly be enraged, with the Jingzhaoyin being the primary target for his wrath. Knock, 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 knock. Lord Lu of the Jingzhaoyin was reclining in bed with his favored concubine when he was suddenly disturbed by a frantic knocking. Gritting his teeth, he rose to dress. "Who dares to disturb me at this hour? It's the dead of night, and they come pounding like a drum. Do they think I'm a magistrate?" Recently, some confused citizens had mistaken the Jingzhaoyin for the Sanfa, insisting on filing complaints about stolen pigs in the middle of the night, demanding he intervene. Heaven help him, as a law enforcement officer, he was not equipped to solve cases. My lord, his concubine playfully tugged at him. "It can't be anything serious. Just have someone deal with it. You promised to stay with me tonight." "My lord." Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless. "There's a report that the Prime Minister has been attacked on Zhuke Street. 12 assassins have surrounded him. We must hurry to his aid." With a thud, at this moment, Lord Lu was jolted, hastily fastening his clothing, his shoes barely secured as he rushed outside. The concubine, unable to release her grip in time, tumbled from the bed. Typically tender-hearted, Lord Lu did not spare her a glance. While pulling on his boots, he bounded towards his attendants, urging them to summon all idle imperial guards without delay, instructing them to accompany him to Zhuke Street. This matter was of utmost importance, regardless of its veracity. The chief magistrate could not afford to be complacent. Upon arriving, he was met with a young woman who had run from Zhuke Street, utterly exhausted, seated at the entrance of the chief magistrate's office. Once Lord Lu had composed himself and emerged with about 100 imperial guards, he spotted Yu Niao sitting on the steps, massaging her legs. "You miss you?" Though seldom invited to royal banquets, he recognized her. It could be said that throughout the capital, there was hardly anyone unfamiliar with the second young lady of the Wei Yuan Marquisate. Upon seeing him, Yu Niao's eyes brightened. "Come with me quickly." She hoped that the guards accompanying Xie Xin could withstand the onslaught of assassins. At the very least, they must wait for her return. Realizing that this was not the time for conversation, Lord Lu hastily led the imperial guards towards Zhuke Street. Zhuke Street, under the moonlight. The air remained cool and tranquil, yet the cobblestones were no longer pristine. A sharp blade dripped with fresh crimson blood. The nauseating scent of blood filled the air, with the lifeless bodies of dark-clad assassins strewn about. By the time Yu Niao arrived, only one assailant remained alive. The figure, clad in black, was subdued by 2 enigmatic guards in dark red attire, kneeling before Xie Xin. With his back turned to Yu Niao, Xie Xin uttered a single word: "Kill." That one utterance left her breathless, far more chilling than the previous encounters with the other assassins. The Prime Minister, Lord Lu, the Chief Magistrate, felt an immense relief at having arrived in time. "Prime Minister, I have arrived late. Are you uninjured?" No sooner had he spoken than the assailant before Xie Xin had his throat cut, warm blood splattering onto Lord Lu's official robe, startling him. "Lord Lu? Why are you here?" The responsibility of night patrols typically lay with the Imperial Guards, while the Chief Magistrate oversaw daytime security. "Miss, you came to inform me, urging me to save you." Yet, as he observed, the Prime Minister scarcely required rescue. Those mysterious guards had seemingly vanished. Lord Lu's demeanor towards Xie Xin grew increasingly respectful. Rumors circulated that the Prime Minister held the Emperor's favor, and to safeguard his safety, Even the dragon guards had been mobilized. These were the personal, secretive elite guards of the emperors, answering only to the sovereign, representing the most formidable shadowy force of the Day dynasty. Those masked, elusive red-clad guards must have been the dragon guards. Xie Xin disregarded Lord Lu's flattery, his gaze falling upon the pallid face of Yu Niao. The ground was awash in vivid crimson, evoking memories of the day when the Wei Yuan Marquis was executed along with his entire clan. It was on a day much like this, where the blood of kin stained the pavement at the marketplace, seeping into the crevices of the bluestone bricks. She concealed herself within the throng, too fearful to even utter a cry. A tempest of rage surged within her, and Yu Niao's hands hung limply at her sides, clenched into fists so tightly that her nails pierced her tender palms, yet she felt nothing. Yu. Her demeanor was unsettling, prompting Xie Xin to weave through the crowd and hasten towards her. Do not look. His warm hands rested gently on her shoulders, firmly turning her to shield her gaze with his broad chest. Chapter 22. The original partner is best. Yu Niao. Do you see? The Xie Xin in your memories has perished. The present Xie Xin is indeed terrifying and ruthless. Are you certain you wish to seek refuge from such a person? If you now feel remorse, no. It is too late. Regret is futile at this moment. You shall never allow her to escape again. Xie Xin's hand hovered over Yu Niao's back, intended to offer her solace, yet after much hesitation, it fell helplessly. He observed her frail shoulders, teetering on the brink, and sighed. Wasn't it meant for you to flee? Yu Niao looked up, finally awakening from the memories of her past life. Biting her lip, her eyes brimmed with tears. I seek vengeance. I demand retribution from the fifth prince and the Luo family. They must endure all that I have suffered. Family annihilation, the extinction of the 9 clans. However, before she could utter another word, darkness enveloped her, and this time, she truly fainted. The distinction between genuine fainting and feigned unconsciousness was clear to Xie Xin. Moreover, Yu Niao's acting was not refined enough to deceive him entirely. Although she endeavored to appear penitent and affectionate towards him, he understood that this woman did not love him. Having grown up in an environment rife with malice, he had developed a keen sensitivity to kindness, hostility, affection, and compassion. It was true that she did not love him, but equally true was her lack of animosity towards him, even harboring an inexplicable sense of guilt. If she did not love him, why then did she feel guilt? Was she not previously forthright and unhesitating in inflicting harm upon him, without a semblance of remorse? Sir, Ah Fu, having witnessed the recent bloodshed, was in no better condition than Yu Niao. His legs trembled as he forced himself to approach Xie Xin. The governor of Jingzhou inquires what shall be done with the bodies of these assassins? He was indeed the governor of Jingzhou. The cold tone of Xie Xin echoed in Lord Lu's ears, as if to say, do you truly require my counsel on this matter? Perhaps I should strip you of your ineffectual title. Understanding Xie Xin's unspoken thoughts, Lord Lu hastily replied, I shall promptly transport the bodies back to the governor's office. And by dawn, I will send someone to inform the personnel of the 3 law offices to ensure the Prime Minister uncovers the mastermind behind this plot. Xie Xin cast a nonchalant glance at him before turning away, cradling Yu Niao in his arms. The audacious assailant must undoubtedly be a person of significant power. A mere governor of Jingzhou would likely uncover little. Juke Street, having weathered a perilous assassination attempt, swiftly returned to tranquility. Even the sin of blood dissipated without a trace. The woman in his embrace was unusually quiet, her unconscious body rigid and curled into a ball, exuding an air of profound insecurity. Her maid had vanished, and as he held her, he felt as though she were as light as a delicate feather. Once pampered, she had blossomed beautifully, deserving of the description, a fragrant bloom amidst the dew. How could the 5th prince be so neglectful of her, allowing her to languish in sorrow? Afu, with a hoarse voice, inquired, was it Yu Niao who saved me during that torrential rain when I nearly perished? Oh, well, Afu scratched his head. It is not that this humble servant does not wish to inform you, my lord, but the second miss forbade me from doing so. She threatened me, stating that if I dared to speak, she would take away the doctor we summoned and demand that I cover the medical expenses and the cost of supplements. At that time, given Xie Xin's family's circumstances, even if he were sold 100 times over, he could not afford the doctor's fees and medicine. Not to mention that Afu and Uncle Lu, who had spent their entire lives as servants in the Xie household, were left destitute. When Uncle Xie expelled the 2 of them from the family, he confiscated all valuable possessions, and they survived for a time by begging alongside the destitute. Eventually, with the help of kind-hearted individuals, they managed to rent a small room in the slums for a meager sum. Afyu had long suspected that this kind-hearted person was none other than Miss Yu. With this revelation, Xie Xin understood completely. Uniao had not deceived him, she had indeed saved him. My lord, the second miss is truly exceptional. If it were not for her back then, you would have perished at the hands of your uncle. This humble servant believes that a wife should be the original one. If you were to, miss. A cacophony of chaos erupted as Huang Ying dashed out from the dark alley, exclaiming, Miss, what has happened to you? You, Prime Minister, you killed my lady? Her shock rendered her voice nearly unrecognizable. Xie Xin shot a piercing glance in her direction, prompting Afyu to swiftly cover Huang Ying's mouth. What nonsense are you shouting? Your lady merely fainted. In the distance, the crowing of roosters echoed from the homes of common folk, and Xie Xin hastened his pace, cradling Uniao to the residence. Muffled protests escaped Huang Ying's mouth as Afyu held her tightly, half dragging and half carrying her behind Xie Xin. Their master was notoriously fickle, and even Afyu dared not provoke his ire. Yet, Sister Ying was bold enough to speak her mind in the Xiao residence. Afyu respected her bravery. After the flower-viewing banquet at the Xiao household, Xiao Pingdian sent someone to inform Mrs. Hu that Uniao had somehow offended the Prime Minister, who had taken her away. If the wife of the Marquis of Wei Yuan wished to retrieve her, she would have to go to the Prime Minister's residence. It was apparent to all that Xie Xin harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Uniao. Being taken away by him could not lead to anything good. Mrs. Whose eyes widened in disbelief. Xie Xin? Why has he taken my Uniao? What could he want? Xiao Pingdian regarded the Yu family with disdain. Is it not due to Uniao's remarkable skills that she pretended to faint before the Prime Minister? He, with his compassionate heart, was so infuriated that his face turned pale. That maid of Yu spoke recklessly, intending to tarnish his reputation, leaving him no choice but to take her away. However, Xiao Pingdian believed that Uniao was merely playing the fool. The Prime Minister, with his noble demeanor, could hardly be ensnared by the base tactics of a heartless woman such as her. She eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Uniao becoming a laughingstock, fodder for gossip among the citizens of the capital. Do you not realize that Xie Xin took my sister away out of fear of tarnishing his reputation? Yu Yinyin scoffed. One might think you are his very parasite. Xiao Pingying glared at her, asserting that there were numerous witnesses present, and it was not merely her fanciful fabrication. She urged them to inquire of Zhou Xueyin. Startled, Zhou Xueyin, her pale face betraying her anxiety, had yet to recover from Xie Xin's piercing gaze. And she looked towards Yu Yinyin in trepidation, stammering, I'm not certain. She was uncertain whether that glance was provoked by Yu Niao's transgressions or her own act of striking Yu Niao's maid. To Zhou Xueyin's dismay, her lack of fortitude at such a critical moment infuriated Xiao Pingying, who darkly proclaimed, in any case, henceforth, at our Xiao family's banquets, Miss Yu shall not be welcomed. The Prime Minister himself has declared that he wishes not to sully the gathering with the presence of such an impudent individual. Soon, she would be the consort of the fourth prince and harbored no fear of the Wei Yuan Marquis or the Yi family. Chapter 23. Truly sweet. Is this also the intention of Lord Xiao? Behind the ladies stood a group of gentlemen, stepping forward. At the center was the fourth prince, flanked on the left by Lord Xiao, while the speaker was a young man in exquisite attire, exuding a commanding presence, standing to the right of the fourth prince. He regarded the fourth prince and Lord Xiao without the deference expected of a merchant. Instead, he displayed an air of superiority. Since Miss Xiaolu looks down upon my sister-in-law so much, daring to utter such vile words in front of my wife, it seems my Yi family is unworthy of the attention of Lord Xiao and the fourth prince. Therefore, let us dismiss the matter of the collaboration on Qinghai aquatic products. Young Master Yi, Young Master Yi, I did not. Before their attempts to retain him could be voiced, the audacious young man flicked his sleeve and strode directly towards the Madam of Wei Yuan Ho. Mother, do not fret. My esteemed self and the Prime Minister have some acquaintance. I shall accompany you to the Xie family and bring my sister-in-law back. As the foremost merchant of the realm, the Yi family, appointed by the emperor as the royal merchant, was involved in innumerable industries. In the capital, nearly every household engaged in some form of business had a connection with the Yi family. The Xie family, once regarded as a noble household, had regained their fortunes after Xie Xin expelled his uncle and diligently managed their enterprises. However, as the business grew, so too did their dealings with the Yi family. Yet, when Yi Qingkong made this declaration, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the business matters were typically handled by the steward of the Xie residence, and the headstrong Xie Xin likely did not even know him. Nevertheless, he could not allow his mother-in-law and wife to suffer indignity. His own embarrassment was trivial compared to the honor of his wife. Supported by Yu Qingkong, Madame Hu felt emboldened and cast a condescending glance at Xiao Pingying. Her eyes brimming with scorn. Miss Xiao Lu is merely ordinary in looks, yet possesses a silver tongue. In the past, when you trailed behind my daughter, I scarcely noticed you possessed any medical knowledge. You could discern my daughter was feigning faintness with just a glance. You even surmised her intentions towards Prime Minister Xie. After living for over 30 years, I find myself outdone by a mere girl. How shameful. This veiled attack left the onlookers regarding Xiao Pingying with bewilderment. The essence of Madame Wei Yuan's words translated to a harsh criticism. You, Xiao Pingying, are unappealing and your words are foul. Previously, when the Wei Yuan Ho was in favor, you flattered my daughter, displaying the demeanor of a servant. Now that the Ho residence has fallen from grace and the Xiao family is allied with the fourth prince, you resort to every possible means to slander my daughter. It is said that the virtuous see virtue and the wicked see wickedness. If it were not for your malicious heart, how could you perceive others so ill-naturedly? You, a mere young lady, harbor such base thoughts that even I, an old woman, dare not command. Do you even know how to write the word shame? Everyone present was astute. A moment's reflection on Madame, whose words revealed the sharpness of her tongue. Princess Yaohua could not help but laugh. Finally realizing from whom Yu Nin had inherited her formidable and caustic wit, Madame Ho had certainly escalated the situation. Madame Shui, hurrying out after the gentleman, exclaimed, "My daughter Pingying is in a state of worry and confusion. You should go and fetch Miss Yu quickly." These women, undoubtedly skilled in domestic stratagems, had astutely reminded everyone that Yu Niao was taken away by the chief minister alone. No one could predict what might transpire. If they tarried too long, the consequences could be dire. "Aching, let us hasten to the Xie residence." Yu Qingkong wore a mask of polite composure, assuring, "Madam, do not fret. Although Xie Shofu appears somewhat aloof, he is a man of integrity and would never harm your sister. He must have taken Niao because she fainted. Perhaps she has already been returned to the Wei Yuan Marquisate." While it sounded like a comforting remark for Yu Nin, it was, in essence, an explanation for Yu Niao. The Wei Yuan Marquis's wife narrowed her kind, doe-like eyes, silently noting the account against the Xiao family. Fortune ebbs and flows. Should she seize the opportunity, she would not hesitate to strike down the drowning rat. After the carriages of the Yi family and the Wei Yuan Marquis had departed, the lively scene at the Xiao residence dissipated. Princess Yua whispered something to her maid, who then bowed her head and left. Within the carriage, the enchanting young lady leaned against a few handsome youths, all clad in white, encircling Princess Yaohua. Some massaged her legs, others fed her grapes, while a few cast flirtatious glances her way. With a disdainful huff, Princess Yaohua declared, "To dare to exploit my name, I shall let you taste a bit of suffering first." Li Wanqin watched the carriage of Princess Yaohua depart, her glass-like eyes darkened, returned to the manor. As the banquet came to a close, deep into the night, Yu Niao sat propped against the headboard, her lips moving as she drank the medicine that Xie Xin had offered. Beneath her calm exterior lay a tempest of panic. Why was he feeding me medicine? Am I hallucinating? Has he poisoned it? If I turn against him now, will he strike me down like that assassin? Her apprehension was palpable, easily readable to Xie Xin, who needed not glance a second time. Taking a deep breath, he touched his lips to the bitter concoction in the spoon. "It's not hot. Drink quickly." With half of her fear and wariness dissipated, she still loathed the taste of such a bitter draught. Furrowing her brow, an object was suddenly thrust into her mouth. "That scoundrel. He intends to poison me, does he?" As she considered spitting it out, he threatened, "If you dare, I will make you drink 3 bowls of cold medicine." With the foreign object perched on her tongue, Yu Niao rolled it back, tears of grievance brimming in her eyes, when suddenly a sweet flavor surged forth, overpowering the bitterness. It was the osmanthus candy from the esteemed Wu Pin Zhai, her favorite confectionery. "Open your mouth," he urged. The tears receded, transforming into glimmering specks of light, making her appear even more endearing. Like a well-behaved little rabbit, she puckered her lips and gulped down the bitter medicine in one go. Was the osmanthus candy truly that sweet? Xie Xin licked his lips, suddenly feeling a touch parched. As Yu Niao indulged in her candy, a languorous haze enveloped her as she lay against the bed, her body growing increasingly warm. The candy bean had yet to fully dissolve, and Xie Xin, emulating her earlier actions, deftly curled his tongue to draw the sweet into his mouth. Indeed, it was exquisitely sweet. The moment Yu Niao lost the candy bean, a wave of bitterness swept across her palate, intensifying the heat within her. In her dazed state, she instinctively grasped Xie Xin's collar, unwilling to let him retreat, which only deepened their kiss. Such fervor was merely an attempt to reclaim the candy bean. Yet that candy seemed to possess a will of its own, evading capture. With her eyes closed in a fierce determination, Yu Niao thrust Xie Xin onto the bed, leaning down to wrestle for the elusive treat. Chapter 24. Deception. Xie Xin let out a muffled groan, feeling the pain radiating from his lips. He finally comprehended the meaning behind the phrase, sweet as honey. His large hand gripped the delicate waist of Yu Yao, applying a slight pressure, causing her to easily topple over. He personally placed the almost melting sugar bean into her mouth, eliciting a soft, satisfied sigh from the woman. How delightful it was. My lord. The wife of Marquis Wei Yuan and the eldest son of the Yi family have arrived, seeking to inquire if the second young lady is with us, a servant announced. Xie Xin and Yu Yao were alone together, and Ah Fu would ordinarily not dare to intrude, yet the young Master Yi, who accompanied the Marquis's wife, had business ties with the Xie family. Although his father served as the steward of the Xie household, managing all affairs, he was not the true head of the family. The young Master Yi spoke with utmost discretion, compelling Ah Fu to seek his lord's confirmation. The servants of the Xie family were well aware that the second young lady was in their lord's chamber, yet none dared to speak openly of it. They could only consult their master. Faint sounds emanated from within the room, indistinct yet present, and as Ah Fu leaned closer, he heard his master's increasingly frosty voice. Tell them she is not here. Was this not a blatant lie? Perhaps it was because it was the first time his master had uttered such falsehoods that Ah Fu felt his voice tremble slightly. Bowing respectfully from the other side of the door, he replied, Yes, my lord. Xie Xin turned back to find Yu Yao. Her cheeks flushed, had fallen into a deep slumber. The effects of the medicine were quick. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead, uncomfortable and sticky. She restlessly shifted in her sleep, furrowing her brows in distress. After a couple of muffled sounds, she fell silent again. Truly delicate. 3 years ago, Xie Xin had labeled Yu Yao as such, and 3 years later, the sentiment remained unchanged. Despite his internal disdain, his refined hands wrung out a damp cloth from the basin of warm water, tenderly wiping her face and body. His expression was pious and earnest, as if he were handling a fragile, precious, and rare treasure. It resembled a pilgrimage. Only when Yu Yao was completely unaware did he reveal such demeanor. Perhaps he was oblivious to it himself. What did you say? Yao is not here? Hu Shi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. You wouldn't dare deceive me. Would you? I would not. Ah Fu bowed even lower. Madam, the second young lady awakened shortly after being taken out by my lord. She expressed her gratitude and returned. She is truly not with my lord. Yu Yining raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Impossible. Yao must be with Xie Xin. She recalled the day she heard that Yao had been bullied in the palace. When she saw Yao at home, her sister had confidently claimed that although the rumors of Xie Xin's lingering affections were false, she would turn them into reality. How could her shrewd sister, who had always been so decisive, leave without making any moves in such a favorable situation? But if that is the case, then we shall not disturb the Prime Minister. Yu Yining grasped Hu Shi, who was about to speak further. Mother, a Qing and I shall escort you home. Yu Qingkong paused for a brief moment, then promptly supported Madam Hu as they turned to leave. Indeed, Mother, the hour grows late. Allow me to escort you back home. Rest assured, even with my sister here, the esteemed Chief Minister will take good care of her, for he is a man of impeccable integrity and grace. He emphasized the words integrity and grace with particular weight, as if such articulation could somehow temper Xie Xin's behavior. Li Wanxin, who had been hiding by the door, noticed the group exiting and hurriedly made her way to the entrance of the flower hall, feigning as if she had just arrived. Madam Hu cast her a disdainful glance, while Yu Yining appeared oblivious to her presence, brushing past her without acknowledgement. If even they regarded her with such disregard, it was needless to say that Yu Qingkong, preoccupied solely with his own wife, would pay her no mind at all. A smile graced Li Wanxin's face, yet her heart simmered with resentment. One day, she would ensure that all those who ignored and scorned her would face the consequences. Ah Fu, feeling anxious after his earlier blunder and intending to report back to Xie Xin, was interrupted by Li Wanxin. Is my cousin in the study? I have a matter I wish to discuss with him. Caught in a web of forced deception. Ah Fu felt his nerves fray further. The master is not in the study. He has returned to his quarters to rest. Is there something urgent, miss? He was reluctant to disturb the master and the second miss during their private time, as he harbored hopes that his master would soon come to his senses and remarry the second miss. A throbbing anger surged within him. Yet it was suppressed by Li Wanqing's presence. Despite her unchanging gentle demeanor, cracks began to form as she maintained her composure. It is nothing of great importance. If my cousin is unavailable, then so be it. Ah Fu, you have worked hard attending to him. Should you find some leisure, do visit me at Tingyi Garden. Green Pearl brews an exquisite tea. As she spoke, Green Pearl offered a soft smile to Ah Fu. That smile sent shivers down his spine, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. He forced a chuckle. Certainly, certainly. If Miss has no other matters, I shall take my leave. It would be unfortunate if the master were to rise in the night and find me absent. Xie Xin preferred solitude, with the household servants waiting outside to be summoned. Only Uncle Lu and Ah Fu were permitted to enter the main courtyard. Yet these two were fiercely loyal to Xie Xin. Even under duress, they would never betray him. Li Wanqing held a particular disdain for Ah Fu, viewing him as little more than a sycophant, akin to a watchdog that obstructed her path to her cousin. As Ah Fu hurried away, Li Wanqing regarded Green Pearl with a cool gaze, her voice deceptively gentle. Ah Fu is not only my cousin's personal attendant. His father is the steward of the Xie residence. My cousin has always treated those close to him well. Your potential marriage to him would indeed be fortunate for you. Her own marriage to her cousin, and her personal maid's potential union with his close attendant, seemed to her the finest twist of fate. Green Pearl lowered her gaze. I am grateful to the young lady. Grateful for what? Grateful for her machinations to ensnare Ah Fu? Li Wanqing initially gazed at her with a smile, but then her expression darkened abruptly. Wretched woman. Although Green Pearl understood that she was not the target of that insult, she nonetheless knelt down, pleading, Miss, please temper your anger. The flower hall, with its elongated corridor, wound its way back, extending to the main courtyard of the Xie family. Ah Fu observed the rooms where the lights had not yet extinguished, finally feeling a sense of relief. Xie Xin opened the door, had the maid bring 2 basins of warm water and a clean dress for the lady. Their eyes met, and Ah Fu was taken aback, hastily issuing his orders. It was careless of him. His master's intentions toward the second young lady were indeed notorious and widely recognized. Was that not the phrase to describe it? Xie Xin seemed to grasp his errant thoughts but paid them no heed, accepting the warm water brought by the maid before closing the door. Chapter 25. A pitiable situation. 2 carriages halted at the entrance of the Weiyuan Marquis' residence, whereupon servants promptly came forth to tend to the horses. As Yu Qingkong assisted Yu Yinin from the carriage, who sure had already descended with the help of her maidservants. Eagerly, she approached Yu Yinin, her expression grave as she inquired, Yinin, what is the matter? Why did you hastily pull me away from the Xie family? Niao Niao is clearly still with Xie Xin. Do you fear his current standing, leaving your sister behind? How is Niao Niao to navigate her life henceforth? Countless eyes outside were fixated on Niao Niao, yearning to witness the fall of the once exalted beauty of the capital, reduced to a mere object of mockery. Should Niao Niao emerge from the Xie residence tomorrow, she would be met with a barrage of scorn and humiliation. Mother, do you think I am one to cower before the powerful? Yu Yinin whispered, this is not a place for such discussions. Let us speak inside. It is likely that the periphery of the Weiyuan Marquis' residence is already under scrutiny by those individuals. We must not reveal my sister's plans here. Who sure? Still somewhat vexed, shook off Yu Yinin's hand and strode inside, leaving her husband and wife behind. Yu Qingkong furrowed his brow. A hint of dissatisfaction and concern etched upon his face. Madam, is it not excessive for mother to show such favoritism towards Niao Niao? You exert yourself for her. How can she treat you with such disdain? His heart ached for his wife, who seemed pitifully neglected by her parents, oblivious to the hardships she endured in her own household. This Yu Niao Niao, with her penchant for mischief, had only succeeded in dragging his wife into her troubles. He resolved to impart some valuable lessons upon her when next they met. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed above Yi Qingkong's head. Yu Yinin raised her brows in indignation. Yi, are you inwardly disparaging my sister? She glared at him, rolling up her sleeves as if prepared to deliver a beating should his answer affirm her suspicion. No, I did not. Do not speak such nonsense. He protested vehemently, denying thrice. Only then did Yu Yinin's expression soften. She sighed deeply, her voice tinged with sorrow as she recounted, You do not know. When my mother gave birth to Niao Niao, my grandparents were still alive. At that time, the entire family believed my mother was expecting a son, and Niao Niao's arrival was met with great anticipation. Yet, when she was born, my grandfather fainted, and my grandmother harbored resentment towards both my mother and Niao Niao. Throughout her childhood, Niao Niao had never been embraced by her grandparents. During those days, the Weiyuan Marquis' estate was under my grandfather's dominion, who did not favor this little granddaughter. Thus, she was often overlooked and bullied by the servants. The family even pressured my father to take a concubine, which he refused, leading my grandfather to threaten him with death. My mother frequently lamented her fate, resenting the fact that she bore a daughter instead of a son. In 100 years, this marquisate would have no heirs to inherit its title. My sister was truly pitiable in her youth. Yu Rourou's eyes glistened with tears. At the age of 1, she was deceived by a cousin from the clan and nearly abducted by human traffickers, were it not for the fifth prince and his guards who rescued her. Otherwise, she would not have so blindly adored the fifth prince for so many years. Once a charming and obedient child, how did she grow into such a hypocritical individual? Relentlessly pursuing fame and fortune? The reason that cousin deceived Niao was that their father refused to adopt him. He believed her presence obstructed his path to success. Consequently, their father ceased interactions with the clan. It was only after the passing of both grandparents and their mother emerging from extreme pressure that she began to truly cherish Niao. Despite being neglected by their mother and scorned by their grandparents and relatives, Niao's sister always maintained a sincere heart towards her family. Their father originally intended to sever ties with the clan, but Niao, concerned about her father's reputation, took the initiative to reconcile with that cousin. Now that they have matured, the cousin has realized the folly and cruelty of his past actions and sincerely apologized. Every 3 years, their father would take the sisters back to their hometown to pay respects to their ancestors, and the cousin would offer his heartfelt efforts, wishing to shower Niao with gifts as grand as the entire city of Luoyang. She casually recounted her childhood tribulations. Yet Yu Kong suspected there were far graver secrets unknown to him. I had no idea, he lamented. My sister has endured so much. I shall treat her with double the kindness henceforth. He truly was oblivious. After all, since his pursuit of Yu Rourou led him to Niao, she had always appeared delicate while exhibiting the most audacious behavior. Upon learning he was her sister's admirer and that her sister harbored feelings for him, she had confronted him with a group, threatening to make him a eunuch should he dare mistreat her sister. She declared, "If you are not destined to be my sister's husband, then let us be sisters." No other noblewoman in the capital behaved as she did. Yet, she always exuded a sense of fragility, employing the most deceptive countenance to achieve the improbable. As they conversed, they returned to the main hall of the Marquis of Weiyuan had been summoned by Madame Hu and awaited them at the head of the table. "Father, mother, I believe this matter should be arranged by Niao herself. It might be best not to disrupt her plans." Madame Hu frowned, on the verge of anger. But Yu Rourou gently restrained her hand, saying, "Mother, set aside all prejudices and misunderstandings regarding Xie Xin. Conscience dictates, if the current Prime Minister Xie Xin were your son-in-law, would you not be overjoyed? He is the coveted son-in-law of the city's elite, the dream suitor of every young lady. If he were still part of our family, the envy and admiration would be boundless." Unconsciously, she nodded in agreement. Niao told me she intends to win Xie Xin back. What? To her surprise, it was the Marquis of Weiyuan who reacted most vehemently. What is Xie Xin, that my Niao should lower herself to pursue him? If she deigns to glance at him, he ought to treat her as a goddess. Yu Kong, I cannot fathom the source of my father-in-law's blind confidence to this day. In our eyes, Niao is truly extraordinary, deserving of all admiration, and even 100 Xie Xins could not compare. Yu Kong, the lady has a point. Upon reflection, Xie Xin's background indeed does not befit my sister. Yet, from the perspective of others, it is we who are unworthy of the Prime Minister. Weiyuan Ho, it is entirely my own lack of ambition that frustrates me. I cannot even comprehend the art of warfare, and that is quite vexing. Niao has gone to great lengths to approach Xie Xin, so why should we interfere? With her beauty and grace, if she so desires. Capturing Xie Xin should be effortless. Once Niao becomes the Prime Minister's wife, let us see who would dare to gossip about her. They would only be eager to pay her their respects. Chapter 26. Defeat. The thoughts of the crowd varied, but in summary, if Niao were truly to remarry Xie Xin, she would still be regarded as the legitimate wife, and no one would dare to label her as a fickle woman. Furthermore, Xie Xin held substantial power, capable of safeguarding Niao, ensuring her later years would be filled with unending wealth and honor, protecting her from any grievances. Hu Shi also realized that in the entire capital, only Xie Xin met her criteria for a son-in-law. He was influential, affluent, an orphan, and had no younger sisters. Although he had a cousin, she was not a direct relative and could not claim authority over the Xie family, thus insignificant. As night fell, Rourou was advised to stay at the Ho residence for the night, serving as an apology for the earlier outbursts directed at her. Rourou smiled, Understood, mother. At the Xiao residence, Minister Xiao had just seen off all the guests and had conversed at length with the fourth prince before returning to his chamber, where the sky was already hinting at dawn. Xie observed his weary countenance, noting that his fatigue had intensified. Yet, thinking of their daughter still kneeling in the ancestral hall, Xie tentatively remarked, "My lord, the wind has risen during the night. It seems a change in weather is imminent." Minister Xiao feigned ignorance. "What do you wish to say?" Xie pressed her lips together. "Ping Ting is frail. After enduring the cold wind all night, could you not release her? It would be unfortunate if she were to catch a chill. Too much maternal kindness breeds misfortune." "I see that your excessive compassion may lead to our daughter's downfall," Minister Xiao retorted, his irritation palpable. "I have long known of your disdain for the lady of Wei Yuan Ho, and Ping Ting's aversion to Yu Niao Niao. However, I am merely the governor of the capital, while she is a noble of the first rank. Just because you perceive Wei Yuan Ho's decline, you feel entitled to trample upon him. Yet, ponder this, Wei Yuan Ho has battled for decades, defending against the Xiliang incursions time and again. You all believe that his defeat 3 years ago, leading to the loss of half the Yi army, diminishes his past achievements. Have you considered how many Xiliang soldiers he has slain over the years? Why has the emperor not revoked his command, allowing him to remain at home unarmed? Reflect deeply on that." "My lord means to say." Xie was taken aback. "Is his majesty awaiting an opportune moment to reinstate Wei Yuan Ho?" "How could this be?" she gasped. 3 years ago, the Yi army suffered unprecedented losses, with 50,000 dead or wounded. On the day Wei Yuan Ho returned to the capital in defeat, the citizens thronged the city gates, hurling rotten eggs, spoiled vegetables, and stones at him and his subordinates. Those surviving commanders were branded as criminals. I had deliberately chosen a vantage point to witness Wei Yuan Ho's humiliation. The once formidable and imposing general, with his proud stature, now bore a deeply curved spine, his face etched with the weight of despair. He beheld the anger and tears of the citizens, remaining silent, offering no apology. Ultimately, it was the emperor who dispatched the imperial guards to ensure his safe return to Wei Yuan Ho's residence. Since that day, he seldom entertained guests and even claimed illness to avoid morning court. Thus, people gradually forgot his past glories, believing him to have fallen, allowing his family to be trampled upon and bullied. "This is merely our conjecture." Xiao Wensong's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. "Yet, the fact that His Majesty has withheld the edict concerning the impeachment of Marquis Wei Yuan clearly indicates that His Majesty's disposition towards the Marquis is not as ruthless as we presumed. At the very least, the Marquis is not regarded as a criminal in His Majesty's eyes. Should His Majesty, in his sagacity and martial prowess, ascertain that the calamity of 50,000 troops perished due to the dereliction of duty by Marquis Wei Yuan, the consequences for him would be far more severe. To the outside world, it may appear that the removal of the Marquis from his military post signifies disdain and a loss of trust. However, Xiao Wensong harbored a different belief. The Marquis, even without his military title, remained a first-rank noble, which inflicted no substantial harm upon him. The crucial military authority still resided with the Marquis. Today, the fourth prince intended to cultivate a favorable rapport with the Marquis, hoping to persuade him to lend military support in the contest for succession. Meanwhile, his disloyal daughter, Xiao Pingtian, had single-handedly offended the Yu and Yi families. The struggle for power necessitated considerable financial resources, and they required the lucrative channels of the Yi family. Yet, Master Yi had already declared his unwillingness to collaborate with them, severing that path. In the vast realm, no merchant possessed wealth comparable to that of the Yi family. So, what to do now? Xie was alarmed. Has Pingdian jeopardized your alliance with the fourth prince? Is he angry? Xiao Wensong shot her a displeased glance. What do you think? If nothing had gone awry, she would not have been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. Now it was Xue who found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Pingtian had knelt in the cold ancestral hall throughout the night. When released the following day, her eyes were darkened, and she felt utterly drained. Supported by several maidservants as she made her way to the main hall. Though Xue felt a twinge of sympathy, she dared not speak up. Recognizing the gravity of Pingtian's error, Xiao Wensong glanced at her. Compose yourself and accompany me to the residence of Marquis Wei Yuan to apologize to Miss Yu. The weak-willed Xiao Pingtian's eyes widened. Her knees buckled, nearly causing her to collapse as she cried out, I refuse to go. Why should I apologize to her? She shamelessly seduces the Prime Minister. I spoke no falsehood. Bang. The table resounded with a thunderous clap as Xiao Wensong struck it. If you still aspire to become the fourth prince's consort, you shall do as I say. Otherwise, you will not be the only unmarried maiden in this household. His implication was clear. He was considering another candidate for the prince's betrothal. Master, Xiao Shi rose in alarm. You cannot. In this household, apart from our eldest who is already married, only Ping Tian is a legitimate daughter. You cannot allow the fourth prince to wed our illegitimate daughter. His Majesty dotes on the virtuous consort, and even Ping Tian's selection was at Her Highness's behest, which is the only reason His Majesty reluctantly consented. He always believes the fourth prince deserves better. It was indeed improbable for the fourth prince to wed a daughter of the Xiao family born out of wedlock. Just as Xie Xin breathed a sigh of relief, she heard Xiao San continue. However, the Xiao family could provide an astute egg, my lord. You cannot. I am astounded. Xiao Pingping's exquisite visage twisted into a grotesque and terrifying expression, marred by anger and hatred. She cried out. Is it not permissible for me to apologize to her? As the sun ascended, its resplendent warm orange light bathed the capital's red walls and green tiles, creating a breathtaking scene. A playful beam of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the area before the bed. Yu Niao's eyes fluttered momentarily before gradually opening. After enduring a high fever, she felt utterly exhausted, parched and thirsty. She yearned to rise and drink some water, yet her hand seemed to be firmly grasped by another. Chapter 27. Calculations. Her movements were minimal, delicate even, yet they stirred Xie Xin, who was resting by the bedside. A sudden chill traversed the back of his hand, as if something had swiftly sprung away, akin to a tiny insect, sending a tingling sensation through him. Xie, cough, cough, cough. Just as he attempted to speak, a wave of violent coughs erupted from his parched throat, as though his lungs were about to be expelled. Tears welled up, intensifying his discomfort. Lo and behold, before him appeared a cup of tea, exuding a comforting warmth. Xie Xin's austere countenance bore no extraneous expression, not even a superfluous word. Yu Niao promptly accepted it. The sweet warm water flowed down her throat into her stomach, and she felt rejuvenated. Xie, are you not afraid I might poison you? Her words of gratitude abruptly ceased, as Yu Niao suddenly perceived Xie Xin's meticulous nature. Last night, in her dazed state, she had indeed been cautious, but had she not obediently consumed the medicine afterward? Why did he harbor such a grudge? Yu Niao offered an awkward smile. Surely not. The chief minister is not of such despicable character. Awake, then hasten to leave. Xie Xin regarded her flattery with disdain, casting her a sidelong glance. If you tarry too long, I cannot guarantee what rumors may circulate within the capital. Madame Shui of the Xiao family had already taken Xiao Pingtin to the Wei Yuanhou residence to offer a contrite apology. Ostensibly, it was an act of contrition, but in truth, it was a ploy to ascertain whether Yu Niao had returned home the previous night. If she had not, it would be splendid. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Yu Niao did not hasten to rise, but instead coughed more fervently. Xie Xin remained motionless, silent, his hawk-like gaze fixed upon her. For a fleeting moment, Yu Niao even believed that Xie Xin had divined her thoughts. No, impossible. Xie Xin could not read minds. How could he know she longed to remain in the Xie residence, secretly wishing for rumors about the two of them to spread? Indeed, Xie Xin could not read minds. But Yu Niao's shifty eyes darted about, cunning as a young fox. Yes, a young fox, naive to the ways of the world. She fancied herself adept at concealing her lies, yet a mere glance would reveal her intentions, written plainly upon her countenance. She was still in the early stages of her craft. When her ploy to linger failed, Yu Niao's complexion paled instantly, the mirth in her eyes fading gradually. In a flurry, she cast aside the covers and forced herself to stand. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she stumbled sideways. Xie Xin instinctively reached out, but failed to catch the frail woman. Rather than fall into his embrace, she preferred to grasp the bedpost, lest she be accused of throwing herself into his arms. This fragility was partly genuine, but also a performance. Yu Niao bit her delicate, pink lips. Last night, I troubled the chief minister. I shall take my leave now. After just 2 steps, her steps faltered, and she collapsed onto the floor, unable to rise for a considerable time. Soft, fragmented sobs began to break forth, as Yu Niao fervently wiped away her tears. In her fervor, her fair complexion turned a rosy hue. I feel utterly useless. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, leaning against the doorframe to muster her strength. A shadow loomed overhead, eclipsing the brilliant sunlight that flooded the room. The faint, bitter fragrance of bamboo leaves wafted into her nostrils, while beneath the azure robe, a pair of simple morning boots adorned her feet. Since you have made your choice, you must bear the consequences. With those words, Xie Xin swept away, leaving her in contemplation. What was he angry about? Yu Niao furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend. In her previous life, She had not favored him and had even compelled him to divorce, choosing instead to be with the fifth prince. Back then, she understood his anger. Yet now, as she lingered in the Xie residence for Xie Xin, what could possibly provoke his ire? She decided to let it go. After all, her objectives had been achieved. A smile graced her lips as she addressed the maid outside. "Where is my personal maid? Could you kindly fetch her for me?" Last night, Xie Xin, that insufferable clown, had struck her beloved Inger, and with the subsequent assassination attempt on the bustling street, she had yet to console her. She needed to assure Ingo that she would reclaim the slap Xie Xin had dealt her. In her past life, Ingo had suffered too much indignity. This time, no one should be allowed to bully her. The maid regarded Unionio with a contemptuous gaze, feigning difficulty. Unionio raised an eyebrow sweetly. "What? Does your master expect you to look at me as if I were a criminal?" Xie Xin would never stoop to such indignity. The maid, taken aback by her sudden outburst, quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare, miss. I shall fetch your maid at once." The two maids stationed at the door hurriedly retreated. One of them muttering in indignation, "A discarded shoe that our master doesn't want," clinging desperately to her household, truly believes she is the first minister's wife. "Not even our master has been as fierce as Sister Yu Qiao." The maid named Yu Qiao scowled. "That kind of seductress, given a mere glance from our master, climbs up the ranks with audacity. Even before marrying in, she acts with airs of a lady. If she were to enter the household, our days of peace would be over. Their master, handsome and accomplished, who wouldn't he covet a place in his inner courtyard? Our cousin is indeed preferable." Another young maid concurred. "Cousin is gentle and composed, treating us lowly servants with the utmost kindness. If she were to become the mistress of the Xie family, it would be splendid." Unionio paid no heed to their musings. Once reunited with Huang Ying, she scrutinized her face. On her smooth cheek, a barely visible red mark lingered. The slap had faded, yet the imprint of the nails remained. Unionio's expression darkened. "I have never struck you. Yet she dared to lay such a harsh hand upon you." Xie Xin is struggling to find a suitable curse. Her refined upbringing stifled her rage. Finally, she gritted her teeth. "Let her not fall into my hands." Huang Ying, touched, pouted. "Miss, I am unharmed. Please do not let my enmity with the Zhou family weigh on you." Although the Zhou family is not a formidable noble clan, they hold a respectable position in the capital. Xie Xin, being the sole daughter of the Zhou family, was indeed cherished. Without her connections, she would not dare to lay a hand on Unionio. Huang Ying contemplated that her young mistress had made numerous enemies in the past, and now that she had fallen from grace, there were more waiting to trample upon her than there were admirers of the prime minister. This was something that did not require Ing's concern. Unionio gently caressed her delicate face and remarked, "It is getting late. Let us return." She surmised that by this time, Xiao Pingting must have already arrived at the Hou residence. It was essential for her to witness clearly that she was returned home in the carriage of the Xie family, for only then would the rumors spread with greater fervor. Chapter 28. Overnight, as dawn broke, the rapid sound of galloping hooves came to an abrupt halt at the entrance of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence. This esteemed estate, a legacy of a century-old lineage, was graciously bestowed by the founding emperor and lay just beyond the boundaries of the imperial city. Within the city walls resided the royal kin and the emperor's close relatives, where ancestral temples, official buildings, inner court service facilities, warehouses, and defensive structures coexisted harmoniously with gardens and parks, all enclosed by formidable walls. The first Wei Yuan Marquis, who had aided the founding emperor in establishing the realm, enjoyed the emperor's favor, thus situating the marquisate merely a wall away from the imperial palace. As the first light of day emerged, various vendors had already claimed the streets, eagerly hawking their wares. Naturally, those who managed to set up stalls at the foot of the imperial city were not to be compared with the common street peddlers. These merchants possessed information that was often more astute than that of the ordinary populace. Today, an unusually large congregation of vendors gathered outside the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence, their minds preoccupied with the happenings within rather than their sales. Alas, Madame Xiao and the sixth young lady have been inside for quite a while. Why have they not yet emerged? Could it be that Miss Yu is truly absent from the marquisate? The possibility lingered, for the esteemed chancellor, despite his virtuous reputation, was entangled with the city's most ravishing beauty, Yu Niao, his former wife, whom he could not possess. If the chancellor still harbored feelings for her, he ought to seek her hand in marriage, yet it seemed he treated her as a mere plaything, summoning her at will and dismissing her just as easily. Perhaps as a means to exact vengeance upon the Wei Yuan Marquisate. Yu Niao's audacity was truly remarkable. She spent the night at a man's abode, seemingly oblivious to the Marquis's reputation, all while being hailed as the city's unrivaled beauty. Just as the murmurs of gossip reached their crescendo, she descended from a carriage. Exuding confidence and poise, her head held high as though to ensure that all were aware of her recent visit to the Xie residence. Indeed, Yu Niao had audaciously brought the Chancellor down from his pedestal. The carriage bore the emblem of the Xie family. The Chancellor, once an idol in the eyes of many, had now succumbed to the allure of beauty. What a disheartening revelation for the onlookers. Among the crowd, numerous servants, clad in attire that marked their station, dispersed in all directions. Yu Niao observed it all with a sense of tranquility. Splendid. In less than half a day's time, the news of her indiscretions with the Chancellor would echo throughout the capital. As she prepared to enter, her skirts lifted. She unexpectedly encountered the visibly displeased Xue family and Xiao Pingting. Upon seeing her, their faces radiated with an unmistakable joy. How audacious was Yu Niao. Truly bold enough to spend the night in a man's home. This incriminating evidence she had carelessly provided herself. Miss you, Xiao Pingting exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Yesterday, in a drunken stupor, I spoke rashly and offended you. I intended to come today to apologize, but it seems you did not return home last night. You must have accompanied the Chancellor, am I right? Her expression boldly proclaimed her intent. I shall ruin your reputation. Yu Niao smiled faintly. An apology, you say? Very well. Kneel and bow your head 3 times, and I shall forgive you. What? Xiao Pingting was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that an apology was to be made? Yu Niao approached aggressively, compelling her to gaze upwards. What? Are you unwilling? You are being excessively tyrannical. It seems that Miss Xiao's heart is not sincere. Yu Niao stepped back a couple of paces, her smile brimming with arrogance and audacity. If you are unwilling to kneel, what kind of apology is that? Having said this, she pushed past the Xiao mother and daughter, entering the gates of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence, leaving Xiao Pingting and Xue trembling with anger. Vowing to expose Yu Niao's overnight stay at the Xie residence to the public, Niao, just as she was about to circumvent the flower hall and sneak back to her quarters, the thunderous voice of her father startled her into standing upright. Father, mother, sister, brother-in-law, why does this scene resemble a trial by the 3 divisions? I heard you wish to reclaim Xie Xin? Yes, indeed. You wish to remarry him? Precisely. Indeed. The Wei Yuan Marquis sat despondently in his chair, tears streaming down his once indomitable eyes. It is I, your father, who am useless. It is my inadequacy that has forced you to bow to Xie Xin. How has he threatened you? Has he humiliated you? Yu Niao, who once married Xie Xin, had her heart entangled with the 5th prince, ultimately compelling Xie Xin to divorce her. The Wei Yuan Marquis even led the entire family to Xie Xin's doorstep to celebrate the divorce of his daughter from a commoner. Such occurrences are intolerable for any man. Beyond revenge, the Wei Yuan Marquis could conceive of nothing else. Father, mother, do you recall that day when I hurriedly pulled you into the study after returning from the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet? The 5th prince's accusations against the Wei Yuan Marquis for treason were known only to Yu Niao and the Marquis himself. As he laid bare the 5th prince's treacherous ambitions under the sun, Yu Yinin seethed with rage. As the only rational person present, Yi Qingkong inquired, So, sister, do you mean to say all of this was divulged to you by Xie Xin? Naturally, Yu Niao would not confess that this was based on her own past experiences. She nodded. Xie Xin indeed harbors feelings for me. However, in the past, I inflicted deep wounds upon him, which has rendered him reluctant to reveal his true sentiments. His willingness to expose the 5th prince's schemes to save the entire marquisate serves as the finest testament to his character. Father, mother, Xie Xin is such a wonderful husband, and it is I who lost him. This time, I wish to personally bring him back. If that is the case, then Xie Xin could indeed be deemed a paragon of virtue in repaying grievances. However, Hu Shi expressed her concern. Wouldn't this tarnish your reputation? Mother, I care not for a good reputation, for it cannot save the lives of our entire Marquisate clan. Moreover, it is Xie Xin who has sullied his own name. What is there to fear? The more entangled one becomes, the deeper the bonds. The deeper the bonds, the more they become a lifelong commitment. Having said so much, Yu Niao grew weary as night fell. The high fever she had endured the previous night had only just subsided this morning, leaving her physically weakened. Hu and Yu Yinin quickly noticed her exhaustion and promptly instructed Huang Ying to take her down to rest. As soon as she sank into her fragrant, soft bed, Yu Niao succumbed to a deep slumber. She was aware of Xie Xin's frivolous behavior towards her. Last night, she feigned unconsciousness, allowing him to act as he pleased. and consequently, she had not slept well throughout the night. Fortunately, Xie Xin did not take any further liberties with her, and it was only in the later hours of the night that she finally drifted into a profound sleep. Awakening peacefully, she found that it was already midnight. Huang Ying brought in a bowl of lily and lotus seed soup, saying, "Miss, the rumors outside have indeed gone wild." Yu Niao Niao sipped her porridge, her expression unchanged, and replied, "Oh, what are they saying?" Chapter 29. Good news with a sharp slap. Li Wanqing struck Green Pearl's face, her eyes revealing a venomous resentment. "Did I not instruct you to inquire with a fu and report to me the hour when Niao departs the residence?" Green Pearl, unable to voice her pain, knelt before her. "My lady, please forgive me. It is my incompetence. I am not favored by a fu. No matter how I questioned him, he evaded my inquiries. Mrs. departure was entirely orchestrated by a fu. My lady, he is wary of me." Li Wanqing's brow twitched violently, her facade of gentility crumbling. Just as she had relayed Green Pearl's words to a fu's suspicion of Green Pearl implied her cousin's scrutiny of her. Had her cousin discovered her clandestine maneuvers? No. Her cousin, a man of clear distinctions in love and hate, would not allow her to remain in the Xie residence if he uncovered her schemes. Niao, she had underestimated her. Next time, she would ensure that Niao would not leave unscathed. At the city gate, make way. Quickly, clear the path. A lean youth clad in military garb rode a black steed, dashing through the bustling streets. Passers-by barely managed to evade him, some knocked to the ground, about to protest, but were restrained by nearby vendors. "That is urgent news. They say there is fighting. It is uncertain whether it is the western regions, the Chang tribe, or the Hu people invading. The court is in turmoil over this matter. Good news from Jiaguan. Good news from Jiaguan. Good news from Jiaguan." The women in the inner quarters spent their days engrossed in romantic tales and gossip, while in the court, officials advocating for war and peace had already divided into two factions. Your Majesty, with urgent news spanning 800 miles after 3 months of conflict. General Shang has dealt a decisive blow to the Hu people, and he now returns with the head of the Hu king. The Hu royal court has dispatched envoys to the capital seeking peace. In his report, General Shang requested guidance on whether to continue the assault on the Hu people and advance into the imperial court, or to accept their overtures for peace. Your Majesty, the border has endured years of warfare, and the common folk are suffering immensely. Now that General Shang has achieved victory and the Hu people are willing to negotiate, it would be prudent to sign a peace treaty showcasing the grandeur of our Yi dynasty. Absolutely not, Your Majesty. Jiaguan is a solitary line of defense, isolated 2,000 miles away, controlling the western regions to the west, separated from the Chang to the south, and shielding against the Hu to the north. It is the foremost stronghold of the Yi. General Shang has fought for decades against external foes, with our brave sons suffering millions of casualties. Now, when we finally have the chance to subdue the Hu people and honor our fallen heroes, why should we retreat? But if this continues, it is only the common folk who will suffer. You have stated that our Yi has lost millions. Must we persist in this manner? As long as the Hu are willing to seek peace from a distance, it is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Such sentiments are naive. The Hu have been at war with us for over a century. If they truly wished for peace, they would have sought it long ago. Why wait until General Shang has them thoroughly defeated before they submit? Their ambitions are evident, seeking to endure hardship and plot revenge. For a century, the Yi has faced incessant harassment from the Hu along the Jiaguan border, plunging the common folk into dire straits. General Shang has indeed rendered great service this time. Xie Xin, what is your perspective? The emperor's gaze fell upon the silent Xie Xin within the grand hall. Both the pro-war faction and the peace-seeking party regarded him with hopeful eyes. Should Xie Xin express his stance, whether in favor of war or peace, the emperor would undoubtedly heed his words. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Those who offend our great Yi shall be punished, regardless of the distance. These 16 simple characters resonated more profoundly than the morning's debates among the court officials. Indeed, Xie Xin acted as a scholar while harboring the heart of a warrior. No true general, genuinely devoted to the people, would willingly accept a peace treaty after emerging victorious. Over decades of warfare, their fathers, brothers, and dear friends had perished tragically in battle. The invading outsiders had long become their mortal enemies. To death, there shall be no respite. Furthermore, Xie Xin articulated a valid point. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Why do the Hu soldiers seek peace? Because they have already been defeated. Their own king has been slain, causing chaos among their ranks, and they fear being struck at their core, hence their plea for peace. After recuperating, they might very well return with renewed vigor. Now, with an opportunity to penetrate the Hu royal court, one must seize the moment and demonstrate to those coveting the great Yi dynasty the dire consequences of invading. Those who offend our great Yi shall be punished, regardless of the distance. Amidst the fervent discussions in the court, a low-profile, yet eye-catching convoy of carriages leisurely entered the city. Was that the carriage of the Duke of Rome? How did the Duke's family return to the capital? Had they not accompanied General Sheng to Jiaguan? It had been 7 or 8 years since the Duke last returned to the capital, had it not? Was that urgent message delivered this morning indeed from General Sheng in Jiaguan? I recall that the Duke's daughter, Princess Xie Xin, married that young general from the Sheng family 3 years ago. I wonder if she returned with them this time? Indeed, before her marriage, Princess Xie Xin was renowned alongside the second Miss of the Wei Yuan Marquisate as the twin beauties of the capital, a rare and ethereal beauty. I wonder how she has grown after 3 years. The once vibrant and exquisite flower of wealth and nobility, which attracted the attention of noble youths, has now been reduced to a subject of gossip, branded as a wanton woman. Is that delicate and transcendent water lily still as it once was? Such matters are beyond the reach of common folk like us. Cease your gazing and promptly attend to the guests. My lady, those people are audacious indeed, daring to discuss you openly on the street. The carriage jolted as a maid stumbled. Rong Jiajin shook her head, placing a hand on her slightly rounded belly. A few words won't cost me anything. Why should I be angered by them? My lady, you are far too kind-hearted, Hong Fu retorted, pouting. Otherwise, that ingrate would not shamelessly follow us back to the capital. Hong Fu, that is the orphan of my husband's savior. You must not be disrespectful, even in her anger. Hong Fu could not vent in front of her mistress. She cast a reluctant glance behind her, sulking. All right then, do not be upset. Rong Jiajin gently patted her hand, saying, after such a long journey back to Beijing, let us not allow ourselves to be angered by trivial matters. Are you not still thinking of your dear sister Ingo? Once we arrive at the Duke's residence, we shall send an invitation to the Wei Yuan Marquis' estate, requesting Niao Niao to visit us for a delightful chat. The thought of soon reuniting with her cherished friend brought a renewed joy to Hong Fu, who eagerly pulled back the carriage curtain, reveling in the vibrant yet familiar sights of the bustling capital. In the carriage behind them, a young maiden clad in white, with a delicate demeanor and graceful beauty, absent-mindedly leafed through a scroll in her hands. Her gaze drifted far ahead, fixated on the carriage before her, flickering in and out of focus. Chapter 30. The case is solved on the second day after returning to the capital from the Duke of Rome's residence. Yu Niao received an invitation from the Luo family. Rong Jiajun sent a servant to deliver a message stating that once settled, she would like to explore the bustling markets of the capital together. However, before they could meet, the floral invitation from Luo Yunfei arrived first. The Luo family, having already arranged a betrothal with the fifth prince, had selected an auspicious date from the Bureau of Astrology. On the 18th of next month, Luo Yunfei would wed into the royal family as the fifth prince's consort. It was said that today, all the noble ladies in the capital had received invitations, as the Luo family wished for all the young women of the city to witness Luo Yunfei's happiness. Surely, she does not intend to flaunt her fortune by inviting you to attend, does she? The carriages of the Duke of Rome converged with those of the Marquis of Wei Yuan, and Rong Jiajin had already taken her seat in Yu Niao's carriage alongside Hong Fu. After 3 years apart, the two were as familiar as ever, showing no signs of awkwardness, as if they had never parted. Rong Jiajun was aware of the entanglements between the fifth prince and Yu Niao, leading her to maliciously speculate. Luo Yunfei has always been at odds with us, priding herself on her superiority, believing we are but mundane beings, while she remains untouched by worldly dust. I heard during my time at Jiaguan that she has stolen your beloved, and it is said she is quite unscrupulous. Now that she has rightfully ascended, she will surely seek to suppress you. Otherwise, given that Niao has such a close relationship with them, why would her celebration require Niao's presence? Very well, let it be as she wishes. A sly smile danced upon Yu Niao's lips as she winked at Rong Jiajun. A person as unfortunate as I must be comforted by someone. Since returning from the Xie residence, Xie Xin had not acknowledged her for 2 days, although she was unaware of the reason. She could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. If the mountain would not come to her, then she would go to the mountain. The fifth prince was intent on winning over Xie Xin, and thus, the men of the Luo family would naturally participate in such a grand feast. Therefore, Xie Xin would undoubtedly receive an invitation. At the Xie residence, sir, the Luo family's banquet is about to commence. Will you not attend? No. But miss, you will be there. A Fu discreetly observed his master's expression, noticing he remained engrossed in his documents. He continued, why would the Luo family invite Miss Yu? Does Miss Luo not realize her future husband is the one who stole Miss Yu's heart? Last time at the Sherway building, I saw Miss Luo even push our miss. This time, inviting her again must surely harbor ill intentions. She undoubtedly wishes to bully Miss Yu. Alas, I wonder if Miss Yu has fully recovered from her cold last time. If she were to be pushed into the water again, the weather has turned autumnal, and the lake water is quite chilly. What if? The astute and sharp-eyed chief minister paused in his writing, irritation etched across his brow. Have you finished speaking? A Fu, somewhat deflated, replied, Sir, are you hungry? Shall I fetch you something from the kitchen? Suddenly, a thunderclap startled a Fu. Moments later, autumn rain began to fall in a gentle drizzle, shrouding the world in a veil of mist. What a heavy downpour. AF stood at the door. Glancing back at Xie Xin, the guests for the banquet should have all arrived by now. I just noticed that Miss Biao didn't bring an umbrella. And surely Miss Yu didn't either. Will they get caught in the rain? Is her condition likely to worsen? With a sharp clap, the wolf hair brush struck the desk as Xie Xin rubbed his temples, his expression calm. Go deliver an umbrella to Miss Biao. Ah? Did the master misspeak? It should be Miss Yu who needs the umbrella, right? Do you have other matters to attend to? AF remained still, and Xie Xin lifted his gaze. His eyes cold and proud. Are you not going? Yes, AF pouted. This servant will go deliver the umbrella to Miss Biao. He reiterated, it should be Miss Yu, not Miss Biao. Yet, to his disappointment, his master resumed circling and marking on the document, showing no intent to leave. AF, where are you headed? Uncle Lu stood in the corridor, observing AF's damp attire. Isn't the master not going out? AF glanced back at him. Father, I am going to deliver an umbrella to Miss Biao. Uncle Lu frowned. The Luo family holds such a prominent position. Surely they can manage this small unforeseen circumstance? Who knows? In any case, it was the master's order to deliver the umbrella to Miss Biao. After securing the carriage and preparing to depart, a flash of deep purple appeared at the end of the corridor. AF's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly opened the umbrella to approach. Master, are you going to the Luo residence? Not going. Xie Xin stood tall, his headdress adorned with splendid rubies. I forgot to mention, on your way back, stop by Wuping Zhai and bring back some osmanthus candy beans. Osmanthus candy beans? When did my master develop a taste for such sweet delicacies? However, his words brooked no dissent, and AF promptly nodded. This servant has noted it. Do not buy the wrong ones. I only want the osmanthus candy beans from Wuping Zhai. This servant will be careful. His master had a peculiar habit. Though he did not enjoy sweets, he consistently purchased osmanthus candy beans from Wuping Zhai for 3 years. Even though he never ate them, he would buy new ones whenever the old ones spoiled. While it was his master who always went to buy the candy beans, AF had accompanied him enough times to be intimately familiar with the location of Wuping Zhai and the types of candy beans available. Yet AF discreetly observed Xie Xin. Is the master truly not going to see Miss Yu? What is he lingering here for? Lost in thought, AF quickly hopped into the carriage, waving for Xie Xin to return promptly. Once AF drove away from the Xie residence, Xie Xin finally relaxed his clenched fist, taking a deep breath as he slowly made his way back. That woman does not require his concern at all. She is more adept than anyone at wielding her beauty to ensnare hearts. Sister Yu Qiao, the master hasn't left. 2 maidservants holding umbrellas saw Xie Xin return to the study, and one of the plain-looking ones nudged the strikingly beautiful one. Sister Yu Qiao, there is no one attending to the master now. You must seize this opportunity. Uncle Lu is responsible for managing the entire Xie residence, while AF is tasked with closely attending to Xie Xin. Thus the daily affairs of the main courtyard are handled by Yu Qiao. Even Miss Biao treated her with courtesy. Almost everyone believed that Yu Qiao would become Xie Xin's concubine or mistress. A flicker of excitement flashed in Yu Qiao's eyes. Bring the chicken soup from the kitchen. I shall deliver it to the master. Her tone was condescending, as if she already considered herself the mistress of the Xie family. Knock, knock, knock. The study door was pushed open, and Yu Qiao, adorned in an exquisite gown, gracefully approached Xie Xin. An unpleasant fragrance instantly filled the entire study, causing Xie Xin's brows to furrow deeply. Chapter 31. The tiger falls to the plain. What kind of wretched weather is this? Afu exclaimed, hastily placing the osmanthus candy beans down before darting beneath the awning of the carriage to escape the rain. With a loud crash, another carriage collided with theirs, sending Afu hurtling into the deluge. A searing pain radiated from his head as he fell into a puddle, blood trickling from the gash. The carriage that had struck him did not pause, but fled in a panic. In front of the Luo residence, a throng of carriages and pedestrians had gathered. Yu Niao had been attentively observing the commotion outside when she vaguely heard a cry. Her ears perked up, and she beckoned to her maid. Go outside and see what transpired. The maid returned shortly, breathless. Miss, a carriage has been overturned outside, and it seems to have crushed someone. I recognize that carriage. It belongs to the Prime Minister. What did you say? Yu Niao's eyes widened in disbelief. Ignoring the downpour that threatened to drench her clothing, soil her embroidered shoes, and ruin her makeup, she rushed outside. On this stormy night, the streets were devoid of passers-by. Those few who dared venture out were too fearful of attracting trouble to investigate. Upon receiving a report from his secret guard, Xie Xin unceremoniously expelled Yu Qiao, who had stubbornly lingered in the study. By the time Xie Xin arrived, Yu Niao was weeping uncontrollably, her tears indistinguishable from the rain cascading down her face. Xie Xin? A Fu, who had followed Xie Xin since childhood, bore a slight resemblance to him. He was merely a servant reflecting his master. Xie Xin, please don't die. I truly wish to live well with you this time. Don't leave me behind. The crisis at the Marquis's residence had barely been averted, and uncertainty loomed over what underhanded schemes the shameless fifth prince might concoct. Without you, how could the Marquis's residence survive? Her heartfelt sobs nearly moved Xie Xin. Yet it was insufficient. Miss. Yu Niao, sitting on the ground and weeping inconsolably, was interrupted by Huang Ying's call. It's not the young master. It's A Fu. What? Yu Niao halted her tears, turning to the guards of the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence. Quickly, take A Fu to the nearest clinic. Do not delay. Still conscious but unable to move, A Fu murmured. Am I not worth the second Miss's tears? Miss, who did A Fu offend? How did he end up bloodied and bruised? Even Huang Ying, the young maid, understood that A Fu had crossed someone. Under normal circumstances, upon realizing one had injured another, the immediate reaction would align with Yu Niao's hope, to rush them to medical care. How could one simply flee? But A Fu was merely a minor character. The one who struck him intended to send a warning to Xie Xin, a fact Xie Xin himself was acutely aware of. A Fu was bearing the brunt of his punishment. I don't know. Yu Niao shook her head. Find someone to inform Xie Xin and tell him that A Fu has met with an accident. The young master is here. Huang Ying pointed to a refined gentleman standing under the eaves. Isn't he right there? The roles seemed entirely reversed. Yu Niao, drenched and disheveled, found the raindrops so heavy that they obscured her vision. 3 years ago, Xie Xin stood outside her door in the rain, pleading for her not to seek a divorce. Xie. She sneezed, while Xie Xin merely turned aside to whisper a few words to the guard. His demeanor indifferent. The guard approached. Second miss, the master requests that you change your attire in the carriage. It would be quite unsuitable to attend the banquet in this manner. Yu Niao's heart was in turmoil, thinking. It was only upon entering the carriage that she realized Xie Xin's suggestion of changing clothes was indeed quite literal. How foolish she had been to assume. Yu Niao felt her cheeks flush. She ought to be grateful to Xie Xin for even preparing a dress for a nightingale. What a peculiar fellow, to have women's garments stored in the carriage. What unsavory thoughts could occupy his mind all day long? As I finished arranging my attire, the banquet had already reached its midpoint. In the garden, those so-called noble ladies continued to gossip about me behind my back. Xie Xin must have already arrived at the gathering. Who does she think she is? The esteemed chief minister now holds a position of great power and influence. He is not her pet, to be summoned at her whim and dismissed at her leisure. This is where her true prowess lies. A shameless woman is eternally invincible. When the fifth prince forsook her, she immediately sought solace in the bed of the prime minister. She harbors no fear of overindulgence. The mocking voices around her were not deliberately hushed. Rather, they grew louder, clearly intended for Yu Niao's ears. Rong Jiazhen spotted Yu Niao and immediately waved her over, calling, Niao, over here, hurry. A derisive laugh echoed behind Yu Niao. Indeed. A person devoid of shame is unmatched in this world. How dare you still attend the Xiao family banquet? With that, she attempted to shove past Yu Niao. Just when she was seeking a chance to stand out, Yu Niao seized the girl's hair with a firm grip, then delivered a powerful kick to her lower back, sending her sprawling into the torrential rain. It was truly amusing. What was there for her to feel embarrassed about? It is not she who intrudes upon another's affections or disrupts the bonds between lovers. It is not she who initiates and subsequently abandons. The young girl in the pink skirt fell to the ground, her face smeared with dirt. "You Niao Niao. Your mother is right here." Yu Niao Niao snatched the oiled paper umbrella from her and threw it to the ground, trampling it underfoot with a fierce expression. "I have only heard of the saying that a tiger, having fallen to the plains, is bullied by dogs. You lack even the qualifications to be a dog. Yet you dare to pluck fur from a tiger's head. It seems you are courting death." She turned to Inger and commanded, "Silence her." After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wei Yuan. The Marquisite's authority could not be trampled upon by the daughter of a mere 7th-rank official. If she did not teach this girl a lesson today, tomorrow there would be even more who would brazenly humiliate her and the Marquisate. Luo Yunfei was calculating well, knowing that she would take her dignity into account and refrain from causing a scene in public. She is gravely mistaken. "Indeed, my lady." Huang Ying seized the young girl, striking her face with fervor. The onlookers gasped in hushed astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Yu Niao Niao's audacity to confront the daughter of a court minister in public. "Her boldness is quite remarkable." "The Prime Minister. I have encountered the Prime Minister." A silhouette adorned in shades of purple appeared at the entrance, and Xie Xin observed from a distance as Huang Ying struck a young girl clad in pink. The patter of rain obscured the greetings exchanged among the crowd. The girl, being assaulted, her face swollen and bruised, cried out, "Lord Chancellor, you must stand up for Xie." Huang Ying's hand hesitated momentarily, but a lingering cold snort escaped her lips. "Only when you apologize to me will this cease." In Xie Xin's heart, she regarded Huang Ying as the epitome of malice, devoid of any semblance of kindness. Offending the Marquisate and incurring her wrath, could one truly expect such matters to be resolved so effortlessly? Wu Xie, in her attempts to curry favor with Luo Yunfei, should have anticipated the repercussions of her actions. Chapter 32. The slap. Huang Ying paid no heed to the esteemed Prime Minister. Her loyalty lay solely with her mistress. "You venomous woman, Yu Niao Niao, I slap." To her astonishment, she still had the energy to hurl insults, and Huang Ying retaliated with a resounding slap. Her fierce demeanor intimidated even Wu Xie's family, who dared not intervene. Regardless of Yu Niao Niao's current misfortune, she was still the legitimate daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis, a lady of noble birth beyond their reach. Not everyone was as foolish as Wu Xie. Xie Xin disregarded Wu Xie completely, striding forward, only to be halted by Yu Niao Niao's tug on her sleeve. With her red lips pouting slightly, she implored, "Xie Xin, they are bullying me." Her voice was so sweet and tender it seemed a stark contrast to her earlier ferocity. Yu Niao Niao reported without any hint of guilt, "They mocked me just now, claiming I was infatuated with the 5th prince. How absurd. The 5th prince cannot compare to you. You are my true love." Her unabashed confession left the other noble ladies gasping in shock. In Day, women of status valued propriety above all, unlike their more boisterous counterparts from foreign lands. For these ladies, decorum was of utmost importance. How could Yu Niao Niao utter such shocking words in public? Xie Xin's lips moved, yet no sound escaped. Her brows furrowed as she focused on the sleeve that had been grasped. "She is indulging in childishness. Yu Niao Niao, you're being excessively outrageous." Xie Xin's frown was misinterpreted as impatience. Ma Xilan approached Wu Xie, wrapping her face with a handkerchief. "How crucial is a young lady's reputation? You resorted to such cruelty. Do you wish to ruin her beauty? You are truly malicious." Yu Niao Niao's delicate fingers tightened around Xie Xin's sleeve, and she shot Ma Xilan a glare. "I can be even more malicious if you wish to test me." The Ma family paled in comparison to the Wei Yuan Marquis' house. Teaching a lesson to a mere Ma Xilan was hardly a challenge. If you do not release me, I will have Inga strike you as well." Her expression was fierce, yet the way she shook the sleeve was utterly endearing. How did she manage such a disjunction between her demeanor and her words? Ma Xilan stood protectively in front of Wu Xie, but Huang Ying paid no mind to Miss Ma or Miss Tu and launched an attack. Thinking Huang Ying would not dare to act, Ma Xilan was startled by the swift slap and stumbled back, crashing into Xie Xin's embrace. These onlookers, while disdainful of her relentless pursuit of Xie Xin, secretly yearned to emulate her to gain Xie Xin's favor. For instance, Ma Xilan. Yu Niao Niao widened her eyes, tugging at Xie Xin's sleeve slightly. To prevent Ma Xilan from falling onto her, Xie Xin took a step closer in the direction of Yu Niao Niao. Ma Xilan let out a shriek as she fell heavily to the ground, missing even a corner of Xie Xin's garment. As Wu Xie realized that she could not rely on Xie Xin, she reluctantly apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me." Wu Xie cried out, her lips already split and tasting a hint of iron. "Miss Yu, I was wrong. Sob, sob, sob. Yu Niao Niao turned around, her smile unwavering. Since Miss Wu acknowledges her mistake, I shall let this slide this time. However, should there be a next time? Her smile vanished, replaced by an air of authority. I shall not be so forgiving. Huang Ying withdrew her hand and obediently walked behind Yu Niao Niao, concealing the ruthlessness with which she had struck. Niao Niao. A voice of surprise came from behind. And Yu Niao Niao didn't need to turn to know who it was. The scoundrel had arrived. She circled to the other side of Xie Xin, looking up at him with a sycophantic smile. Xie Xin. That delicate, snow-white hand tugged at Xie Xin's wide sleeve, her melodious tone enhancing her charm. Yet, Xie Xin merely raised an eyebrow, standing tall and motionless, as if rooted to the ground. The fifth prince approached. Niao Niao, I heard you were unwell. I sent the imperial physician to the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence. Why did you not allow him to treat you? Isn't it the imperial physician? Wasn't it more comforting that Xie Xin had personally cared for her all night? Engaged to another woman, he still dared to come and disturb her. Yu Niao Niao was perplexed by his audacity. He feigned concern for her well-being while secretly plotting her ruin and disgrace. How could he claim to love her? The thought of it made her feel nauseous. Fifth prince, please conduct yourself with decorum. Yu Niao Niao suppressed her urge to retch, coldly avoiding his outstretched hand. I have no personal relations with the fifth prince. It would be better not to address me so intimately. It could lead to misunderstandings for the fifth princess consort. Niao Niao. The fifth prince tried to draw closer, but Xie Xin shifted his stance, decisively folding up the oiled paper umbrella and splashing rainwater onto the fifth prince's face. I apologize. Those two simple, indifferent words sent the fifth prince into a fit of anger. Xie Darren, this is a matter between Niao Niao and myself. I kindly ask you not to meddle. Oh. Xie Xin lifted the sleeve that Yu Niao Niao was holding. Then perhaps the fifth prince should speak with Miss Yuer and ask her to release me? His demeanor suggested a disinterest in their affairs, yet it implied that this woman clung to him relentlessly, nearly driving the fifth prince to the edge of madness. The kiss at the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet and the rumors of Yu Niao Niao spending the night at the Xie residence stirred discontent within the fifth prince. As the two esteemed gentlemen of Day dynasty exchanged glances, the atmosphere thickened, rendering the surrounding air almost stagnant. The tension made onlookers involuntarily hold their breath, afraid to make a sound. Yu Niao Niao tugged at Xie Xin's sleeve again, then embraced his arm. Xie Xin, I'm so cold. Her small face appeared pale, shivering pitifully. Xie Xin pulled his sleeve away from her grasp, smoothing out the wrinkles with a silent demeanor as he turned to walk inside. Yet, from behind, the crowd could see rainwater soaking half of Xie Xin's shoulder. Your Highness, the attendant beside the fifth prince urged, we must hasten our steps. As one of the protagonists of tonight's banquet, his presence was absolutely indispensable. The military power of the Luo family held far greater significance for him than any woman. Do you think that Yu Niao Niao will cry later? Haha. I genuinely look forward to her drenched appearance as she rushes in, resembling a lost dog. Today's heavy rain was intentionally orchestrated by Luo Yunming, who refrained from sending anyone to fetch Yu Niao Niao, solely to humiliate her. This fallen young lady dares to compete with us, Yunfei, for the fifth prince. She truly lacks self-awareness and deserves to face some trials, to comprehend the concept of hierarchy. That may very well disappoint you. A delicate voice interjected, and Yu Niao Niao, adorned in a resplendent purple gown, gracefully emerged from the inner chamber. The torrential rain began to subside as she lifted her skirt and approached with elegance. Like a sprite in the rain, a goddess of the night, she was breathtakingly beautiful, unparalleled in the world. Niao Niao. Rong Jiajin was the first to stride towards her, taking her icy hand in hers, offering warmth and strength. Chapter 33. A show of authority surrounded by the admiration of her female companions. Luo Yunfei's smile momentarily faltered. Luo Yundream had already risen. Yu Niao Niao. How did you come over? She had explicitly instructed her servants not to receive her. Hand in hand, Yu Niao Niao and Rong Jiajin approached with cheerful faces. Are you blind? Of course, I walked over on my own long legs, Yu Niao Niao replied playfully. Mississippi. A maid rushed over, whispering urgently into Luo Yundream's ear. Her eyes widened in disbelief, fury swirling within like a tempest, while her delicate features contorted with jealousy, rendering her visage grotesque. Yu Niao Niao. You shameless wretch. Why did you entice the Prime Minister? On what grounds did you change your clothes in his carriage? How dare you? The revelation struck her like lightning. The Prime Minister had indeed come to escort her. She had even changed her attire within his carriage. Rong Jiajin then noticed that Yu Niao Niao's dress, even her shoes, were entirely new. Had Xie Xin provided women's garments inside the carriage? and they just happened to fit Yu Niao perfectly? If this were not aimed at Yu Niao, she would gladly sacrifice her head for Luo Yunfei's amusement. Is it merely because I am beautiful? With a facade of feigned amusement, Yu Niao retorted, you may wish to board the Prime Minister's carriage, but alas, he finds your looks unappealing and denies you entry. Is that not infuriating? You. Luo Yundream sputtered, her finger trembling in indignation. Yu Ming. Do not be disrespectful, Luo Yunfei interjected, having finally risen after allowing the tirade to subside. It is an honor for Miss Yu to grace us with her presence. She should be treated as a distinguished guest. Huh? Yu Niao rolled her eyes. Was she not being elevated to a position of reverence? Were it not for her magnanimous decision to step aside, Luo Yunfei would not have had such a smooth path to wed the fifth prince. Though the fifth prince valued the realm above beauty, Yu Niao understood that in comparison to Luo Yunfei, her own worth was significantly greater. However, what Yu Niao sought was a love that was genuine and unreserved. If she were merely one of the fifth prince's options, she would rather forego it entirely. A mere man, how could he presume to appraise her as a rare commodity? Competing for the affections of the fifth prince seemed rather trivial. This was Luo Yunfei's celebration banquet, and Luo Yundream dared not unleash her fury, choosing instead to suppress her resentment and feign a malicious smile. Sister speaks wisely, dear sisters. Please take your seats and enjoy the performances. Yu Niao surveyed the room, noting that all the seats beside the esteemed position of Luo Yunfei were occupied. Rong Jiajin, being the sole legitimate daughter of the Duke of Rome, a county princess bestowed by the Empress, and the daughter-in-law of General Shang, sat in the first seat to Luo Yunfei's right, an honored position indeed. The entire venue had but one empty seat left at the end. Even Wu Xie, who had been slapped in the face by her, occupied a spot in front of her. Who was being insulted here? With her cheeks swollen and bruised, Wu Xie whispered something to the girl before her, who revealed disdain and contempt in her gaze. Not a word of kindness could be heard. Why does Miss Yu not take her seat? Luo Yunming appeared oblivious as she spoke. Do you look down upon us, deeming us unworthy to attend the banquet with you? How self-aware of you. Yu Niao chose to disregard the madwoman, whose mind was consumed by jealousy, and steadfastly directed her gaze towards Luo Yunfei. What is it? Did Miss Luo invite me here to humiliate the Wei Yuan Marquise? Or has the Luo family fallen to such depths that you cannot even afford to set an extra table? If that is the case, Miss Luo, simply write me an IOU, and I can lend you 100 or 80 taels to tide you over. After all, I have already relinquished the men to you. What is a little silver in comparison? Strangely, although her words were veiled, everyone discerned the underlying message. Luo Yunfei's expression soured. It was merely an oversight in the seating arrangements. Please do not take offense, Miss Yu. I shall have your seat rearranged immediately. Yu Niao nodded. Then I shall trouble Miss Luo. At this juncture, all of Luo Yunfei's intentions to intimidate Yu Niao were deftly deflected. If she could target Yu Niao, Luo Yunfei would revel in it. If not, she remained unfazed. In any case, she would emerge the victor in the end. Miss, the master has sent me to inform you that the banquet in the flower hall is ready to commence. In the open society of the Day dynasty, there was little regard for the propriety of male and female seating. Thus, the main table was mixed gender. Young ladies with their fathers or brothers present could sit alongside them. Yu Niao's eyes quickly fell upon Xie Xin, who had been invited by Lord Luo to the host's table. He appeared rather impatient, his lips moving. From a distance, Yu Niao could not discern his words, but Lord Luo's grim countenance suggested he had likely been rebuffed. Yu Niao, do you not feel ashamed? Luo Yuming, seeking revenge on Yu Niao, deliberately seated her friends around her. The fifth prince has rejected you. Why do you still gaze longingly at him and my sister displaying their affection? How shameless you are, perpetually yearning to climb into a man's bed. Does the prime minister not find you repugnant? Bang! Rong Jiajin slammed her palm on the table, producing a resounding noise. What filthy words spill from your mouth? Who has defiled your speech? Why must your every utterance be so foul? You do not find your own words repugnant. How could Xie Xin possibly? Yu Niao grasped Rong Jiajin's hand, smiling as she replied, Miss Luo, you truly have a broad mind. If the night fragrance wafts past your door, surely you must sample its flavor? Chuckle someone could not help but laugh aloud. The Princess Jiajin and Miss Yu were both sharp-tongued, which explained their close friendship. Keep being stubborn. Luo Yunming laughed in anger. Do you think I do not know you still harbor feelings for the fifth prince? If I were to tell the prime minister that your association with him was merely to provoke the fifth prince, do you think he would still regard you? Who is being stubborn here? Uniao rested her chin in her hand, casually playing with the wine cup on the table, not even lifting her head. Her demeanor languid. Though my lips be small, they shall not yield in courtesy. My pearly teeth are like precious jade, akin to a dog's bite. Are you calling me a dog? Luo Yunming grasped only one word from the barrage, and it was the one that stung the most. Miss Yu, your behavior is truly excessive. The young ladies around her voiced their disapproval. Yunming merely intended to offer a kind reminder, urging you to be content with what you have. Yet you responded with harsh words. You ought to apologize to Yunming immediately. It is utterly unreasonable. How could you speak so ill of her? Miss Yu, is this the extent of your upbringing? The wicked often accuse first. Luo Yunming, with tears streaming down her cheeks, gazed at the figure behind you. Niao. Please, do not say any more. Niao. Elder sister certainly did not mean it. Has she truly strayed from the path of the pure-hearted? Chapter 34. Design a faint scent of mint, mingled with the aroma of wine, wafted through the air, and as Niao lowered her gaze, she noticed a deep purple cloak draped over her shoulders, matching her gown. It was intended for Xie Xin's eyes. Understanding this, she refrained from turning around. Her large, innocent eyes gazed at Luo Yunming, as if fearing a reprimand, her shoulders trembling slightly. With her naturally delicate beauty, this posture rendered her even more pitiable. Miss Luo. Niao pondered. I have never wronged you or Miss Luo. Why do you persistently conspire against me? The beautiful woman, her voice thick with emotion, replied, Indeed. You are correct. I once shared a tender relationship with the fifth prince. However, upon discovering his affection for your sister, I made it clear that we would part ways. Was it a transgression to harbor feelings for my childhood companion before your sister's arrival? Her delicate, butterfly-like lashes fluttered, glistening with tears that hung like pearls, poised to fall, stirring deep sympathy. Ever since the fifth prince saved me in my youth, I have held fast to his promise. Even in marriage, I refused to share a bed with my husband, striving for a divorce. I remain loyal to my love. Have I committed some grave sin? Must you subject me to repeated humiliation, belittlement, mockery, and pain? The only person I owe an apology to is my devoted husband, who has cherished me like a precious jewel. I repent and feel guilt. Now that I realize I have loved the wrong person, am I not allowed to seek redemption? You accuse me of being fickle, of shifting affections. May I inquire, what does my decade of love for the fifth prince amount to? Is it shameful that I fell in love with my husband again after being abandoned? If there is blame to assign, is it not the fifth prince's fault for his unwarranted infidelity? Is it not Miss Luoda's fault for intruding upon my prior relationship with the fifth prince? She genuinely could not comprehend, her expression a mask of confusion. Where did I go wrong to deserve such treatment? Should I have perished during your affair? As she spoke these final words, her body swayed slightly, leaning into the embrace of the person behind her, her voice trembling. How can you be so certain that I have not already faced death? This retort ignited a stir among the onlookers. Miss Yu had once attempted to take her life due to the fifth prince's betrayal. The Wei Yuan Marquis had kept this matter shrouded in secrecy. They had not caught wind of any whispers. Accompanied by her pallid complexion, each inquiry struck with the weight of sorrow. Indeed, they seemed to have forgotten that it was the fifth prince who first strayed, and it was Luo Yunfei who intruded upon another's affections. What fault lay with Yu Niao? Her only misstep was in loving the wrong person, trusting the wrong soul. She too was a victim. Among the gathering, not all were oblivious to the truth. Many felt a pang of compassion for her, recalling the vile rumors that had circulated about Yu Niao in recent days. The repugnant slanders, the baseless conjectures, and the calumnies potent enough to shatter the resolve of a fragile woman had Yu Niao possessed even a modicum of psychological fortitude. She might have contemplated ending her own life countless times. Among the throng, Li Wanqing observed how Yu Niao deftly turned the tide with mere words. Witnessing the profound concern etched upon her cool, handsome cousin's face, his palm nearly punctured by his own nails. You speak with venom, Luo Yunming shrieked, responding to the accusations echoing around her. The fifth prince's affection for my sister is a testament to your own inadequacy in winning a man's heart. The fifth prince possesses the discernment to recognize true worth, choosing to abandon the shadows for the light. She had never before endured such a barrage of malevolent gazes and gossip, her composure unraveling. Yu Niao slowly articulated, if you were so easily overwhelmed by this, then have you ever considered how I might withstand the torrent of slander you spread throughout the capital? Or do you take pleasure in the notion that I might crumble under the weight of your malice? Sister snatches away another's beloved, while the younger sister seeks to claim her former husband. As if that were not enough, she attempts to suffocate her with calumny. Luo Yunming, merely an unwed maiden, had never experienced the intrigues of a household yet was capable of such vile acts. At her core, she was a malevolent being. Should such a person be wed into another family, it would surely disrupt the very peace of that household. Little did Luo Yunming realize that, in this fleeting moment, Yu Niao had severed her chances of marrying into a prestigious family. No matron of a noble household would willingly allow her son to wed a harbinger of discord. You have all been deceived by her. She is nothing but. Slap. Luo Yuming, in a fit of rage, attempted to tear Yu Niao's lips apart, only to be met with a stinging blow from the hurriedly arrived Lord Luo. You ungrateful daughter, how long must this tumult continue? Madame Luo wished to step forward to protect her daughter but refrained, deterred by her husband's warning glance, forcing herself to avert her gaze in sorrow. Father, you strike me? You would hit your own daughter for the sake of this wretched woman? Luo Yuming, still oblivious to the shifting tides, cried out petulantly. She is indeed a seductress. Even you have fallen under her spell, striking your own flesh and blood for such a harlot. Guards. Lord Luo clenched his fist behind his back. Take the second miss away and confine her. No one is to release her without my command. Niao. I do not know. The fifth prince's face was one of deep emotion. I do not know what you. Xie Xin, take me away. Yu Niao clutched Xie Xin's sleeve, trembling pitifully. Please, take me away from here. In truth, she could easily leave on her own, as the carriage from the Marquis of Wei Yuan awaited outside. However, the events of the night had been meticulously orchestrated to break the deadlock with Xie Xin. She could not forfeit any opportunity to be alone with him, the fifth prince, in her past life. It was after this very banquet that he led men to raid the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate. With the dust yet to settle, she knew she must cling tightly to Xie Xin. Whether for love or for utility, she had irrevocably chosen him in this life. As long as the Marquis was spared, she vowed never to cause him harm again. Very well, I shall take you away. As they drew closer, Yu Niao realized that Xie Xin appeared to be intoxicated. He sat upright in the carriage, his cheeks slightly flushed, and his previously inscrutable eyes now radiated an innocent purity, shimmering with an unmistakable affection. Madam, where are we going? What did you call me? I am sorry. I know you do not hold any fondness for me, but we are already wed. Could you possibly show me a modicum of kindness? Truly, just a little would suffice. Such a humble and earnest plea. This was not the powerful Chancellor Xie Xin, but rather the pitiful youth whom she had held in disdain 3 years prior. Chapter 35. Inebriation at him. It had been quite some time since Yu Niao had encountered such an adorably pitiful Xie Xin, feeling uncomfortable under his admiring gaze. She coughed a few times and shifted her seat slightly closer to him. Xie Xin, have you been drinking? As he sensed the warmth emanating from her body, the intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, causing his posture to stiffen even further. Yet, the lady was inquiring about his state. He looked up, only to be met by a pair of sparkling, mesmerizing eyes, akin to a startled fawn. No, I haven't been drinking. If you don't like it, I won't drink, my lady. As he spoke, he exhaled, and the scent of wine wafted through the carriage. Alarmed, he gaped at Yu Niao in disbelief before lowering his head to take another deep breath. The aroma intensified, furrowing his brow deeply. He strained to recall where he might have indulged, but to no avail. Cautiously, he glanced at Yu Niao, his voice low and hesitant. I truly haven't been drinking. Please don't be angry. How could Xie Xin be so endearing? Yu Niao's heart was already in a frenzy, though her expression remained composed, adopting a serious demeanor as she regarded him with the same aloofness he often displayed. You little rascal, after being coddled for so long. It's your turn to soothe me now, my lady. With flushed cheeks and a slightly dazed mind, Xie Xin tentatively grasped her hand, delighting in the fact that she did not withdraw. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars as he gazed at Yu Niao, trembling hands gently enveloping her. Yu Niao did not resist. She was curious to see just how far Xie Xin would go in his attempts to win someone over. Simultaneously, she sought to understand what he desired when he was upset. My lady, you are truly beautiful. Suddenly, he pulled Yu Niao down onto the carriage seat, his fingers brushing against her crimson lips. May I taste your lips? He did not await her response, swiftly leaning in, an impending storm brewing in his eyes. So sweet. Indeed, her lips were as delightful as he had always longed to discover. Tonight, his lady was so gentle and obedient. He wished for this moment to last indefinitely. Why did he think this way? Did he believe that later on, she would not be gentle or obedient? A gentle bite on his lips sent Xie Xin's eyelashes fluttering, prompting him to deepen the kiss. He had never been a refined gentleman. The thin calluses on his palms were testament to the hardships he had endured over the years. An overwhelming sense of affection surged within Yu. Had she known she would come to love him, she would have treated him far better in the past. The memory of Xie Xin's cold indifference when sober lingered vividly, making his flushed cheeks during moments of passion all the more captivating, igniting a yearning within her. Yu bit her lower lip tightly, shyly closing her eyes to stifle the fragile sounds threatening to escape. With her garments partially disheveled, the sight dazzled Xie Xin's gaze. In his haze, he forced himself to halt, his voice hoarse as he asked, "My lady, may I?" As Yu felt a surge of warmth in her heart, she tightened her grip around Xie Xin's neck, her body instinctively conveying her answer to the man. Had she not been bewitched by the specter of her desires, Xie Xin would have treated her with the same tenderness and care, enveloping her in gentle affection. Even at this moment of overwhelming emotion, he would have adhered to her wishes, never coercing her. She recalled that fateful night of the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet. A night devoid of compassion. Ultimately, things had irrevocably changed. The man cradled the back of her head, fearful that the jolting of the carriage might harm her in the slightest. His kisses fell like a gentle drizzle, his gaze imbued with nuance and tenderness. He resembled a blazing flame, a beacon of light cutting through the darkness, illuminating Yu's path. She mused that the love she ought to cherish was embodied in this warm and radiant man. Within the carriage, silence prevailed. Yet the guard outside called out for his lord twice. Receiving no response, he continued to drive the carriage, circling the Xie residence time and again. A Fu, injured, had transformed the driver into a guardian of the estate. Huang Ying attempted to draw back the carriage curtain, but was halted by the guard, who stuttered, "Miss Ying, I advise you not to enter." The carriage did not merely possess simple curtains. Behind them lay two sliding doors, crafted from an unknown material, exuding a fragrant aroma of sandalwood, effectively muffling any sound. Huang Ying gazed at the white guard for a while before retracting her hand as if pricked by a needle. "Why did you hit me? You shameless wretch!" she exclaimed. The white guard shielded his sore face, pouting in grievance, and muttered softly, "Wherein lies my shamelessness? If a Fu were here, you would not have struck him." Huang Ying shot him a furious glance, prompting the guard to hastily close his mouth and return to the task of driving with utmost seriousness. On this moonless night, the air was cool following the rain. Once the matters at hand were concluded, Yu donned her dress and noticed a small writing desk in the center, adorned with ink, paper, and brushes. Her gaze flickered with interest as she bit her lip and smiled. "Xie Xin, can you compose love poetry?" "Uncle Lu." Xin called for the 18th time as she intercepted the steward in the outer courtyard. "Uncle Lu, has my cousin not returned yet?" Uncle Lu smiled broadly, slightly bowing in a respectful manner. In response to the young lady's inquiry, "He has not yet returned." A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, and Xin forced a smile. "I heard that there were reports of highway robberies on Zhuke Street recently, occurring at midnight. I wonder if my cousin has sufficient guards with him?" "Uncle Lu, I am somewhat worried about him. Should we go out to look for him?" "There is no need for the young lady to fret," Uncle Lu replied. "The Lord is quite capable of managing his affairs. Neither he, as the steward, nor Xin herself held the authority to limit the Lord's freedom under the guise of concern. After all, she was not the mistress of the Xie household." Xin felt an urge to claw at Uncle Li's smiling face. The complexities of the father-son duo were formidable, leaving her in the dark regarding any news. In recent days, the Jingzhaoyin had been frequently entering and exiting the Xie residence, and it took considerable effort for her to discover that her cousin had been attacked on Zhuke Street. It was only then that she learned he had been with Yu since that very night of the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet. Their performances were truly remarkable, to the extent that even she was deceived, genuinely believing that her cousin harbored a deep-seated animosity towards that woman. "Uncle Lu, the master has returned, but what?" Li Wanqing demanded sharply. "What has happened to my cousin? If anything befalls him, I shall not let Yu escape unscathed. The master is intoxicated." The servant replied, bowing his head. "Brother Afu has sustained an injury and is being treated at the clinic. Bai Hu Yuan has requested that you send another carriage to fetch him, and, if you would be so kind, prepare a hangover remedy for the master." "I shall go," Li Wanqing said, her fingers twitching with determination. "I will prepare the antidote for my cousin." Uncle Lu had no doubts regarding her intentions. After all, Miss had often brewed nourishing soups for the master in the past. His primary concern now was how his foolish son had come to be injured. Chapter 36, The Hangover Remedy. What transpired? After much effort, Uncle Le finally managed to lay the intoxicated Xie Xin onto the bed, casting a reproachful glance at Bai Huiyuan. Were you not instructed to take proper care of our master? How could you allow him to drink to such excess? He shall surely suffer from a headache upon awakening. Bai Huiyuan retorted directly. It was the master's own desire to drink. With a Fu injured and absent, how could I possibly prevent him? In the past, their master had never required hangover pills. Firstly, he possessed an exceptional tolerance for alcohol, having never succumbed to drunkenness. Secondly, due to his esteemed status, none dared to force drink upon him. Yet tonight, something was amiss. After merely 2 cups, the master's face flushed crimson, extending all the way to his neck. Uncle Lu reiterated, our master has narrowly escaped death to attain his current station, traversing each step with utmost caution. While we are powerless in matters of the court, it is solely upon him that our hopes rest. However, once he descends from the court, we are all he has. If we fail to care for him properly, how shall we face his departed parents in the afterlife? The master and mistress he referred to were Xie Xin's long-deceased parents. What stains are these upon the master's sleeve? Bai Huiyuan observed as Xie Xin's hand dangled over the edge of the bed, the voluminous purple sleeve trailing down, its hemline adorned with dark ink stains. A sudden thought crossed Bai Huiyuan's mind. Miss Yu had departed with a collection of the master's numerous ink treasures. And a bead of sweat broke upon his forehead. Would the master punish him with the task of cleaning the chamber pot once he awoke? Perhaps he had unwittingly scribed 100 heartfelt poems for Miss Yu while inebriated in the carriage. He certainly could not disclose to his father that the lofty gentleman had penned such declarations for her. Master, your cousin has arrived, a servant announced from outside. Xie Xin had never permitted maidservants to approach him, and Uncle Le needed to attend to his injured son. Bai Huiyuan found it challenging to care for himself, let alone the master. Ultimately, the task of administering the hangover remedy fell upon Li Wan's shoulders. However, Bai Huiyuan felt a twinge of unease. Although the cousin had never explicitly declared her affections for their master, his 20 years of eavesdropping on tales led him to believe with great certainty that she was akin to the second female lead enamored with their master in the stories. Should the master be intoxicated and delirious, there was a risk he might mistake his cousin for Miss Yu, which would be quite undesirable. Bai Huiyuan abhorred the melodramatic and heart-wrenching misunderstandings often found in romantic narratives. He preferred to witness his master and the beloved lady engaging in tender exchanges. Not that. He meant to say, exchanging sweet sentiments. Suddenly, a cry of distress erupted from outside. Uncle Lu. Green Pearl dashed down the steps, calling into the room. Bai Huiyuan, something is amiss. The steward has fallen. Bai Huiyuan rushed out and found Uncle Lu sprawled face down on the steps, unable to rise after a considerable time. Old Uncle Lu. He hurried down to assist him up. Are you all right, old Uncle Lu? A Fu would surely be furious if he returned to find that he had neither cared for the master nor his own father, and would undoubtedly tear him apart. Uncle Lu inhaled sharply, clutching his jaw in evident agony. I've hurt myself. As he spoke, 2 of his front teeth fell out, causing his words to escape like a whisper through the gaps, with blood trickling down his fingers. Green Pearl's eyes flickered, betraying a hint of guilt. White Guardian, you should take the steward downstairs to rest. My lady will take care of things here. Nothing will go amiss. The White Guardian glanced at the elderly Uncle Lu, then towards the door, ultimately instructing the maids to keep a watchful eye on the gentleman and assisting Uncle Lu back to tend to his injuries. Brother? At last, the bothersome individuals had departed. Li Wanqing gently nudged Xie Xin's shoulder. Brother, are you awake? The man on the bed remained unresponsive, as if he had slipped into a deep slumber. She chuckled softly. Placing the hangover remedy on the table, Green Pearl entered. Miss, I have followed your instructions and tripped the steward. Li Wanqing, glancing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, arranged her long hair, her eyes sparkling with allure. Very well. You may leave now. Brother, it is now hers. With a creak, the door closed. Li Wanqing shed her outer garments, revealing an alluring undergarment of fragrant hues as she approached Xie Xin. The delicate fragrance of women varied. The lingering scent of fresh fruits wafted from her, while Li Wanqing exuded an intoxicating, sumptuous rose aroma. Suddenly, Xie Xin's eyes shot open, and with a swift motion, he struck Li Wanqing's arm. Get away. The inside of her arm quickly bloomed a deep red, even oozing droplets of blood, a testament to the force of his blow. Brother. Li Wanqing froze in place, her gentle eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Brother, Wanqing has adored you for many years. I implore your compassion. I seek no title, only your permission to serve you, to remain by your side for eternity. Xie Xin's gaze remained unfocused as he barked. Keep your distance. My body may only be touched by my wife. Wife? When did my brother acquire a wife? She questioned, bewildered. Wife, save me. Li Wanqing scrutinized Xie Xin's eyes, realizing they were vacant. He was clearly still inebriated. Summoning her resolve, she brought forth the hangover remedy. Brother, you are intoxicated. If you drink this bowl of remedy, I shall take you to find Niao Niao, all right? Xie Xin had only one wife, and that was Yu Niao Niao. She coaxed gently, hoping to persuade him to consume the concoction laced with her intentions. Initially, she had contemplated losing her virtue before marriage, fearing that after the wedding, he might harbor resentment and look down upon her. Thus, she planned to lie beside him, believing that upon awakening, he would mistake her for Yu Niao Niao. She could not fathom that, given his nature, he would shirk responsibility. To her surprise, despite his inebriation, his defenses remained steadfast. Thus, she felt justified in her approach. With a resounding slap, the hangover remedy was sent flying from her hand, crashing against the edge of the bed with a dull thud. The meticulously brewed remedy was now scattered. I say. Xie Xin's eyes ignited with fury. Get out. How could he dare to drink the soup that was not brewed by his lady? The love that Li Wanqing had harbored for years was cast aside like a worthless object, causing her eyes to redden with anger as she covered her face and wept. I have devoted my heart entirely to my cousin, willing to sacrifice everything for him. What is that wretched Yu Niao Niao better than I am? No one answered her question. Xie Xin had already collapsed onto the bed, lost in a deep slumber. Yet, whenever Li Wanqing attempted to draw near the window, Xie Xin would open his eyes, and she felt that if she dared to approach further, her cousin might erupt in fury and throw her out. The night was heavy, mirroring Li Wanqing's current state of mind. Some rejoiced, while others despaired, after this night. The one who should be most troubled was likely Luo Yiming, imprisoned by Lord Luo. Let me out. You worthless lackeys, do you not value your lives? How dare you confine me? I will ensure your demise once I am free. Chapter 37. Incitement. How long do you intend to create this uproar? Lord Luo entered, exuding an air of authority. Do you not realize that your obstinacy has cost us a splendid opportunity? Following him were the fifth prince, Luo Yunfei, and Madame Yu. Luo Yuming was taken aback by the unexpected assembly. Father, mother, sister, brother-in-law, what have I done now? Lord Luo, pained by her foolishness, sank onto a chair, gasping for breath and turning away in disdain. Luo Yunfei stepped forward, grasping Luo Yuming's hand. This evening, the fifth prince has brought back a coveted spring wine from the western regions, a mere small flask. Father instructed the servants to mix it into Xie Xin's drink. Had you not entangled yourself with Yu Niao Niao tonight, you would surely have secured a favorable outcome with Xie Xin. Her words struck Luo Yuming like a bolt from the blue. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet, she had been thwarted by Yu Niao Niao, and it remained uncertain whether something embarrassing had transpired between them. Now, in her own home, she found herself thwarted once more. Her family had schemed to marry her to Xie Xin on 2 occasions, only for Yu Niao Niao to emerge victorious both times. How could she possibly endure such humiliation? I shall kill her. Luo Yuming's wailing pierced the air. Father, I care not. I am determined to marry Xie Xin. I wish to be the first minister's wife. Woe is me. Will you assist me in eliminating Yu Niao Niao? If she is gone, Xie Xin will be mine. Do you still have the audacity to weep? Lord Luo slammed his palm onto the table, rising furiously. Do you realize that because of you, the reputation of our Luo family's daughters has plummeted? How will your unmarried sisters find suitors now? If word reaches the Empress, Yunfei, as the fifth prince's consort, may also suffer disgrace. What concern is that of mine? Luo Yuming retorted, her usual deflection in full force. It is all that wretched Yu Niao Niao's fault. She seeks to entice Xie Xin, continually stepping over me to ascend. She is my nemesis. Unless she is eliminated, my rage will not subside. The fifth prince's gaze darkened, his fury palpable, as if he might erupt at any moment. Luo Yunfei averted her eyes. However, Xie Xin has partaken of the spring wine. I heard from the servants that Yu Niao Niao departed in Xie Xin's carriage. Our spies reported that the carriage circled the Xie residence several times before delivering her back to the Weiyuan Marquis' estate, even if their previous encounter bore no fruit. With the aid of the spring wine this time, it is likely. Xie Xin's reputation is at stake. Do you still wish to marry him? I shall marry him. Luo Yuming's expression twisted with rage. It is precisely because Yu Niao Niao has already entangled herself with Xie Xin that I am even more resolute in my pursuit. Once I become Xie Xin's wife, I will never allow her to enter as a concubine. I shall see for myself which man would be willing to marry a withered flower like her. The fifth prince's dark gaze intensified, growing ever more perilous as the sisters continued their discourse. That despicable Unionio. How dare she betray him? She shall pay dearly for her insolence. Madame Yu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Yunming, you should go to Lanin Temple for spiritual cultivation. Luo Yunming's cries abruptly ceased, her eyes wide with disbelief. Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? You wish for me to become a nun? Do not rush. Listen to your mother. Yusher said promptly, it is not our intention for you to truly become a nun, merely to seek refuge temporarily. Once the people of the capital forget the misdeeds you have committed, we shall bring you back. By then, the fifth prince will have taken his rightful place in the eastern palace, and there will be no fear of Xie Xin refusing to yield. In just one night, the whispers of the capital, laden with frivolity and treachery, transformed into malicious accusations against Luo Yunming, who was portrayed as the orchestrator of a vile conspiracy. The very individuals who had so vehemently condemned Yu Niao now found themselves in a fierce backlash from the populace, rallying against Luo Yunming with even greater fervor. It was imperative for her to seek seclusion, allowing time for the public to gradually forget the incident. As dawn broke, the Luo family finally persuaded Luo Yunming to pack her belongings hastily and embark on a small cart towards Lanin Temple. She could no longer remain at the Weiyuan Marquette. General Sheng was already en route back to the capital. Rest assured, everything is prepared, and I shall return to the palace to meet with father, she declared. Upon receiving the affirmative from the fifth prince, Luo Yunfei felt a significant weight lift from her chest, granting her a moment to breathe. Yet, until she witnessed the downfall of the Weiyuan Marquette, her heart would not be fully at ease. Luo Yuming was her sister, but she also served as a blade in her hand, foolish yet exceedingly useful, obeying her every command. Now that this weapon had been compromised by Yu Niao, she was compelled to forge a new, sharper one. Her next instrument would be the fifth prince. Born into royalty, he was the direct offspring of the emperor and empress. Although his majesty favored the fourth prince, he could not disregard ancestral traditions to elevate him as the crown prince. Should the emperor err in such a manner, the elder statesman, who revered rules and propriety, would be the first to object. The empress's maternal family was not to be underestimated either. Love and affection meant little to her. She could tolerate the fifth prince's many romantic entanglements. Yet Yu Niao was an entirely different matter. She posed a threat to her standing. All she had said previously was merely a ploy to sow discord between the fifth prince and Yu Niao, inciting him to harbor resentment towards her. An arrogant man could not abide the betrayal of his beloved. A chill wind swept through the air, causing the white magnolia blossoms adorning the window frame to tremble. Perhaps due to last night's torrential rain, the day bore an especially gloomy disposition. The rolling dark clouds loomed overhead like an impending tide, casting a weighty gloom that even stifled one's breath. Yu Niao carefully stored the love poems penned by Xie Xin into a box. Suddenly struck by an idea, she covered her mouth with a smile and pulled out another sheet to hand to Huang Ying. Inger, find someone to discreetly post this on the city bulletin board. Huang Ying's face flushed crimson after merely glancing at the paper. Miss, this is inappropriate. Such licentious verses. The Prime Minister has no shame in writing such poetry for you. Yu Niao pinched her pouting cheek playfully. This was procured while he was intoxicated, and it suits my desires perfectly. Moreover, after today, I intend for everyone to know that I, Yu Niao, am Xie Xin's woman. Anyone who seeks to undermine the Weiyuan Marquette or conspire against it would do well to heed the cautionary tale of the fifth prince. Huang Ying, with a reluctant pout, ventured forth, spending a modest sum of silver to enlist a few young beggars for her purpose. Yu Niao, with her kind-hearted nature, would always spare a coin or two for the small beggars she encountered, and over time, a considerable number of them gathered around the vicinity of the Weiyuan Marquette. Huang Ying frequently provided them with food and necessities, occasionally enlisting their assistance for minor errands. These young beggars, when apprehended, were quite adept at evasion, and would never betray Yu Niao. Of course, the tasks Huang Ying assigned them were never perilous, for instance, spreading rumors that her lady had engaged in intimate relations with the Prime Minister. Chapter 38. Treason and Betrayal. A rumble echoed through the dim sky as thunder clapped. Yu Niao glanced at the time and instructed Huang Ying to summon someone. Conceal my personal garments and valuables discreetly. We must not allow anyone to take advantage of the confusion. In her previous life, Luo Yuming had barged into the Marquis's residence with the officials of the Dali Temple, using the pretext of searching for evidence of treason, and had rummaged through her belongings extensively. On the day her parents were imprisoned, she had even enlisted a few beggars from a dilapidated temple to brandish her undergarments and clothing at the entrance of the Dali Temple. proclaiming that the experience of the Marquis's legitimate daughter was truly intoxicating, which infuriated her mother to the point of spitting blood. Although she had plotted against Luo Yunming the previous night, she remained unaware of the punishment that the Luo family would impose upon her. To avoid falling into another predicament, she needed to take precautions in advance. The Dali Temple was in session. Outsiders must keep their distance. A cacophony of footsteps and voices gradually approached from the front courtyard to the rear. The clamor swelled, and a group of individuals was headed straight for Yun Yao Niao's chamber. Leading them was not Luo Yunming, but rather Luo Yunfei. The intruders exuded an intimidating aura. And Huang Ying, trembling, grasped Yun Yao Niao's arm. Mississippi, do not fear. Yun Yao Niao reassured her with a gentle pat. Rest assured. I stand upright and just. Those malevolent spirits cannot harm me. In her past life, Luo Yunfei had lurked in the shadows like a venomous serpent, orchestrating others to ensnare her until her demise. Now, she was compelled to act preemptively. This unforeseen turn of events was fortuitous for Yun Yao Niao. If, as in her previous life, her every effort were to yield the same unchanging narrative, that would be truly terrifying, a source of despair. What are you doing? This is the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence. You cannot act recklessly. My lady is of noble birth. You cannot simply search at your whim. What will people say about my lady's reputation if this gets out? In the courtyard, a throng of servants blocked the officials from the Dali Temple, while the Wei Yuan Marquis and his wife, Madame Hu, looked on with grim expressions as the officers forcefully invaded. Marquis, please do not make things difficult for us. We are merely following orders. If you have any objections, it would be prudent to seek an audience at the palace now. The officials of the Dali Temple appeared respectful, yet the insincerity in their smiles betrayed a hint of mockery. The emperor was currently incensed, eager to have the Wei Yuan Marquis executed. How could he possibly summon him? The court awaited the discovery of incriminating evidence to accuse the Wei Yuan Marquis's household of treason. Second Miss Yu, are you inside? Luo Yunfei feigned concern as she peered inward. The fifth prince is worried about you and has sent me to check on you. He asked me to convey his apologies. It is quite inconvenient for him to come himself with all eyes on the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence. Do not speak such nonsense. The Wei Yuan Marquis, tall and imposing, advanced toward Luo Yunfei in fury, causing her to retreat in alarm. That treacherous wolf, Gao Wuzhan, do not think I am unaware of his betrayal, reporting to the emperor that my household is guilty of treason, using such despicable means to frame me, and yet daring to covet my daughter? I am truly curious to see what fortitude your faces are made of, for they are remarkably thick. The Marquis of Wei Yuan is aware of this. Luo Yunfei was taken aback, yet soon smiled again, realizing that it was already too late. She attempted to pull the Marquis away. Stop! Yun Yao Niao, elegantly attired in a delicate pink skirt, gracefully emerged from the room. Father, mother, we are upright and need not fear shadows. Since Miss Luo wishes to search, let her do so. A refreshing floral fragrance wafted through the air, as a few clusters of white flowers stood quietly in the corner. Luo Yunfei narrowed her eyes. Sister Yu, it was His Majesty who ordered the search of the Marquis of Wei Yuan, not me. What, then, is your purpose here? Yun Yao Niao, unperturbed, replied. You are neither an officer of the Dali Temple nor an imperial eunuch sent for supervision. As the daughter of a mere commander, what audacity gives you the right to meddle in court affairs? She shifted her gaze to the junior minister of the Dali Temple. Is it possible that Master Ma has consumed the courage of a bear, daring to allow a woman to partake in political matters? It has been a long-standing rule that women must not engage in governance. Even the empress cannot discuss state affairs with the emperor. Yet Luo Yunfei dares to accompany the Dali Temple in searching a minister's residence. Master Ma of the Dali Temple was taken aback. Miss Yu, you jest. Miss Luo is not with us. We simply encountered her at the door. The emperor has issued a decree to search the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence for evidence of treason. Should this be substantiated, it would constitute an egregious crime of exterminating an entire clan. In such a scenario, should you not expel unrelated individuals? What if she seizes the opportunity to indiscriminately place false evidence against the Marquis's household? Master Ma, can you bear the responsibility for that? Master Ma was momentarily stunned by Yun Yao Niao's words. Initially, he had aimed to curry favor with the future consort of the fifth prince. Yet now he felt a pang of fear. Observing Master Ma's hesitance, Luo Yunfei adopted a poised stance. Sister Yu, why must we be adversaries? Though you may not become the fifth prince's consort, I am still quite willing to assist in your entrance into the household. The fifth prince harbors feelings for you. That is why I have come to see you. My intentions are solely for your benefit, and I harbor no ill will towards you. That sounds commendable. But I do not believe you. Yu Niao raised her head, gazing haughtily at Master Ma. You may search my room, but Miss Luo cannot enter. She has always been envious of my beauty and popularity. I do not wish to invite a wolf into my home. Master Ma pondered for a moment. The fifth prince had discreetly informed him of the location of the hidden correspondence. Luo Yunfei was merely there to add insult to injury, her presence being of little consequence. Very well. He waved his hand, and a multitude of officials filed in. The expressions of the Marquis of Wei Yuan and Madame Hu darkened further. Sir, it is terrible news. The white steward rushed into Xie Xin's study, breathless. Sir, it is being said outside that the Marquis of Wei Yuan has been exposed for treason by the fifth prince. The emperor has decreed that the Dali Temple surround the Marquis's residence, claiming to have discovered evidence of his crimes. They intend to annihilate his entire clan. Xie Xin rubbed his aching forehead. After a night of excessive indulgence, he awoke this morning with a throbbing headache. Even more mortifying was the vivid recollection of everything that transpired in the carriage last night, the words he uttered, every flirtatious gesture he made. All etched in his memory with startling clarity. This was far more distressing than the prospect of having blacked out, at least in that case. He would be spared the embarrassment of remembering his actions. Damned be it. He recalled every detail vividly. His cheeks flushed. He bashfully addressed Lady Yu Niao. With a sense of humility, he reached for her hand, cautiously testing the waters as he sought to share an intimate moment with her. Chapter 39. Evidence that wretched woman. Yu Niao, how dare she toy with him, compelling him to pen over 100 lascivious poems in her honor. The very thought of the verses he had crafted sent him into despair, wishing only to vanish from this world entirely. Seize their assets. Hurry and seize them. My lord, did you hear what I just said? He appeared lost in a reverie, prompting by Hu Yuan to gently nudge him. Perhaps you should go and take a look. I am concerned that the second young lady might be bullied. I heard that Miss Luo has also arrived. Filled with a tumult of indignation and shame, Xie Xin raised his gaze to meet Bai Hu Yuan's eyes, and with a soft sigh, he murmured, What misunderstanding do you harbor regarding Yu Niao? Bai Hu Yuan looked bewildered, not comprehending his lord's words. It was a Fu who insisted that you must rescue the second young lady. Otherwise, our cooked lady may take flight again. A Fu, having grown up alongside his lord, was still so concerned about his lifelong affairs despite his injuries. Why do you all believe that Yu Niao would be bullied by others? Xie Xin's expression remained impassive. From my perspective, it is quite commendable that she does not bully others. She took advantage of my drunken state last night and bullied me instead. Surely not. Bai Hu Yuan appeared perplexed. The second young lady is delicate and incapable of self-care. How could she possibly bully anyone? With such slender arms and legs, a gust of wind could sweep her away. Moreover, ever since that night during the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet when my lord rescued her, she has undergone a significant transformation. She has begun to care for you, my lord. As the saying goes, the players are confused while the spectators see clearly. Perhaps my lord has yet to grasp the truth, or perhaps he simply cannot believe it. Xie Xin pressed his lips together. Ugh, my lord, what troubles you? I have a severe headache. Prepare the carriage to take me to the Linshan Medical Hall. Bai Hu Yuan, thinking his lord was merely suffering from a hangover, quickly replied, Please wait, my lord. I shall fetch Uncle Lu right away. The Linshan Medical Hall is not far from the Wei Yuan Marquis. One can see the grand gates of the Marquis from the entrance of the hall. At this moment, a throng of onlookers had gathered at the gates of the Marquis. Rumors circulated that the Wei Yuan Marquis had colluded with Xie Xin, deliberately losing battles in the past, and that the fifth prince's engagement with Yu Niao was a ploy to find an opportunity to gather evidence of the Marquis's treason. So, does that mean the fifth prince does not harbor feelings for the second young lady? Of course not. If he did, how could he publicly expose the Marquis's crimes? This offense could lead to the extermination of 9 clans. If convicted, who knows whether the second young lady's life could be spared. However, the Wei Yuan Marquis has commanded troops at the border for decades, repelling numerous attacks from Xie Xin. He once suffered a grievous wound from an arrow to the chest, nearly perishing. Despite a single defeat, his enmity with Xie Xin runs deep. How could he possibly conspire with them? You are unaware of the truth. It is likely that the Wei Yuan Marquis had secretly conspired with the Xie Xin, feigning defeat to gain the emperor's trust, consolidate military power, and seize authority. Then, they would send our men to their doom, orchestrating a grand betrayal. The casualties of 50,000 troops back then serve as the most compelling evidence of treason. Clear the way, clear the way. Another battalion of soldiers clad in military armor marched forward, declaring, The Ministry of Justice is in session. Everyone step aside. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Lord Zhou, stormed into the Marquis's residence with an air of authority, flanked by his entourage. He had awaited this moment for far too long. That audacious woman, Yu Rourou, had tormented his beloved daughter, and today he was set on exacting revenge. He reassured his daughter, Xie, fear not. Today, I shall ensure that wretched woman kneels before you and begs for mercy. The royal family had turned their backs on her, the fifth prince had abandoned her, and the prime minister held no affection for her. Now, even the Marquis's household could no longer offer her refuge. Yu Rourou had lost all her support. If he did not act now, when would he? At that moment, officials from the Dali Temple were still searching Yu Rourou's boudoir when Deputy Minister Zhou brazenly entered, demanding, "Arrest the criminal Yu Changwei and the sinful Hu." He boldly invoked the name of the Marquis of Yuan. "What are you doing?" The Marquis thundered, shielding Hu and Yu Rourou behind him. The Marquis had no concubines to protect. He only needed to defend his wife and daughter. A task not daunting for a man of his stature. Deputy Minister Zhou narrowed his eyes maliciously, declaring, "The criminal Yu Changwei refuses to cooperate with his detention. Deal with him as you see fit." He sought to eliminate them, hoping to curry favor with the fifth prince and the prime minister, confident none would dare oppose him. Ma Daren and Luo Yunfei exchanged glances, retreating to give Lord Zhou the stage. They were content to distance themselves from the conflict, allowing someone else to take the risks. After all, Deputy Minister Zhou was an ally of the fifth prince. Who would dare oppose him? With a swift motion, the Marquis of Wei Yuan seized a long staff from a nearby guard, wielding it fiercely. "If you wish to harm my family, you shall have to step over my dead body." Yu Rourou looked on in concern at the sudden turn of events. Her father, seasoned by countless battles, bore many wounds and was no longer the fierce warrior he once was. The deputy minister seemed as foolish as Xie Xin, which filled her with dread. Dealing with the clever was not frightening, for they had reservations. Once their concerns were known, they would deliberate and hesitate to act recklessly. However, confronting the foolish was an entirely different matter. They were blinded by immediate gains, consumed by anger, and utterly oblivious to the consequences. The most foolish were often the most dangerous. With a sudden clash, the guards of the ministry surged forward, and the Marquis wielded his staff with ferocity, fending off the hands reaching for his wife and daughter. Yu Rourou clutched the frightened Hu, stepping back, her delicate brows furrowed as she watched the Marquis intently. "Father, be careful." Alas, a single man could not withstand the onslaught of many. The Marquis was struck on the calf, causing him to kneel in pain. The guards seized the opportunity, pressing their blades to his neck, forcing him into a humiliating position. A glint of excitement flashed in Zhou Xueyan's eyes as she commanded, "Bring Yu Rourou to me." Her heart raced with anticipation. At last, she could reclaim her dignity. "Do not touch my lady." Huang Ying valiantly broke through the grasp of the burly matrons attempting to seize her young mistress. "You wretched old hags, do not lay a finger on my lady." However, a resounding slap struck Huang Ying's face, the force of which left her dizzy and sent her sprawling. "Ingo." The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth as darkness clouded her vision. "Do not touch my lady." Her feeble protests went unheard as several matrons ruthlessly restrained Yu Rourou and dragged her toward Zhou Xueyan. With a brutal kick, they struck Yu Rourou's kneecap. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows, 4 blows. Beads of sweat blossomed on her porcelain face, yet her knees remained steadfast, refusing to bend before Zhou Xueyan. "Niao niao, niao niao." The Marquis of Wei Yuan and Mrs. Hu were filled with rage, longing to rush to her aid. Yet they were firmly held back. Chapter 40. Xie Xin. I hurt my chin was firmly grasped by Zhou Xueyan's fingers, painfully lifted. The tender flesh pinched by her sharp nails. Yu Rourou's eyes, perpetually glistening with tears, glared fiercely at Zhou Xueyan. A soft chuckle escaped Zhou Xueyan's lips as she scraped her painted pink nails across Rourou's face. "Yu Rourou, isn't it your beauty that allows you to act as you please? Tell me, if I were to ruin your face, would you still be able to beguile the fifth prince and the prime minister?" Luo Yunfei raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. If Zhou Xueyan could indeed mar Yu Rourou's beauty, then there would be no need for her to get her hands dirty. Let the anger of the fifth prince and Xie Xin be borne by the Zhou family. She would ensure that Zhou Xueyan's remains were well taken care of. Several matrons seized Yu Rourou's arms, while others held her head and face, preventing any movement. Zhou Xueyan's eyes sparkled with intense malice. Suddenly, a hollow water tank came crashing down, striking Zhou Xueyan and sending her sprawling to the ground. The tank shattered upon impact, scattering fragments everywhere, revealing the force with which it had been kicked. Xie Xin, propelled 3 meters away, coughed blood, her chest aching as if her very organs had been dislocated. What a display of authority, Lord Zhou. I hold the title of assisting the 6 ministries. Yet you seem to have forgotten that you were ordered to meddle at the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence? As the foremost figure in the cabinet, Xie Xin's authority was not mere rhetoric. Each prime minister wielded supreme power over the 6 ministries. The crowd turned to the entrance, where a man with a stern countenance and an imposing presence had entered. With every step, it felt as though he was treading upon the hearts of those present. The matrons holding Uniao were intimidated by Xie Xin's gaze, instinctively releasing her. Xie Xin. Tears streamed down Uniao's face as she lunged towards him. Yet the pain in her injured leg prevented her from running far, and she stumbled to the ground. Tears fell like pearls, one by one. Xie Xin caught her with one hand, saving her from a disgraceful fall. Her soft body nestled into his embrace, trembling slightly, her voice tinged with a whimper. Xie Xin. It hurts. Xie Xin gritted his teeth, casting a chilling glare at the others from a place where Uniao could not see. He remained silent. Yet everyone felt the unspoken threat. Dare to bully my woman, and you shall face dire consequences. Luo Yunfei felt a surge of anger. Had she arrived just a moment later, Zhou Shuiyan would have succeeded. Sister Yu, are you all right? She exclaimed as she rushed down the steps. Zhou Shuiyan is truly vicious, but thank goodness you're unharmed. Otherwise, the 5th prince's request for me to care for you would be meaningless. Speaking these words, she directed her gaze at Xie Xin. 3 years ago, Uniao had forsaken him for the 5th prince. And Luo Yunfei could not believe a man could be so magnanimous as to tolerate his woman's repeated betrayals. It appeared that the 5th prince did not regard the emperor's decree with any seriousness. Xie Xin gently embraced Uniao, his large hand softly patting her back to soothe her unease. The emperor has already issued a decree, instructing the Dali Temple to investigate the evidence of wrongdoing. No one is permitted to interfere, nor may anyone visit during this period. Otherwise, they shall be treated as accomplices. Are you not aware of this? Even coming to the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence was her own decision. How could she know what the emperor's command entailed? Luo Yunfei's smile faltered. Is that so? I merely came to take a look. Since Sister Yu is unharmed, I shall take my leave. With that, she disregarded Master Ma and departed hastily. Master Zhou, in a state of shock, stammered, my lord, why are you here? Was it not said that the Prime Minister harbored a deep disdain for Uniao, treating her as a mere plaything? Summoning her at will and dismissing her just as easily? This does not appear to be the case. My lord was passing by the medical clinic and chanced upon you bullying the Wei Yuan Marquis' family. Have you uncovered any evidence of the Marquis' treason? Why are you so eager to act against him and his kin? Bai Huyuan, having spent considerable time with Ah Fu, quickly interjected. Xie Xin bestowed an encouraging glance upon him, further emboldening Bai Huyuan as he approached the officials, pushing them aside to assist the Wei Yuan Marquis. Have you all lost your senses? This is the illustrious Wei Yuan Marquis. How dare you lay a hand on him? Are you courting death? He is the father-in-law of my esteemed lord and will soon be my lord's father-in-law as well. Your audacity is astonishing. Master Ma, reminded by this, recalled that he had been misled by Luo Yunfei. They had yet to search the Marquis' study. However, the 5th prince mentioned that letters were also hidden in the rafters of Miss Yu's courtyard. Why had they not been discovered? My lord, there is nothing here. What? How can that be? Have you searched thoroughly? My lord, we have scoured every corner, truly finding nothing. Perhaps it resides elsewhere. The Wei Yuan Marquis snorted derisively. You have found no evidence. Master Ma seems rather disappointed. Master Ma, exhaling heavily through his nose, shot a glare at the Wei Yuan Marquis. Let us go search the study. The 5th prince stated that the most crucial letters are hidden there. We must find them. Xie Xin, I wish to accompany you. Uniao, limping, expressed her concern. My father, you are injured. Xie Xin lifted her effortlessly, carrying her back to her chamber. I promise to protect the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence. Do you trust me? The depth of emotion in his gaze threatened to overflow, the fervor almost burning Uniao. Her cheeks flushed, she gradually relaxed her grip on his shoulder, gently nodding. I trust you. Because you are Xie Xin, I believe in you. Huang Ying wiped away her tears, her nose reddened as she sniffled. A prominent handprint marred her face, and her lip was swollen and cracked. With her hair in disarray, she expressed her gratitude to Xie Xin. Though you often bully the young lady, this time you saved her. I shall retract my previous statement and never again refer to you as son-in-law. The young lady of her family already belonged to Xie Xin. And if he still held her in his heart, their union would be only natural. provided that he continued to treat her well. Xie Xin cast her a glance, remaining silent, yet his gaze bore an uncharacteristic gentleness. Take good care of your young lady, Bai Huyuan. Have someone summon a doctor from the Linchun Medical Hall. The Marquis of Wei Yuan had sustained a knife wound on his leg, leaving a trail of blood as he departed. Yu Niao had also injured her leg. Thinking of those few old women, Xie Xin's gaze turned icy once more. I will check the study. Upon exiting the room, he summoned his secret guards. I require their legs. Chapter 41. Is this all? Those haughty women, following the arrogant Zhou Shuyan, have undoubtedly committed countless heinous acts. Just moments ago, they aimed their vicious kicks at Yu Niao, clearly intent on incapacitating her, pouring all their strength into each blow. Since they approached Yu Niao with such malice, let them bear the consequences of their wickedness. Xie Xin. It is uncertain whether Lord Zhou was startled or simply unresponsive, for he had utterly forgotten his precious daughter, leaving her alone in the courtyard. As the dark guards subdued the women, Zhou Shuyan called out in fury. Rising with the support of her maid, you have always held affection for Yu Niao. The last time at the Shao residence. It was because I struck her maid that you regarded me with such a look, was it not? That very gaze has haunted me with countless nightmares. In my dreams, Xie Xin regarded me as one would a corpse, devoid of any emotion. No matter how I tried to escape, I could not flee that dreadful dream. I sought counsel at the Lannan temple, and the abbess revealed that this was a malady of the heart. To break free from this nightmare, I must confront the source of my fear. After much contemplation, I realized my true dread was not Xie Xin's gaze, but rather the thought that he might still harbor feelings for Yu Niao and thus reject me. Hence, I resolved to come to the Wei Yuan Marquis today, seeking ways to ruin Yu Niao. Yet, Xie Xin's demeanor today instilled fear within me. Following that fear came a reckless abandon. When Xie Xin turned at her call, it seemed he looked at her, yet his eyes reflected no trace of her presence, had you not mentioned it. I might have forgotten it was you who struck her maid. He had not forgotten that Huang Ying was beaten, but rather who had delivered the blows. That night, aside from Yu Niao, he found it difficult to distinguish between the other women, as they all appeared alike to him. At that moment, a dark guard inquired, My lord, shall we take them away for further handling? Xie Xin cast a glance at Yu Niao, who believed she was cleverly concealed at the door. A smile gracing his lips. No need, let them remain here. Other women, upon hearing the screams and witnessing the torment of others, might feel pity or even fear. Not Yu Niao, especially since those being dealt with were the very ones who had tormented her. She watched with her own eyes, feeling only the satisfaction of revenge. A sweet release. Others might deem her cruel, yet he would not. Contemplating this, his heart skipped a beat. Why? Why would others perceive her as malicious? Yet he did not? Impossible. It cannot be. Surely you have received word and concealed the evidence beforehand. Search again. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. But unearth it for me. At the entrance to the study, Lord Zhou's furious voice could already be heard, his temper boiling over. Miss, do be cautious. After Xie Xin departed, Yu Niao emerged, hopping on one leg, the chilling wails of the women crescendoing in the courtyard. Ah, spare me, miss you. Miss you, we shall never dare again. Miss you, you possess a magnanimous spirit. Do not hold this against us. Ah, it hurts terribly. Yu Niao remained unmoved. Had Xie Xin not come to my rescue just now, would you have spared me? I think not. Now, it is I who kneels in supplication. Why should I show leniency towards my enemies? Her cold demeanor mirrored that of Xie Xin. Zhou Shuyan clutched her chest, pulling her maid to quietly withdraw. Zhou Shuyan, where do you think you are going? Huang Ying had already closed the courtyard gate, and a group of servants gathered around Yu Niao. It is time to settle our accounts. Were you not intent on ruining my face? She similarly lifted Zhou Shuyan's chin, but in her hand was a beautifully crafted dagger. Tell me, if I were to mar your visage, would anyone come to your rescue? No. She was not Yu Niao. She had the 5th prince's affection on one side and Xie Xin's protection on the other. Let me see where I should strike. Her mocking tone was laced with cruelty, and Zhou Shuyan instinctively trembled with fear, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Yu Niao, you cannot do this. My father is a minor official in the Dali Temple. I am the daughter of a court official. What you are doing is wrong. Slap. Yu Niao struck her delicate face. I am still the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wei Yuan. Did you not wish to break my legs and ruin my beauty? I am merely returning the favor. Are you afraid now? The cold blade grazed her cheek, and Zhou Shuyan seemed to sense the pain, her lips bleeding from biting them. Yet, Yu Niao suddenly laughed. When it comes to yourself, you are so timid. With such little courage, you are not worthy to stain my hands." She sheathed the dagger and raised her chin toward Huang Ying, haughtily declaring, "My Inger has endured so many blows. It is only right she seeks justice." Huang Ying rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slaps echoed from Yu Niao's courtyard. Yet, no one would come to Zhou Shuiyan's aid. The fifth prince's denunciation of the Marquis of Wei Yuan had stirred the entire capital into a frenzy, with the citizens of the entire Dai dynasty awaiting a resolution. Should the allegations prove true, he would be deemed a historical sinner for his defeat 3 years prior, unworthy of mourning. The prime minister had also been implicated. It seemed the Marquis of Wei Yuan could not escape this time, as the prime minister harbored a grudge against him. The prime minister was not the type to seek personal revenge. If the Marquis fell, it would surely be for legitimate reasons. He could not have framed the Marquis. "Father, mother." In the crowd, Yu Ning attempted to rush inside. "Madam." Yu Qingkong embraced her. "You cannot go in now. If they uncover something, the officials from the Dali Temple will immediately detain everyone from the Marquis's household. If you return and are taken away by the Dali Temple, who will advocate for the Marquis's household outside?" Yu Ning struggled, and Yu Qingkong held her tighter, urging her to calm down. "Madam, do you not remember? Did not my sister say that the items the fifth prince placed in your father-in-law's study have already been cleared out? Moreover, Xie Xin is willing to protect my sister. Nothing will happen." Yet, she understood the reasoning. But seeing the Marquis's residence besieged by officials left her heart pounding anxiously. "Do not worry." Yu Qingkong gently patted her head, saying, "Even if you do not trust Xie Xin, you ought to have faith in your sister." Yu Ning fell silent. Indeed, she believed that with her sister's grace and beauty, should her sister show even a hint of vulnerability, Xie Xin would surely be reluctant to let her suffer harm. Crash. "What are you saying?" A cup of hot tea was hurled to the ground from behind the table in the Yangxin Hall, and the gathered individuals fell silent, too afraid to utter a sound. The fifth prince knelt on the ground, his expression exceedingly grim. "You make such a grand display in informing me that Wei Yuan Ho is colluding with traitors, and yet this is all you have to show for it?" Chapter 42. How to Soothe. Not only did they fail to uncover anything, but Master Ma, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, also severely injured the Marquis of Wei Yuan. These fools. If the Marquis of Wei Yuan harbored no treasonous intentions, he would still have been useful to us. Now that he is injured, what shall we do? Your Majesty, although the fifth prince acted rather recklessly this time, I believe he was deceived by treacherous individuals, which is understandable. After all, colluding with the enemy and betraying the country is a grave sin. The fifth prince did not dare to conceal the truth. Now that we have established that the Marquis of Wei Yuan has been wronged, Your Majesty should prioritize soothing him. As for who deceived the fifth prince, that can be investigated later. Xie Xin's remarks provided a graceful exit for the emperor, the fifth prince, the empress, her family, and all the courtiers who supported the fifth prince. No matter how much the emperor favored the consort Xian, he could not appoint the fourth prince as crown prince. The empress has held sway in the inner palace for many years, regardless of whether consort Xian possesses the capability to rival her. The powerful Xin clan behind the empress is no ordinary family. The Zhongzhou Xin clan is as renowned as the Qinghe family. After the late emperor ascended the throne, he felt that the Qinghe four great families wielded excessive power, as half of the court officials were affiliated with them. The four great families never intermarried with outsiders, leading to a solidified internal unity and prosperity. Even when the late emperor sought to marry a daughter from the Qinghe Chui family, the Chui clan refused, citing that all their legitimate daughters were already betrothed and that no illegitimate daughter would serve as a concubine. Although the late emperor aimed to exploit the position of empress to sow discord among the Chui, Zhang, Chai, and Li families, it has always been an unparalleled honor to become the emperor's wife, and none dared to refuse. The four great families only sought to unite against a common foe, preventing the late emperor from dividing them. Yet they failed to consider that the art of emperorship is the most inscrutable of all. When the late emperor married a woman from the Zhangzhou family, he promoted all their talents to significant positions in the court, nurturing a new faction of fresh power. He also arranged marriages for many princes and high-ranking officials, transforming them into allies by controlling their households. Even if a prince favored the aristocracy, the legitimate heir-born of his wife would be influenced by his biological mother, ultimately leaning towards the imperial family. Over time, the Zhangzhou clan rose to prominence, rivaling the Qinghe family. Later, upon the late emperor's passing and Your Majesty's ascension, you further relied on officials from the Xin clan and suppressed the Qinghe family, gradually erasing their influence from the court. However, the ebb and flow of power is a perpetual cycle. When Your Majesty realized that the external relatives had monopolized power and that half of the officials were being consumed by the Xin family, resembling the situation in which the four great families once overshadowed imperial authority, it was too late to effect change. Thus, Xie Xin emerged. Your Majesty is more astute than the late emperor. Those you support are all individuals like Xie Xin, lacking any foundation, connections, or backing. Among them, Xie Xin stands out the most. Just as now, he understands that Your Majesty is currently unable to sever ties with the Xin clan, and that the fifth prince is destined to ascend to the crown prince's position, firmly establishing himself in the Eastern Palace. Therefore, he steps forward to provide both sides with an opportunity to save face, ensuring that both the emperor and the Xin clan will harbor gratitude towards him. Your Excellency CS speaks with reason. The emperor nodded, his imposing, narrow eyes harboring immense power. In accordance with your counsel, how should I appease the Marquis of Wuyuan? Xie Xin curled his lips slightly. Identify the one who deceived the fifth prince and impose punishment by stripping him of his official title. Subsequently, bestow rewards upon the Marquis's family to restore his name. In that brief moment, the fifth prince's mind raced with thoughts. Why was Xie Xin assisting him? Whom should he cast as the scapegoat? How could he extricate himself without arousing his father's suspicions? How would he explain his actions to Niao Niao while maintaining his innocence? Meanwhile, within the Wuyuan Marquis, the Marquis lay on his bed, erupting with hearty laughter. This time, the fifth prince is in for a great misfortune. Yu Niao Niao remarked, Father, you remain as physically robust yet intellectually simplistic as ever. If misfortune befell the fifth prince so readily, he would never have succeeded in becoming the crown prince in a previous life. This time, at the cost of your leg injury. It seems you will only procure a mild reprimand from His Majesty for the fifth prince. The esteemed father-in-law thought too simplistically. Yu Qingkong had the physician from the Linchun Medical Hall sent away before continuing. Once the outcome of this matter is revealed, the emperor will likely summon you to the palace. Regardless of what he says, you must refrain from uttering any words that might disadvantage the fifth prince. Nor should you attempt to coerce the emperor into granting you justice. When asked what you desire, simply respond that both thunder and rain are blessings from heaven. And whatever the emperor decrees is to be accepted without question. But how can that be? The Marquis of Wuyuan exclaimed, nearly leaping from his bed. He has caused me such suffering and subjected my Niao Niao to unwarranted humiliation. How could I let him off so easily? Just follow my husband's advice, and you shall be met with unforeseen delights, urged Yu Niao Niao. She shook the Marquis's hand, seemingly casually suggesting, perhaps His Majesty feels remorse and may grant my mother a title of nobility. The phrase title of nobility struck a chord deep within the Marquis's heart. He nodded with satisfaction. Very well, I shall heed Niao Niao's words. Yu Qingkong looked on with trepidation at Yu Niao Niao, pondering how she had come to know Xie Xion's words. It turned out that when Xie Xion entered the Marquis, he had already observed Yu Qingkong and Yu Yinin. Before escorting Lord Ma, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, and Lord Shou, the minister of justice, into the palace. He had sent by Hu Yuan to inform Yu Qingkong that if the Marquis adhered to his counsel, he could secure a title of nobility for the Marquis. Yu Niao Niao possessed no prophetic abilities. In her previous life, at this point, the Marquis had already been raided, and her sister, being a married woman, had not suffered repercussions. However, she had witnessed her family imprisoned, her sister fleeing, and the collapse of the Marquis, which had caused her such distress that she suffered a miscarriage after only a month of pregnancy. Subsequently, the Yi family pressured Yu Qingkong into taking a concubine, leading to a freezing of relations between her sister and brother-in-law. It was not that her brother-in-law had changed his affections, but rather that her sister had become obstinate. And upon hearing of their parents' demise, she wished to follow them in death. Subsequently, during her escape, Yu Niao Niao learned that her sister had suffered a miscarriage and was overwhelmed by sorrow, which led to her declining health and loss of sight. In her final moments, her eyes had wept to blindness. However, Yu Niao Niao could not accept that her sister had perished solely from excessive grief. This was due to the fact that Yu Qingkong, coerced by her family, had taken a concubine, who was a distant cousin of Luo Yunfei. Luo Yunfei was not one to engage in futile actions, thus, her sister's demise must surely be connected to her. Moreover, her mother had been bestowed the title of a noble lady, which further complicated matters. Yet, with the greatest crisis of this lifetime seemingly averted, she boldly ventured to anticipate the emperor's actions. Chapter 43. The scapegoat by the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Today, I bestow upon my esteemed wife, Lady Hu, who embodies grace and warmth, the esteemed title of Lady of Huiyong County, granting her the first-class edict. Let it be known, the imperial edict arrived the following day. The one delivering the decree was the Grand Eunuch, Lord Wan, who served closely beside the emperor. Upon reflection, Yun Ao quickly grasped the situation. It was likely that the emperor had summoned her father to the palace last night and, seeing the deep scars etched into his flesh, felt a pang of guilt and wished to restore his honor publicly. We extend our congratulations to the Marquis of Weiyuan and the Marquise. In the future, we shall rely on your esteemed lordship for guidance, Lord Wan said, adopting a humble demeanor. Recalling the emperor's private remarks about the Marquis's continued value and his displeasure with the Minister of Justice for overstepping his bounds and injuring the Marquis. A deeper smile graced his face. The Marquis of Weiyuan responded with a hearty smile. Your words are overly gracious, Lord Wan. We are all subjects of His Majesty, striving to alleviate his burdens. Mutual support is only fitting. For a moment, Lord Wan was taken aback by this response. But soon his smile grew more genuine. The Marquis speaks with sincerity. Such high-ranking eunuchs, while addressed with respect in public, were often derisively referred to as old eunuchs behind closed doors. The prominent officials, though they spoke sweetly to him, held him in contempt, believing him to have won the emperor's favor through flattery alone. No one ever acknowledged him as a fellow subject of the emperor. He was merely regarded as a servant. The respect the Marquis afforded him was invaluable, beyond any monetary worth. Yu Yao smiled faintly, realizing her father was not entirely lacking in wisdom, having instilled in her the importance of respect. In her previous life, Lord Wan was the only one who, after the Marquis of Weiyuan's downfall, sought to implore the emperor for justice and vindication for the Marquis's household. In the end, when the emperor fell gravely ill, the fifth prince, already acting as regent, wished for the seasoned Lord Wan to continue his service, a request Lord Wan declined, famously stating, "In my lifetime, I have served 2 emperors, both of whom possessed grand ambitions and knew how to utilize talent. However, dear prince, you are not the sovereign I wish to serve." This remark became widely known, subtly mocking the fifth prince's questionable claim to the throne. The betrayal of loyal subjects could never be compared to the noble rulers who preceded him. When Yu Yao faced her demise, Lord Wan would also follow the emperor into the afterlife. Such a man deserved the respect her father offered, as it was only right to acknowledge him as an equal. Your leg bears a wound, and the emperor is concerned. I have brought the renowned physician, Su, to tend to your injury, she suggested. The doctors at the Lingshan Medical Hall had already prescribed medication, but the main purpose of the imperial physician was to ascertain whether the Marquis had indeed sustained serious harm. At the Yangxin Palace, the priceless artifacts had been shattered multiple times in recent days. The fifth prince gazed with a heavy heart, gritting his teeth as he explained, "Father, I have been deceived by Xie Xin. He harbors a grudge against the Marquis of Weiyuan, and his daughter has a long-standing feud with the second young lady of the Marquis's household. During the flower viewing banquet hosted by the Shao family, many witnesses saw Xie Xin's daughter, Zhou Shuyan, strike Yunao. Father, I have been ensnared in this plot. I implore you to seek justice on my behalf." From the moment Xie Xin proclaimed that he had been deceived by treacherous individuals, the fifth prince and the officials of the Xin clan realized the gravity of the situation. It became imperative to find a scapegoat to absorb the emperor's wrath. After a night of meticulous planning, Zhou Haixing emerged as the most suitable candidate. The investigation concluded that he had a long-standing grudge against the Vice Minister of Justice and had incited the fifth prince under false pretenses. The fifth prince, motivated by a genuine desire to protect the integrity of the Dai dynasty, exposed the vice minister in the Golden Wan Hall, beseeching the emperor to unveil the truth. However, while Zhou Haixing was indeed deserving of his fate, the fifth prince was not entirely blameless. Although the emperor refrained from punishing the fifth prince, he entrusted all significant matters of the court to the fourth prince, leading the courtiers to speculate whether the fifth prince had irrevocably lost the emperor's favor. Were it not for the formidable backing of the Shun family behind the fifth prince, they might even suspect the emperor would confine him, imprisoning him within the confines of the prince's residence and never allowing him to emerge. This was precisely the scenario that Yunao fervently wished to witness. Observing the fifth prince and his associates floundering in their efforts, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. As Zhou Haixing fell from grace, the position of Deputy Minister of Justice became vacant. The fifth prince and his faction were utterly preoccupied with promoting their own candidates to fill the void, leaving them incapable of rescuing Zhou Haixing. However, with all 6 ministries now under Xie Xin's control, Zhou Haixing was swiftly ousted. only for Xie Xin's recommended successor to take his place almost immediately. This could not help but raise suspicions in the fifth prince's mind. He began to wonder if Xie Xin had intentionally uttered those words in the imperial study, seeking to make Zhou Haixing a scapegoat while seizing complete control of the Ministry of Justice. Among the 6 ministries, only Zhou Haixing, the Deputy Minister of Justice, remained loyal to the fifth prince. With Zhou Haixing gone, Xie Xin's influence soared to unprecedented heights. Whether in the court or the inner chambers, the Wei Yuan Marquis' household transformed from a fallen noble family to a favored presence before the emperor overnight. The name Uniao re-emerged in the circles of esteemed ladies. After the imperial physician assessed the Wei Yuan Marquis' injuries, the emperor dispatched Eunuch Wan daily with nourishing gifts and commendations. Over the course of 3 days, Uniao became well acquainted with Eunuch Wan. Once the 3 days had passed, the gates of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence swung open. In accordance with the Marquis' wishes, the Hu family, having received their noble title, was compelled to host a grand celebration, inviting prominent families to partake in the festivities. Yet, the news of the banquet hosted by this newly favored imperial courtier spread throughout the capital in the blink of an eye. Although Madame Hu was initially reluctant to organize such an event, feeling that her title was a hard-won privilege for which her husband had nearly sacrificed his life, Uniao insisted, "Let us hold it. It is imperative to organize the event, and it must be conducted in a grand and magnificent manner. We must demonstrate to them that one cannot remain in adversity forever. Today, the western winds have prevailed over the eastern, and the noble house of Wei Yuan is on the rise once more. Henceforth, should anyone foolishly dare to flaunt their power before us, we shall not hesitate to engage in battle." The Hu family, too, found merit in Yu Niao's words. Consequently, invitations began to grace the desks of officials in the capital. Regardless of their inclinations, participation was obligatory, for it was rumored that the esteemed prime minister and several princes would be in attendance to extend their congratulations. Whether their accolades stemmed from genuine goodwill or were merely influenced by the military authority wielded by the Duke of Wei Yuan remains uncertain. With such prominent figures attending, what pretense could the other officials maintain? At worst, they could simply kneel before the Duke on the spot. Flexibility in one's demeanor is the mark of a true gentleman. Bang! A resounding noise echoed from Yikuan Palace. Chapter 44. A comparison of 3 families. Luo Yunfei trembled, kneeling on the ground, her demeanor utterly respectful. "Your Highness, please quell your anger." At the head of the main hall in Yikuan Palace sat a resplendent lady clad in a crimson gown, adorned with a phoenix hairpin. Her expression was one of extreme fury. "Did you not claim to have a solution for Yu Niao? Why is she still alive and well?" 3 years prior, Zhan'er had nearly been exiled to the remote lands of Shangxi after a fierce confrontation with the second and third princes over that woman. Had it not been for the Xin family's intervention, exchanging a death exemption token for Zhan'er, he would have met the same fate as the second and third princes, banished from the capital, reduced to a disheartened and idle prince. The princes who had once acted against Yu Niao had faced dire consequences. The second prince was named king of Shishou and sent to the desolate wastelands of the west, while the third prince was made king of Beima, enduring a life amidst the perpetual snow and ice. Without the emperor's summons, they were condemned to never return to the capital. It was well known that princes who were conferred kingship were forever estranged from the throne. In the palace, noble consort Xian and consort Da, as the mothers of the kings of Shishou and Beima, harbored intense resentment towards Yu Niao. Whenever they encountered her at court banquets, their glances were filled with murderous intent. It was understandable. Both consorts, though possessing modest beauty, had never captured the emperor's favor, receiving only sporadic visits due to their offspring. Since the 2 princes had fallen from grace, the consorts had faded into obscurity within the harem. The empress had no need to contend with 2 aging and unremarkable consorts, nor would she waste her attention on those who had no hope of the throne. The mere thought of their impending fates, one to the barren deserts, the other to the icy north, filled them with an almost unbearable hatred for Yu Niao. The 5th prince had narrowly avoided such a fate. How could the empress bear it? Fortunately, although Zhan'er was fond of that woman, he had not yet succumbed to the point of being blinded by desire, and was willing to collaborate with the Xin family to undermine the Wei Yuan Marquis and seize control of his military power. However, unbeknownst to them, the Wei Yuan Marquis had discovered their treasonous correspondence hidden within his residence and had destroyed it before they could act, leading to their downfall. At this juncture, it was Luo Yunfei who stepped forward, offering to eliminate the empress's lingering concerns. Once her anger subsided, Empress Xin looked down from her lofty position at the kneeling Luo Yunfei. It is not entirely your fault. The Wei Yuan Marquis is exceedingly cunning. Rise, dear child. Even those who orchestrated the scheme had failed to detect the Marquis's unusual behavior. It was unjust to blame a mere pawn in the game. Nevertheless, the ambition displayed by this young lady from the Luo family could certainly be of use. Luo Yunfei bowed again, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. As she stood, a dull ache coursed through her knees. I have heard that your younger sister, who shares the same mother as you, has been sent to the Lannan Temple by your father? In response to the Empress's query, my mother is unwell, and my sister has gone to the temple to pray for her. Which noble lady, cherished and adored, would venture to a nunnery to pray for her family? It was merely an excuse. As the Empress of the Central Palace, Shun's reach extended far, and nothing could escape her keen awareness. Miss Luo Si and Yu Niao's feud has escalated significantly. Concerning Luo Yunfei's response, Empress Shun remained non-committal, her mind as clear as a mirror, merely choosing not to expose the truth. Your fourth sister is benevolent and filial. Tomorrow, I shall advise the Emperor to commend her. The temples are austere. And how can a young girl endure such hardships? Perhaps we should establish a small shrine at home. Luo Yunfei's eyes brightened. This daughter expresses her gratitude to your majesty for your kindness on behalf of my sister. Both harbored ulterior motives yet reached a tacit agreement. Yu Niao must not be allowed to remain. After Luo Yuming became the weapon in Luo Yunfei's hand, she also transformed into the Empress's sharp blade against Yu Niao. In the carriage, Luo Yunfei personally penned a letter and entrusted it to a trusted guard. Deliver this letter to Lannan Temple, allowing the fourth young lady to open it herself. Remember, it must not fall into anyone else's hands. The guard accepted the command. The Empress intended to utilize Yuming against Yu Niao. Once Yu Niao was eliminated, the Empress would show no concern for her survival. Not only would she disregard Yuming's fate, but this prospective fifth prince's consort might ultimately become collateral damage. Her sister was exceedingly foolish. A mere few words of incitement from others could sever the bond between siblings. She needed to act before the Empress, claiming all the credit for herself, ensuring her sister felt gratitude towards her. Unbeknownst to Yu Niao, who was already in the Empress's sights, she was out shopping with Rong Jiajin, selecting garments and accessories to wear at the banquet hosted by the Marquis of Wuyan. In truth, Yu Niao had more than enough new clothes and jewelry, but with Rong Jiajin nearing her delivery date and her husband absent, she was quite anxious. So Yu Niao accompanied her to help her relax. The shopkeeper, this hairpin. I will take this one. A soft yet domineering female voice resounded at the entrance. I trust, miss, you would not dare to compete with me? The newcomer, clad in a pale pink rose-patterned dress and sporting a gentle cascading bun, adorned with 2 pearl earrings that enhanced her exquisite beauty, exuded an air of hostility towards Yu Niao. Had it not been for the evident animosity in her demeanor, Yu Niao might have wished to befriend such a gentle girl. Miss Ma Xilan. Yu Niao tilted her head, gazing at her. I spotted this first. Ma Xilan strode forth, directly seizing the golden hairpin and inserting it into her hair. Some things are not yours simply because you saw them first. You hesitated between the golden hairpin and the jade hairpin, while I resolutely desire the golden one. Therefore, it belongs to me. You ought to choose the jade hairpin instead. Yu Niao replied, understood. Another admirer of Xie Xin, mocking her for comparing Xie Xin and the fifth prince as if they were mere commodities, swaying between the two, criticized her for her perceived fickleness. However, Miss Ma's words were far more subtle than Luo Yuming's. Without the finesse of veiled sarcasm, one might struggle to decipher her true intent. Yu Niao smirked. You might convey that sentiment to your mother. Tell her that when you marry, there is no need to be picky or to concern yourself with the character and appearance of your suitor. As long as he is a man, it suffices to marry you off, lest others accuse you of being capricious, treating all the young gentlemen in the capital as mere options to select from. Yu Niao. We are discussing hair accessories. Indeed. With an innocent flutter of her eyelashes, she remarked, you are permitted to compare men as you please. Yet I am forbidden from selecting a headpiece for comparison. What I am choosing is merely a commodity. You are choosing a person. How can one possibly equate goods with human beings? It is truly a clever play on words. You accuse me of being fickle, yet I counter that you are capricious. You claim I treat the fifth prince, Xie Xin, and others as mere goods, while I assert that you regard the young men of Nanjing in the same light. Both of us are merely sifting through options. Who are you to occupy the moral high ground and cast judgment upon others? Chapter 45. Spitting blood in anger, Ma Xilan finally comprehended the reason behind Zhou Shuyan's intense vitriol directed at Yu Niao whenever they were in each other's company. It was not that she feared confronting her directly, Rather, the confrontation was likely to provoke her to the point of fury. Gritting her teeth, her gaze sharpened suddenly. The Zhou family has been raided, Lord Zhou imprisoned, and both Xie Xin and her mother expelled from the Zhou estate, leaving them in such dire straits. You must take great pleasure in this, do you not? Yu Niao laughed, a laughter that resonated loudly. What do you find amusing? Ma Xilan inquired. I find your hypocrisy and insincerity laughable. The beauty brushed away the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes and cast a disdainful glance at Ma Xilan. The downfall of Lord Zhou and the destitution of Zhou Xueyin have absolutely no bearing on me. Did I compel her to come to my home and torment me? Did I force her father to come and strike my father? Did I present the Zhou family as a scapegoat? Did I issue any decree? I have never regarded her with any significance. You claim I take delight in this? What exactly do I have to be pleased about? She interrogated with fervor. I have always held enmity towards Zhou Xueyin. Her family's demise does not bring me joy. Rather, I consider it a fitting consequence. But you incessantly speak in her defense, suggesting a bond akin to sisterhood. Since the Zhou family's misfortune, have you sought her out? Have you contemplated assisting her? I stand unrepentant, yet you harbor no guilt in your heart. It was a well-known fact that Zhou Xueyin had once assaulted Yu Niao for Xie Xin's favor. Thus, it was commendable that Yu Niao had not taken the opportunity to further harm Zhou Xueyin in her time of need. Expecting her to provide support was utterly preposterous. She was not the type to forget grievances so easily. In truth, her greatest delight lay in witnessing the misfortunes of those who had conspired against her without provocation. Ma Xilan felt a twinge of guilt. Both she and Zhou Xueyin were enamored with Xie Xin, and their relationship had never been particularly close. Not only her, but also Feng Ruzhen from the Feng family and Song Shishir from the Song family. The four of them were merely surface-level sisters, each secretly believing herself to be the rightful first lady. Why not directly confess your jealousy toward me? Why go to such lengths, fabricating grandiloquent excuses to belittle me? Is it to present yourself as loyal and honorable? You should withdraw. In this entire capital, those who envy me could line up from the imperial palace to the city gates. Your petty tricks hold no weight here, should you wish to unleash your indignation. You must take a number. It is not your place as the daughter of a salt transport official to presume to direct me. Laughter erupted around them, mocking Yu Niao's candid sharp tongue and Ma Xilan's audacity. The day the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence was investigated, several poems suddenly appeared in the bustling city center, all bearing the private seal of the esteemed first assistant. In the wild, there lies a dead deer, enveloped by white grass. A maiden, in love's embrace, is seduced by a gallant knight. In the forest, the pines stand tall, while the wild deer lay lifeless. The white grass is pure, and the maiden shines like jade. With grace and abandon, I remain untouched, letting neither hound nor beast bark at me. As the sun rises, illuminating the dawn's glow, one can perceive the beauty descending the fragrant steps. Who can transform into a phoenix of Catalpa, inhaling the scent of the exquisite maiden adorned with a white jade hairpin? The explicit nature of these love poems made many blush and their hearts race, leaving them in awe. Countless young maidens clutched their chests in disbelief, struggling to accept that such whimsical verses had been penned by the dignified and icy first assistant. However, there are indeed followers of Xie Xin among the common folk, who have long studied his handwriting and ink treasures, easily recognizing them as his own. Moreover, beneath the love poem lies Xie Xin's personal seal. It is unlikely that anyone possesses the audacity to impersonate his private emblem. Ma Xilan's pretense of defending Zhou Xueyin is but a facade. In truth, it is driven by her jealousy upon learning of the love poem Xie Xin penned for Yu Niao. The celestial minister, esteemed and divine, has descended to the mortal realm for a woman who once inflicted pain upon him and abandoned her. Why? On what grounds? Yu Niao, I shall bring about your demise. A piercing voice echoed, accompanied by a gray figure rushing forth, aimed directly at Yu Niao. Niao, be cautious. Bang. Rong Jiajin. Initially calm as she observed Yu Niao fiercely confront Ma Xilan, felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Without regard for her own delicate condition, she positioned herself protectively before Yu Niao, lifting her skirts to deliver a swift kick. Her father-in-law is the undefeated war god, General Sheng, and her husband is famed as the jade-faced little dragon, unmatched on the battlefield. Born into the Rong Gugong family, she has been trained in martial arts since childhood. Should Niao be harmed under her watch, it would reflect her incompetence. Madam, Miss, Hong Fu and Huangying sprang into action, rallying to shield their mistress. The woman who had fallen to the ground twisted her face in pain, spitting blood and erupting into a maniacal laugh that soon turned to tears. Unbeknownst to her, she reeked of foulness, prompting those around her to cover their noses and retreat, their disdain palpable. It was Zhou Xueyan. Having endured a tumultuous upheaval in her family, her once lavish garments had transformed into coarse linen, her exquisite makeup faded to reveal a pale, ashen visage, and her hair was disheveled, resembling a madwoman. A beautiful noblewoman reduced to a mere commoner overnight, Yu could only imagine the inhumane torment she must have suffered in such a brief span. In the capital, the debauched youths and ruffians who coveted Zhou Xueyan's beauty would certainly not let her escape unscathed. Yu, my current plight is a consequence of your actions. Had it not been for you, Xie Xin would not have treated me this way, and my father would not have perished. It is all your fault, all your fault. You still evade responsibility. Were it not for your jealousy, inciting your father to trouble me at the Marquis's residence, would the Crown Prince have had the opportunity to make your father a scapegoat? She assisted Rong Jiajin to a nearby seat and, confirming she was not in distress, slowly approached Zhou Xueyan, her gaze devoid of any compassion. Instead, she coldly stated, "From the beginning, I have never targeted you. It is you who has consistently looked upon me with disdain and created obstacles for me. You blame me for what?" Zhou Xueyan could still emerge to shout threats at her. What of her past life? Who could she blame? Only herself. This time, Zhou Xueyan was so enraged that she spewed blood. Xie Manor. The study was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Xie Xin leaned over the desk, where a sheet of rice paper lay, inscribed with several names. Each name was linked together in vermilion ink, while several others had been crossed out in black ink. "My lord, my subordinate has discovered that the news of Miss Yuer's impending departure was leaked by a small maid from the Ho residence to Ma Xilan, who then relayed it to Zhou Xueyan." Xie Xion's gaze turned icy. "Investigate. Who is lurking in the shadows, wielding a knife to carry out their sinister intent? The victim is none other than someone inscribed in my life and death ledger. Yu Niao, that foolish girl, remains ever so naive, failing to cleanse her own courtyard of the treachery that resides within." Chapter 46. The unfortunate Afu. On the surface, it appeared that Ma Xilan, through Zhou Xueyan, aimed to eliminate Yu Niao. However, Xie Xian suspected that there was a hidden agenda at play. He was determined to uncover the identity of this unseen adversary and ensure their demise. Zhou Xueyan, despite her aggression towards Yu Niao, had met a grim fate. Thus, those who sought Yu's life could not be allowed to live. "I mentioned I would cripple her legs," he stated. Bai Huyuan replied, "The dark guards indeed broke her legs. But someone managed to summon an exceptionally skilled physician, allowing her to walk temporarily. This indicates that Ma Xilan has a hidden accomplice." Yu Niao had certainly cultivated a reputation for inciting animosity over the years. Outside the window, Li Wan Xian steadied herself with one hand on the window frame, her mind clear. She was not a fool. On the contrary, she was quite astute. From the exchange between the Dark Guards and Xie Xin, she surmised that the Zhou family's downfall and their fall to commoner status were no mere coincidence. "It must be my cousin. He is avenging Yu Niao," she thought. Her eyes clouded with resentment. But when she raised her gaze again, the bitterness and jealousy had vanished entirely. Before the Dark Guards emerged, she quietly withdrew. For once, Li Wan Xin felt it was advantageous that her cousin disliked having servants in close proximity. As long as she could divert Afu's attention, it would suffice. Although this plan was fraught with difficulty, success could be achieved on occasion. Afu, Zhu applied medicine to Afu's forehead, her face reflecting guilt and concern. "I'm so sorry. It was truly unintentional. Is your head all right?" As she spoke, tears began to flow. Afu hastily rose. "I'm fine, truly. The wound isn't from your collision. I sustained it while attending to the master's duties a while back. It's nearly healed. A little blood is no cause for alarm. Your miss had once remarked that when a woman weeps pitifully before a man, she either seeks something or harbors ulterior motives. Regardless of what Zhu desired from him, he was unwilling to entertain it. His heart belonged to another." As Zhu attempted to approach him again, voices echoed from outside, prompting Afu to retreat hastily. "Zhu, I am perfectly fine now. There is no one attending to the master, and I must hurry there." Afu felt particularly ill-fated of late. First, his father had inexplicably fallen, losing a tooth and sustaining numerous bruises, leaving him bedridden for half a month. Then, he had been violently thrown from his carriage, and this morning, Zhu had caused him to fall again. "Am I cursed?" he pondered, wondering if he should request a leave of absence from the master to visit a temple and pray to the Bodhisattva. At that moment, Several servants entered the flower hall, their expressions turning peculiar upon seeing Afu and the tearful Zhu. They exchanged knowing glances and smirks directed at Afu. He wished to clarify the situation, but they remained silent. He could not simply rush over and declare, "Do not misunderstand. Zhu and I are nothing." That would only draw more attention to the matter. Frustrated, he ran out, raking his fingers through his hair in agitation. A few servants in the house jested. "Miss Green Pearl, should you ascend to greatness in the future, do remember us. Ah Fu, a good man indeed, is someone you must hold on to tightly, Green Pearl. Many maids in our household have their eyes on him. Ah Fu is the most trusted aide by the master's side, treated like a beloved younger brother. When he marries, the master will surely take charge of the arrangements, ensuring a splendid affair. Truly, Miss Green Pearl is fortunate." Green Pearl said nothing, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, only smiling shyly as she lowered her head. The misunderstanding regarding Ah Fu and Green Pearl's relationship deepened among the onlookers. However, Ah Fu remained oblivious. He hurried back to the study, retrieving the invitation his father had entrusted to him. Knocking on the door, he called, "Master, are you finished?" Xie Xin rubbed his temples. "Come in." Due to the matter concerning the Marquis of Wei Yuan, Xie Xin had exerted tremendous effort and laid many plans. He had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for quite some time. While everyone praised him as a prodigy of extraordinary intelligence, they were unaware that the favorable outcomes he desired were the result of countless preparations made in advance. The rewards he obtained through such arduous efforts were not something one could achieve by mere talent alone. Ah Fu placed the fragrant invitation before him. An obsequious smile on his face. "Master, it is an invitation from the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence for you to attend a banquet tomorrow. This invitation was personally pinned by the second young lady, exclusive to you." The pale pink invitation, embossed with golden patterns, bore elegant and charming handwriting, much like its author. It was written solely for him, indicating her genuine desire for his presence. Xie Xin closed the invitation. "I must enter the palace tomorrow evening. General Shengdo will soon arrive in the capital, and the envoy from the Hu people will accompany him. His Majesty has summoned me to discuss pertinent matters with several ministers. The Hu people, having suffered a great defeat, sent an envoy seeking peace during wartime. Envoys were not to be harmed. The ministers were at an impasse and could only receive them first to assess the conditions proposed by the Hu people before further negotiations. Reply for me, stating that I shall visit another time." Ah Fu hesitated as he stepped out. "Perhaps I should wait a bit longer to say that. The master often speaks contrary to his heart. What if he tells the second young lady that the master will not attend? Only for the master to appear at the Marquis's residence? The second young lady might think I was the one causing trouble. I cannot let the master's capriciousness lead to my being blamed." A cool breeze swept through, heralding early autumn, as lights illuminated the palace. In the purple heavenly hall, the consort lay in the emperor's embrace, playfully saying, "Your Majesty, you have not visited for 2 days. I thought you had forgotten about me." The emperor chuckled, drawing her closer. "Is my virtuous consort feeling jealous?" The consort sat up. "The empress summoned me for 2 consecutive days, displaying her favored status, while the other concubines mock me for losing favor. Naturally, I feel jealous." She feigned a girlish demeanor, and in truth, her remarks about the empress were somewhat overstepping. Yet, within the harem, she was the only one bold enough to express such envy towards the empress. The emperor found it quite endearing, and thus no one dared to truly hold her accountable for her transgressions. The emperor sighed, I must break my promise. The Xin clan grows increasingly audacious, and I find myself powerless to contend with them. Do not blame me. Tomorrow, the decree to appoint the 5th prince as the crown prince will be issued." The virtuous consort widened her eyes in shock, tears glistening in her beautiful gaze. "Your Majesty, no, do not blame the emperor. He is also left with no choice. If blame is to be placed, it must fall upon the queen and the Xin family, who have so relentlessly pressured the sovereign, showing utter disregard for the sanctity of imperial authority." The virtuous consort then leaped into the emperor's embrace, exclaiming, "It is not your fault. It is not your fault. It is my misfortune. If the 5th prince were to ascend as crown prince, I only wish for him to spare my son's life. Among the numerous princes, the first prince is neglected, his birth mother a lowly servant of the Xian family, the most menial of slaves within the palace. The first prince, a product of the emperor's drunken revelry, possesses no sense of belonging in the court and is a target for everyone's scorn." Chapter 47. The establishment of the crown prince. The year before last, the eldest prince fell gravely ill with pneumonia. nearly meeting a tragic end at the hands of the palace eunuchs. Disturbed by this, the emperor sent him to the Huaqing palace for recuperation. As for the second and third princes, their fates were sealed by their ill-fated pursuits of a woman. The sixth and seventh princes are but infants still cradled in swaddling clothes. Within the palace, the only contenders for the title of crown prince, aside from the fourth prince, are the fifth prince, born of the empress, thus rendering their rivalry particularly fierce. After the emperor's passing, the fifth prince, ascending to the throne, would undoubtedly seek retribution against the fourth prince. The virtuous consort is subtly reminding the emperor that should the fifth prince seize power, the tragic spectacle of fratricide would once again unfold. During the reign of the late emperor, the five princes vied for supremacy, ultimately leading to the annihilation of all but the fourth prince, securing the throne for the late emperor. To prevent such a catastrophe from recurring, the late emperor had strictly regulated the number of offspring among the palace consorts, resulting in only 2 princes being born, surviving the palace intrigues and reaching adulthood. The current emperor stands alone, having witnessed the tragic demise of his uncles and the destitution of his cousins. He harbors a profound disdain for those who employ deceitful tactics against their brothers for personal gain. The virtuous consort, being the emperor's favored, possesses a deep understanding of his sentiments. Though the fourth prince also vies for the throne, his approach is marked by integrity and honor. In stark contrast to the fifth prince, who is steeped in clandestine schemes and thus detested by the emperor assured the virtuous consort, "I am aware of your concerns, my beloved. Therefore, I have resolved to bestow upon the fourth prince the title of Iron-Capped Prince, granting him a golden medallion of immunity from death and allowing him to remain in the capital, providing him with the grandest residence within the imperial city to establish his court." The term yuan, signifying first, has historically been reserved for royal titles, seldom granted to anyone other than the empress or the crown prince. The term she refers to the imperial seal of the nation. Through this title, the emperor conveys to the world that while he has designated the fifth prince as crown prince out of necessity, his true affection and preference lie with the fourth prince. His deepest wish is for the fourth prince to be the foremost candidate for the crown. The virtuous consort, overwhelmed with joy, diligently suppresses her elation, exerting all her efforts to please the emperor, believing it to be an act of gratitude. Yet, the position of crown prince is merely a stepping stone. Before the fifth prince's ascension, the virtuous consort may yet devise a means to dethrone him in favor of her own son. The title of Iron-Capped Prince. Such overt favoritism. Anyone familiar with these characters would understand that aligning oneself with the emperor is the only path to true victory. The emperor's throne is no place for complacency. The Xin clan has grown far too arrogant. Those who fail to temper their ambitions shall await the emperor's reckoning. She must swiftly send word from the palace to her family, urging them to seize the opportunity to expose the shortcomings of the Xin clan, striving to bring down the Xin family in one fell swoop. When the great tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The fifth prince poses little threat. A warm orange line ascends on the horizon, gradually widening, casting a gentle glow across the sky. Before long, the sun rises behind the golden Wan Hall, illuminating the crimson palace walls, the verdant eaves, the soaring towers, and the dazzling golden light that captivates the eye. The issuance of 2 imperial edicts ignites fervent discussions among the citizens of the capital. Ultimately, the fifth prince emerged victorious, becoming the crown prince, proving once again that he is indeed the favored offspring of the emperor and empress, destined for greatness. What does it mean, your majesty? Appointing the fifth prince as the crown prince, while also bestowing upon the fourth prince the title of Iron-Capped Prince, is nothing short of a public affront to His Highness the Crown Prince, is it not? Let us not forget that the virtuous consort within the palace is the emperor's beloved. The elevation of the fifth prince to crown prince is a necessity, given the formidable power of the Xin family. In truth, the emperor's genuine choice for the crown prince is the fourth prince. Therefore, the throne may not necessarily belong to the fifth prince. The dethronement and reinstatement of the crown prince is merely a matter of the emperor's decree. There remains a contest to be had. Overnight, a chill swept through the capital, prompting everyone to stow away their light garments in favor of thicker autumn attire. I scoff. Yu Rourou pouted in indignation. How shameless of Gao Wujian to extricate himself from the predicament by merely sacrificing a deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice. He wishes for our family to meet ruin, yet still dares to write to you, claiming he is powerless. Is there truly someone holding a knife to his throat, forcing him to conspire against the Wei Yuan Marquisate? Such a person can be made crown prince. It is truly a dark day for the heavens. Sister, you ought to address him as His Highness the Crown Prince now. Unionieo, who had long anticipated the fifth prince's ascension, remained remarkably composed. She poured a cup of hot tea and pushed it towards Yuinin. Do not be upset, sister. Yuinin drained the cup in one gulp. Of course I am angry. I could almost kill that scoundrel. Unionieo delicately blew on her tea. Her movements graceful and unhurried. Sister, do you not realize that there is no position more precarious than that of the crown prince? The earlier one is declared as such. The sooner they become a target, all arrows will be aimed at Gao Wuxian. The emperor, in his prime, will ensure that the fifth prince faces immense challenges in the Eastern Palace. Indeed, the emperor has already begun to bolster the fourth prince to contend against him. Yu Yinin pondered, are you suggesting the emperor? Shu. Unionieo signaled for silence, casting a glance towards the small maid sweeping outside. Following the incident with Ma Xilan and Zhou Xueyan, she had contemplated and concluded that there must be a traitor among her inner circle. Among the serving maids, she felt least guarded around Huang Ying, while the other three first-tier maids were under Huang Ying's command. She was certain Huang Ying would never betray her. Thus, only the second-tier maids responsible for menial tasks remained suspect. She did not yet know who it was, but there was no rush. Their true nature would eventually be revealed. Miss. Huang Ying hurried in from outside. The eldest daughter of the Luo family has sent you another invitation. Unionieo furrowed her brow. What does Luo Yunfei want? Our relationship is hardly cordial. Why does she persist in sending me invitations every few days? Now that she is the likely crown princess, she has no shortage of flatterers. There is no need to cling to me. You are still unaware? Yu Yinin snorted. It is undoubtedly that dog of a crown prince who has developed an obsession with her, while still yearning for you as his unattainable ideal, deliberately inviting you to vex you. Unionieo tore the invitation to shreds. I shall not go. Not at all. Whoever wishes to attend may do so. In this lifetime, she is on the brink of embarking on a splendid new chapter with Xie Xin, so who cares about those two scoundrels? However, Huang Ying furrowed her brow. She has issued invitations in the name of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to the female relatives of high-ranking officials in the capital, specifically those of third rank and above. The pretext is a chrysanthemum appreciation event. During autumn, the chrysanthemums bloom in their most resplendent glory, and both palace artisans and common folk gather countless rare varieties for the enjoyment of the nobility. This year, the most precious pots of chrysanthemums have been sent by Her Majesty the Empress to the Luo residence, making it entirely reasonable for the future crown princess of the Luo family to host a chrysanthemum feast. Chapter 48, The Theatrical Performance. Gao Wuxian, having recently ascended to the throne of the crown prince, found himself the subject of deference from the prominent families. Ever since the unfortunate encounter at the tavern, where their relationship had soured, Unionieo had resolutely declined every subsequent invitation. Now, with Luo Yunfei's sudden announcement of a chrysanthemum appreciation banquet, attendance seemed to be a demand from Gao Wuxian himself. What could it mean? The woman he had so callously discarded appeared to be entangled with Xie Xin. And was he foolishly attempting to win her back? If that were the case, Unionieo could scarcely bear the thought. How could her youthful ignorance have led her to fall for such a repugnant individual? The timing of the chrysanthemum appreciation banquet was set after the celebratory feast for the Madam of Wei Yuan Marquis. Growing weary of Gao Wuxian's incessant entanglements, Unionieo resolved to forget him. With a steadfast spirit, she vowed to no longer be anyone's pawn, nor would she allow herself to be discarded again. After a torrential downpour, the weather cleared, giving way to a sultry warmth. The coolness that had lingered was replaced by a stifling heat, rendering her initially chosen attire and accessories obsolete. Instead, she donned the elegant dress gifted to her by Xie Xin. The fresh green hue made her resemble the tender buds sprouting on the branches of spring, exuding a refreshing sweetness that was utterly enchanting. Adorning her head was a complete set of Donghai pearls, with the centerpiece, a gem the size of an infant's fist, radiating a soft, lustrous glow under the moonlight. This ensemble, a favorite among the gifts from Xie Xin, was strikingly beautiful yet sophisticated, perfectly accentuating her natural allure without overshadowing it. In the rear courtyard, the sounds of silk and bamboo music filled the air as members of the Xiao and Luo families sat together, the atmosphere charged with a palpable tension. Xiaoping Dian had forged a betrothal with the fourth prince, while Luo Yunfei was destined to become the crown princess. The rivalry between the fourth prince, now known as Prince Yuanqi, and the crown prince was intense. They harbored mutual animosity that was mirrored in their future brides. Unionieo found her mother's seating arrangement rather amusing. The Ma and Song families were seated together, with Ma Xilin and Song Shishir both vying for Xie Xin's affection, presenting themselves as a pair of feigned sisterly bonds. The banquet felt less like a celebration of her elevation to a noble lady and more akin to a stage set for others to compete, while she simply observed from the sidelines. With the fourth prince now bearing the title of Prince Yuanxi, Xiao Pingtian's demeanor became increasingly haughty, casting disdainful glances at Luo Yunfei. Were it not for the Xin family's coercion of His Majesty, my family's prince would surely have been named Crown Prince. You too. A couple of ill-matched thieves, one snatching another's man, the other seizing the Crown Prince's position, are quite the spectacle. How dare you? Luo Yunfei slammed her palm on the table. The decree to appoint the fifth prince as Crown Prince was personally drafted by His Majesty. Your insolent words express nothing but discontent with His Majesty's will, regardless of any grievances held by Prince Xi, the Emperor's helplessness, or your dissatisfaction. The fifth prince is rightfully the lord of the Eastern Palace. No mere woman can dare to question that. You. Xiao Pingting's cheeks flushed crimson. Luo Yunfei. You are shameless. You know full well that is not my intention. It is infuriating that one who steals another's achievements would dare to cast blame. Yunai and Rong Jiajin sat together, quietly observing them, shells of sunflower seeds scattered across the table. I do not comprehend your meaning, however. Should you continue to launch such indiscriminate attacks against His Highness, I shall have no choice but to report your audacious remarks and see how the royal court decides to handle you. Reporting to the royal court means informing Her Majesty the Empress, does it not? If Empress Xin were to learn of Xiao Pingting's arrogance, she would likely summon her to the palace for a thorough reprimand. In the past, when Yunai was in love with Gao Wujian, that old witch, Empress Xin would summon her to the palace every few days. Outsiders believed that the Empress was fond of her daughter-in-law, but only Yunai knew of the Empress's disdain. Otherwise, she would not have been made to stand outside Ikuan Palace in the scorching heat or forced to kneel for an hour in the heavy snowfall. As a young lady of high status, she had to seek embroidery techniques from the palace seamstresses just to present a birthday gift to the Empress. Despite pricking her fingers, she received not a single word of praise from Her Majesty. Later, she found the embroidered Fulu show screen she had labored over for 3 months discarded outside the walls of Ikuan Palace. Although the screen made from the finest fabric could not compare to those crafted by the palace's most skilled seamstresses, it was the result of countless days and nights, each stitch imbued with her dedication and blood. Reflecting on such events now seems particularly absurd. Gao Wujian and Empress Xin viewed her as a mere toy, to be summoned for amusement when needed and trampled upon when not. She was too foolish to realize her own plight. Rebirth merely meant reliving her past life. Without Xie Xin, she would still meet the tragic fate of ruin. Contemplating this, she ceased to pay attention to Luo Yunfei and the others. Scanning the room for Xie Xin's figure, Rong Jiajin glanced at her knowingly. Stop searching. Your Xie Xin cannot come today. My father-in-law will be arriving in the capital with a diplomatic envoy in 3 days, and as the Prime Minister, Xie Xin must go to the palace to discuss arrangements with the ministers. With General Sheng returning to the capital in 3 days, the young General Sheng would also return. No wonder Jiajin seemed particularly cheerful today. Alas, Yunai propped her chin on her hand. Another day without seeing Xie Xin. I miss him. A few other noble young ladies nearby were eavesdropping on Rong Jiajin and Yunai conversation, taken aback by her candid and fervent expression. It seems the rumors are true. Yunai and the Prime Minister have rekindled their romance. Ma Xilin, listening to the envious remarks of the young ladies occupying the space before Yunai, gritted her teeth. What is there to envy? If the Prime Minister truly respected her and wished to take her as his wife, would he compose those overtly romantic poems and display them openly on the streets? You think the Prime Minister's actions reflect love? Feng Ruzhen concurred, stating that only the courtesans of brothels would engage in such activities with men outside the bonds of matrimony, revealing that the Prime Minister merely regarded her as a source of amusement. Song Shishir nodded in agreement, affirming that the remarks of her 2 elder sisters were entirely accurate. A virtuous daughter from a respectable family, who possesses self-respect and dignity, would never casually engage in intimate relations with a man. Such behavior would be exceedingly reckless. Recklessness, in this context, equates to the exhibitionism of a harlot. It was only in their collective dealings with Yunai that the 3 of them displayed such unity. However, the more they disparaged her, the more it underscored the threat she posed, instilling within them an unprecedented sense of dread. Chapter 49. The flames of war. Yunai never anticipated that merely attending a play would embroil her in the flames of conflict. From across several tables, she wore a disdainful smile, languidly resting her chin on her arms. Ma Xie, what are you discussing? I can't help but overhear you claiming I am a courtesan. She was forthright in her confrontation with Xie Xin and equally direct with those who maliciously gossiped about her. Am I truly a courtesan? The Wei Yuan Ho residence stands right here. If you are curious, feel free to inquire with my parents and ascertain whether I am indeed their biological daughter. Who would dare to ask such a humiliating question? Years ago, the second prince, the third prince, and the current crown prince fought fiercely over her, incurring the emperor's ire, which led to a decree that she be married off to the impoverished Xie Xin. The following day, Wei Yuan Ho sought vengeance, dispatching individuals to beat the second and third princes and risked his life to plead with the emperor to rescind the order. The emperor was furious, nearly condemning Wei Yuan Ho to death. Yet, for Yu Niao's sake, he resolutely persisted, kneeling outside the Yangxin Hall, refusing to rise despite the entreaties of those who attempted to persuade him. Ultimately, it was Yu Niao who entered the palace to petition for a meeting, voluntarily offering to marry Xie Xin, which finally assuaged Wei Yuan Ho. Over the years, who in the capital was unaware that Wei Yuan Ho cherished his youngest daughter more than life itself? Should they dare to pose such insulting questions, they would likely find themselves swiftly dispatched to meet the King of Hell by Wei Yuan Ho's fist. Ma Xie was taken aback by her audacity, her face flushed with anger. Your actions are certainly more disgraceful than those of a courtesan. The prime minister was seduced by you, leading to such disgraceful conduct. You are nothing but a vixen. With a soft laugh, Yu Niao covered her mouth. If Xie Xin were so easily seduced, then considering how many of you there are, over all these years, how is it that not a single one has succeeded? It seems you are rather inept. TSK. Some people can't attain Xie Xin, yet they blame those who do. If he chooses not to be with you, perhaps it is time to reflect on your own shortcomings. Why would he prefer to be with me, this so-called wanton woman, rather than grant you even the slightest chance? She twirled a lock of hair around her finger, exuding an alluring charm, her face adorned with a broad smile. Does that not imply that you are even inferior to a courtesan? In the art of verbal sparring, Yu Niao considered herself unmatched. These young maidens, untouched and inexperienced in matters of the heart, could hardly compare to her, an 18-year-old twice-married woman unrestrained by convention. You. Song Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. You. How can you speak so brazenly about sleeping? You. Are you not ashamed? Isn't it true that being modest would mean not being able to attract Xie Xin? Yu Niao's gaze was beguiling. Does Miss Song not wish to witness Xie Xin in his full glory? Song Shi's face burned crimson, as if it could bleed. Stammering inarticulately. That was the prime minister, a figure reminiscent of an otherworldly being. How could she dare to defile his image? Her admiration was as lofty as mountains and lakes, as radiant as the sun and stars, utterly pure and untainted. However, when Yu Niao unexpectedly posed such a question, a myriad of incongruous images flooded into Song Shi's mind. Her face grew even warmer. She raised her wine glass to conceal her thoughts, yet her fingers, clutching the glass, trembled incessantly. Deep within her heart, she questioned herself. If presented with the opportunity to share a bed with the esteemed prime minister, would you indulge? Her response was, I must sleep. Regardless of the traditional customs of matchmaking and the legitimacy of her situation, as long as the prime minister deigned to cast a glance in her direction, she would be willing to sacrifice everything for that fleeting moment. Subsequently, she gazed up in astonishment at Yu Niao, only to find her wearing a smile that was both enigmatic and knowing, which made her feel even more guilty. Yu Niao was right. They all aspired to be Xie Xion's woman. Now, as they hurled harsh words at Yu Niao, it was merely jealousy that spurred their actions. Xie Xian. The individual seated at the entrance gasped softly. Yet their voice was drowned by the tumultuous clamor of the crowd. Xie Xian concealed a decree within the folds of his sleeve. The young attendant had initially intended to announce the 3 words of the imperial edict. However, in that fleeting moment, they heard the captivating second miss of the Wei Yuan Marquise, renowned for her unparalleled beauty in the capital, remark, if one were to be prudent, then one would not be able to enjoy the company of Xie Xin. He does not comprehend, yet is profoundly astonished. What is even more exasperating is that the prime minister does not permit him to speak. Perhaps wishing to discern what shocking and extraordinary words might emerge from the charming cherry lips of Miss Yuer. Yu Niao rolled her eyes. Ma Xie, I have made it abundantly clear that I am well aware of your petty thoughts. Whether Xie Xin chooses to marry me, whether he respects me, or whether he treats me as a mere plaything, these matters are solely between us and do not concern you. You are merely a young girl of 14 or 15. Yet to be courted, it would be wiser for you to cultivate virtue with your words. Otherwise, should your future in-laws learn of your slanderous gossip, they may very well deliver a harsh reprimand before you even step through the door. Are you attempting to threaten me? No, this is my final piece of advice. Unio's gaze turned frosty. If you dare to utter insults in my presence again, I will not hesitate to take action. I mean what I say. If you doubt it, just test whether your face can withstand a blow. Her eyes shifted to Feng Ruzhen and Song Shishir. As for both of you, should you covet Xie Xin, feel free to entice him as I have. If you succeed, it is your merit. I shall not belittle you out of jealousy, for I, Unioneo, am willing to accept defeat. The little yellow gatekeeper trembled as he gazed at the handsome man beside him. Upon hearing the phrases about enticing him and her willingness to accept defeat, a dark aura enveloped him, growing increasingly intense. This Miss Yu truly has the audacity to speak so boldly. Little does she know the immense honor that the Prime Minister has quietly secured for the Marquis of Wei Yuan, even going so far as to introduce him to other women. Ma Xilan initially wore a frown, but then her gaze suddenly darted behind Unioneo, and she broke into a smile. Oh, it seems from your words that you merely regard the Prime Minister as a stepping stone for your ascent. Do you not truly love him? Otherwise, you would not be encouraging us to entice him, would you? The crisp, woody fragrance of the cedar drew near, intensifying the lingering atmosphere. With a sudden outburst, she smashed the wine glass to the ground at Ma Xilan's feet with a resounding crash. The splintered shards grazed Mazlin's delicate skin, leaving a slender trace of blood upon her cheek. Unioneo's gaze was fierce. Do I not love him? Who are you to question my affection for Xie Xin? When I wed him, why did you not step forth and declare your willingness to marry him? Now that he has ascended to the position of Prime Minister, you dare to proclaim my love is lacking? Must I display my devotion for your scrutiny? As long as Xie Xin knows my love for him, that is sufficient. You dare to covet my man and yet challenge my love? In Chapter 50, The Canary. Unioneo scoffed inwardly. Foolish woman, do you presume her mind is vacant? The scent of Xie Xin, even traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire. She could discern with unerring precision that man, with whom she had intertwined so closely in a past life, bore a fragrance indelibly etched into her heart and lungs, and she would never mistake it. To think she could mislead her in Xie Xin's presence, to sow discord between them, such a foolish endeavor. Her failed attempts only granted Unioneo the opportunity to express her fervent love directly. As anticipated, the pine's bitter fragrance drew near. Accompanied by the high-pitched voice of the little eunuch, the imperial decree has arrived. All officials and their ladies knelt to receive the edict. The crown prince, arriving belatedly, cast a gaze towards Xie Xin that seemed to devour him whole. Yet, despite his discontent, once the little eunuch concluded his proclamation, he too had to kneel to accept the decree. Prince Xie feigned kneeling beside the Marquis of Wei Yuan, his eyes glimmering with pride and provocation. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims. That evening, those who emerged from the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence were all in a daze. Members of the Shao, Luo, and Shen family stood at the entrance, gazing back at the plaque above the door, their expressions solemn. The emperor had issued an edict, appointing the Marquis of Wei Yuan as the generalissimo of the Western expedition, commanding him to return to the borders of Xiliang to guard the frontier of the Dai dynasty. As General Sheng achieved a resounding victory against the Hu barbarians, Xiliang launched a night raid on the Dai military camp, resulting in hundreds of casualties. The Xiliang forces captured the drunken General Wu Zitong alive, and subsequently, the Xiliang crown prince severed Wu Zitong's head, hanging it before the military tent to intimidate our troops. Our army, demoralized by the loss of their commander, was relentlessly pushed back by the Xiliang crown prince. Situated at the Hanshang border, Xiliang was known for its fierce and undaunted populace. Historically, the cavalry of Liangzhou had roamed freely across the land, known as the Great Horses of Liangzhou. Since the Marquis of Wei Yuan withdrew from the battlefield 3 years ago, no martial general had been able to rein in the untamed steed that was Xiliang. Now, with Wu Zitong's death, the emperor seemed eager to elevate him once more. Why? After the grave error committed by the Marquis of Wei Yuan 3 years prior, had the emperor refrained from reclaiming his tiger talisman, instead confining him to idleness at home, allowing him to evade morning court like a leisurely nobleman, spending his days in floral pursuits and fishing? In this moment, they seemed to grasp the emperor's profound intentions. The tales of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's defeat and the emperor's ire, the fears of the emperor regarding the Marquis' prominence, were all fabrications. His Majesty wishes for the Marquis of Wei Yuan to recuperate at home, to soothe the psychological scars inflicted by the defeat 3 years prior. and to emerge from the shadows in order to once again take up command and lead an expedition against Xiliang. A collective thought crossed the minds of all present. The Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence would rise once more. As the evening banquet concluded and Yu Niao made her way back to her chambers, she was intercepted by an unexpected guest. The newly appointed crown prince, Gao Wuxian, exuded an air of confidence, adorned in his golden dragon robes, sending a clear message to Yu Niao. Should you choose to accompany me, I can bestow upon you a life of opulence, power, and status. Yet, within Yu Niao's heart, there was only a cold smirk. Wealth and influence were not privileges exclusive to Gao Wuxian. There existed another. A man who could not only offer her these worldly possessions but also grant her a love that was unparalleled and uniquely hers. Your Highness, I pay my respects, she declared, unwilling to stand out among the multitude of women and provoke Gao Wuxian's repugnant desire for conquest. Like the noble ladies of high society, she performed her greeting with decorum. However, Gao Wuxian's desire for her was not a fleeting whim. The most beautiful woman in the capital, Yu Niao, had been his possession since childhood, untouchable by others. Unable to endure his sticky tone and gaze any longer, she took 2 steps back, her face betraying her impatience, and spoke with a sharper tone. Your Highness, what is it that you desire by stopping me at this late hour? As the night deepens, the servants are predominantly engaged in tidying up the remnants of the evening feast. Few souls traverse this area, and those who do are swiftly dispatched by the vigilant guards of the high-ranking official. The maids and commoners, upon recognizing His Highness the Crown Prince, dare not approach. Is it true what the outside world whispers? Gao Wuxian stepped forward, grasping her arm, his gaze fixed upon her with intensity. They say that Xie Xin has penned passionate love poems for you. Is it true? Is it true that you have become more than mere acquaintances? The latter part of his sentence remained unuttered. During this period, the emperor had decided to appoint him as the crown prince, and he had been preoccupied with the Xin clan, strategizing against the faction led by the virtuous consort, leaving him little time to consider Yu Niao. By the time all matters settled, he had ascended to the position of crown prince, second only to the emperor. And the romantic verses of Xie Xin that circulated through the streets had long been torn down by unknown hands. Yesterday he was bestowed the title of crown prince, and today he hurried to confront her. Indeed, Yu Niao offered him no opportunity for evasion, responding directly, I have already shared an intimate bond with Xie Xin, and it was my own choice. Only now do I realize that the person I truly love is Xie Xin. Gao Wuxian, I also thank you for helping me see my own heart clearly. No, it is not like that. Gao Wuxian shook his head. Niao, you must be angry with me. Am I right? You are infuriated by my design for the noble residence and by my engagement with Luo Yunfei. You are deliberately saying this, aren't you? Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Yu Niao forcefully shook him off and struck his face with a resounding slap, exclaiming in anger, after a decade of companionship, I believed we were the closest of lovers. It turns out that it was merely my unrequited affection. How impressive you are. The lofty 5th prince, now the crown prince. The lives of countless individuals from my illustrious Wei Yuan Marquis household serve merely as stepping stones for you. You orchestrated my family's ruin. Should you succeed, my parents would be doomed, and our entire clan would suffer the consequences. And still, you dare to expect me to submit to you? Your audacity is truly remarkable. No, it isn't like that, Gao Wuxian implored urgently. It was all orchestrated by the Xin family. I had no choice. I was compelled against my will. But Niao, I swear I will not let you perish. You know, I love you, and I will arrange everything for you. Please, do not be angry. Yu Niao laughed in fury. Your so-called arrangements entail me treading upon the blood of my clan to become a caged canary with clipped wings, confined within the opulent cage you constructed for me, all while I am to play the role of a concubine to please you? How absurd. Your ridiculous expectations are laughable. My eyes, filled with disdain, blaze with rage. As the legitimate daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis, I am destined to be a rightful wife, not to debase myself as your concubine. Gao Wuxian, take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Chapter 51. Disgust Yu Niao. Your words are truly unpalatable. Gao Wuxian appeared as if he could not recognize her. Where has the delicate and charming Niao gone? How have you transformed into this? Is this unbearable? I have even harsher words in store. Yu Niao stepped closer to him. From the moment you designed my whole residence, from the instant you abandoned me to be with Luo Yunfei, from when you looked down upon me in your heart, treating me as a mere plaything like your imperial mother, you have become a ghost in my heart. Thus, I kindly ask you, as a specter, to refrain from making an appearance before me, for I find your presence reeking of decay. You, the former Unionio, might have been willful and headstrong, yet before him, she always exuded the vitality and brightness of youth, displaying her candid innocence. She was quite the delicate one, often seeking his affection, holding his hand, and lamenting the absence of her favorite fragrances and the cosmetics of others. She would smile at him, weep for him, and trust him without reservation. Yet, she had never before displayed such a look of disdain, nor uttered words so hurtful. It would be wise of you to never show your face before me again, otherwise, I fear I might be unable to restrain my desire for vengeance, making you experience the agony of losing a loved one and the depths of despair. Do not speak foolishly. Gao Wuzhan sighed. Nionieo, I genuinely care for you. If only you would sever ties with Xie Xin. I could overlook everything that transpired between you two. I could enter the palace and request my father to grant you to me as a concubine. Let us cease this quarrel, shall we? Disgusting. What pretense of deep affection is this? How shameless. You think I'm causing a scene? Gao Wuzhan's gaze grew cold. Unionieo, back then you pursued me relentlessly, sacrificing your reputation to sever ties with Xie Xin. Now you claim to have fallen for him. Do you think I would believe that? He had always known the immense sacrifices Unionieo made for him. Yet, he allowed the world to criticize her without ever considering doing something to silence their gossip. Xie Xin, despite his hatred for her, at least penned love poems to vindicate her. Gao Wuzhan, who professed to love her, never considered her plight in the slightest. It was not that he could not, but rather that he chose not to. Were he to become the crown prince, she, with her tarnished reputation as a former wife, would merely become one of his concubines. Were he to ascend the throne, she would simply be one among many in the imperial harem. Suddenly, Unionieo felt weary. Further discourse was futile. The fire of anger in her eyes dissipated, replaced by indifference and coldness. Believe what you wish. Now, please let me go. What more do you want me to do? After enduring for quite some time with no resolution in sight, Gao Wuzhan's patience reached its limit, even resorting to addressing her by her title. Unionieo. Do not take your favor for granted. Such affection that could lead to ruin is better reserved for others. A mere subject cannot bear it. Unionieo crouched slightly, attempting to walk past him and leave. In truth, she could easily feign weakness, behaving like before, charming him with her innocence, and evoking his pity. In this manner, she could exact her vengeance upon Luo Yunfei, demonstrating her defiance. However, she was reluctant to resort to such means. For now, even the slightest contact from Gao Wuzhan made her feel nauseous, a wave of revulsion washing over her. It seemed as though the heavens were deaf to Unioneo's silent pleas. As she brushed past Gao Wuzhan, he seized her delicate wrist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. The warmth of his breath caressed her ear as he murmured, Nionieo, I truly miss you. Shall we reconcile? As he spoke, his warm lips were about to descend. Let go of me. Unionieo exclaimed in terror, her eyes wide with fear as she struggled violently. Gao Wuzhan, do not touch me. I feel nauseated. Miss Huang Ying was obstructed by the guards, who neither permitted her to approach nor allowed her to leave to summon assistance. She could only cry out, Your Highness, the young lady in my care is frail. I implore you not to harm her. The area was shrouded in darkness, with thickets and artificial hills obscuring her view, rendering her unable to discern the situation clearly. All she could perceive were two indistinct shadows, the taller one seemingly pressing the delicate figure against the rocky formation. That day, where did Xie Xin kiss you? Gao Wuzhan gently caressed the delicate petals of Unioneo's lips with his fingers, his gaze growing increasingly perilous. Is this the place? He inquired. Indeed, she replied. He presumed that Uniao would be intimidated and refused to respond. However, to his astonishment, this fearless woman gazed at him with wide eyes, unflinching, and looked at him with nothing but disdain. I have been kissed by him from head to toe. I belong wholly to Xie Xin, inside and out. What of it? Would you care to try? Slap. That slap caused Unioneo's head to tilt aside. Wretched woman. Gao Wuzhan tightened his grip around her neck, the veins at his temples bulging with intensity. They are right. You are nothing but a promiscuous woman. How could you betray me after all the kindness I have shown you? Just strike her, for at least it would not infringe upon her. It matters not. As Unioneo struggled to catch her breath, Gao Wuzhan released her once more, caressing the crimson mark upon my neck. Unioneo, fret not. I shall envelop the scent of Xie Xin that lingers upon you with my own fragrance. You are mine. You can only be mine. He began to violently tear at her clothing. Have you lost your mind? Uniao desperately resisted with both hands, exclaiming, Gao Wujian, this is the Wei Yuan Marquis Mansion. If you harm me, my father will never let you go. She screamed, attempting to ward off the inebriated man reeking of alcohol. No, I have claimed you here. Your father, for the sake of your reputation, will remain silent and will not engage in actions that would tarnish your honor. Bang. Ugh. The guard stationed at the entrance was sent flying by a kick, landing at the feet of Gao Wujian. The crown prince seemed quite amused. From the shadows emerged Xie Xin, the moonlight cascading upon his garments, creating a shimmering aura reminiscent of an ethereal being. A smile graced the lips of this celestial figure. Yet within his gaze directed at Gao Wujian lay a chilling intent. In the dead of night, the crown prince lingered here, tormenting a mere maid. Such actions would not bode well if word were to spread. A maid? Xie Xin mistakenly believed that the person being embraced by Gao Wujian outside was merely a maid. Yunyao yearned to break free, yet Gao Wujian firmly covered her mouth, encircling her with one arm. The vibrations within his chest resonated in her ears, causing her to frown in displeasure. Shortly thereafter, she heard Gao Wujian utter, Xie Xin, I have heard that you still harbor an interest in that worn-out shoe of Yunyao. Although she is a woman I have shared a bed with. You have influence with the emperor. If you agree to serve my purposes, I shall grant her to you. What say you? Nonsense. Yunyao struggled even more fiercely. She had never been with him. Her only man was Xie Xin. Do not move, Gao Wujian whispered. Do you not wish to know if Xie Xin is truly sincere towards you? Chapter 52. Her moonlight, this arrogant fool. Who would desire his assistance in discerning Xie Xin's intentions? Is His Highness the Crown Prince genuinely intrigued by the affairs of his subjects? Certainly. Yet, Xie Xin tilted his head with a sly smile. Why should I indulge your curiosity? Beneath the night sky, his eternally frigid countenance exuded an enchanting allure akin to that of a mischievous sprite. That curled smile appeared both frivolous and malevolent. If you do not take your leave, I shall summon Lord Wei Yuan, he stated, his eyes gleaming with mischief, causing Gao Wujian to feel a prickling unease. Xie Xin continued, Is it not your intention to take Yunyao as a concubine, thereby coercing Lord Wei Yuan into submission? If he were to discover your reckless behavior, attempting to lay claim even to a humble maid of the Marquis as household, he might. Xie Xin could not allow him to realize Yunyao's presence here. Such knowledge could provide him with leverage. Gao Wujian struck the nape of Yunyao's neck with a swift motion, causing her to feel a sudden pang of pain before succumbing to unconsciousness. In her fading moments, she pondered, so this was why Gao Wujian, emboldened by drink, had descended into madness, his pursuit of her father's military power. Having placed the unconscious woman discreetly behind a decorative rock, Gao Wujian straightened his garments, feigning nonchalance as he emerged. Master Xie, he said, I am returning to the East Palace. Shall you accompany me into the palace? This night, he was expected to convene at the Yangxin Palace with various ministers to discuss the reception of the envoy. However, inexplicably, he had sought an imperial edict from his father, proposing that Lord Wei Yuan launch another campaign against the Western Liang. 3 years prior, General Wu Zitong, upon the virtuous concubine, had been dislodged from power. And in a bid to eliminate him, he and the Xin clan had schemed for years to elevate their own candidates. Ultimately, while Wu Zitong had perished, they had not yet succeeded in positioning their own personage before Xie Xin recommended Lord Wei Yuan. The emperor, seemingly unfazed by the dissent of the ministers, obstinately supported Xie Xin, appointing Lord Wei Yuan. This infuriated him greatly. Lord Wei Yuan was on an entirely different echelon compared to Wu Zitong. While removing the latter had been a straightforward endeavor, moving against Lord Wei Yuan proved exceedingly challenging. 3 years ago, the loss of 50,000 lives had led to his downfall. What would it take this time? How many more must perish? No need. Xie Xin waved his sleeve dismissively, already striding ahead of Gao Wujian. Your Highness. The guards flanking Gao Wujian bristled with indignation, drawing their blades. This man is insufferably arrogant to show such disrespect. I shall eliminate him at once. Have you forgotten the fate of those assassins? On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Feast, the Xin family had dispatched numerous assassins to ambush Xie Xin. Why? Because he was impervious to their enticements, refusing to align with their ambitions? Those who could not be turned to their cause were always potential adversaries. He had never shown mercy to his enemies. Yet, alas, they had not anticipated that the foolishly beautiful Yunyao would come to his aid. Not a single one of the dispatched assassins had returned alive. Naturally, the one captured and thrown into the Jingzhaoin prison was silenced by their own people. The Jingzhaoin remains in pursuit of the truth to this day. If it were not for the meticulous efforts of my uncle in tidying up, They might have truly uncovered something. The guard, filled with resentment, sheathed his blade. He disrespects His Highness. How contemptible. Gao Wuzhan let out a cold snort. His fingers clenched into a tight fist. I am the true son of the Emperor. If I can demonstrate capabilities superior to his, I refuse to believe that the Emperor would still favor him. My grandfather is correct. The Emperor's elevation of the fourth prince to the position of the Prince of Yuanxi cannot solely be attributed to his affection for the virtuous consort. In the heart of an emperor, nothing holds greater significance than the dominion of the realm. All of this is merely a strategic ploy by the Emperor to balance the factions of the former court and the harem. The time has come for me to determine the victor against the fourth prince. Should I emerge triumphant, the Emperor will willingly bequeath the throne to me. This realm requires a ruler worthy of it. Ultimately, the one who prevails shall be deemed most suitable. His body was gently lifted, akin to a steady cabin on dark waters, rising and falling in a rhythmic manner. As Unionio opened her eyes, she beheld a sharp, rounded chin adorned with stubble that had yet to be tended to, strikingly juxtaposed against the ethereal beauty of the man's face. After witnessing Gao Wuzhan's departure, Xie Xin returned to extract Unionio from behind the artificial mountain. At that moment, Huang Ying, too afraid to speak, was distressed about how to escort the young lady back to her chamber when Xie Xin suddenly leaped down from the high wall, startling her immensely. Nestled in his embrace, she wrapped her arms around his neck, gently pulling his head down. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze brimmed with affection as she instinctively tilted her head upwards to meet him. A warm kiss, fragrant and tender, was suddenly pressed against her chin. Xie Xin looked down, the moonlight caressing Unionio's face, illuminating her gentle smile, tinged with shyness. Only after the kiss did she become acutely aware of her own bashfulness. A delightful laugh escaped Xie Xion's throat, a genuine sound that took him by surprise. Unionio nestled her head against his chest, listening to the resounding rhythm of his heartbeat as she spoke. Xie Xin. I realized that I no longer harbor any fondness for him. He disgusts me. Blood droplets from the earlier struggle, remnants of the artificial mountain scraping, adorned her wrist, and tears shimmered in her eyes. Yet, Xie Xin, when I was 6, I was abducted by traffickers, and he rescued me like a savior, bringing me back from the depths of despair. For over a decade, I have regarded him as the moonlight in my heart, illuminating every corner of my existence. Now that my light has vanished, I truly feel so desolate. It was not the loss of Gao Wuzhan that saddened her, but rather, the loss of her moonlight. She mourned the futile, foolish actions she had taken over the past 12 years, chasing after a misguided light. Are you certain that it was he who saved you? When Unionio was 6 years old, Xie Xin was 8. Remarkably, during his 8th year, he rescued a delightful little girl, as adorable as a glutinous rice dumpling. This little girl was exceedingly delicate. After enduring 3 days of inhumane treatment at the hands of human traffickers, she appeared disheveled and unkempt, yet her small face remained pristine, making her the most beautiful among a group of children. At that time, his parents were still alive, taking him to visit friends. While playing in the courtyard, he heard the heart-wrenching cries of a young girl. The voices of a man and woman reprimanding their daughter drifted from the neighboring yard, and gradually, the cries transformed into soft whimpers before fading away entirely. He had always been exceptionally perceptive, discerning a troubling difference in the girl's cries, yet fearing he might misinterpret the situation. Thus, after his parents decided to stay overnight at their friend's home, he stealthily slipped into the adjacent courtyard. The traffickers were exceedingly cautious, with several individuals stationed at the entrances of various rooms, giving the impression that this was no ordinary household. Please, I beg you, take me back home. My family is quite wealthy. My parents will offer you a substantial reward. Please, do not sell me into slavery in the Western Liang. Chapter 53. The benefactor. It seemed that a group of seasoned criminals was at work. At the tender age of 8, Xie Xin was not as astute as he is now, yet he managed to sense that something was amiss with the little girl, a rare feat indeed. At that time, he could not comprehend why these human traffickers sought to sell the young girl to Shiliang. However, if the girl were indeed Yu Niao, the situation would become much clearer. The individuals who had captured Yu Niao were, after all, spies infiltrating the capital from Shiliang. At that time, the Marquis of Weiyuan was still the illustrious general of the West, commanding an army of 100,000, instilling fear in the hearts of the Shiliang people. They were specifically targeting the daughter of the Marquis of Weiyuan. Yet, at that moment, Xie Xin had no knowledge that the girl was Yu Niao. He simply yearned to rescue the sobbing child. It appeared that those men had even struck her, leaving marks upon her delicate face. On the previous night, having scouted the area, he stealthily returned, intending to devise a meticulous plan before taking action. He disclosed the presence of the traffickers next door to his parents, who advised him, being merely a child, not to engage in such perilous endeavors, but rather to report the matter to the authorities. In truth, the Marquis of Wei Yuan had already been conducting a covert citywide search. The streets buzzed with anxiety, subtly revealing an air of tension. However, the officials paid little heed to the urgency of the situation, and by the following evening, the traffickers were conspiring to flee. Disregarding his parents' counsel, Xie Xin infiltrated their hideout once more. This time, fortune did not favor him. A mysterious figure with exceptional martial prowess apprehended him, imprisoning him alongside the little girl. The pale, feverish child was barely conscious, clinging to his hand and weeping. Woo-woo. Brother, I want to go home. I miss my father. He promised that after I finished watching the lanterns, he would buy me a large chicken leg. Woo-woo. With her eyes shut tight, tears streaming down her face, she shamelessly used his sleeve to wipe her nose. Remarkably, despite his usual aversion to untidiness, he found no offense in her unrefined behavior. The girl was burning with fever, her body hot to the touch, yet she trembled, nestling against Xie Xin's embrace and weakly murmuring, "Brother, you are so handsome. Are you a celestial being sent from the heavens to rescue me?" Xie Xin could not help but chuckle. Even with her eyes closed, she praised his looks, perhaps fearing he would abandon her. "Do not worry, sleep well. When you awaken, I shall return with help," he assured her. The little girl tugged at his clothing. "It's a promise. I will take a nap, and the first person I see upon waking must be you." "Yes, I promise," he replied, reassured by his affirmation. The girl finally drifted into a deep slumber. The Xiliang men, underestimating him due to his youth and primarily focused on the girl, allowed Xie Xin to escape during their moment of inattention. However, as he clambered over the wall, the formidable, mysterious figure struck him on the shoulder with a powerful blow. At the age of 8, he fell from the high wall, sustaining severe injuries and losing consciousness. Later, his parents informed him that fortunately, the fifth prince had passed by the courtyard, heard the unusual commotion, and burst through the door of the neighboring yard, causing the traffickers to flee in disarray. Otherwise, his life would undoubtedly hang by a thread. Of course, this revelation came several days later when he awoke from his coma. His parents informed him that the human traffickers had scattered, and the fifth prince had only managed to apprehend a few ordinary citizens who had been hired to shield them. As for the identity of that young girl, they remained oblivious. The incident of Unionieo's disappearance had been cleverly concealed by the Marquis of Wei Yuan. "When I was 8 years old, I rescued a little girl from the clutches of a trafficker on Willow Street. She called me Big Brother and insisted that the first thing she wished to see upon awakening was me." Xie Xin had come to a halt. Gazing down at the astonished and bewildered woman in his arms, "Is the girl taken by the Xiliang people you?" The air was infused with the familiar fragrance of osmanthus, and as the autumn breeze stirred, the aroma intensified. Unionieo felt as though a fawn were bounding wildly within her heart, nearly causing it to leap from her chest. "Is it you?" Xie Xin insisted on receiving an answer. It is me." Unionieo's nose tinged with bitterness, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. I am sorry, Big Brother. It is I who mistook the person." Because of this misidentification, she had tormented Xie Xin and caused him anguish. She had acted recklessly when she could have cherished a lifetime of love with her savior, instead squandering her chance and, in her past life, losing so many names, ultimately meeting a tragic end before the gates of the teaching courtyard. 12 years. She had loved Gao Wuzhan for 12 years. She thought Gao Wuzhan was the big brother who had brought her warmth and hope on the night she nearly perished. A deceiver. Gao Wuzhan had ensnared her in a web of bitter lies. She wept uncontrollably, the pain radiating from her heart coursing through her limbs, rendering her utterly miserable. A Fu had long since taken Huang Ying aside. "Sister Ying, do you wish for my master to reconcile with the second miss?" Huang Ying nodded. "I hope so." This was her lady's desire, and she wished for it to be fulfilled. "Then, when my master comes to find your lady, be clever and come out to play with me," granting them time alone together. Huang Ying glanced back at the two embraced beneath the osmanthus tree. The Prime Minister had her lady pinned against the tree trunk, yet he gently shielded her back to prevent the rough bark from harming her delicate skin. This alone was far more considerate than the boorish crown prince. It seemed that the lady was crying, clutching the Prime Minister's lapel, her sobs so intense she could barely stand. The Prime Minister held her, leaning slightly backward to allow her to rest against him, though the lady could not see. Huang Ying witnessed the look of compassion on Xie Xin's face. His eyes reddened as he patted her back gently. "Unionieo, He stole my life. It was supposed to be a happy life, one that should have belonged to you. But what can we do? We have missed so many years. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Unioneo clung to Xie Xin, crying and shouting. He has harmed me. He has harmed me. If it were not for Gao Wuzhan impersonating my savior, I would never have fallen in love with him. As long as there was no affection for Gao Wuzhan, he would never have the opportunity to conceal treasonous correspondence within her father as study. Without the letters, her father would not bear the disgrace of being labeled a traitor. They would remain intact, the Yu family would not face annihilation, and she would not have clamored for divorce from Xie Xin. Nor would she have recklessly inflicted harm upon him, leaving him unable to trust in her love to this day. In her past life, after the was seized, she fled and endured countless hardships, all of which were instigated by Gao Wuzhan. She harbored love for her enemy for a full 12 years. 12 years. The mere thought of that number filled Yu Niao with an overwhelming desire for death. Regret. Chapter 54. A mutual endeavor. She could have lived a life of happiness, tranquility, and joy. Yet, due to the deceit of Gao Wuzhan, she found herself in turmoil, desolation, and sorrowful solitude. How could she not feel an overwhelming sense of injustice? Alas, Unioneo, on the verge of fainting from her tears, barely heard Xie Xin's almost inaudible sigh. Is it so painful to miss me? Is it worse than losing your moonlight? How could it not be painful? She even misidentified the moonlight. The tragedies of her life stemmed solely from misplacing her affections and loving the wrong person. Were it not for the heaven's mercy granting her a second chance, she would have perished in her previous life, burdened by resentment, humiliation, sorrow, and despair. She wept with abandon, as if to release all the grievances of her past life. Xie Xin, who received no response, tenderly caressed her silky hair. Hush, don't cry. Am I not here with you? Even if you have misjudged and loved the wrong person, causing me pain time and again, I'm still right here. He had contemplated hating her, wishing for her to endure the scorn, ridicule, and suffering he once faced. Yet, confronted with her tears of despair, he realized that he felt no satisfaction in revenge. Only heartache remained. She claimed Gao Wuzhan was her moonlight, but she was his deity. Perhaps his comforting presence worked wonders. As Unioneo's sobs gradually subsided, though her hiccups were beyond her control. Indeed, she had been reborn. Xie Xin was still by her side, and her family had not met a tragic fate. The entire clan thrived under the auspices of the Weiyuan Marquis. The trials of her past were mere wisps of smoke. And in this life, she would never tread the same path again. Xie Xin hic Unioneo felt the tingling in her legs, and as she spoke, she hiccuped again, hastily covering her mouth. Her body trembled, her fingers quivering as the hiccups continued unabated. In Xie Xin's eyes, it was as if stars had shattered within. And he gazed at Unioneo for a while, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Is there something on my face? Have I smeared my makeup from crying? Do I look strange? Xie Xin sighed and turned away. Come up. Truly remarkable. Other women, upon seeing this dashing and stately prime minister, would long to leap into his arms. He could sense that, even after their reunion, Unioneo harbored a flicker of affection for him. Yet, in that moment, she failed to seize the opportunity to kiss him, wasting the effort he had made to lean down. Clinging to Xie Xin's back, Unioneo retrieved a small copper mirror from her sleeve, its reflection vaguely revealing her delicate countenance. Her fair skin, flushed from weeping, particularly her eyes and nose, resembled that of a little rabbit. Oh, how adorably charming. Today, her face was unadorned with pearl powder, only her brows and lips were painted, rendering her appearance neither ugly nor disheveled, but rather imbued with a certain fragility. Why had Xie Xin gazed so intently at her when he bent down? How peculiar it is. Although the two individuals were not on the same wavelength, each lost in their own thoughts, the overall atmosphere was more harmonious than ever before. It was not until Xie Xin carried Yu Niao into her boudoir and gently placed her on the embroidered bed, allowing himself to relax, that he became aware of a sudden ache in the back of his neck. Hiss, how ruthless this scoundrel, Gao Wuzhan, was. His actions were excessively harsh. Xie Xin retrieved a small porcelain bottle, exuding a minty fragrance, from the pouch at his waist. Without waiting for Yu Niao to speak, he placed his hands on her shoulders, gently twisting her inward as he deftly removed her outer garments. With a slight chill on her shoulders, Yu Niao let out a startled gasp. Thank you, Xin. I'm not quite available today. Would it be possible to reschedule for another day? She had just narrowly escaped being coerced by Gao Wuzhan, and still shaken, she burst into tears. Completely drained of energy and entirely disinterested in engaging in any frivolous affairs with Xie Xin. This Xie Xin had witnessed her nearly being wronged. In a bid to protect her dignity, he pretended not to recognize her and insisted on referring to her as a maid from the Marquis's residence. She had even remarked on his thoughtfulness and attention to detail. However, upon returning to the room, the true nature was unexpectedly revealed. Indeed, men are foolishly guided by their lower instincts. Her warm fingertips seemed to be smeared with some salve, gently applying it back and forth on her aching neck. A startled gasp escaped Unio's lips, followed by a flush that crept across her cheeks. She bit her lower lip in regret, her eyes fluttering shut. Was she truly going to perish? He merely intended to assist her with the ointment, yet Xie Xin's laughter was tinged with unmistakable mockery. What did you think I was going to do? Unio did not turn back, feigning ignorance to his presence. Yet, Xie Xin sat at the edge of the bed, his hands propped beside him, leaning back. Drawing closer to her, what is it that you wish for me to do? Yu was provoked into a fit of indignation by his deliberate words. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to find Xie Xin's enlarged face hovering before her, mere inches away. In that unexpected moment, she was drawn into the depths of his soulful gaze. Xie Xin, taken aback by her sudden awakening, was enveloped by the delightful fragrance that emanated from her. The temperature in the room soared, and he felt a wave of heat wash over him, causing every drop of blood in his body to simmer, rendering him as crimson as a boiled crab. No one needed to remind him of how vulnerable he appeared. He was acutely aware of his own flustered state. The facade of indifference and ruthless charm he had maintained in her presence crumbled into dust in an instant. He had always, without a doubt, loved her. I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself. Unio wished to express something, but Xie Xin stood up abruptly, not sparing a glance back as he hastily departed. His demeanor certainly suggested a sense of retreat. Just then, Huang Ying entered and beheld her young mistress wearing an all-knowing smile. Mistress? As the yellow Oriole entered, she glanced back towards the outside and inquired, What have you done to the Prime Minister? I find it rather peculiar how he appears. The esteemed Prime Minister, known for his upright and dignified demeanor. How could he nearly stumble over himself as he stepped outside? Unio raised an eyebrow, questioning, What is so peculiar? It is merely a matter of hidden sentiments being laid bare. In truth, she owed a debt of gratitude to Xiaoping. Had she not taken the initiative to extract her thoughts, there would have been no opportunity for her to confess her feelings. She had managed to glean the essence of Xie Xin. To love someone is to cherish the unwavering and resolute approach they take towards oneself. Although Xie Xin verbally denied his affections, claiming disdain, deep down, he relished her public declaration of ownership, eagerly rushing towards him. After all, he had once pursued her with the same fervor. This led her to contemplate the phrase, mutual pursuit. Indeed, had it not been for Gao Wuzhan masquerading as her charming suitor, she and Xie Xin would have embarked on a journey of mutual pursuit from the very beginning. My dear, have you been drinking? Huang Ying observed Unio, her cheeks flushed and her laughter radiant. That can't be right. You haven't had a drop tonight. Chapter 55, The Portrait of a Beauty. If a Fu were present, he would undoubtedly ridiculing Ying for her foolishness. What intoxication is this? It is evidently the fluttering of a maiden's heart. Outside the city at the Shirley Pavilion, less than 20 miles to the capital, Sheng Minhuai angrily shattered the cup in his hand. Father, those barbaric who people dare to request our noble ladies of the Dai dynasty to marry into their desolate land. They are utterly senseless. I shall go forth and slay these who bandits. General Sheng restrained his son, saying, In times of warfare, we do not harm envoys. This is a rule that must not be broken. Once we reach the capital, everything shall be decided by the emperor. Do not act impulsively. However, Sheng Minhuai was about to retort, but his father waved him off, directing his gaze out the window of the Shirley Pavilion's guest room. The room was lit by candlelight, and several shadowy figures moved outside the doors and windows. This only fueled Sheng Minhuai's fury further. How dare those whose soldiers eavesdrop on their conversation? Were they so foolish as to not realize that the windows of the central plains are made of paper, revealing silhouettes within? Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the door of the inn was flung open, sending the eavesdropping whose soldiers sprawling to the ground in pain, crying out in distress. Ha! Sheng Minhuai sneered, glancing at the now darkened room across the way. Cowardly knaves. Crack! A corner of the wooden table in the room was crushed under immense pressure. Splintering wood cascading to the floor. Your Highness, someone has brought you a portrait, claiming the woman depicted is the most beautiful in the Dai dynasty. She was once betrothed to the Prime Minister, Xie Xin, yet their union was never consummated. Now that they have parted ways, the implication is that if you desire her, you may request her from the Emperor of Dai. The most beautiful woman? Ashina's eyes sparkled with interest. momentarily forgetting the insolence of the young general from the Central Plains. Bring it to me at once. He had heard of Xie Xin during his time with the Hu bandits. The man, though young, had already risen to the role of prime minister, and he had faintly heard of the romantic entanglements surrounding him. Yet, if he were truly that formidable, he would not have lost a woman. Forcibly seizing and plundering could always yield results. Therefore, Ashina paid little heed to the latter part of his subordinate's statement. As the scroll unfurled, the beauty within came to life upon the paper. There stood a striking woman clad in a vibrant red gown, ethereal and enchanting amid a sea of blossoms. The neckline of her dress dipped low, revealing a figure that was both alluring and graceful. Her face was as radiant as a peony, her brows like willows. Her beauty surpassing even the most splendid bloom, captivating the heart and soul. Her eyes seemed to draw in one's very essence, a beauty that left one trembling in awe. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled into a high bun, adorned with shimmering jewels that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Such brilliance was but a fraction of her stunning visage. What an exquisite beauty! Ashina's eyes ignited with an insatiable desire. Where is the one who delivered the portrait? Bring them to me at once. The subordinate hesitated, addressing the prince. Your Highness, it was an old blind man who delivered this. He merely tossed down the portrait and departed. The notion of a blind old man stirred a thought in Ashina, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Ah, so the little beauty has offended someone and has been ensnared in a trap. Shall I inquire about the identity of this noble lady, Your Highness? Such exquisite beauty cannot belong to an unknown individual. With a bit of investigation, we could surely uncover this extraordinary damsel. He carefully tucked away the portrait. No need to search just yet. We mustn't alarm the snake in the grass. Once we arrive in the grand capital of Day, we shall meet her in due course. Anticipation began to swell within him regarding this journey to the capital. It was no wonder that their ancestors had sought to conquer the Central Plains for generations. It surely was not solely for the vastness of the land. Such beauties were also a compelling reason. While the Hu people possessed their own fair maidens, they were born upon the plains, raised upon horseback, with most women exhibiting sun-kissed skin, tall statures, and resilient temperaments, qualities that starkly contrasted with the delicate elegance and enchanting charm of the women from the Central Plains. The lady captured in the portrait exceeded his very understanding of the beauty of Central Plains maidens. He was determined to possess her, to take her back and showcase her to his comrades. A resounding horn echoed, heralding the dawn as the sun peeked through the clouds. Yu Niao swiftly sat up in bed, summoning Huang Ying to assist her in her morning preparations. Hurry. I have arranged to meet my sister and Princess Xie Xin at the city wall to greet the Qing army. If we tarry, we shall lose our prime position. General Shang, having vanquished the Hu invaders and saved countless citizens at the border, was returning to the capital amidst great fanfare. Although the emperor did not personally attend, he had dispatched the crown prince and Prince Xi to convey imperial decrees and bestow rewards, an honor of the highest order. After much effort, Yu Niao squeezed to the front of the crowd, where Yu Yin waved. Sister, come here. A space had been deliberately left vacant at the forefront, reserved by Rong Jiajin and Yu Yin for her. Those fortunate enough to ascend the city wall today were either affluent or of noble birth. Everyone was aware of Rong Jiajin's status, ensuring no conflict would arise, thus allowing Yu Niao to approach with ease. If only the gazes of those noble ladies were a tad more amicable, it would have been perfect. In the distance, a column of 100 men appeared like a dark line, drawing nearer. At the forefront stood the venerable General Shang, his vigor undiminished, alongside the spirited young General Shang. Behind them marched the soldiers who had distinguished themselves in the battle against the Hu. Further back, a chestnut-hued carriage approached, flanked by guards and attendants clad in Hu attire. Lastly, a group of Day soldiers observed their procession. This, undoubtedly, was the Hu envoy. Cheers, shouts, applause, and flowers filled the air as the populace lined the streets, each face beaming with genuine smiles, welcoming the heroes of the Day dynasty. Such scenes were all too familiar. When her father, the Western Expedition General, returned victorious, he too was greeted by the adoring public. Yet, since that fateful defeat, he had faced nothing but malevolent glances. Yu Niao found it perplexing. Both in this life and the last, why was that? Why do they believe that the Marquis of Weiyuan must emerge victorious? Why can they not tolerate his failure? The soldiers go into battle with their lives at stake, and the commanding general leads the charge, orchestrating strategies and risking everything, solely to safeguard the people and ensure the stability of the nation. Observing the devout expressions of the common folk, she begins to grasp the truth. They have elevated the general to the status of an omnipotent deity, thus rendering them incapable of accepting a fallen idol. Yet, They forget that her father is not a god. He is merely an ordinary man. Yu Yin exchanged a glance with Yunaoniao, each reading the unspoken thoughts in the other's eyes. Yu Yin patted her hand and smiled, shaking her head reassuringly. It is all right. Everything will pass. The reputation and glory of the Grand General of the Western Campaign will be reclaimed by her father's own hand. He will return to his pedestal once more. Chapter 56. General Sheng Minhuai. Amidst the cacophony of women's cheers, Rong Jiajin's whispered words were hardly noteworthy, had it not been for the proximity. Even Yunaoniao would have failed to hear her. Yet, seated atop his grand steed, the tall and imposing Sheng Minhuai seemed to sense something and abruptly lifted his head, his hawk-like gaze piercing through the crowd. Upon recognizing his wife, who had borne their child for 10 months, the coldness and murderous intent in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by an almost submissive demeanor as he vigorously waved his arm towards Rong Jiajin, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Rong Jiajin chuckled softly, calling him a fool, yet reciprocated with a sweet and hearty wave. Yunaoniao remarked, just two fools. Let none mock the other. Her memories of Sheng Minhuai lingered on their childhood escapades, or rather, on that year when he, timid and bashful at the age of 8, confessed his feelings to Rong Jiajin by taking her hand. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed. The relentless exposure to the elements had not marred Sheng Minhuai's fair and handsome visage in the slightest. His pointed elf-like ears remained his distinguishing feature, and his radiant smile revealed a perfect set of white teeth. It was said that his extraordinary beauty led the enemy troops to deride him as a delicate youth, their taunts igniting a fierce rage within him. In response, he donned a mask, transforming into the formidable jade-faced god on the battlefield. Observing the shared smiles between Sheng Minhuai and Rong Jiajin, Yunaoniao felt a deep-seated joy for them. In her previous life, she had languished in deception and lies. Her painful rebirth had seen her dear sister Rong Jiajin vanish without a trace after departing for the border. Perhaps her rebirth had stirred the winds of fate, altering the course of events. This time, General Sheng had triumphed over the Hu invaders several years ahead of schedule. This time, Rong Jiajin was blissfully content, and their sisterhood would enjoy a reunion. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Pingtian and Luo Yunfei stood together, their faces twisted with resentment as they gazed upon the dazzling Rong Jiajin and Yunaoniao. Rong Jiajin's glory stemmed from her lineage and the favor of her husband, leaving them with nothing but envy. And what of Yunaoniao? Luo Yunfei gazed up at the prince standing beneath the city wall, a fierce flame of jealousy igniting within her heart. Xiao Pingting's expression twisted further in dismay. Ma Xilan smirked slightly and remarked, I have heard that Prince Xi once sought the hand of Yu Yin, only to be rejected by the Marquis of Weiyuan. The two sisters of the Marquis's household possess no remarkable talents, yet they have mastered the art of seduction, ensnaring the hearts of our fine young men of the Day dynasty. Sister Pingting, do you not agree? Had it not been for Yu Yin's swift marriage to Yi Qingkong, Prince Xi would certainly not have let the matter rest. Previously, this incident was seldom mentioned, as no one wished to invoke the ill fortune associated with Xiaopinging. However, the circumstances have now changed. The chief minister has once again developed an infatuation for Yunaoniao, and in their endeavor to eliminate the nefarious woman who bewilders him, they do not hesitate to provoke Xiao Pingting's animosity towards the Wei Yuan Marquisate. When Xiao Pingting cast a glare in her direction, Ma Xilan immediately feigned terror, retreating to the side in a timid manner. Upon the city wall, noble ladies and esteemed women eagerly observed the procession, pointing and whispering about the Sheng family troops. Occasionally, they cast envious glances at Rong Jiajin. Xiao Pingting suddenly let out a cold laugh and spoke loudly. The 9th princess has heard that General Sheng has returned and has already sought the Emperor's decree for marriage. The Sheng family is destined to marry the Emperor's favored princess, which guarantees the rightful position of the 9th princess as the main consort. Some individuals lack self-awareness. A mere solitary girl, with nothing to her name, has gained the title of county princess through her father's influence, yet clings to General Sheng, waiting for the 9th princess to marry into the Sheng family before she can be dealt with. Yunaoniao sensed the tension in those around her, their smiles fading. The city wall fell into silence, all eyes fixed on Rong Jiajin. Xiao Pingting's malicious tone grew more pronounced. I say, the wise should quickly relinquish their position, otherwise, if they provoke the 9th princess, they may find their county princess title in jeopardy. Rong Jiajin, pregnant, bit her lip tightly as a wave of pain surged through her abdomen. Hong Fu, with tears in her eyes, supported her. Madam, do not heed their nonsensical words. The young master would never treat you that way. Yunaoniao quickly grasped Rong Jiajin's hand. What is it? Is your abdomen in pain? Rong Jiaxin's face paled. Just a little. Uniao hurriedly assisted her and called out to Huang Ying, Ying, you and Hong Fu take the county princess back to the general's residence. I will join you shortly. She whispered in Rong Jiaxin's ear. You know what kind of person Huai is. He would never marry the princess. Rest assured. If the emperor insists on a marriage, I will have Xie Xin negotiate on our behalf. The Xing family troops have recently achieved victory, and the court is in need of capable individuals. The emperor likely wishes to unite with Huai through marriage, but if he is reluctant, it would not be a union, but rather a feud. Trust me, our emperor is not so foolish. Rong Jiaxin absorbed her words, feeling slightly reassured, and nodded. I believe in Huai. Her only fear was that under the weight of imperial power, Huai would be forced to compromise. With Niao's assurance, she felt sufficiently comforted. Xie's influence with the emperor surpassed that of 10 ninth princesses combined. Just as Rong Jiaxin descended a few steps from the city wall, she heard gasps and applause from above. Yu Niao, with an air of arrogance, declared with conviction, what do you think you are? Daring to speak disrespectfully to County Princess Jiaxin? Are you the 9th princess's lapdog or merely a parasite? The emperor has yet to issue a decree, yet you presage unwarranted conjectures. Does your father know you dare to offend his majesty? Speculating on the emperor's intentions is the gravest offense. With the emperor yet to decree, this matter remains unsubstantiated. However, Xiao Pingying's outcry breached a significant taboo. Moreover, it may implicate Prince Xi, who could have leaked the emperor's intentions of marrying the 9th princess to Shang Minhui to Xiao Pingying. Certainly, only someone with access to the Yangxin Hall, such as Prince Xi. The emperor, trusting his beloved son, allowed him to grasp his thoughts before issuing a decree. Yet, if this son were to divulge such matters to outsiders, it would inevitably lead to great disappointment for his father. Xue's immediate perception of the veiled threat in her tone prompted her to swiftly grasp Xiao Pingting's arm. Pingting, have you lost your senses? How can you speak such nonsense? Mother? How dare you? Silence. Xue shot her a fierce glare before turning her venomous gaze towards Uniao. Miss you. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment. The emperor may hold Master Xie in high regard, but whether you will wed him remains uncertain. Will you still be so smug then? I advise you to tread carefully. Leave some room for future encounters. Bah! Uniao spat defiantly at her. Are you cursing my relationship with Xie Xin? She rolled her eyes dramatically at Xue. Madam Xiao, at your age, it would be wise to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young. As for Xie Xin, whether he marries me is uncertain, but one thing is for sure, he will never marry you. Chapter 57. Stunned, such words are exceedingly insulting. The age of Madame Xue is such that she could very well be Xie Xin's mother. Yet, Uniao insinuates that this half-aged woman dares to covet Xie Xin? If she harbors no such desires, why then does she curse that Xie Xin and I cannot unite? You, do not speak. Uniao extended her palm, nearly pressing it against Madame Xue's mouth, stopping just half an inch away. She regarded Madame Xue and Xiao Pingying with disdain. You have exhausted your cliché of branding me a promiscuous vixen. I am already weary of hearing them. When you conjure up some novel insults, do line up to hurl them at me? Uniao, you. Slap. Before Xiao Pingying could finish her retort, she received a fierce blow from Uniao, who pointed angrily at her. And you, ignorance is not your fault, but do refrain from flaunting your lack of knowledge in front of everyone. The title of Princess Jiaxin was not bestowed upon her out of the emperor's pity. The entire Rongbo family is steeped in loyalty, with all 6 of Princess Jiaxin's brothers sacrificing their lives for the country. The borders are littered with the bones of the loyal, entombing the entire Rongbo lineage. Do not presume that Princess Jiaxin does not merit her title. Even as a county princess, she is deserving. Her gaze shifted to the now sheepish onlookers. A mere orphan? If the great Yi dynasty had not been graced by the presence of such a solitary girl and her noble kin, would you all be here, comfortably discussing golden towers and jeweled hairpins, draped in silk and satin? Would you dare to mock their cherished daughters? Have you grown so accustomed to your peaceful lives that you, Xiao Pingying, have forgotten that there are those at the borders sacrificing their lives and blood for our safety? You, of all people, consider yourself worthy of being a daughter-in-law to the imperial family? To receive the worship of the common folk? It is nothing short of a farce. This final statement was the most piercing of all. Xiao Pingying's pride rested upon her impending betrothal to Prince Yuanqi. But what if she were to be denied that honor? A cold smile crept across Uniao's face as she subtly surveyed the expressions of the noble women around her. Satisfied by their contemplative looks, she took Yu Yining's hand and descended from the city tower. There was no need for further action on her part. Xiao Pingting's disgraceful remarks would soon circulate widely. The emperor, in a time of need, would undoubtedly seek to rectify the grievances suffered by Xie Xin. Not only was the marriage of the ninth princess to Sheng Minhuai in jeopardy, but Xiao Pingting would also have to bear the consequences of her actions today. Many would aspire to become the prince's consort. A large entourage came to a halt at the official post in the capital. After accommodating the Hu enemy envoy, General Sheng led his son and several trusted subordinates into the palace to pay their respects. Your humble servant, Sheng Yin, presents himself before your majesty. Your humble servant, Sheng Minhuai, presents himself before your majesty. The elder and the younger both exuded an imposing presence, handsome and upright, which pleased the emperor immensely. His ministers were not only capable, but also pleasing to the eye. Very good, indeed. General Sheng had achieved great merit by vanquishing the Hu enemy, and according to protocol, rewards were to be conferred. However, the Sheng family army was already the mightiest in the Great Yi dynasty, and General Sheng held the esteemed title of the Grand General of the state, leaving no further titles to bestow. The emperor's gaze lingered on the upright figure of Sheng Minhuai. Could it be that a betrothal between the young general and the ninth princess was truly in the works? However, the wife of the general is, after all, the only descendant of the Duke of Rong in this world. Should their union be torn asunder? It is likely that the populace would quietly label him as unfeeling. If an arranged marriage is not proposed, little Gio will create a ruckus daily, and the virtuous consort will weep and plead with him. It is quite a headache. As Xie Xin's footsteps faltered, he was intercepted by the ever-watchful Gao Wushan, who quickly remarked, "Father, the wife of General Xing is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Rong. She has accompanied the young general at the frontier for over a decade, tending to the Xing family's elders and children, allowing both the old general and the young general to focus without worry. She truly exemplifies the virtue of our Yi women. Now that she is about to give birth, bringing forth new life for the Sheng lineage, why not bestow her a title to further honor her? I believe both generals would be pleased." The emperor's gaze turned suspiciously towards Gao Wushan, then shifted to the visibly irked Prince Yuanqi, appearing nonchalant. "Wuyo, what do you think?" Gao Wuyo gritted his teeth, evidently aware of Xiao Pingting's foolish remarks, and darkly replied, "Son, I second that. The ninth princess is his full-blooded sister. Should she persist in urging the emperor to grant a marriage to little Gio at this moment, it would indeed reflect ill intentions. The emperor revels in genuine love and heartfelt emotions, yet despises unions calculated through scheming. If he is aware of what Xiao Pingting has uttered, it is only a matter of time before the emperor learns as well. That foolish woman, time and again, she has thwarted his endeavors, and he sincerely regrets their engagement. If only his princess were Yuyin, how could she possibly engage in such obstructive antics? Clearly, Lord Xiao has repeatedly advised her to cultivate a friendship with Rong Jiajin and Unaioniao, yet she obstinately chooses the opposite path, believing herself to be uniquely special. Should little Gio discover that her marriage has been thwarted, she would not quietly acquiesce. When the decree to bestow the title of princess upon Rong Jiajin was issued, it was already evening. Uncertain whether the child within felt joy or excitement, the moment Rong Jiajin stood up, she was struck by a wave of intense pain, and warm liquid began to trickle down from beneath her skirt. No matter how composed Unaioniao attempted to be, she had never witnessed childbirth in her past life. Worrying for Rong Jiajin, she chose not to return home with Yuinin, but instead rushed to the general's residence. It is time to give birth." Accompanied by Rong Jiajin's agonized cry, the general's residence descended into chaos. As the sole mistress of the general's household, Rong Jiajin was in such pain that her senses were dulled, rendering her incapable of making any arrangements. Fortunately, Hongfu had been preparing for this day, and after a brief moment of disarray, she promptly organized the proceedings with remarkable efficiency. Maidservants and matrons hurried in and out, while within the room, Rong Jiajin emitted cries of despair. I cannot bear it anymore. I have no strength left. I truly have no strength." "Madam, hold on. The baby's head is already out. You must push a little harder." "Impossible. You are deceiving me." I cannot feel the head. Is it too large? Will it not come out?" "Truly, madam, the baby's hair is very dark, and he is also straining. He wishes to meet his father and mother soon. Do you not long to see your baby?" "Alas! Oh, I shall bear no more. I shall bear no more," sobbing. "Little Pearl, dear Pearl, do not be afraid. I am right outside." Sheng Minhuai pressed his entire being against the screen at the door, anxiously exclaiming, "The midwife claims that my aura is too ominous, fearing it may disturb the baby, thus forbidding me from entering. Do not fear. I shall guard you at the door. I shall not leave. Sheng Minhuai, you scoundrel, I shall never bear again. Do you hear? Very well, Very well, no more births. We shall not have any more. You must hold on, the baby is truly coming. Buckets of blood were carried out from within, and Xing Minhui felt an overwhelming urge to rush inside. Meanwhile, Uniao was rendered utterly petrified. Chapter 58, A Tarnished Reputation, Mississippi. Just as Uniao was lost in thought, Huang approached and whispered, "The young master is waiting for you at the door. He sent me to inform you." Uniao's legs felt weak, and she leaned on Huang, her whole being seemingly drained of strength. The general's residence was filled with a gaggle of men, with only the courtesans and maidservants attending to Rong Jiajin in her quarters. At present, everyone in her room was preoccupied, utterly oblivious to Uniao's discomfort. "Niao, are you still outside?" From within the room, Rong Jiajin's voice came through intermittently. "Niao, you should return first. Once I give birth, I will send Hong Fu share the joyous news." It was only at this moment that she learned from Hong Fu that Niao was still lingering outside, appearing quite frightened. To prevent further alarming her, Rong Jiajin stifled her cries, even biting down on the corner of the bed cover. It was then that Xing Minhui realized Uniao was still present. Rubbing the back of his head, he cast an apologetic glance at her. "Little fish, you should return home. You cannot be of assistance here, and the house is in disarray. I promise to notify you first when my daughter is born, all right?" Since childhood, he had affectionately called Uniao little fish and Rong Jiajin little pearl. Blinded by her infatuation with Gao Wujian, Uniao was indeed little fish. For her eyes sparkled like fish scales, unable to discern the hypocrisy and heartlessness of Gao Wujian. Choosing Xing Minhui naturally made her his little pearl. After a moment's hesitation, Uniao nodded. "You must be the first to tell me. I shall come immediately to see my goddaughter." She wished for Rong Jiajin to bear a daughter. The general's residence was steeped in honor, while the Rong family was renowned for loyalty and valor. Such a powerful union would surely arouse the emperor's apprehension. Furthermore, with the Xing family military achieving remarkable feats, and the old general being beyond further commendation, it was inevitable that the emperor would feel a sense of crisis over the potential overshadowing of his authority. If Jiajin were to give birth to a daughter, the situation would be far more favorable. A little girl, even if bestowed the title of princess, would hardly stir any waves, and would instead inspire gratitude among those in the general's household. Xing Minhui smiled. "Then let us hope for your auspicious words." He too yearned for a daughter with the same sweet softness as little Pearl. "Your Highness, do you truly intend to visit the general's residence?" Clad in the distinct attire of a foreign tribe, the only figure parading on the streets was Ashtana E, the prince of the Hu people. He stroked his chin, surveying the eerily quiet streets. "Indeed, we must go. Our purpose here is to seek peace, and we must demonstrate our sincerity and determination to His Majesty, the Emperor of Day." The Shang army had decimated their forces, yet as a prince of the Hu, he bore no resentment. Personally visiting the wife of the young general who was in labor, what a magnanimous gesture. The guards closed their eyes, fully aware of the truth. The prince was drawn by the legendary beauty, Uniao. Having caught a glimpse of her on the city wall that afternoon, he was utterly captivated. Upon arriving at the inn, he could not shake her from his thoughts. That evening, overhearing the other day generals at the inn discussing the young general's wife being compared alongside the second miss of the Wei Yuan Marquise as the twin beauties of the capital, he immediately rushed over. Stop. As Shina caught sight of a slender streak of red and immediately threw aside the carriage curtain, leaping down before the guards could steady the vehicle. "Uniao." The woman stumbled, still reeling from her earlier fright, nearly losing her footing as she boarded the carriage, only to be caught by Xie Xin, who gently cradled her in his embrace. "Gained some skills, have we?" Xie Xin lowered his gaze upon Uniao, his tone betraying a mix of delight and displeasure. "What brings you to the general's residence at such a late hour? Are you planning to stay the night?" The wife of the Grand General had long passed away due to illness several years prior, and the general, having been engaged in battle for years, had never taken another. With his spouse deceased and no concubines by his side, there had been those who eyed the position of general's wife, yet for over a decade. The Grand General had remained away from the capital, leaving behind only servants and houseboys, with not a single maid in sight. As for Xing Minhui, he had grown up alongside his childhood friend Rong Jiajin, following his father into the fray of war, with not a single living female in his proximity. Were it not for his deep affections, the ninth princess would not have been so resolute in her refusal to marry anyone but him. Uniao's reputation in the capital was far from commendable. Notorious would be an understatement. Should she spend a night at the general's residence? it would undoubtedly stir a tempest of scandal outside. Xie Xin had long been aware of how much she valued her connections with Rong Jiajin and Sheng Minhuai. Considering she would not wish to implicate the general's residence because of herself, he had come to fetch her. Of course, his gaze swept back, and Ashina trembled, as if pinned to the spot by some ferocious beast, unable to move an inch. Xie Xin had been particularly attentive to the movements at the inn, having noticed earlier in the afternoon that someone was inquiring about Yunniao. That person was the Hu Prince, Ashina. A lost dog dares to brazenly covet that which does not belong to him. Your Highness, he is Xie Xin, the Prime Minister of Yi Dynasty. Has he discovered our presence? Ashina scoffed coldly. So what if he has? He is merely a subject. While I am a prince of the Hu, my purpose here is to fulfill a matrimonial alliance. I seek not a princess or a noble lady, but rather a fallen noble woman of ill repute. Surely the Emperor of Yi will hasten to package her off to me. What can he use to contend against this prince? As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. Though the Hu may have faced defeat, the 10 tribes of the steppes still endure, and when rallied, they possess the strength to fight again. The people of the Central Plains are the most hypocritical, forever clamoring about the suffering of border citizens or advocating for peace over conflict. Such saintly hearts. Do they believe that the Hu people engage in war out of mere fondness for battle? The Central Plains are vast and rich in treasures, and like many outsiders labeled as savages by Yi, the Hu are nomadic tribes of the steppes. Each year, countless lives are lost in the migrations. War, after all, is fought for a better existence, to allow the people to live well. The few hundred or thousand souls at the borders, even in death, die for a cause. Clearly, many aged courtiers in Yi do not share this perspective. Had they been willing to forsake the lives of countless civilians at the borders, that old scoundrel Xing Yin would have long since stormed the palace of the Hu people, and today, he would have been of no consequence. It was they who granted him the opportunity for his ambition to flourish, unaware that she was the object of avaricious gazes. The young woman, Yunniao, sat in the carriage, her face ashen. Her hands were clenched tightly into fists, and her mind was overwhelmed by a cacophony of chaotic buzzing. Blood. So much blood. Just like on the day the Wei Yuan Marquis' family was annihilated, the vicinity of Xie was stained crimson for miles. The scent of blood lingered in the air, dissipating only after 3 months, yet the soil near the execution platform remained dark and ominous, astonishingly glossy, regardless of how many storms had swept through. Chapter 59. Unmarried on the day of the execution, she concealed herself among the common folk. Having exhausted all her strength in her desperate flight, she was covered in filth, her face smeared with dirt. She had neither the time nor the courage to tidy herself up, and was mistaken by the onlookers for a beggar. No one could have anticipated that the stunning beauty, Yunniao, renowned throughout the capital, would find herself in such a dire predicament. Upon the execution platform, a familiar figure recognized her instantly. It was the younger son of her maternal cousin, who had been merely 9 years old when he witnessed the beheading. Though they were family, their bond was not particularly close. They had only met a handful of times each year during ancestral rites led by her father. Being a distant relative, the little cousin had never felt entitled to present himself in the presence of the esteemed daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis. Upon seeing her, the boy's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy, and she anticipated that he would cry out for her to save him. But he did not. Among the dozens of relatives kneeling on the platform, no one noticed the small child whispering to those around him. The news of Yunniao's survival spread like wildfire among the crowd. The previously despondent relatives began to cast furtive glances in her direction. Some laughed, others wept, and a few were pelted with stones, sustaining grievous injuries. Yet, none revealed her whereabouts. Instead, they passionately proclaimed the loyalty and patriotism of the Wei Yuan Marquis, insisting that His Majesty discern the truth. Yunniao pressed her hand to her mouth, biting into the tender flesh of her palm until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, yet she felt no pain. The agony of her heart eclipsed any physical suffering, rendering her insensible to it. She understood that her relatives were crying out for justice, placing their hopes in her survival, yearning for her to endure, and to clear the Yu family's name of its unjust disgrace. Tears blurred her vision, and she could only see her little cousin's innocent smile before his demise. Beneath that smile, however, lay fear and reluctance. He feared death and was reluctant to depart from this world. She had disappointed her kin. She could not vindicate their grievances, and ultimately, as she was seized and dragged toward the Ministry of Rites, she refused to be defiled, choosing instead to dash her head against the door and succumb. In her final moments, it seemed someone was rushing toward her, but she lacked the strength to open her eyes once more. How had she come to weep? Unbeknownst to her, Yu Niao's face was already streaked with tears. It was not until the cold dampness touched her cheek that she awakened from her sorrow. Gazing into a pair of concerned eyes, Xie Xin sighed, "I admit I may have raised my voice a bit too much just now. But there was no need for you to cry as if I had perished." He meant to jest, hoping to pull her from her despondency, but upon hearing his words, Yu Niao threw herself into his embrace and wept uncontrollably. "Xie Xin, I am indeed mourning. Over 700 members of the Wei Yuan Marquis clan are grieving. Therefore, this blood-soaked vendetta must be avenged on my behalf." With a gentle sigh, Xie Xin rested his chin upon the crown of Yu Niao's head, soothing her back with a tender caress. His eyes reflected a mixture of confusion and concern, yet he refrained from probing further. It was evident that the terror instilled by Rong Jiajin's ordeal could not solely account for her tears. What, then, lay behind her distress? This woman harbored secrets that had driven her to the brink of despair. However, the moment was not ripe for inquiries. Patience was key. He possessed ample time to unearth the truth hidden deep within her heart, to shatter her fears, and to eliminate the sources of her sorrow. How awkward this was. As Yu Niao alighted from the carriage, she noticed the dampness on Xie Xion's chest. Sniffling, she murmured, Xie Xian. I was frightened by Jiajin. I've never witnessed such an abundance of blood before. It terrifies me. I fear that if I were to bear children in the future, then do not have any," he interrupted, cutting her off before she could finish. "In any case, you shall never marry." If she feared childbirth, then it was simple enough to refrain from it. Besides him, no one else would dare to claim her hand in marriage, for it was well known that their bond transcended mere friendship. Yu Niao's expression of gratitude was abruptly severed, her irritation rising to the point where she nearly struck him. "I truly appreciate your words." Xie Xian deftly caught her small, furious fist and ruffled her hair. "Tomorrow, a banquet will be held in the palace to welcome the Hulu prince. All unmarried noble women of rank 5 and above must attend. I shall arrange for a foo to bring you a suitable gown. Just ensure you do not outshine everyone at the banquet." He understood her well. Wherever there were women, she inevitably emerged as the most captivating presence, delighting in overshadowing those who envied her and whispered behind her back. "Why?" Yu Niao retorted, still miffed by his earlier comment about her prospects for marriage. "I intend to dress splendidly, surpassing all others, and ensnare the hearts of every man with my beauty. That way, I shall surely find a husband. Behave yourself." Xie Xin gently repositioned her stubbornly turned head, explaining earnestly, "The Hulu delegation comprises a prince seeking a virtuous and beautiful bride. They do not demand a princess for marriage. The emperor, adhering to protocol, will naturally allow noble women to enter the palace for the prince's selection. The emperor, now advanced in years, has grown nostalgic, often considering the sentiments of the elder ministers, which has led to wavering in his aggressive stance." Xie Xin personally believed that outsiders could harbor ulterior motives. Alliances through marriage would solve nothing and would only result in the sacrifice of an innocent maiden's life. Should war arise, it would be the betrothed women who would suffer first. Yet, he had yet to find a compelling argument to sway the emperor decisively, which was why he remained cautious in his actions. Currently, he had indeed earned the emperor's favor, but it was through his diligent efforts to secure benefits for the throne, executing every task assigned to him with utmost precision and excellence. He possessed unwavering confidence in Yu Niao's exquisite beauty. If that barbarian prince truly was as captivating as the rumors suggested, he felt compelled to elucidate the intricacies of the situation to her, lest she unwittingly fall victim to manipulation. In his previous life, at this juncture, Yu Niao had already embarked on a path of escape, having never encountered the barbarian prince. Nevertheless, she nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. She resolved not to act as impulsively as before, determined not to oppose Xie Xin. Under the cloak of night, Xie Xion's ears flushed crimson, as if they could bleed, and after a prolonged hesitation, he finally uttered, "If you do not desire it, then you shall not suffer." Chapter 60. Money can make the devil push the mill, ah? Before Yu Niao could utter a word, Xie Xin hastily urged a foo to drive the carriage away. This person, truly, is he forever so insincere? He claims she will never marry, yet suggests she need not bear children. In this day and age, what woman can marry without the expectation of offspring? Wouldn't she be scorned by her in-laws? She might even risk being divorced. Xie Xin, who has no intention of marrying her, entices her not to bear children. Is he wishing for her to remain an old maid in the Ho residence, ridiculed by all? How malicious of him. If this is his form of revenge, then well, he has successfully infuriated her. Tonight, she shall indulge in 3 extra bowls of bird's nest soup. Huang Ying followed the indignant young lady into the house, stifling her laughter behind her hand. The young lady, oblivious to the fact that the master had purposely teased her, had forgotten her fear, her spirits completely restored. The master certainly has a way of diverting attention with his tactics. The master and servant's thoughts were worlds apart, yet it did not hinder Xie Xin upon returning home from noticing a Fu's unmistakably mocking gaze, prompting him to deliver a light kick in response. Though not forceful, a Fu still feigned a pained expression. My lord, did you not previously express a desire for 3 daughters? You once said you hoped to come home each day to find your wife and young ladies dressed beautifully to welcome you, and that you would take them to fly kites together. Why have your words changed so drastically when it comes to Miss Yu'er? If this isn't love, then a Fu will gladly part with his head and present it to his highness as a ball to kick. This is what is termed. When one encounters their true love, those standards merely serve to keep the unsuitable at bay. In the presence of genuine affection, standards dissipate. Her very presence embodies the essence of that standard. Xie Xin shot a cold glance at a Fu, who promptly fell silent. Are you hungry, my lord? I shall check the kitchen for something to bring you. He opted for the small kitchen in the courtyard rather than the large kitchen shared by the entire household. The large kitchen, manned by the chef bestowed from the palace 2 years ago, was of little concern to Xie Xin, who was preoccupied with official matters and indifferent to the taste of his meals. The imperial chef found no motivation in this environment, lacking the zest for daily cooking. It was Li Wanxin, disregarding their differing statuses, who had befriended the royal chef, steadfastly believing that she would eventually become the mistress of the Xie household. She had invested considerable effort in cultivating this relationship. Why does my cousin not allow a Fu to procure food from the large kitchen? Could it be related to that night? No. It is simply impossible. That night. Despite her adding ingredients to the hangover soup, her cousin did not partake at all. Moreover, in his inebriated state, he became utterly unapproachable, even after she shed her garments. She could not draw near him. In the aftermath, although she felt humiliated, she tidied up the mess and ensured that her cousin would not discover anything amiss the following day. As it turned out, he indeed noticed nothing unusual. So, why did her cousin suddenly instruct Ah Fu to prepare a small kitchen? Was she merely overthinking? Miss, we have received news from the insider at the Ma family. Green Pearl extracted a small note from her sleeve. Ma Xilan has truly delivered the portrait of Miss Yu'er to the Hulu Princess Shinai. Li Wanxin's eyes narrowed with a hint of coldness, pulling her from her chaotic thoughts. Ma Xilan still serves some purpose, far superior to that useless Zhou Xueyan. I even healed her leg, yet she cannot even eliminate a mere Yunyao, instead becoming more and more deranged. The Ma family controls the salt trade in Jiang'an, amassing significant wealth in the process. Money can indeed move mountains. The reason Ma Xilan was able to effortlessly deliver the portrait of Yunyao to Ashina was her considerable financial resources, having bribed the innkeeper at Shirley Pavilion, who in turn hired a cheap, blind beggar. Thus, the deed was accomplished without a trace. Little did anyone know that the true mastermind behind it all was none other than Li Wanxin herself. Even if the plan were to fail, only Ma Xilan would be exposed. That Hulu prince was a robust and towering figure, with an arm as thick as half of Yunyao body. If he were to unleash his wrath, a single blow could easily send a frail woman to her demise. That night, a scream echoed within the general's residence, as a girl clad in white collapsed to the ground, her attire in disarray. Xing Minwei rubbed his temples, clearly pained. The girl, barely in her teens, was the daughter of one of his soldiers, who had perished on the battlefield while saving him, impaled by a blade. Before dying, the soldier entrusted his only daughter to Xing Minwei, unable to repay the debt of life. When the girl expressed her desire to follow the young mistress from that day forth, Xing Minwei agreed, without hesitation. As long as she did not serve him directly, he was agreeable to anything. He believed that he may well wish to accompany his little pearl out of fear of being abandoned by the general's household, seeking a sense of security. Ultimately, however, he was naively mistaken. With a celestial staircase laid before her, how could she not entertain ulterior motives? Shut your mouth. Xing Minhui growled impatiently. He Meihua trembled, silencing her cries, and said pitifully, now the entire general's residence knows that I have been bullied by you. If you do not take me as your concubine, I will throw myself to my death here. Xing Minwei raised an eyebrow. My wife is in the back giving birth. I merely returned to my room to retrieve something, and you burst in, disheveled and screaming. Do you think the people in this house are fools? I cherish my wife as a precious gem. Would I have the leisure to bully you while she is risking her life to bear my child? Where do you find the audacity? Why would he forsake such a precious gem for a woman who is both foolish and cunning? Tears welled in He Meihua's eyes, teetering on the brink of falling. As the anxious voices of the servants echoed from outside, Young General, the young mistress has given birth. The young mistress has given birth. Without a moment's hesitation, Sheng Minhuai disregarded He Meihua, hastily tucking away the pair of tiger-head shoes meticulously crafted by Rong Jiajin days prior, and dashed out like the wind. He Meihua reached out, yet she couldn't even grasp the hem of his garment. Chapter 61. The annulment of engagement. The news was delivered by the deputy commander of Sheng Minhuai, who cast a disdainful glance at the girl on the floor and scoffed. In the chaos of battle, swords are blind. Rescuing the young general was a choice made by your father. The young general and the young lady share a deep bond. It would be unwise for you to exploit your father's gratitude for the young general's life-saving act. Otherwise, even in death, your father would find no peace. The deputy commander recalled the weathered middle-aged soldier, who, whenever he spoke of his beautiful and obedient daughter, wore a proud and blissful expression. Who would have thought that after sending for He Meihua, the young general would end up with such a character? What's it to you? He Meihua fiercely wiped her tears and ran out, clutching her skirt. Little Pearl. Outside the delivery room, Sheng Minhuai attempted to rush inside once more, but Hong Fu, quick-witted, seized him. Young general, you cannot enter yet. The atmosphere inside is chaotic. The young lady has endured a life-threatening ordeal to deliver the child, drenched in sweat and blood. While the maids are still busy cleaning up, Sheng Minhuai felt a twinge of discontent, yet knowing that Hong Fu was the young lady's personal maid, he understood that her refusal was likely the young lady's own wish. From within, the cries of the newborn mingled with Rong Jiajin's soothing whispers. After a while, the midwife emerged, cradling the tightly wrapped infant. Congratulations, General. Congratulations, young general. The young lady has given birth to a little miss in the general's residence. What a lovely girl. The general laughed heartily, waving his hand. Rewards for everyone, all around. The ever-burning lamp in the Yangxin hall of the palace finally extinguished after the little eunuch conveyed the news. That night, not only the emperor but also the entire elite of the capital remained awake. Yu Niao, after consuming 3 bowls of bird's nest soup in sorrow, fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken to the news the following morning. A daughter? As soon as Huang Ying finished speaking, she sprang from her bed. Quick, quick. I must visit the general's residence to see Jiajin and my goddaughter. Mississippi. Huang Ying hastily restrained her. Have you forgotten? You are to enter the palace tonight. According to protocol, you cannot visit Princess Jiajin now. The noble ladies and inner court women must bathe and burn incense before an audience with the emperor, ensuring no impurities from the outside world disturb the sanctity of the palace. Yu Niao's joyful expression fell, yet she retrieved a pile of brightly colored, delicate garments from the pear blossom cabinet, then find a trustworthy maid to deliver these to the general's residence. Huang Ying gaped at the mountain of tiny clothes. Her mouth agape. Miss, when did you prepare so many outfits for little girls? Since the day Jiajin returned, Yu Niao said, lifting the adorably charming dresses one by one. Aren't they lovely? They are indeed beautiful. Huang Ying looked at her with an odd expression. Wasn't she terrified just yesterday? How could she overflow with maternal affection today? Perhaps it's the love for Princess Jiajin. In stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere of the general's residence, the Xiao family was enveloped in gloom. An engagement annulment? In a state of shock. Xiao Pingding's voice reached an unbearable pitch. Are you saying that the prince wishes to annul our engagement? Is this some sort of jest, or have my ears betrayed me? How could the prince possibly wish to break our engagement? With a sharp crack, a cup shattered at her feet. Lord Zhao's face flushed crimson with anger as he clutched the back of his neck, desperately trying to regain his composure to avoid fainting. You ungrateful daughter. How dare you even mention the prince? He rose abruptly, his fingers trembling as he pointed accusingly at Xiao Pingding. You foolish girl. The words you so carelessly uttered on the city walls have spread like wildfire. Do you know who the Duke of Rong is? He is a great hero of our Yi dynasty. And what of Rong Jiajin's 4 brothers? They are valiant warriors, revered by the populace for their loyalty and bravery, willing to face death to protect their people. When the Duke of Rong and his sons fell in battle and returned to the city, the citizens wept in mourning, a testament to their loyalty. The emperor seeks to demonstrate his care for the duke's orphan kin, which is why he has conferred the title of county princess upon Rong Jiajin. His gaze grew colder with every word. And you, in your audacity, dare to proclaim aloud that the emperor is merely pitying her? You even had the gall to assert before so many noble ladies that the 9th princess, relying on her status, seeks to make Rong Jiajin her concubine. You are dragging the emperor's reputation through the mud. Do you realize I was summoned to the palace yesterday and scolded mercilessly? Xiao Pingting's face paled. But, am I not speaking the truth? The ninth princess herself has claimed that if Rong Jiajin does not recognize her fortune, she will be dealt with. Lord Xiao was at a loss for words regarding his obstinate daughter, her stubbornness rendering her utterly incorrigible. Madame Shui anxiously tugged at Xiao Pingting, casting a pleading look at her husband. My lord, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Pingting, do not speak of this matter again. Lord Xiao bellowed in fury, shoving Madame Shui aside. I shall make alternative arrangements for a concubine for the prince. Pingting need not attend the banquet today. I shall send someone to take her to the countryside tomorrow. No one is permitted to bring her back without my consent. No, I won't go. Xiao Pingting finally grasped the gravity of her situation. Father, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please do not send me to the countryside. I will change. I promise I will change, father. Once the most esteemed legitimate daughter of the Xiao family, being sent to the countryside would ruin her life. The half-sisters and half-brothers at home were far from benevolent. Even if she could return to the capital one day, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. How could she find a respectable family then? She did not want to end up like Luo Yunming, going to the mountains to become a nun. But despite her protests, Lord Xiao was resolute in his punishment, refusing to even glance in her direction, as she was dragged away by several maids. She happened to brush past her most detested younger sister, Xiao Wenyang. With a taunting smile, Xiao Wenyang provoked her further, inciting Xiao Pingting to erupt with curses. Xiaolini, you wretched girl! Did you spread my words? Are you trying to steal my fate? You vile creature! Xiaolini lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Appearing pitiful and meek before Lord Xiao, too afraid to speak. This only intensified Lord Xiao's ire. He believed she was feigning remorse, clearly unaware of her own faults. Yet still so brazen, venting his frustration upon Liani. It seems that it is necessary for Ping Ting to reside in the residence for a while longer, allowing her temperament to be refined. She is his only legitimate daughter, and it is inconceivable to abandon her easily. Thus, he can only endeavor to nurture her into a capable individual. While he contemplates this, Xiao Pingting remains oblivious to her father's earnest intentions. After being confined to her room, she erupts in anger, casting aside everything within the space. 5th Mississippi. The maid anxiously glances at Xiao Liani. The master and madam have always been fond of the 3rd Mississippi. If the master's anger subsides and he releases the 3rd Miss, then. Chapter 62. The legitimate and illegitimate sisters. Xiao Liani understood her intent and replied with a cold smile. A centipede, despite its death, does not easily perish. Wild grass is never entirely eradicated. The spring breeze breathes life anew. Since childhood, she had been a proud and noble legitimate daughter, harboring no affection for her illegitimate sisters, compelling them to serve her like cattle or slaves. Anyone who dared to oppose her met with her ruthless schemes. I have endured in silence for so long, waiting for this moment. Do you believe I would grant her the opportunity to return? Last year, her aunt inadvertently spilled syrup on Xiao Pingting, and the madam punished her with 30 strikes, failing to quell Xiao Pingting's wrath. Subsequently, Xiao Pingting forbade the physician from treating her aunt, resulting in her aunt languishing in illness for 3 months before passing away. Her aunt had always urged her to endure, promising that if she could just get through to 15, life would improve upon her marriage. Yet their forbearance only led to intensified bullying. On the night her aunt passed, she had an epiphany. Endurance has its limits, and it was time to cease enduring. Xiao Pingting, that foolish girl, had reigned over the Xiao family for so many years due to her legitimate status and the madam's protection, which left others powerless to act against her. However, everything changed with the arrival of Yu Niao. She need not engage in any acts of vengeance. Merely stoking the flames from the shadows would be sufficient to incite Xiao Pingting's animosity towards Yu Niao, leading her to self-destruction. Xiao Liani leaned closer to her maid and whispered, "Send word to the 2nd Mrs. Quarters about tonight's news that the Chief Minister intends to request a marriage decree." The Chief Minister wishes to request a marriage decree? Miss, how do you know this? Is it true? Regardless of its truth, the key lies in whether my sister believes it. She despises Yu Niao's success, viewing the years spent in her shadow as a lifelong disgrace. In truth, her resentment stems from her own failure to win favor, leading to a wounded pride that breeds hatred. What do they call this? Love turned to hate? Quite fitting, indeed. Xiao Liani found her sister's plight amusing. In those days, the Wei Yuan Marquis was one of the most prestigious noble houses in the capital, with countless aspirants seeking to ally with them. Yet Xiao Pingting failed to forge genuine friendships, so how could she blame others for not reciprocating? Are others truly so foolish as to overlook your insincerity and blatant flattery? As evening fell, officials of the fifth rank and their families entered the palace in succession. Lord Xiao repeatedly instructed Xiao Pinting not to wander outside, then took Xue and Xiao Liani into the carriage. Xue was displeased, her tone revealing her irritation. Liani, once we enter the palace, do not act like a country bumpkin. Keep your eyes to yourself and do not disgrace our family. You vile little creature. Daring to steal my daughter's marriage, you shall see. I will not allow this little minx to have her way. Yes, thank you, mother, for your guidance. Xiao Liani smiled graciously, feigning sincerity. I shall follow closely behind you and go nowhere else. Humph, how eloquently you speak. If not for your sister's absence, you would never have the chance to enter the palace. Can you truly restrain your gaze then? You. Enough. Xiao Liani's expression grew increasingly aggrieved, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed longingly at Lord Xiao, stirring within him a pang of compassion reminiscent of his beloved yet ill-fated concubine. Liani was no match for the enticing beauty of Pinting. She had always been obedient and sensible, never causing trouble, which reassured the lady of the house 1,000 times over. Xuesher found herself momentarily choked, her throat tightening, unable to articulate her thoughts. Was the master blaming her? The death of that beguiling concubine, Mu, had seemingly displeased him. She immediately adopted a cold demeanor. I merely offered a few words of advice, since the master is reluctant. I shall refrain from further comment. Should Liani inadvertently offend some noble, the master must not hold me accountable for my lack of instruction. Lord Xiao, well aware of his wife's temperament, softened his tone. My lady hails from a distinguished lineage and understands propriety above all. Liani, accompany your mother and learn the rules. After all, you are to be sent to the princely manor as a concubine. It is essential to maintain decorum. Bang. Xie Xin intended to marry that vixen, Yu. Had he lost his senses? Xiao Pinging smashed another blue and white porcelain cup, her face contorted with rage. Why must I be exiled to the countryside to waste away? Why does Yu enjoy the winds and rains at her beck and call? Whether in prosperity or decline, she is never without devoted companions. She was unwilling to accept her fate. Miss, I have heard that tonight, the emissaries from the Hu tribe are also entering the palace. Their prince wishes to take a noble woman from Day back with him. Perhaps we might. A plan began to form in Xiao Pingting's mind, her eyes sparkling with fervor before dimming once more. The idea is intriguing, but how can I enter the palace now? The maid, with a mysterious air, produced a key from her sleeve. This servant will feign a request to bring you hot water for your bath, which will distract the guards at the entrance. I shall quietly unlock the door for you to slip out. Miss Ma Xilan from the Ma family will pass by our residence. You can ask her to escort you into the palace. The outside world remained unaware that Xiao Pinging had been jilted by Prince Yuanxi, making her a coveted ally. As long as she claimed her carriage had broken down and sought to borrow from the Ma family, despite the flimsy excuse, they would likely overlook it in their eagerness to align with the future princess. Xiao Pingting's eyes gleamed with excitement. You are from the kitchen? I don't believe I have seen you before. The maid smiled. I am but a lowly firekeeper. Naturally, the second miss has not encountered me. I simply cannot abide the fifth miss's self-serving demeanor. You are the esteemed lady of the house, and she has no right to rise at your expense. You are a good person. As she changed her attire, Xiao Pingting praised her. What is your name? When I return from the palace, I shall promote you to be my personal maid. Though merely a firekeeper, and previously disdainful of such a role, Xiao Pingting felt compelled to make this promise in her hour of need. The maid humbly replied, I am of no worth for the second miss to remember. I seek no position by your side. If only the second miss marries the prince, I shall be content. Such unwavering loyalty was indeed commendable. Thus, her service could be of use. At this moment, Xiao Pinging genuinely wished to summon the fiery maid to her side. An upper-tier maid was certainly not feasible. Her origins were too humble, so she would remain as a third-tier maid beside her. It wasn't until Xiao Pingting successfully boarded Ma Xilan's carriage that the maid exhaled deeply, revealing a hint of an untamed smile. After changing out of her maid's attire, she leapt gracefully onto the roof of the Xiao residence, and with a few agile bounds, her figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Xie Xin received a response from the hidden guards, and the tension that had gripped her finally began to ease. Ma Xilan, with your penchant for playing the role of the unwitting prey, do not disappoint this time. Chapter 63. The banquet for the envoy. What a peculiar outfit this is. Yu, with her incessant chatter since leaving the Marquis's residence, has been voicing her disdain. It is utterly unappealing. How poor is Xie Xin's taste? Does he not know I detest wearing black? A young lady ought to adorn herself in vibrant, lively colors. Why must he insist I wear this black dress? And so plain. 2. Even if I must disguise my beauty, it need not be to such an extent. Soon, those noble young ladies will surely mock me. They have previously remarked that the only redeeming feature I possess is my face, and now, clad in this inky darkness, even that will not suffice. Huang Ying, however, believes her mistress is as beautiful as a celestial being. She would look exquisite even in a tattered cloth, especially today, to complement this unadorned dark skirt. Her hair is styled in a simple chignon, embellished with cloison, all in understated dark patterns, subtle yet ancient in charm, with no makeup gracing her face. Although she lacks the radiant brilliance reminiscent of a peony, she exudes an air of enigmatic allure. After much contemplation, Huang Ying finally settled upon the phrase, returning to simplicity. Indeed, while others might find this dress diminishes their beauty, rendering them ordinary or even unattractive, her mistress's beauty is impeccable. Even in deliberate modesty, her elegance cannot be concealed. It is a superior kind of beauty, one that, upon a mere glance, evokes a sense of unattainable nobility. One wonders if the Prime Minister will regret presenting her with this gown upon seeing her tonight. Perhaps this is precisely the effect he intended? A reminder to the Hu army prince to remain self-aware? The carriage halted outside Dongxiamen amidst Yu Niao's fidgeting complaints. The ladies of the inner court and the families of the noble officials disembarked, forced to walk through Dongxiamen as carriages were barred entry. Upon alighting, Yu Niao immediately felt the weight of many gazes upon her. Ma Xilan tightened her grip on her handkerchief, dazzled by her unusual appearance. Miss Yu Air. How lovely to see you. A slender girl in a plain white dress approached. Not seen for quite some time, it was Luo Yunming. With a gentle smile, she stated, I have returned. Beneath her calm tone lay a palpable challenge and warning, as if to declare, Yu Niao, I have come back. And I will avenge the grudge from Lannan Temple. Prepare for your demise. Any other person subjected to Luo Yunming's deliberately piercing gaze would undoubtedly feel a chill. Yet, reborn Yu Niao felt none of that. Instead, she assessed her rival with a dismissive air. Finally, she chuckled and remarked, not bad. Miss Luo has returned from Lannan Temple with a much steadier demeanor. You should have gone long ago. Being amiable like this makes you quite likable. Her tone was so casual, akin to commenting on a playful puppy at the roadside, panting and wagging its tail to please its owner. Luo Yuming, full of fierce intent, left in disappointment. Moreover, Yu Niao appeared to be complimenting her, leaving her with no grounds to express her displeasure. At that moment, Xiao Pingding also descended from Ma Xilan's carriage, standing amidst the crowd. Ma Xilan cast a glance at Xiao Pingding before lowering her gaze, positioning herself a little farther away. How could the Xiao family produce such a fool? Xiao Pingding actually divulged to the Ma family that Xie Xin had requested the emperor to grant him a marriage with Yu Niao this evening. To be more precise, she revealed it to someone enamored with Xie Xin. Perhaps Xiao Pingding believed that since she harbored feelings for him, she could sabotage Xie Xin and Yu Niao's affair. Yet, she was not so foolish as to expose herself overtly. Thus, she subtly hinted that the Hu people's envoy was to seek a noble woman from Day to become the princess for their prince, Ashina. Xiao Pingding was indeed deceived and forgot to continue inciting her to cause disruption. Yu Niao remained oblivious to the envy swirling around her. She was entirely unaware that she had become the center of discussion. Nor did she know that rumors were already circulating that she was destined to become the first assistant's wife. My lord, Xie Xin sat alone opposite the crown prince. Clad in black, exuding an air of distance, Ah Fu leaned in and whispered, someone has made a move. Xie Xin raised his wine cup and drained it, concealing a cruel smile that lingered at the corners of his lips. Are you not curious about who it is? He was asked. Xie Xin swirled the wine in his cup. Whoever it may be, the one who strikes first shall be my choice. The attendant pouring the wine listened intently to the exchange between master and servant, puzzled. What move? Who made a move? What was the purpose? What did he mean by the first to strike? Gao Wujian fixated on Xie Xin, noticing him facing this way while drinking and revealing a wicked grin, which infuriated him to down 3 large cups in quick succession. Luo Yunfei, seated beside him, softly advised, Your Highness, drinking hastily may lead to intoxication. Perhaps you should eat something first. Indeed, hasty drinking could lead to drunkenness, which could result in errors. Gao Wujian paid her no mind, glaring at Xie Xin with a ferocity akin to a wolf, ready to pounce on the man who incited his ire. The intensity of his gaze was palpable, and Xie Xin sensed it. He raised his eyes, casting a dispassionate glance at Gao Wuxian before dismissively looking away. In the entire venue, apart from Yu Niao, everyone else was merely dust in his eyes. The Hu envoy arrived. Typically, men and women would be seated separately, yet for reasons unknown, no one approached to stir trouble, allowing Yu Niao to enjoy her peace. Now that the main guests had arrived, the seating arrangement for the ladies shifted to the side of the gentlemen, with men on the right and women on the left. The emperor, empress, and the virtuous consort also arrived at this juncture. Everyone knelt, bowing their heads, too timid to gaze upon the emperor's countenance, and thus, no one immediately noticed that Xie Xin was clad in attire strikingly similar to that of Yu Niao. When the emperor commanded them to rise, the two dark figures amidst the colorful assembly stood out conspicuously. The Hu envoys exchanged glances. The lady the prince desired to bring back to the Hu royal court appeared to have some entanglement with the esteemed first assistant of Day. The prince had never interacted with Xie Xin, yet these envoys had already encountered numerous hidden setbacks within a day. Such a person was beyond their reckoning. How could the prince dare to covet the woman of the first assistant? They had come seeking peace, not to forge enmity. As Ashine was about to rise, seeking the hand of the great emperor of Day in marriage, a beautiful palace maid suddenly stumbled upon something and fell into Ashine's embrace. The wine she held splashed all over him, drenching his garments. The liquid also stained the maid's bosom, revealing a striking curve that was quite alarming. Her delicate, yet exquisite figure bore a striking resemblance to the second miss of the Wei Yuan Marquise. Ashina, he had always possessed a high tolerance for beauty. He gently patted the wine stains on his robe and reassured her, "I am unscathed. Are you hurt?" The maid's jade-like visage blushed. "I am quite well, Your Highness. However, your attire is wet. Allow me to escort you to change into a dry garment." Chapter 64. The ailing princess Ashina was utterly captivated by that enchanting smile, yet his thoughts were persistently occupied by Yu Niao. Presently, there was a palace maid whose appearance bore a resemblance to Yu Niao. Even a mere 3/10 similarity was enough to draw his attention profoundly. He rose to excuse himself, allowing the maid to lead him out of the grand hall. The empress, perched at the head of the table, subtly curled her index finger, casting furtive glances at Luo Yunfei and Luo Yundong. The emperor, seemingly oblivious to the covert gestures of those around him, praised the consort for the exquisite hue of her attire that day. The grand hall was alive with vibrant festivities, an embodiment of a flourishing era. Among the female attendees, Rong Jiajin could not be present due to childbirth, while Yu Yin, now wed to a merchant of humble means, was likewise unable to attend. Scanning the room, it became evident that none of Yu Niao's acquaintances were in attendance. She languidly propped her chin on her hand, indulging in the delectable pastries laid before her. Truly, the palace chefs were unparalleled in their culinary skills. Xie Xin cast a glance her way, a helpless smile escaping his lips as he shook his head in exasperation. How carefree she appeared, blissfully unaware of the machinations others were orchestrating on her behalf. This thought ignited a flicker of irritation within Xie Xin. Yu Niao declared. Not only could she eat, but she relished the abundance of delicacies. "Miss, your fiancé is watching you." Huang Ying nudged Yu Niao with her foot. With cheeks puffed like a little hamster hoarding food, Yu Niao savored the explosion of fruity flavors in her mouth, her wide eyes blinking at Xie Xin before she could swallow. Adorable, she thought. Ahem. Xie Xin coughed discreetly, his fist pressed against his lips, his gaze awkwardly averted. His ears turned crimson. As an ardent admirer of Xie Xin, Luo Yundong noticed even the slightest shifts in his demeanor. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she confided to her mother, "Mother, that wretched Yu Niao has stolen Xie Xin's heart while I was away. He was meant to be mine. He is mine. I must marry him." 3 years prior, when Xie Xin was merely a pitiful, limping boy, she had glimpsed him outside the National Academy. That fleeting glance had etched the image of that remarkable yet tragic youth into her memory. At that time, he had been denied entry due to a lack of financial support, and it was she who had sent silver to the academy, boldly warning those obstinate elders against bullying Xie Xin. He was under her protection. Yet, before she could express her feelings, the emperor had arranged a marriage between him and Yu Niao. She was the one who did not view him through the lens of his powerlessness, poverty, or disability. Luo Yundong even entertained the thought that perhaps Xie Xin mistook Yu Niao for her, believing her to be the one who had aided him at the academy. After all, she had refrained from revealing her identity to him, adhering to the conventions of propriety. Even now, she remained convinced that Xie Xin had mistakenly identified Yu Niao as her. Humph. This evening, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to clarify everything. Isn't it rather dull? Suddenly, Princess Yaohua leaned slightly and whispered, "Shall we take a stroll?" With the wine flowing freely, no one would notice their subtle movements. Certainly. Those with ulterior motives are a different matter. I shall not go. Yu Niao decisively declined, refusing to play along with their schemes. What a jest. The Hulu prince was ensnared by someone's machinations, and she considered herself a figure of collective disdain within the noble women's circle. Why should she willingly thrust her neck into someone else's trap? She was no fool. The farther she kept herself from the Hulu prince, the safer she would be. Upon hearing her unequivocal refusal, Princess Yaohua suddenly chuckled. You are quite astute. I thought you would venture out to create chaos. Yu Niao frowned at her. Are you testing me? Princess Yaohua gazed back with innocent eyes. Is that not permissible? I dislike associating with fools. Who wishes to be your friend? Perhaps due to the evident madness in Yu Niao's eyes, Princess Yaohua laughed even more heartily, pointing ahead. Look, an even more eccentric person approaches. With that, she distanced herself from Yu Niao, as if fearing being ensnared by someone. Are you Niao? A petite and charming young lady, adorned in the exquisite attire befitting a favored concubine or a princess, approached Yu Niao. Her gown, embroidered with golden and silver threads, resembled a blooming flower. And as she spoke, she flicked her sleeves, the voluminous fabric tied at her waist, and the resplendent golden waist pendant of blue bells chimed melodiously. From head to toe, the girl appeared as if she had emerged from a realm of riches, her beauty not at all vulgar but rather splendid. Yu Niao rose to pay her respects. This humble servant greets the 9th princess. Huh, Xie Xin scoffed. You do remember I am the 9th princess? I thought you had forgotten. Yu Niao maintained her position. This humble servant dares not forget. Xie Xin reached out to grasp her garment, but Huang Ying, witnessing this, disregarded propriety to intervene. However, before she could touch Yu Niao deftly evaded her grasp. Xie Yin's anger flared. Dare not? I see you daring enough. She gritted her teeth. With your talents, merely squawking like a bird, had it not been for Xiao Pingtian's presence in the palace today, I truly would not have known that this cast-off could be so silver-tongued, severing my path to marry into the general's household. So it was for Sheng Minhuai's sake. Yu Niao cast a glance at Xiao Pingtian, concealed behind Xie Xin, straightened her posture, her gaze sharp, penetrating the 9th princess, Xie Xin. You overstep. Xie Xin glared back. This princess has yet to grant you permission to rise. The royal implication was clear. The humble servant was to remain bowed in public view indefinitely. She smiled slightly, confidence radiating from her lips. I have no objection, but it is up to the 9th princess to consider whether she fears for her reputation. A princess without real power, merely a talisman in the harem, openly humiliating the daughter of a court minister. Do you think this princess will let you off? Will she relinquish her pursuit of General Shang? Whether the princess pardons the humble servant is of little consequence. Perhaps it is best not to covet another's husband. It is said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. The princess, with her beauty like a lotus. Why compel one who does not love you to forsake their spouse? In our esteemed Day dynasty, there are countless young men of exceptional talent and charm. Thus, the princess need not stake her fate solely on General Shang Xiao. Her words were remarkably candid, nearly accusing the 9th princess of bullying through her status. Xie Xin was infuriated by her audacity. Yu Niao claimed that Sheng Minhuai held no affection for her, which was precisely why she intended to wed him and cultivate their relationship. You come forth. Xie Xin could no longer contain herself, pointing an accusing finger at Yu Niao. I command you. With the weight of her royal title, Yu Niao found herself unable to decline the summons, fully aware of the hostility that awaited her. Across the table, Lord Xiao felt an uncanny resemblance to the silhouette of his daughter, Ping Ying, stirring within him. His heart raced uncontrollably as unsettling sounds echoed from the western chamber of the Taya Hall. Chapter 65. Thirst and Anguish. What are you doing? I shall eliminate Yu Niao. Even if she marries the barbarian prince, it is still too lenient for her. Her mere existence brings me discontent. You are mad. This is the palace. If something were to happen to Ashina, we would meet our doom. The young woman's exquisite features twisted with rage. If you are afraid, I can handle it myself. In the small garden of the west wing of the Taya Hall, Princess Xie Xin confronted Xiao Pingding and Yu Niao, having already barred any onlookers from entering. Today, she intended to teach this arrogant divorced woman a proper lesson. With a sharp crack, as Yu Niao began to speak, Xie Xin swiftly slapped her. However, Yu Niao reacted quickly, raising her hand to block the blow, which landed on her wrist instead. Dressed in thick layers, with her sleeves tightly secured, She hardly felt any pain. It was Gao Xiaoyun who clutched her palm, exclaiming in agony. Xiao Pingying could no longer conceal her figure and rushed forward, scolding. How dare you, Yao, harm the ninth princess? Someone, seize her. Instantly. 5 or 6 aggressive palace maids surged forward. Huang Ying had already run off to find a Fu and Bai Hu Yuan when the ninth princess ordered Yao to come out. Thus, when the maids encircled her, Yao took to her heels. Regardless of the uproar, it was merely the ninth princess's folly, having no choice but to flee. Even if the virtuous consort sought to punish her, she would find no suitable grounds. Surely, she could not claim that Yao deserved severe punishment for not standing idly by to be struck by the ninth princess. The emperor had recently reinstated the Wei Yuan Marquisate. If the virtuous consort were wise, she would refrain from courting disaster. No one in the hall anticipated that Yao would possess such audacity, fleeing without the ninth princess's consent. By the time they comprehended the situation, all that remained was the fleeting shadow of Yao in flight. Are you all dead? The ninth princess pointed towards the retreating figure, commanding, hurry and bring her back to me. The maids hurriedly pursued. Yao could still hear the ninth princess's furious shouts. Capture her, regardless of life or death. Over there, do not let her escape. In the west wing, the beautiful maid pushed open the door for Xie. Tidying her disheveled attire and wiping the lipstick from her lips, Your Highness, Yao has arrived. Please do not let my mistress down. Xie smirked wickedly, licking the vibrant hue at the corner of his lips. Who is your mistress? Perhaps I should take you as well, and make you a concubine? The lovely maid frowned in distaste. I am but a lowly servant, unworthy of your highness. It is only women of misused noble lineage and unparalleled beauty who are fit to match you. She opened the door. I wish you success in winning the heart of a beauty. With that, she promptly stepped outside, preparing to lure Yao in. Xie scoffed, whistling as he leisurely sipped his tea at the table. A subordinate entered from outside. Your Highness. These women from the Central Plains are cunning and clearly use you as a pawn. Why do you continue to cooperate with them? Xie raised an eyebrow. How could they discern who was truly manipulating whom? The black-clad guard fell silent for a moment, swiftly grasping his master's intent. And no longer troubled, he quietly withdrew. The sound of the wind whistled in her ears, and Yao felt a dull ache in her lungs from the lack of oxygen. Yet, she dared not pause. Hush. In a secluded flower room of the Taya Palace, a tall figure suddenly emerged, enveloping Yao in an embrace as he swiftly retreated inside. At that very instant, the palace maids rushed over in unison. The familiar, icy fragrance lingered at her nostrils, and the broad chest provided a sense of security. Warm breath fanned against her ear, causing Yao's cheeks to flush, resembling a timid little rabbit seeking refuge as she timidly lifted her head in the man's embrace. Xie Xin. As if he had sprinted from afar, Xie Xin's breath was chaotic and hurried. Are you a fool? Knowing full well that the ninth princess and Xiao Pingting were plotting something nefarious, you still chose to accompany them? Yao felt greatly aggrieved, pouting as she replied, but she is a princess. She commanded me to come out. How could I refuse? Moreover, she was so clever. Did she not escape? Could you not have called for help? Their seats were merely on either side of the grand hall. Had Yao uttered even the slightest sound, he would not have failed to notice. Miss Yu, are you in there? The door to the flower room was pushed open, revealing the palace maid who had spilled wine on Xie during the banquet. She approached step by step. Miss Yu, the ninth princess and the others have departed. Are you unhurt? Would you like me to guide you back via a side path? I assure you, I will prevent you from encountering the ninth princess. A phrase popped into Yao's mind. A show of excessive kindness usually masks deceit. If Xie Xin were aware of her current thoughts, he would surely consider her foolish, though her intuition was, nonetheless, sound. Xie Xin and Yao were concealed within 2 small compartments, their bodies pressed tightly together. Yao, anxious to the point of lightening her breath, instinctively clung to Xie Xin's neck, tightening her grip as the maid drew nearer. Xie Xin, caught in her hold, had no choice but to lean his face closer, his chin resting atop her head. Gulp in the tense silence. Yao heard the sound of Xie Xin swallowing. She slightly arched back, only to catch a glimpse of a delicate, elongated neck, pale and tender. Beneath the subtle pink contours, the sensual Adam's apple moved momentarily. This enticing sight was inadvertently witnessed by Yao. She licked her lips, suddenly feeling parched. Bang! Crash! How bold! With the shattering of a vase, an elderly matron rushed in, seizing the beautiful palace maid. Which palace do you serve? How dare you break the Empress's beloved Dauphin peony? The Empress is to host a flower viewing tomorrow, now that the Dauphin is damaged. You must hasten to apologize to her. I am called Qinger, matron. This flower. I did not break it. I did not touch it. Qinger screamed, struggling in the grip of the matron. I will not go. It was not I who shattered it. Do not speak such words to me. Rather, explain yourself to Her Majesty the Empress. As a mere girl, Qinger was no match for the matron's formidable strength, and she was dragged towards the door, stumbling along the way. I am from the palace of Consort Da. Might you show me some mercy this time? I truly did not break the vase. It fell to the ground before I even approached it. Surely, the attending maidens did not place it properly. Xie Xin's gaze sharpened, his eyes growing colder as he regarded Qinger, softly uttering two words. Beima. Chapter 66. I refused to be small upon hearing the words Northern Desert. Uniao's body shivered slightly, and her gaze towards Xie Xin became evasive. The Northern Desert King was the one who had clashed fiercely with the Crown Prince on her behalf and was ultimately exiled from the capital as a result. He was also the son of Concubine Da. Could it be that Concubine Da was involved behind the scenes in this matter? Xie Xin merely cast a glance at her, instantly discerning her thoughts. He took a deep breath and stated, "It is not Concubine Da. If not Concubine Da, then who could it be?" Xiao Pingting. Xie Xin inhaled deeply again, pressing her restless little head down gently. Behave yourself. The narrow space between the cabinets posed a risk. Any inappropriate noise could easily attract attention. Qinger was still entangled with the old matron, and soon the flower room fell silent, indicating that the old matron was the victor in this intense struggle. After leading Uniao out, Xie Xin glanced at the ground, then bent down to pick up a small pebble, tucking it into his waist pouch. Uniao felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that Xie Xin had shattered the vase earlier? Hiss. This concealed weapon seemed rather familiar. Exiting the flower room, Uniao curiously grasped Xie Xin's hand. Are we just going to leave like this? Xie Xin raised an eyebrow. What else? Should I carry you out? Unable to detect the sarcasm, Uniao chuckled shyly, revealing her pearly white teeth. That is not necessary. I meant to say that the ninth princess and the others still. Need I fear? Uniao's words were abruptly halted. Indeed, being with Xie Xin meant that even with 800 times the courage, Xiao Pingying would not dare to act recklessly. The ninth princess. She was rather dim-witted. She could resort to force against frail women like Uniao, but would be utterly powerless against Xie Xin. No palace maid or eunuch would dare to lay a hand on a favored one before the emperor. Very well. A deafening roar erupted from within the side hall of the Taya Hall. Get out. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. A subtle smile graced Xie Xin's lips as he swiftly led Uniao into a corner before anyone could rush in. Over there, the Empress. Uniao was utterly shameless, daring to entice foreign princes for clandestine meetings within the palace, utterly unbecoming. The Empress could not let her off lightly. I have always said that Uniao is a shameless woman. You all refuse to believe me. I just witnessed her entering the side hall of Taya Hall. The Prime Minister must be pitiful. How many green hats would Uniao make him wear? Uniao glanced towards Xie Xin's dark green jade crown holding his hair. Well, it wasn't he so bad. Hiss, as her mind wandered. She felt a sudden pinch at her waist. It was not painful, but rather ticklish. Meeting Xie Xin's warning gaze, Uniao stuck out her tongue. Strangely, she understood that he was cautioning her against indulging in bizarre thoughts. Bang! The door to the side hall was forcefully breached, and a throng of noble women and ladies streamed in, eager to witness the embarrassing spectacle of Uniao. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Xin boldly led Uniao out from behind them, departing the Taya Hall. How could His Royal Highness harbor such suspicions of me? If not you, then who? From the very beginning, you two sisters have regarded Niao with disdain, devising all manner of schemes against her. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Luo Yunfei, do not mistake me for a fool. The banquet for the diplomatic envoy was being held in the main hall of Taiha, and as Niao followed Xie Xin to the entrance, the sounds of a quarrel between Gao Wuzhan and Luo Yunmeng reached her ears. The Crown Prince repeatedly claims that I take you for a fool. Then what of you? Your Highness? If I am indeed your chosen consort, why do you persist in blaming me for Niao's actions? If you remain so infatuated with her, why not beseech His Majesty to grant you a union with her? That would spare you the doubts that arise every time she finds herself in trouble. Luo Yunfei was not Luo Yuming. She understood well why Gao Wuzhan was with her and adeptly wielded this knowledge as leverage. You. Gao Wuzhan gritted his teeth, I did not mean it that way. I have assured you that she will never threaten your position as the principal consort. Why do you not trust me? Then why does your highness continually disbelieve me? There are many who harbor jealousy towards Yu Niao. She intended to take action this time, yet someone else has already acted before her. So why should she dirty her hands? Xie Xin glanced at Yu Niao and noticed that her eyes held not a trace of affection, only disdain and aversion, and his gloomy mood suddenly brightened. Ahem. Excuse me. Both the Crown Prince and Luo Yunfei, concealed in the shadows, were startled by Xie Xin's emergence from the corner. Niao. Yu Niao? You are not. What am I not? Yu Niao, emboldened by her backing, raised her chin slightly. I truly had no idea that His Royal Highness held such deep feelings for me, to the extent of wishing for me to be your concubine? Complimenting her demeanor, expression, and tone, Gao Wujian felt as though he heard her say, "Do you think your pig-like face is worthy?" His face darkened, feeling as though his dignity had been trampled beneath Yu Niao's feet. Yet before he could react, Yu Niao addressed Luo Yunfei. Miss Luo need not harbor such deep animosity towards me. From the moment he chose you, I, Yu Niao, have had no further ties with him. As you can see, the one I love now is Xie Xin. In my eyes, he surpasses 1,000 crown princes. And I shall absolutely not enter the Eastern Palace to serve as a concubine. Rest assured. Gao Wujian's expression grew increasingly grim. Yu Niao. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? I am quite clear. Yu Niao stood her ground. Gao Wujian, I truly do not love you anymore. No, that is not correct. I have always loved Xie Xin. It was not you who saved me in my childhood. Rather, you misled me into believing you were my older brother. Now that the misunderstandings between Xie Xin and me have been resolved, he is the one I have been searching for. Not only do I no longer harbor any affection for you, I also loathe you. It is you who caused me to miss out on so many years. At this moment, what are you thinking? Not shifting all the blame onto the Crown Prince. A flicker of panic crossed the Crown Prince's eyes. You already know? Yu Niao wrapped her arm around Xie Xin's. Yes, henceforth. Please do not regard me as your possession, nor covet the woman of a minister, for it would portray you as excessively lecherous. She rolled her eyes and pulled Xie Xin towards the entrance. Wait, Luo Yunfei called out to her. Did you just come out from the Taya Hall? Xie Xin positioned himself in front of Yu Niao. Must we report our whereabouts to you? Luo Yunfei's complexion paled. The esteemed chief minister has misunderstood. I merely heard what seemed to be a scream from within. Do you know who was in trouble? Ultimately, someone intended to harm Yu Niao, but ended up entangling themselves instead. Chapter 67. The alliance of marriage. Your curiosity is palpable. Why not step inside and discover for yourself? Yu Niao tossed her head, pulling Xie Xin along as they entered, although she remained unaware of who was scheming against her. The varied expressions on the faces around her hinted at the truth. Those who had not plotted against her bore no peculiar looks. Regardless of what transpires, remain silent. Xie Xin instructed as he guided Yu Niao back to her seat. Just keep your gaze fixed on me. Though puzzled, Yu Niao nodded obediently. Her thoughts drifting to the Hu Prince, Ashina. Perhaps her earlier display of disdain towards Gao Wujian had pleased Xie Xin, for he affectionately ruffled her hair before turning away, leaving the noble ladies present with gritted teeth. Where did you go just now? As soon as Xie Xin departed, Princess Yaohua approached with a keen interest. Did the 9th prince bully you? Was Xie Xin there to rescue you? Yu Niao scrutinized her for several moments, meeting her lively and clear-eyed gaze, which seemed devoid of any ulterior motives, purely curious. She chose not to respond, yet Princess Yaohua remained unfazed, her enthusiasm unabated. You missed quite the spectacle while you were away. A palace maid rushed in, claiming that Ashina was having a secret meeting with the noble ladies of our Yi dynasty and summoned the Empress Dowager to join them. Upon noticing your absence, Luo Yunming immediately declared you the one consorting with a wild man, urging the Empress to punish you severely. Yu Niao scanned the room, realizing Luo Yunming was indeed missing, likely drawn by the commotion. Her affinity for Xie Xin meant that witnessing Yu Niao's misfortune would bring her great delight. Alas, those hoping to witness her downfall would be sorely disappointed. As the music and dance concluded, the palace musicians struck the chime bells for the ambassadors to enjoy, creating a melodious harmony. At that moment, Empress Xin, her expression as dark as a storm cloud, returned with a group of disheveled court ladies and noblewomen. Upon seeing Yu Niao conversing calmly with Princess Yaohua, their faces transformed into masks of astonishment and indignation. Particularly, Luo Yuming glared at Yu Niao with a look that could devour her whole. While the group appeared complete, one was conspicuously absent. It was not until the Empress approached the Emperor and whispered a few words in his ear that a faintly azure figure was escorted in by several palace maids. Following closely were the Crown Prince and Luo Yunfei, alongside the composed Xie, who cast several glances at Unwavering upon his entrance. After the Empress's whispers, the Emperor's expression darkened significantly, his gaze on the azure figure sharp and frigid. Most esteemed Emperor of the Yi, Xie began, we, the Hu, have come to seek your permission to marry one of your noble ladies as our queen, in hopes of fostering a bond between our two nations. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly frigid, as the palace attendants, aware of the tension, quietly ceased the music and discreetly withdrew. The envoy spoke with great generosity. Our esteemed prince has long heard of the gentle and virtuous noblewomen of the Yi dynasty, renowned for their beauty and grace. In particular, the daughter of the Marquis of Weiyuan, Yunyaonyao, is celebrated as the most beautiful woman of the great Yi dynasty. Thus, we wish to implore your majesty to grant her hand in marriage. The emperor's initial reaction was not one of agreement, but rather a glance at Xie Xin. Noticing the frowning little prime minister, who wore an expression of displeasure, the emperor observed Yunyaonyao, who gazed at the prime minister with an air of deep sorrow. The emperor remarked with a hint of curiosity, "Oh, is that so? Yet, I have heard that you have already pledged your heart to the sixth daughter of the Shuntian prefect, and that you have secretly promised each other a lifetime together?" Seated in her place, Xiao Pingting turned pale, trembling as she struggled to adapt from girlhood to womanhood. With great effort, she resisted her discomfort and rushed from her seat, collapsing to the ground. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I am the victim of a scheme." Ashurnai did not even glance her way. His gaze instead fixed intently upon Yunyaonyao. Your Majesty, Ashurnai does not know who she is. Just now, a palace maid took me to change out of my wet clothes, and she rushed in, embracing me. I initially thought she was captivated by my charm, seeking only a fleeting encounter without the desire for a title. If I were truly to marry a legitimate consort, I would never choose such a readily available woman. I beseech your Majesty to bestow the first beauty upon Ashurnai. Such utter nonsense. Yunyaonyao bit her lip, suppressing the urge to curse, her gaze softening as she looked at Xie Xin. With a resounding thud, Xie Xin slammed his wine cup onto the table, the sound sending a tremor through the room. A wretched cur dares to make demands. Ashurnai scowled fiercely, his vulture-like eyes glaring at Xie Xin. Unmoved, the individual at the head of the table stood and declared, Your Majesty, historically, marriages between two families are based on mutual suitability, bringing benefits to both parties, which is the very essence of such unions. This principle applies here as well. The Hu people are but defeated foes. Why should we, the Yi dynasty, marry our noblewomen to them? Must we unite to form friendships? Shall we not test them again in battle? They have suffered defeat and now seek favor from the great Yi dynasty. What leverage do they possess to negotiate? You. Ashurnai pointed at Xie Xin. What you must now do is cede land and beg for peace, bowing in submission. Whatever our emperor decrees shall stand. And you shall have no room for dissent. Even if conditions are to be discussed, it is we who will propose them. Xie Xin spoke rapidly. I humbly request that your Majesty issue an edict, inviting the princess of the Hu people to our great Yi for a marriage alliance, granting her to Prince Yuanxi. Would this not better demonstrate our Yi dynasty's determination to foster goodwill with the Hu nation? Prince Yuanxi interjected. Firstly, I have not offended any of you. Father, Prince Yuanxi called out urgently. The emperor rubbed his forehead, torn between his most favored minister and his beloved son. Whom should he assist? The virtuous consort appeared anxious, pondering if Xie Xin had uncovered a secret. As the ministers heard Xie Xin's proposal, they nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have achieved victory. Why must we send our noble women for marriage? Shouldn't the Hu people offer beautiful maidens to our Yi dynasty? This Ashina is truly audacious, demanding our most exquisite beauty right off the bat. Does he presume that after their victory, we ought to lavish gifts to appease them? The emperor stroked his chin and mused. I have also heard of the renowned beauty of the Hu people's third princess. Perhaps, your highness, you could discuss with the envoy about inviting her to become my daughter-in-law? The third princess of the Hu, a gem of the steppe, is the full sister of Ashina Yi. You. Ashina Yi's brow furrowed even deeper. Has the esteemed chancellor of the Yi dynasty inquired about him beforehand? Chapter 68. Princess Xie Xin's demand for a consort. The prospect of a marriage alliance was not entirely out of the question for this princess. Yet the choice of her consort would be determined solely by her. Amidst the tension that hung in the air like a drawn sword, a sudden, melodious voice rang out from the envoy. I wish for him to be my consort. Yunyaonyao turned towards the sound, and beheld a tall woman garbed in the attire of a barbarian, who had been masquerading as a servant within the envoy. She had kept her head lowered until now, remaining unnoticed by the crowd. At this moment, her demeanor radiated pride, her large, expressive brown eyes fixed intently on Xie Xin, having just caught a glimpse of her breathtaking beauty. In contrast to the typically delicate and fair-skinned women of the Central Plains, this lady possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion. Her lustrous black hair was intricately braided into 2 plaits, and she adorned a small, red-patterned cap that harmonized exquisitely with her crimson, narrow-sleeved attire. Her features were bold and exquisite, embodying a wild beauty that starkly contrasted with the conventional charm of Central Plains maidens. Her outstanding presence distinguished her among the noble ladies of day, emanating a dazzling brilliance. The only one present who could rival her beauty was likely Yu Rourou herself. It was no wonder she was revered as the pearl of the prairie. What a captivating sight! Xie abruptly tugged at her. Do not act foolishly. Xie broke free. I am not being foolish. Father said that after our defeat against the Hu, as subjects of the Day dynasty, I should seek a husband in Day, and I have set my eyes on him. She pointed at Xie Xin. I wish to marry him. The once quiet hall erupted into a frenzy due to Xie's unexpected declaration. Who is this uncouth woman daring to aspire to pluck the esteemed flower of our chief minister? To be unattractive yet aspire to beauty. To have an elder brother desiring to wed our foremost beauty, while a younger sister wishes to marry the most powerful minister. Is this the treatment one receives after suffering defeat? Why do I suddenly feel that the most beautiful woman and the most powerful minister are a perfect match? What about Xiao Pingtian, who seems to be overlooked? She has already surrendered herself to Xie, yet he has now cast her aside. The final discussion struck like a thunderclap upon Xiao Pingting's heart. At last, the esteemed Xiao realized why her eyelid had been twitching incessantly throughout the day. This rebellious daughter, Xiao Pingting. She resolved to investigate whom the 6th miss had associated with today and who had brought her into the palace. He has issued a stern edict forbidding Xiao Pingting from entering the palace, and no one within the Xiao residence dares to defy his wishes. Not even the lady of the house. So, who is it that released Pingting and brought her into the palace to be used as a pawn? If he were to uncover the truth, there would be no mercy. It is not me, not me. Xiao Pingting clasped her hands over her ears. Weeping in despair, it was Yu Rourou. The one entangled with Xie is Yu Rourou, not me. She fell to the feet of the virtuous consort in a frenzy, exclaiming, Your Highness, please save Pingting. It should not be me entangled with Xie, it should not be me. I do not wish to partake in a marriage alliance. I feel disheartened throughout history. Even the most illustrious princesses, once chosen as pawns for such unions, have seldom met with a favorable fate. When 2 nations clash, the first to be sacrificed is often the woman sent to forge an alliance. Xiao Pingting wept inconsolably, mourning not only her own innocence, but also the bleakness of her future. No, she had no future left. Yet, even in death, she wished to perish upon her native soil. How tragic. Xie wore a cruel smile, taunting, You do not wish to marry my royal brother. Yet why do you seek his tent? Is this what your Central Plains women call playing hard to get? It is not me. Xiao Pingting screamed, pointing at Yu Rourou. She is the one destined to be your royal brother's consort. Yu Rourou's face betrayed panic as she exclaimed, Miss Xiao, have you lost your mind? How dare you slander me? I have spent the entire evening here, save for a brief moonlit stroll with the Prime Minister. The maid who brought someone from the side chamber was not me. As for who it was, isn't it obvious? Upon hearing Yu Rourou mention the Prime Minister, Xie's gaze flickered towards Xie Xin, a wave of unease crashing over her. Brother, my intended is the Prime Minister of Yi? Although she did not comprehend the full significance of a prime minister, the term first in their land denoted a leader, suggesting considerable power. She had not chosen poorly. Xie persisted. Why are you stirring up trouble? If mother learns you secretly followed me to Deyi, hoping to find a husband here, she will be most distressed. The Emperor of Deyi clearly does not wish for a union with us. Xie pouted. That man appears influential. Even the Emperor's son seems wary of him. If I were to marry him, I could become a source of support for my brother. The Hulu princes were not limited to Xie alone. Many vied for the throne. Unlike the Central Plains, the Hulu did not place significance on bloodlines. Their kings were chosen for their capabilities. Their calculations were astute, already viewing Xie Xin as a prize. Yet, the emergence of Yu Rourou complicated matters for Xie. Her beauty was her lethal weapon. But now a more formidable rival stood in her way. Meanwhile, Xiao Pingting, upon hearing Yu Rourou's words, wept even more fiercely. She could not fathom why she had awakened in Xie Xin's chamber. The ninth princess could attest to her innocence, yet at the crucial moment, the virtuous consort had confined her, forbidding her from wading into this murky water. It was vital to remember that the ninth princess remained unmarried. If the queen's faction seized the opportunity to thrust the responsibility of the alliance upon her, it would spell disaster. Given the circumstances, Xiao Pinging began to wonder if everything that transpired today had been a trap set for her. Was it Ma Xilan? A sudden realization struck her as she turned to Ma Xilan, only to catch her casting a reluctant glance towards Yu Rourou. Ma Xilan, upon noticing Xiao Pinging, averted her gaze in guilt. Even someone as naive as Xiao Pingting could see that she had unwittingly shielded Yu Rourou from calamity. Had she not intervened, it was likely that it would have been Yu Rourou caught in a compromising situation with Xie. Who could she blame? Xie, Ma Xilan, Yu Rourou, or perhaps herself? She was so distressed that it felt as if she might vomit blood. Princess Yawa let out a light laugh. Indeed, the Prime Minister possesses an uncanny ability to foresee events. I truly admire his remarkable deduction skills. What does that mean? Yu Rourou inquired, casting a glance at Princess Yawa. Xie Xin has done nothing. Please do not make baseless assumptions, Your Highness. Princess Yawa shrugged. Only a fool like you would consider Xie Xin a good person. Yu Rourou's anger flared. Who are you calling a fool? Is that the crux of the matter? Of course it is. Princess Yawa shook her head in disbelief. Isn't Master Xie already 22? He remains unmarried, and now that the third princess has taken a liking to him, why should he not give it some thought? Yu Rourou turned to the speaker, wondering which meddlesome individual was attempting to sever her bond with Xie Xin. Chapter 69. The Imperial Edict to take a concubine? It is Empress Xin. Well, that is a relief. It was anticipated. This old woman cannot bear to see anyone thrive. In my previous life, she cherished her son as if he were a treasure, believing that by clinging to him like a stubborn gum, she could elevate herself to power and riches, constantly seeking to provoke me and devising countless ways to torment me. Little did she realize that her son was the true stubborn gum. In truth, she was utterly foolish to endure and sacrifice herself in every situation. With the Empress's words, the ministers who were reliant on the Xin family began to advocate. The third princess is exceptionally beautiful. It would be fitting for her to match with the Prime Minister, who ought to contemplate his lifelong commitment. A marriage alliance with the Hu people is also aimed at sparing the border populace from the ravages of war. The Prime Minister, being in his position, should strategize accordingly. As the saying goes, one should establish a family before pursuing a career. The Prime Minister has indeed established his career, and it is time for him to wed. This time, the Crown Prince did not oppose. He tightened his grip on the wine cup. Since Yu Rourou had already lost interest in him, he might as well go for the marriage alliance, to spare himself the distress of seeing her wed to Xie Xin. Had the Empress forgotten? I am a man who has already taken a wife. The third princess, being of noble birth, is far too illustrious for a mere widower like me. Prince Yuanqi is the Emperor's and the virtuous consort's most cherished son, making him a far more suitable match for the third princess. He hinted to Xie that although the crown prince had a selection for a crown princess, Prince Yuanqi was the emperor's favorite son, capable of contending for the throne. Should she wish to leverage the power of the Dai dynasty to support her brother's ascension to the Hu throne, Prince Yuanqi would be the most appropriate matrimonial ally. Upon hearing Xie Xin's response, Xie momentarily wavered, yet after comparing the merits of Prince Yuanqi and Xie Xin, she resolutely declared, "This princess does not mind that you have previously taken a wife. Is your former spouse not present any longer?" Xie Xin shook his head, his gaze tender yet unwavering as he looked at Yu Rourou. My heart still belongs to another. I would be unworthy of the princess's deep affections. Crash. The wine cup before Ma Xilan shattered on the ground. Fortunately, her seat was distant from the emperor's presence, and all attention was focused on the interactions among Xiao Pingting, the Hu prince, Yu Rourou, and Xie Xin, leaving her largely unnoticed. A widow? The onlooker's eyes turned curiously to Yu Rourou. The empress was about to speak again, but was interrupted by the emperor. I had no idea that you, dear Xie, were such a romantic. Who is the object of your affections? Speak, and I shall grant you a marriage. Now, not only was Ma Xilan flustered, but many unmarried maidens present also found their hearts in turmoil. Xie Xin had yet to marry Yu Rourou, and each of them saw hope. Should he wed her? What aspirations could they possibly hold? Thump, thump, thump. Yu Rourou felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. Although she felt a mix of anticipation and excitement, The overwhelming number of onlookers forced her to suppress her emotions, her hands discreetly retreating into her sleeves. She could not bear the thought of others witnessing her trembling fingers, betraying her exhilaration. Just when everyone assumed that Xie Xin was truly going to request the emperor's decree for marriage, his voice, frigid and resolute, echoed, "It is merely to take a concubine." There is no need to cause such a stir and trouble the emperor for a decree. A small sedan chair was carried back to the residence. In an instant, Yu Niao's heart, buoyant moments ago, plummeted from the heavens to the depths of despair due to a few words from Xie Xin. Concubine. He proposed she become his concubine, a blatant humiliation laid bare. As the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Weiyuan Marquis family, to be wed as a concubine was not merely an affront, it was an egregious disgrace. Yet, she found herself devoid of both the qualifications and the reasons to refuse. It was only at this moment that Yu Niao fully comprehended that Xie Xin harbored disdain for her. A soft chuckle escaped Luo Yunming as she covered her mouth. Though the presence of the emperor restrained her from mocking openly, instead, she regarded Yu Niao with eyes that seemed to perceive her as a mere plaything. Countless similar gazes were cast upon Yu Niao, as if to convey, "What if you possess Xie Xin? He does not even grant you the status of a legitimate wife, and in a bid to humiliate you, he relegates you to the role of a concubine." Oh. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Is she the youngest daughter of the Marquis of Weiyuan, the wife who had previously forsaken you?" Yu Niao is undoubtedly a prominent figure in the capital, and her illustrious deeds are somewhat known to the emperor. Indeed, Xie Xin remains remarkably candid, while Yu Niao's complexion pales once again. If his affections were truly profound, he would have taken her as his wife. Almost everyone believes that Xie Xin's intention to take Yu Niao as a concubine stems from a desire for vengeance for past grievances. What sort of good life could a man expect to lead with a woman he has taken as a concubine merely for the sake of retribution? The emperor squinted his eyes, seemingly perceiving Xie Xin's thoughts. He chuckled lightly and remarked, "The Marquis's residence should make preparations. Once the crown prince weds the young lady of the Luo family, let us choose an auspicious date to send her to the Xie residence." In a single sentence, the latter half of Yu Niao's life has been determined. With the emperor's decree, she is undoubtedly destined to be Xie Xin's woman. A goal she has long aspired to since her rebirth. Yet, why is she unable to feel joy? Miss Yu heir. Why do you not hasten to express your gratitude? Luo Yunming bit her teeth and let out a cold laugh. Do you wish to defy the decree? The emperor may not have formally issued an edict, yet the sovereign's words are akin to divine decrees. Any dissent from Yu Niao would be tantamount to defying imperial authority. In Luo Yunming's eyes, her hesitation appeared as a duplicitous advantage. To take Xie Xin as a concubine would be an undue favor to that little hussy. Yu. Taking a deep breath, Yu Niao forced a strained smile, rose from her seat, and knelt on the ground. "Your servant humbly requests your marriage to His Majesty Xie." Xie Xin swiftly approached her side. "Your servant expresses profound gratitude for your bounteous grace." As she rose, Yu Niao's legs trembled, and she stumbled slightly. Xie Xin reached out to assist her, but the frail woman, pale and delicate, evaded his touch, steadying herself on her knees. She averted her gaze from Xie Xin and lowered her head as she returned to her seat. Xie Xin clenched his empty hand into a fist, turned away, and departed with a wave of his sleeve. To the onlookers, this scene illustrated the dissolution of pretense. The chief minister and Yu Niao had irrevocably severed their facade. In the latter half of the banquet, the third princess of the Hu tribe wished to express her gratitude to Xin for his role as the prince consort, but was halted by Ashina. The emperor consented to allow her to select a suitor from several unmarried princes of age. After much deliberation, the third princess ultimately chose Prince Yuanxi, which incensed the virtuous consort, turning her face pale with anger. As for Xiao Pingting, the former princess consort, who was unwilling to enter into a marriage alliance, the prince too showed no desire to wed her, thus the Xiao family took her back home. Ma Xilong believed her schemes were flawlessly executed. However, the Xiao family had already uncovered the truth during the imperial banquet. They learned that it was she who had sent the portrait to Ashina and who had bribed the palace maidservants of the consort. Ironically, it was Ma Xilong's machinations that inadvertently brought harm to Xiao Pingting. In fact, Ma Xilong was also the one who facilitated Xiao Pingting's entry into the palace. This revelation sowed seeds of discontent among the Xiao family towards the Ma family, while Ma Xilong remained blissfully unaware that all her actions had been exposed. Chapter 70. Misunderstanding, Miss, are you not feeling well? In the carriage, Huang Ying observed Yu Niao's expression while carefully preparing tea for her. Is it because the minister intends to take you as his concubine? Even Huang Ying could discern the disbelief in Yu Niao's demeanor. Surely, Xie Xin must be aware of it as well. Yet, even if he knew, he had not sought her out for an explanation after the banquet had concluded. Was it that he no longer cared? When he mentioned having an unforgotten beloved during the feast, who could that beloved be? Could it be that he had so many enemies in court that he dared not reveal the one he genuinely cared for? Using her as a shield to protect his true affection? The more Yu Niao pondered, the more convinced she became that she had uncovered the truth, and the more aggrieved she felt. Miss, I recall you mentioning that even if you were to become the minister's concubine, you would be willing. Huang Ying's words only darkened Yu Niao's countenance further. As she continued, her voice grew softer, hesitant to say more. Yu Niao pouted. How would I know that the scoundrel truly wishes for me to be his concubine? Concubines cannot wear bright red. Red is my favorite color for garments. A concubine must serve the main wife like a beast of burden, obeying her every command, and any misstep could lead to punishment. Most importantly, one must share a man. Just the thought of it left Yu Niao feeling suffocated. If she were to truly become Xie Xin's concubine and endure such a wretched life, what was the purpose of her rebirth? It would be better to die now. Bang. Miss, be careful. The carriage was lightly jolted, and Huang Ying hurriedly dropped the teapot to support Yu Niao. I'm fine. Yu Niao grasped her hand, which had been scalded by hot water. You foolish girl, you've hurt yourself again. Being by my side always brings you harm. Huang Ying shook her head. As long as the miss is unharmed, it is of no consequence to me. Yu Niao, filled with pent-up anger, haughtily lifted her skirts to exit the carriage. Who dares to be so blind as to? Is that a carriage from the Xie family? Hadn't Xie Xin been summoned by the emperor to the imperial study? From the understated yet luxurious carriage exclusive to Xie Xin emerged a young lady with a gentle demeanor and an ethereal grace. I apologize. It was my family S-coachman who was too hasty and collided with the second Mrs. Carriage. I truly regret it. I hope you are not injured? The girl, clad in a pale jade-colored dress, possessed an extraordinary beauty that radiated charm from within. Her serene and peaceful expression evoked a sense of familiarity at first glance. Li Wanqing? Yu Niao recognized Xie Xin's cousin. However, in her previous life, by the time Li Wanqing approached Xie Xin, she had already divorced him. And thus they had never truly met face to face. Li Wanqing smiled, coughed lightly, and her gaze fell upon Huang Ying's scalded hand, immediately displaying a look of alarm. I am so sorry. It was my fault that your maid was injured. I have burn ointment in my carriage. May I apply some for missing? Your carriage? Yu Niao murmured softly, her concern for Huang Ying's injury stirring within her. Just as she was about to respond, Huang Ying interjected, Thank you, miss, for your kindness, but my injuries are merely superficial. There is no need for medicine. In her heart, she felt her own minor burns paled in comparison to her mistress's evident sorrow. Was it truly necessary for the opposing forces to create such a stir over her injuries? Li Wanqing's face was flushed with guilt, and she coughed violently a few times. The maid behind her draped a fox fur cloak over her shoulders, urging, Miss, you have yet to recover from your chill. Let us hasten to the carriage. The gentleman has arranged for his carriage to take you home. And if you continue to neglect your health, I fear he may chastise me severely. Is my cousin truly as fearsome as you claim? Li Wanqing chuckled, concealing her lips with her hand. He merely scolded you a few times for not taking proper care of me. You are unjustly tarnishing his reputation. The young lady always defends the gentleman. I dare not sully his name. The maid pouted. Dear miss, have pity on me and let us return quickly. If the gentleman learns of your condition, he will surely lose sleep preparing medicine for you. Do you not feel for me? Li Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she playfully struck her maid's arm. Speak no more nonsense, lest I tear your tongue from your mouth. Yu Niao's nails dug deeply into her palm, the weight of realization settling over her. That fox fur cloak belonged to Xie Xin. The carriage was his. The residence where Li Wanqing stayed was also his. Was it possible that his widow was her own cousin? Why, then, did he pursue her? After a playful exchange with her maid, Li Wanqing seemed to remember Yu Niao's presence and quickly composed herself. I have heard much about the second miss from my cousin. I shall extend an invitation for you to visit our home in the future. I hope you will grace us with your presence. Yu Niao forced a smile. Very well, as the Xie family carriage gradually disappeared from view. Yu Niao stood resolutely in place, oblivious to the curious glances cast upon her by passing carriages. To others, her despondent demeanor served as a testament to her unwillingness to become a concubine to Xie Xin. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as a bolt of lightning split the sky, heralding the arrival of the season's first rain. Huang Ying tugged at Yu Niao's arm, urging, "Miss, we must board the carriage. The rain is pouring." Yu Niao remained lost in thought, unresponsive. The image of Xie, charming and bashful, replayed in her mind, and she could not help but acknowledge her beauty and grace. For the first time, Yu Niao felt a pang of inferiority. She was confident she could surpass the noble ladies of the entire Day dynasty in matters of the heart. Yet, she lacked the assurance that she could outshine Xie Xin's childhood sweetheart. For Xie was not only renowned for her beauty but also for her gentle and kind nature. She was far superior to Yu Niao, who was seen as someone who coveted wealth, sought power, and was fickle in love. If she were a man, she would undoubtedly fall for a woman like Xie. The cold rain lashed against Yu Niao's delicate skin, stinging as if she had been struck. The pain jolted her back to reality, a stark reminder that her suffering was of her own making. Sir, Bai Wei, skilled in martial arts and possessing keen eyesight, spotted the two young ladies from a distance as they emerged from the palace gates, drenched in rain. It was the second miss and Inger. Afyu's eyes widened as he held the umbrella for Xie Xin. "My lord, the second young lady." Before he could finish his sentence, the oiled paper umbrella in his hand mysteriously vanished as his master took a long stride forward. Bai Yuan, with good intentions, sheltered him with the umbrella. "Shall we proceed or not?" The tension between my lord and the second young lady seems to suggest an impending argument, and I am filled with trepidation. There is no sweetness to be found among the shards of glass, and I fear I may end up with a mouthful of blood. Of course, we must go. With a resolute tone, Afyu declared, "You know well that our master, a fine individual, should not provoke others with his words. If he and the second young lady do end up quarreling, we might still manage to mediate a bit. By heaven's conscience. Today's marriage proposal is certainly not intended to insult the second young lady. Yet, it appears that everyone has misunderstood." Chapter 71, Nightmare in the Pouring Rain. The cold and furious voice of Xie Xin resonated clearly in Yu Niao's ears. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly climbed into the carriage beside her. And once Huang Ying was settled, she urged the driver to hasten their departure, not even casting a glance back at Xie Xin. "My lord." Afu and Bai Yuan chased after them, witnessing Xie Xin's solitary figure in the rain, their hearts pierced with sorrow. "My lord." Afu anxiously addressed Xie Xin. "Cousin's carriage has broken down, and she has caught a chill. Our carriage just took her back, we should." Xie Xin's expression darkened, his already stern visage growing even more forbidding. Afu, contemplating the possibility of sharing a carriage back home, felt the oppressive atmosphere and dared not utter another word. Bai Yuan, too, transformed into an invisible presence, holding an umbrella, his breathing so subdued it seemed he feared Xie Xin would remember his existence. Though there were officials nearby who might have wished to curry favor with Xie Xin, all retreated in dismay upon witnessing his countenance. It was truly frightening. It was overwhelmingly terrifying. It appeared that the Prime Minister harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yu Niao, wishing to take her as a concubine and torment her, yet not desiring to share the same chamber with her. Otherwise, why would his expression be so foul after the Emperor's edict? Previously envious of Yu Niao, those same individuals now felt a tinge of sympathy for her. At the Weiyuan Marquis, upon returning home, Yu Niao sequestered herself in her room. The Marquis of Weiyuan, recently favored by the Emperor and occupied with training new soldiers in the military camp, was infuriated upon learning that his daughter was to be given as a concubine to Xie Xin. His beard bristled with rage. Isn't he merely the Chancellor? He cannot inherit the position. How audacious! My Weiyuan Marquis is a distinguished noble family, and my Niao is its legitimate daughter. 3 years ago, I looked down upon her marrying him as a primary wife, and now he dares to make her a concubine? I shall go and have him dealt with. My lord, please calm your wrath. A subordinate grasped his leg. This is the Emperor's edict. If you kill the Chancellor, you would be signing your own death warrant. We have only just cleared our name. We cannot jeopardize our position for that pretty boy. Then what do you suggest? I cannot simply stand by and watch him bully my precious daughter. The subordinate, sitting on the ground, rolled his eyes thoughtfully. What if we feign ignorance of the Emperor's marriage decree, find a suitable husband for the second miss within 3 days, and carry it out quietly? By the time they realize, she will be a married woman, and the Emperor will have no recourse against us. The Marquis pondered this. Today, the palace was hosting the Hu People's envoy, and neither he nor his wife attended. Only Niao went, which was reasonable enough. The method, though somewhat clumsy, proved to be surprisingly practical. The Marquis of Weiyuan forcefully lifted his subordinate. Well done. Tomorrow. No. Tonight. No. Now, immediately. I command all young men in the camp who are 18 and unmarried, who have shown exceptional merit, who are orphaned, possess land and property, and come from affluent families, to report to my tent. On this torrential night, a long line formed before the Marquis's tent. Those unaware might have thought the Marquis harbored some peculiar, unspeakable vice. After all, the young men were all handsome and robust. The unselected youths could only shake their heads and lament, in this day and age. Does one's appearance truly determine whether the general takes notice? Cough, cough, cough. As night fell, Yu Niao was drenched. Having bathed and had her hair dried by Huang Ying, yet she could not escape the chill and was seized by a relentless cough. In the middle of the night, Huang Ying rested on the small bed beside Yu Niao, only to be awakened by stirring sounds. She hurriedly lit a candle. Mississippi. What did you say? Yu Niao, drenched in sweat from her dreams, muttered incoherently. Inger. Run. Don't. No. I don't want to. Her eyes blazed with a crimson hue, as she recalled the scene before the Ministry of Rights, where the crown princess, Luo Yunfei, trampled her dignity underfoot. Accompanied by a throng of noble ladies, they laughed and jeered, forcing her to kneel and bark like a dog, even pressing her head down to crawl beneath their skirts. Witnessing the once exalted noble lady reduced to a wretched state, they felt a perverse satisfaction. But what had she done wrong? Even when beaten to a pulp, she refused to shatter her indomitable spirit or tarnish the centuries-old reputation of the Marquis's household. Though, at this moment, no one remembered the former grandeur of the Wei Yuan Marquisate. She would not kneel, would not bark, nor would she crawl beneath their skirts. Threatened by Luo Yunming, who warned that if she disobeyed, she would be cast upon the most filthy, vile, and grotesque beggar's bed, she knew that once she entered the Ministry of Rights, her life would be forever marked as that of a courtesan. In her struggle, she clawed at Luo Yuming's face and, with a resolute demeanor, dashed toward a nearby stone lion. Boom! A deafening crash echoed in her mind as a crimson bloom erupted upon her smooth forehead. Niao. At the moment she collapsed, she saw the crown prince, Gao Wuzhan, panic-stricken as he tumbled from his carriage, eyes wide with disbelief, stumbling toward her. All the noble ladies fell to their knees in terror, and Luo Yunfei weakly said, Your Highness, I merely followed your orders to teach her a lesson. To make her more compliant, I did not expect her to be so fierce. Get out. All of you, get out. Yu Niao painfully closed her eyes, unwilling to meet Gao Wuzhan's gaze again. It turned out, it was Gao Wuzhan who sought to humiliate her, to break her pride, to force her to be a docile pet. All her suffering in this life stemmed from him, and now, it seemed she had met her demise at his hands. In the esteemed residence of the Xie family, Li Wanqing poured an entire bowl of bitter medicine into a blue and white porcelain vase, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Tomorrow, I shall ask Chef Huang to discreetly replace my medicine with sour plum soup. After feigning illness for so long, the mere whiff of this bitterness makes me feel nauseous. Lu Zhu nodded in agreement, her face brightening with delight. Miss, it is said that the Marquis of Wei Yuan has been unwell since that night, enduring a high fever for 3 days straight, plagued by nightmares all night long. The Marchioness has even summoned a renowned monk to their home for blessings. Li Wanqing smiled wryly. That family of scoundrels, how they tormented my cousin. How could the divine possibly protect those who commit such heinous acts? Her persistent fever is but a fitting retribution. Resting her chin on her hand, she squinted contentedly at the autumn sun bathing her in warmth, embodying a serene existence. It would be best if she were to perish. Lu Zhu lowered her head, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Has my cousin returned? Lu Zhu quickly replied. I just sent someone to inquire. He has not yet arrived. Recently, the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue have been preoccupied with preparations for the Crown Prince's wedding, and our master is so busy he scarcely sets foot outside, even spending nights in the palace. Then, all the better, Li Wanqing remarked. Chapter 72, Declaration of Sovereignty. Thus it is that the illness of Yu Niao remains unknown to Xie Xin. Li Wanqing pursed her lips and instructed, Go to my storeroom and select some exquisite tonics to send to the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence. Claiming they are from the Xie family's cousin, sent to her elder brother. It is imperative that you see Yu Niao and convey my words to her directly. Ulfza, perplexed, inquired, Why send her tonics? Does the young lady not harbor disdain for Miss Yu? It is precisely because of that disdain that we must send them, Li Wanqing replied, refraining from elaboration further as she frowned and urged her to hasten with the preparations. All her actions were to be conducted in secrecy from her cousin, deepening Yu Niao's misconceptions before his return. At the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence, my lord, my lady, A servant from the Prime Minister's household has delivered tonics, claiming they come to visit the second miss. 3 days prior, Unionio had succumbed to a fever, only regaining consciousness last night, her health in a frail state. Yet, during her unconsciousness, both the Marquis and Madame who had overheard her murmuring Xie Xin's name, mistakenly believing she was afflicted with lovesickness. Although they were none too gracious to the servants of the Xie household, upon seeing the timid young maid, the Marquis and Madame who did not press the matter further, hoping instead that Xie Xin could resolve their daughter's emotional turmoil. Madame Wei Yuan was aware that Xie Xin was ensnared within the palace, preoccupied with the matters of the crown prince's marriage. Even amidst his pressing duties, he was concerned for Nionieo's condition, indicating there was still hope for recovery. Cough, cough, cough. In the refined courtyard, the sound of heart-wrenching coughs echoed, prompting Lzu to present a cheerful facade as she approached. Sister Inger, a maid from the Prime Minister's household has arrived with tonics, stating she comes on the orders of the Prime Minister to check on our young lady. As the door opened, Huang Ying was tending to Unionieo, administering her medicine. Upon hearing the mention of the Prime Minister, Unionieo instinctively curled deeper into her blankets, enveloping herself entirely. Huang Ying, perceiving her stubbornness beneath a tender heart, hastily invited the maid inside. Their young lady had been ill for so many days. It was high time for the Prime Minister to acknowledge her plight, otherwise, she would surely succumb to despair. Lzu recognized the second miss. The maid who entered was indeed attractive, yet not the breathtaking beauty Unionieo had encountered when at Xie Xin's side. It seemed she was named Yu Qiao, the one who had trailed behind Li Wanqin that night. Indeed, I have met the second miss. Lzu placed several boxes of precious tonics upon the table and bowed to Unionieo. My master has been laboring in the palace these past few days concerning the crown prince's marriage. All affairs at home have been managed by our young lady. Upon learning of the second miss's illness, she was deeply concerned and specifically instructed me to deliver these tonics. I implore you, second miss, to cherish your health, for my young lady eagerly awaits your entrance into the household to be your close sister. At first, those words seemed innocuous, yet upon deeper reflection, they brimmed with implication. Xie Xin placed great trust in Li Wanqin, without any direct kin in the Xie household. She had assumed the role of its matriarch. Once Unionieo entered as a concubine, Li Wanqin would marry Xie Xin as his wife, thus forming a bond of sisterhood. What a splendid declaration of sovereignty. It dawned upon the realization that the widow in Xie Xin's heart was none other than his own cousin. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mississippi him. Unionieo, supported by Huang Ying, sat up against the headboard, her expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. She spoke softly. However, there is no need for us to be sisters. I doubt I will ever cross the threshold of the Xie family. How foolish she was. Awakening from her stupor, she still hesitated, contemplating that even if she were to become a concubine to Xie Xin, gradually unraveling the knots in his heart, it could eventually lead to a legitimate union. Now that she was aware he had already given his heart to another, how could she possibly become a mere observer? Forcefully intertwined in someone else's love story? To love someone truly, one should love only one. She refused to be the unrequited one, caught amidst those who were in love. The second young lady's implication was, what I mean is, I will not become a concubine to your esteemed family. The items have been delivered. You may leave now. After Green Pearl departed, Huang Ying, incensed, locked away the heap of supplements in the storeroom. It was one thing for the Prime Minister not to come personally, but to send Li Wanqin's maid to provoke her young lady was truly infuriating. Did he really harbor such disdain for her young lady, seeking revenge as others claimed? It was exasperating. Suddenly consumed by anger, Unionieo found her ailing body revitalized, filled with newfound strength. In an attempt to cheer her up, Huang Ying remarked, Miss, I have heard that the sixth miss of the Xiao family has been sent to the ancestral estate. If all goes as expected, we shall never see her again. The Xiao family's ancestral home lay in Xiangyang, thousands of miles from the capital. Her reputation was irrevocably tarnished. Lord Xiao did not wish to keep her in the capital, constantly reminding others that the Xiao family had a daughter who had lost her virtue, thus he could only find her a match in Xiangyang. Virtuous families would hardly accept a girl who was no longer pure. It was likely she would be hastily married off. From once being a princess to a common farmer's wife, the disparity was immense. It was uncertain whether Xiao Pingtian could endure such a fate. Though her enemy had met such a downfall, she found no joy in it. In what way was she superior to Xiao Pingtian? Her own body had already been entrusted to Xie Xin. If she did not marry him, what worthy match could she possibly find? Days passed, and Unionieo's health improved significantly. While the wedding date of the crown prince and Luo Yunfei approached as scheduled, the grand ceremony took place in the palace, with officials of the 5th rank and above invited to witness the event. The spectacle of 10 miles of bridal procession bathed the capital streets in a fiery hue. The townsfolk lined the streets in celebration, filling the thoroughfares as they flocked to the Luo residence. The servants of the Luo family tossed handfuls of wedding candies and red strings entwined with coins into the crowd, inciting a frenzy among the masses. Each face was adorned with exaggerated smiles, and the wedding festivities were unprecedented in their splendor. The Marquis of Wei Yuan, harboring resentment towards the crown prince, made an excuse to practice in the military camp, opting not to enter the palace. Ming, citing the need to care for her ailing daughter, also declined the Luo family's invitation, merely sending servants with congratulatory gifts. They had fulfilled their social obligations, untroubled by the idle gossip of others. Nionieo, seeing you cooped up during your recovery has been disheartening. Why don't I take you to the military camp for some amusement? The military camp on the outskirts of the capital differs from the border garrison. The Grand General's decision to take his daughter for a tour does not contravene military regulations. Yu Niao harbors no interest in those burly men, yet, unable to resist her parents' persistent persuasion, she reluctantly acquiesces. The streets are exceedingly congested today, prompting Yu Niao and her companions to abandon their carriage and mount their horses instead. Both Hu and Yu Niao are clad in thick riding attire, adorned with a veil had atop their heads. As they ride with grace, the delicate gauze fluttering around the brim of their hats dances in the breeze, revealing the enchanting features of mother and daughter, captivating all who behold them. The Marquis of Wei Yuan is indeed fortunate. His wife possesses exquisite beauty, and his daughter is a paragon of loveliness, a sight that brings joy even when merely observed within the confines of their home. Is my brother still infatuated with that woman? Chapter 73. Blind date amidst the crowd. The third princess, after disguising herself, remained distinctively beautiful. With a disdainful glance, she regarded Yu Niao, who was riding past. I have inquired about her. This woman was once the wife of Xie Xin, but she is avaricious and forced Xie Xin to divorce her, seeking refuge in the embrace of the Crown Prince of Day. However, the Crown Prince grew tired of her and became engaged to Luo Yunfei. Now that Xie Xin has prospered, she shamelessly pursues him again. Is such a woman truly worthy of my brother's attention? Ashinai chuckled. Ultimately, I shall marry. We are all women, and of course, I wish to wed the most exquisite beauty in the world. Neither the Crown Prince nor Minister Xie is deserving of such a transcendent beauty. Only I am fit to match her. Ashinanu was nearly infuriated, retorting unhappily, You men are all superficial scoundrels. Ashinai touched his face, asking, If not looks, then what should one consider? Several fine horses halted outside the military camp, and the Marquis of Wei Yuan dismounted with his wife and daughter. Instantly, a young soldier approached to take the reins and tether the horses to a nearby tree. Yu Niao had not initially paid attention to the soldier's appearance, but the Marquis suddenly pointed at him. Feng, I am heading to the training grounds. You take the second young lady for a stroll. A stroll? Yu Niao looked up at her father, puzzled. Hadn't he said he would show her the soldiers in training? How had it turned into a casual stroll? The camp was filled with men. Could she truly wander freely among them? The soldier, named Feng, blushed, scratching the back of his head. Second young lady. Let me show you that way. He gestured to the east. If you walk a bit further, there's a lake with many beautiful flowers by the shore. His tone was earnest, and Yu Niao glanced at her parents, only to find them ignoring her, hand in hand, walking away. They left? Everything felt amiss. But her parents would not harm her. Perhaps they merely wished for her to relax and dispel her frustrations. After all, this Feng fellow was quite handsome. With thick eyebrows, large eyes, and two deep dimples appearing when he smiled, he looked adorably youthful. Very well, since her parents had departed, she felt compelled to go. She dared not wander alone in this place. Yu Niao removed her veil and handed it to Huang Ying, and Feng caught a glimpse of her stunning beauty, his bronze face turning a shade of crimson. Second young lady, you are truly beautiful. His compliment was heartfelt, devoid of any impropriety, a sincere praise. Thank you. Yu Niao replied politely. She was aware of her beauty. Throughout their walk, Feng stole glances at her yet dared not speak, his face flushed with shyness, his heart pounding in his chest. Upon reaching the lakeside, Feng still did not muster the courage to converse with the ethereal beauty. The small green lake was bordered by weeping willows that had shed their leaves, leaving behind only withered branches. Yet, some wildflowers still bloomed in winter, adding to the picturesque scene. Yu Niao took a deep breath, inhaling the cool fragrance in the air, and her troubled heart indeed felt much lighter. Second young lady. Aya, don't push. You're going to make me fall. Li Shenglu, get off me, you're going to crush me. Dissever, dissever, dissever. Ah. Bang. Boom. Thud. Ouch. It pains me dearly. How audacious. Huang Ying exclaimed, startled, as she swiftly shielded Yu Niao. You ruffians dare to hide in the trees and spy on our young lady? Beware. I shall inform my lord. From the branches, 3 tall youths tumbled down. 1. At the bottom, swiftly rose to his feet, dusting himself off, while the others appeared flustered by Huang Ying's outburst. The one who had fallen stood confidently, brushing aside the other 2, and declared, Little girl, we are not peeping. We are observing with utmost openness. Huang Ying placed her hands on her hips, retorting. What a feeble defense. If you were truly observing openly, why hide in the trees? The youth spat out a leaf and, with a spirited smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth, addressed Yu Niao, second miss, I am Murong Zhanji, sent by the general to court you. Yu Niao nearly choked on her own saliva, exclaiming, What did you say? Murong Zhanji straightened his attire and approached the stunningly beautiful woman, completely disregarding Huang Ying. The general has instructed us to take turns courting you. Whichever you favor shall become his esteemed son-in-law. But he continued, second miss, do you find me satisfactory? Me, called another. Murong, you scoundrel. The general clearly stated that we should all court the second miss. Why do you only speak of yourself? Second miss, I am Yu Huai, orphaned. My family has prospered in trade for 3 generations. I possess a substantial fortune. How do you find me? Second miss, I am Fang Zhijiu. I too am an orphan. Yet my wealthy uncle, the richest man in Jiangnan, dotes on me dearly. Marrying me would not bring you hardship. Yu Niao is utterly bewildered. What is this madness? Are they all orphans? Is this truly the matchmaker's choice for me? Step aside. Murong Zhanji, momentarily pushed to the back, refused to relent. He shoved the others aside. A small red flower clenched in his mouth, proclaiming, second miss, my parents are alive, but they reside in the fief. I am alone in the capital. My residence on Ariang Street spans 1,000 pings. Given my long tenure in the military, I seek to wed you to manage domestic affairs. I vow to cherish you for a lifetime. Yu Niao absorbed none of the preceding chatter, save the poignant promise of a lifelong devotion. Yu Huai and Fang Zhijiu stood agape, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Murong Zhanji, he is utterly shameless in his pursuit of the second miss. I, stammered Feng, nearly invisible in his embarrassment. I too wish to court the second Mississippi. She is so beautiful, kind-hearted and gentle. Not at all the terrifying figure the rumors suggest. What if she once had a husband? So what? Had it not been for her status as a remarried woman, such individuals would not have had the opportunity. However, Murong Zhanji was an exception. The Marquis of Weiyuan initially did not consider him as a candidate. It was he who, upon hearing of the situation, volunteered to join. It was not due to a lack of merit on his part, rather. It was precisely because of his exceptional capabilities that the Marquis hesitated. The surname Murong is renowned throughout the Day dynasty, and Murong Zhanji's great-grandfather fought alongside the founding emperor to establish the realm. Their family stands as the sole hereditary noble of a different surname since the inception of the Day dynasty. His father inherited the title, becoming the Prince of Yan, and resided primarily in the fief of Qingzhou, returning to the capital only during the New Year celebrations. Murong Zhanji is the heir apparent to the Prince of Yan. Chapter 74, An Engagement? Within the palace, the grand ceremony for the crown prince and crown princess has concluded, and now the ministers remain to partake in the wedding banquet. Xie Xin surveyed the room and called out to the busy eunuch Wan. Eunuch Wan, has the Marquis of Weiyuan not arrived? Ordinarily, the crown prince's wedding would be deemed a state banquet, necessitating the attendance of officials ranked 5th or above. During the evening feast, ministers could also bring their families to extend their congratulations to the newlyweds. Eunuch Wan turned with a squint and a smile, Minister Xie. The Marquis of Weiyuan has only just resumed his official duties and is preoccupied with training new recruits today. He has already taken leave from the emperor. Noting that Xie Xin intended to take Yu Niao as a concubine, he added, not only has the Marquis not come, but the Marquesess has also sent her apologies, stating that the second young lady has caught a chill and is suffering from a high fever. Thus, neither the second young lady nor the Marquesess will attend tonight's banquet. Empress Shen harbored a deep disdain for Yu Niao. Her absence from the wedding was a cause for celebration, not lamentation. However, a frown creased his forehead, a fever. You say? It is indeed plausible. That night, With such torrential rain, she stood in it for so long, being weak in constitution. It would be strange if she did not fall ill. But Eunuch 1 mentioned a persistent high fever. Typically, symptoms of a chill begin with coughing and a runny nose. If it has progressed to a fever, she must have been unwell for at least 2 days. A persistent high fever would indicate she has been ill for over 3 days. Xie Xin realized, to his dismay, that Yu Niao had been suffering for 3 or 4 days without his knowledge. The Prime Minister was seated alone when several officials approached him. Why sit alone, Minister? Join us for a drink. Afu. Xie Xin felt a sudden unease, as if something of great significance were slipping away from him. Prepare the horse. I must leave the palace. Yes, my lord. Afu, having overheard Eunuch 1's words, hurriedly urged Bai Huyuan, run swiftly to the imperial stable and find a fine steed. Bai Huyuan dashed off like the wind. Wait, Minister. The official who had invited Xie Xin to drink wore an awkward smile, blinking innocently. When did I offend you, Minister? Xie Xin had left the palace? Gao Wuzhen clenched his fist. Why has he departed? Could it be? Follow him, came the command. Yes. Are you saying the second young lady has left? The steward of the Marquis of Wei Yuan bowed and nodded. My young lady has been ill for several days. Today, she finally feels somewhat better. The Marquis was concerned she might become restless, so he took her to the military camp to watch the drills. In the entire capital, and indeed throughout the entire Dai dynasty, one would be hard-pressed to find another father as doting as the Marquis of Wei Yuan. Yet, the emperor's decree required Yu Niao to choose a date to enter the Xie residence as a concubine, and he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. This was unusual. Why would he take his recovering daughter to the military camp? Xie Xin's gaze was as cold as ice, sharp enough to cut, causing the steward to tremble as he quickly turned to enter the estate. Had he inadvertently revealed something he should not have? In the military camp, the time for dining had arrived. Marquis Wei Yuan, having dismissed the other 3, made his leisurely entrance after spending a considerable portion of the day with Yu Niao. The fire brigade had already delivered the meal to the general's main tent, and despite Murong Zhangji's reluctance to leave, Marquis Wei Yuan had no choice but to invite him inside as well. Madame, who observed the young man's attentive demeanor towards her daughter at the dining table, growing increasingly pleased. Niao, what do you enjoy eating? Tell me, and next time I have a day off, I shall take you to the Shiwai building for a meal. Niao, eat this. Niao, try that. It's delicious. Coughing lightly in embarrassment under her parents' scrutinizing gaze, Yu Niao covered her mouth and replied, I can manage on my own. Niao, when do you plan to marry me? I need to write to my parents to arrange for the elders of my clan to come and propose. Just then, a noise at the entrance caught their attention, and before Yu Niao could turn around, a chill crept down her spine. Could it be that the young master was unaware? The emperor had already bestowed Miss Yu'er upon this official as a concubine. The diners turned sharply to see Xie Xin standing at the curtain, his expression far from amiable, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet swirling with suppressed feelings. Nonsense. Before Murong Zhangji could respond, Marquis Wei Yuan had already risen from his seat, slamming his hand on the table in agitation. How could my daughter be given to you as a concubine without my knowledge? You claim the emperor has granted you this, but where is the decree? I tell you, my daughter is already betrothed to the young master of the Yin Wang residence. Would the emperor aid you in taking another man's wife? The Yin Wang is no ordinary individual. Even the emperor must show him respect. If the emperor were to learn that Yu Niao is engaged to Murong Zhangji, he would never allow you to take her. Initially, Marquis Wei Yuan had been concerned that the Yin Wang residence was too prestigious, fearing that Niao would suffer in such a union. Yet now he was relieved that Murong Zhangji was an unwavering admirer of his daughter. Otherwise, with the ordinary backgrounds of the other 3 suitors, they would be unable to withstand Xie Xin's influence. Betrothed? Xie Xin clenched his fists behind his back, his gaze towards Yu Niao devoid of warmth. You and him, are you engaged? Yu Niao lowered her head, biting her lip, struggling to find her voice. She understood that if she acknowledged it, Xie Xin would turn away without hesitation. In that case, she would be spared the fate of becoming his concubine. However, she also knew that his pride would not allow her to betray him once more. If she accepted, there would truly be no chance left between them. Speak. In an instant, Xie Xin had advanced closer, compelling Yu Niao to meet his gaze. Are you engaged to him? Tears brimmed in her eyes as she looked at him, her throat constricted as if gripped by invisible hands, rendering her voiceless. All she could manage were tears, cascading down her cheeks like precious pearls. Murong Zhangji, unable to bear the sight of her distress, pushed Xie Xin aside. Hey, can't you see she is crying? It was evident to all that her tears called for sympathy. Contemplating this, Yu Niao's tears flowed more fiercely. Wei Yuanhou, infuriated, reached for his spear, exclaiming, "That surname Xie, I shall slay you." Hu Shi, perceiving her daughter's reluctance and turmoil, hastily intervened, saying, "Husband, you must not." Xie Xin cast a glance at the enraged Wei Yuanhou and Hu Shi, then at Murongzhan, who stood protectively in front of Yu Niao. Filled with righteous indignation, ultimately his gaze settled on the weeping Yu Niao, and with a self-deprecating chuckle, he averted his eyes and turned to leave. It seemed as though he were the villain, tormenting the weak and disrupting the harmony of a loving family, while they were the ones bound by affection. How had he fallen to such a plight? Initially, it was Yu Niao who had provoked him. Chapter 75, the frustration of broken vows. He had brought this upon himself, repeatedly placing his trust in that cunning and capricious woman, thereby granting her the opportunity to inflict harm upon him time and again. No longer would he be so foolish. He would not allow himself to be cast aside after being thoroughly exploited by Yu Niao. My dear daughter, it is perhaps for the best that he has departed. Look, the Crown Prince of Yin possesses remarkable insight, expressing his desire to take you as his wife. I perceive this union to be quite favorable. The Prince and Princess of Yin had remained in Qishou, returning to the capital only once a year, while Murongzhanji stood out among the new recruits, which explained his presence here. Given time and proper cultivation, he would undoubtedly defend a territory with valor. Eventually, the Marquis of Wei Yuan could step back and petition the emperor to transfer military authority to him. The royal couple remained loyal to their country, being among the few pure-hearted ministers whom the emperor fully trusted. Entrusting military power to the Crown Prince of Yin would instill confidence in the emperor like no other. Such a distinguished lineage truly befits my precious daughter, the jewel of the Marquis of Wei Yuan. How dare that Xie Xin consider making her a concubine? I shall never. Crash. The chair behind Yu Niao toppled to the ground, a fragrant breeze swirling away. By the time the Marquis of Wei Yuan and Hu Shi regained their composure, Yu Niao's figure had vanished from sight. Alas, Niao. The Marquis of Wei Yuan shouted anxiously, Niao, do not pursue Xie Xin. Frustrated, he stamped his foot, hesitating to lay blame. Redirecting his ire towards Murongzhanji, it is your fault. You are not as handsome as Xie Xin. Murongzhanji, disheartened, touched his face, but I cannot simply return to my mother's womb for a second chance. This predicament lies with my father. He has diminished our family's attractiveness. My lord, a Fu approached on horseback, peering behind Xie Xin. The imperial physician has arrived at our residence. Where is the second young lady? Despite his master's claims of indifference toward the second young lady, he still summoned the skilled physician renowned for treating colds to their home. A classic case of saying one thing while meaning another. Unaware of the precarious situation he had stumbled into, a Fu met Xie Xin's icy yet somewhat wrathful gaze, leaving him speechless. What is it? Another quarrel? From now on, do not utter that woman's name in my presence. Second young lady, I have said. Xie Xin. A frantic voice called from behind him. As a Fu turned, Yu Niao stood there, fidgeting with her fingers, her eyes brimming with grievance. I did not become engaged to him. It was my father. My father deceived me into coming here. She stepped forward and halted before Xie Xin. Though I truly do not wish to be your concubine, with my lineage and beauty, even having been divorced, many noblemen would desire to take me as their legitimate wife. Yet Xie Xin, apart from you, I have never contemplated marrying anyone else. Had she genuinely intended to exploit Xie Xin, she would not have entrusted her heart and soul to him. She could have easily feigned affection, only to discard him once her ambitions were fulfilled, without sacrificing her virtue. She had not anticipated that the passionate connection between her and Xie Xin would stir such fervor. Yet still, suitors were eager to pursue her hand. Her gaze was fixed intently on the silent man, Xie Xin. Xie Xin, I do not wish to become a concubine. They will mock me mercilessly. In this life, one cannot afford to lose face or dignity. Xie Xin closed his eyes momentarily, and when he opened them again, all the inexplicable emotions in his eyes had vanished. Then you should marry the heir of the Yin Wang. If you marry him, others will only envy you. Most importantly, he can grant you the title of the heir's wife. Yu Niao suppressed her pride, only to be met with Xie Xin's scornful words. Anger surged within her, causing her chest to heave, and tears streamed down her face. All right. As she stepped back, nodding while laughing and crying, she exclaimed, Xie Xin, you said it yourself. The heir of the Yin Wang is enamored with me and can offer me the position of the heir's wife. Of course, I will agree to him. I shall invite him to my home to propose. The last two words were nearly a hoarse scream. In the instant she turned to flee, her wrist was seized with a fierce grip, and the man spat words that seemed to threaten. "You dare." Both were consumed by anger, the man, stifling his rage, had bloodshot eyes, pushed to his limits. The woman cried with a face like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her gaze toward him filled with disappointment, pain, grievance, and reproach. "Why should I be afraid?" Unioneo retorted loudly. "Wasn't it you who wanted me to go?" Afu, who was privy to the situation regarding the concubine incident, could no longer bear to watch. He rushed between them, exclaiming urgently, "Miss, you have truly misunderstood my master. That day, the emperor intended to decree a marriage between the 9th princess and my master. My master knew that the emperor would not allow him to take you as his legitimate wife, hence he resorted to this plan, stating he would take you as a concubine. The emperor dotes on the 9th princess and would never allow her to marry a man without intentions. My master, at great risk of incurring the emperor's displeasure, utilized some individuals within the palace for this matter. If it were not for my master, you would also be unable to extricate yourself from the situation. How could you? How could you misunderstand my master so deeply? It is truly heartbreaking." Of course, his master had a way with words that could induce a heart attack, and it was quite hurtful. In Afu's eyes, it was akin to two 6-year-old children squabbling. Because Masilan had sent a portrait of Unioneo to Ashina, and Xiaopinging had schemed to portray Unioneo as having an affair with Ashina, all of which was under Xie Xin's control. He had long known that the 9th princess sought to retaliate against Unioneo by requesting a decree of marriage, thus manipulating everyone to achieve his own ends. He had simultaneously rejected the 9th princess, taking Unioneo under his wing, and retaliated against Xiaopinging, who sought to harm Unioneo. Those who wished to harm Unioneo while plotting against Xie Xin's marriage were all dealt with, killing multiple birds with one stone. It was a simple matter that could have been clarified without issue. Yet, one party remained silent, unwilling to inquire, while the other spoke insincerely. The air thickened momentarily, as Unioneo's tears hovered in her eyes, almost forced back. "Then, why didn't you say anything? How was I to know if you didn't tell me? This is not my fault." The more guilty she felt, the more justified she became. Such was Unioneo. Xie Xin let out a cold laugh. "Are you implying that it is my fault?" Unioneo raised her brows and glared at him. "Otherwise, what could it be?" Xie Xin understood the meaning behind her gaze, and his smile grew even more frigid. "I wonder who it is that sees me and immediately flees." Before I could even find a moment of respite, they hastily emerged to cast glances at one another. "I would have liked to reveal the truth to you. But did you ever grant me the opportunity?" Unionyao's tear-streaked eyes darted around, avoiding direct contact with Xie Xin. "Well, I too am simply overwhelmed with sorrow." Was it truly just because Xie Xin wanted her to become a concubine? Not entirely. In fact, Chapter 76, The Importance of Status in the Mansion. The more significant reason was Li Wanqing. Unioneo opened her mouth to inquire, but recalling her earlier misunderstanding that Xie Xin had intended to humiliate her by making her a concubine, which had led to numerous misconceptions, she hesitated and fell silent. Xie Xin furrowed his brow. "Is there anything else you wish to ask? Please, ask everything at once." He was not keen on the prospect of Unioneo entering his home only to resurrect old grievances during future disputes. Moreover, he was preoccupied with matters of the court, while chaos brewed in the inner chambers. Nothing more." Unioneo bit her lip, casting a furtive glance at Xie Xin. "So, have we reconciled?" Her voice was soft, her fingers gently tugging at the sleeve of Xie Xin's attire. As Xie Xin looked down at her upturned face, he inexplicably perceived a hint of vulnerability. Clenching his jaw, Xie Xin's gaze turned cold and piercing as he directed it towards the distant Wei Yuanho and his associates, who were covertly observing. Wei Yuanho, caught in Xie Xin's stare, immediately lowered the curtain, his heart racing with dread, lamenting, "This is disastrous. Unioneo is being so uncooperative. She has surrendered to the enemy before the battle even begins. As the instigator of this war, I am destined to meet a woeful end." He could almost envision the days when Xie Xin had left him speechless in the court, utterly humiliated. It was truly a dismal fate. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Xin's chilling voice cut through the air. "Is the person you were sent to meet today Wei Yuanho?" "No." Unioneo instinctively shielded her frail and helpless father. "You misunderstand. I was merely feeling down, and my father brought me out to lift my spirits. We happened upon the son of the Yin Wang, who confessed his long-standing affection for me and expressed his desire to marry. I refused, and my parents did not consent either." Murong Zhangji remarked, For the sake of the goddess, I shall bear this blame. The cunning little rabbit spun another tale. Yet Xie Xin chose not to expose her fib. Instead, he softened his expression. How is your cold? Are you feeling better? To avoid being reprimanded by Xie Xin, Yunioneo quickly covered her head, feigning weakness as she swayed slightly. It's better you don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes my head spin. She glanced at Huang Ying, who was standing with a Fu, and Huang Ying immediately understood, moving closer to support her. Miss, I've told you. This cold does not heal swiftly. A breeze could bring it back. Perhaps we should return home quickly. It was imperative to distance themselves from this place of gossip, allowing the Prime Minister to forget the incident of his young lady meeting others. My lord, the carriage you requested is ready, announced by Hu Yuan, who had been absent for a time, standing outside the camp and calling out, You and the second young lady may return home now. The departure of a noble young lady from a grand estate was a secret that could not be concealed. The second young lady, possessing beauty, was surrounded by men in the military, akin to wolves and tigers. A Fu remarked that these men would undoubtedly covet her beauty and foolishly profess their loyalty. He intended to stand at the entrance and shout loudly for all to hear, declaring that the second young lady belonged to his master. Yunioneo flushed at his proclamation. Unwilling to be the center of attention, she seized Xie Xin's hand, hastily retreating to the carriage, with Huang Ying and a Fu hurrying after them. Within the confines of the carriage, feeling the weight of Xie Xin's unwavering gaze upon her, Yunioneo grew increasingly anxious, shrinking away like an ostrich. The journey continued in silence, as Afu brought the carriage to a halt and walked past the floral hall of the Xie residence. Yu Niao unexpectedly collided with Li Wan Xin. At that moment, Li Wan Xin was instructing her servants to replace the thin quilts in Xie Xin's room with thick cotton blankets. Her cousin had always been sensitive to the cold, and as the weather grew increasingly frigid, even his silk quilt was to be exchanged for a 7-pound cotton blanket. Additionally, the golden silk charcoal in his room was indispensable, as he had a penchant for cleanliness, requiring his courtyard to be tidied daily. Miss Xie, the master has arrived, Green Pearl remarked, somewhat surprised to see Yu Niao behind Xie Xin. Yu Niao, meeting her gaze, felt a twinge of discomfort. Just moments earlier, she had resolutely declared before Green Pearl that she would never become a concubine to Xie Xin, yet here she was, hurrying into the Xie residence. What could one say about this situation? Li Wan Xin, however, maintained her composure, smiling as she addressed them. Cousin, miss you, the physician is already waiting in your courtyard. Her demeanor, akin to that of a mistress, only heightened Yu Niao's unease. Xie Xin gave a slight nod, remaining silent as he led Yu Niao directly to the main courtyard. Afu glanced at Li Wan Xin, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Li Wan Xin, perceiving his intent, lowered her gaze and turned to leave. She had no desire to remain there and endure Afu's reprimands about not meddling in the affairs of the main courtyard. She had already anticipated the physician's arrival, knowing it was Xie Xin's way of making Yu Niao recognize her position within the household, hoping she would retreat gracefully. Should she fail to do so, Li Wan Xin was not averse to employing more drastic measures. Afu, caught off guard by her frosty demeanor, was momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed such indifference from the young lady. Yet, he dismissed it, attributing her displeasure to his rejection of Green Pearl. The second young lady's cold has subsided, though her body remains somewhat weak. I shall prescribe 2 formulations to strengthen her constitution, ensuring that it will not hinder the marriage between the Prime Minister and the second young lady, although this would merely be as a concubine. The alliance between the Wei Yuan Marquis and the Prime Minister was no trivial matter, representing a formidable union. It remained uncertain whether the Prime Minister's legitimate wife could overshadow the noble lineage of the Wei Yuan Marquis' legitimate daughter. As the maidservants led the physician out, Yu Niao inquired curiously, have the maidservants here changed? Given Xie Xin's character, it was unusual for his attendants to be easily replaced. Xie Xin nodded in affirmation. What of the previous one? Yu Niao probed, having heard that Yu Qiao was the daughter of Xie Xin's wet nurse, which had led her to carry herself with such arrogance, viewing Xie Xin as her own possession. She committed an offense and was sent to the estate. The phrase sent to the estate was particularly deftly employed. Yu Niao mused, speculating that perhaps Yu Qiao had overstepped boundaries, leading to her dismissal. A flicker of excitement danced within her. At least, even if he were to take a concubine, Xie Xin had never considered another. Master, we have come at Miss Ste's behest to change your bedding, declared a group of maidservants at the door, carrying a pristine white cotton blanket, awaiting Xie Xin's command to enter. Yet, They were met with an extended silence. Fu frowned. Have these ill-mannered individuals received no training before entering the residence? Without the permission of the adults, who granted you the audacity to disturb them? Several maids were so startled that they nearly dropped the quilt, but fortunately, Yu Niao emerged just in time. Fu, allow them to come in and change. Xie Xin indeed had a fear of the cold, a fact that Yu Niao was well aware of. She still recalled that year of heavy snowfall, in a bid to provoke him into a separation. Yu Niao expressed a desire to taste the large-headed fish from the frozen lake, insisting that Xie Xin remove his shoes and socks to break the ice and catch them. Her intention was not truly to savor the fish, but rather to trouble Xie Xin, knowing that if he refused, she could seize the opportunity to propose their separation. Ultimately, Xie Xin returned with 2 large-headed fish and frostbite covering his feet, his expression as frosty as the weather itself. Chapter 77. Addressing her as Madame Yuneo was left bewildered by how he managed to pierce through the thick ice with his bare hands, and she could hardly fathom the immense effort he expended to catch 2 large fish. What she did know was that ever since that incident, Xie Xin had become particularly sensitive to the cold. Furthermore, the 2 fish that nearly cost Xie Xin his life were ultimately not consumed by him, as her guilt and anger led her to forego the meal. Instead, they became a feast for Xie Xin's uncle's family, who eagerly claimed them for their own. Li Wanqing was aware only of Xie Xin's aversion to cold, yet she remained oblivious to the reasons behind it. She pondered whether, upon discovering the truth, she might be cast out as the instigator of his plight. She nervously toyed with her fingers. I must clarify. You cannot hold me responsible for your sensitivity to the cold. I had no idea you would be so foolish. When I suggested you break the ice on the lake, I thought you would surely refuse. Are you implying that I should be grateful to you? Well, there's no need for such formality. Haha. Yu Niao chuckled awkwardly, then settled across from him, resting her chin on one hand, her large eyes blinking innocently. By the way, Xie Xin, your cousin, my lord. Bai Huyuan appeared at the door, interrupting the words Yu Niao was about to utter. I have matters to report. Xie Xin nodded, rising, yet he paused, waiting for Yu Niao. What were you about to say? Nothing, nothing. Yu Niao quickly waved her hand. You go ahead and attend to your business. I shall consider this place my own home. After all, she was about to be wed here. Oh no, she would be a concubine, so she could only be referred to as such, but that was of little consequence. She would still be half a mistress. Xie Xin regarded her with an expression of bemusement before instructing a maid to take good care of Yu Niao, and then he departed for the study with Bai Huyuan. The newly arrived maid was demure and obedient, a stark contrast to the previous maid, Yu Qiao, who had been haughty towards Yu Niao. Yu Niao stepped out of the room with a spring in her step, and the young maid made no attempt to stop her, allowing her to frolic joyfully in the courtyard. Outside, all the maids were unfamiliar faces. Yu Niao beamed at a little maid, no older than 12 or 13. Hey, what is your name? The young maid was startled. She had never had a master inquire about her name before. Flustered, she replied, I am Feng Ru. Feng Ru. What a lovely name. The little girl blushed at the compliment, and Yu Niao seized the opportunity to ask, what happened to the other maids who used to serve your master? Why is it just you here? Previously, although Xie Xin preferred not to have attendants close at hand, there had been a fair number of maids in the courtyard. This included those who could serve tea and water in the main hall, like Yu Qiao. At least 5 or 6 in total, yet none were present now. Feng Ru looked up at Yu Niao with a puzzled expression. In response to Madame's inquiry, I am not entirely sure. I only know that on that day, my lord was extremely angry, and Sister Yu Qiao pleaded for mercy, even injuring her head in the process. Yet, my lord still insisted she marry and leave. The other sisters who served my lord were scolded by the steward and given silver to seek their fortunes elsewhere. After that, the steward sent me here. The wet nurse's family sought to appeal to the master's benevolence in hopes of sparing Sister Yu Qiao, yet the master resolutely declared he would never tolerate ambitious servants, thus sending the entire family to the estate. Later, I overheard Brother Fu mention that the master's actions were aimed at protecting the lady. Protecting me? Yu Niao was taken aback. How does this concern me? Feng Ru gazed at me with her innocent eyes. Brother Fu said that if the wet nurse's family were not expelled, the lady would surely face bullying upon entering the household. It was then that I realized Feng Ru had been referring to me as the lady. My cheeks flushed. I am merely a concubine to your master. If others hear you call me the lady, they will surely claim you lack decorum. Feng Ru remained blissfully unaware. That is not true. Brother Fu and Bai Huyuan privately refer to you as such. and the master never objected. Others have no right to comment on a servant's words. This young girl, though tender in years, possesses an uncanny ability to flatter with such refreshing charm that one cannot help but feel drawn to her. Even Huang Ying found herself immediately fond of her. I raised my thumb in admiration. This girl has a promising future ahead. Miss you, my cousin wishes to invite you for tea. What tea? Exquisite green tea, of course. Though not exceptionally clever, she was certainly not dull. Reflecting on Li Wanqin's various actions, I couldn't help but suspect that she was merely performing for my benefit. From the moment Xie Xin stepped into the house and encountered Li Wanqin, I had been keenly observing the exchange between them. Clearly, Xie Xin exhibited indifference towards Li Wanqin. There was no semblance of the affection one typically finds even among ordinary cousins, let alone any romantic feelings. The rain-soaked night demonstrations, the delivery of medicine, the declaration of ownership, all were tactics employed by Li Wanqin to sow discord between Xie Xin and me. My momentary oblivion does not imply that I would forever remain a pawn in someone else's game. This cousin, resembling a benevolent goddess, wishes to engage in a game with me, does she? Very well. I shall play along to the end. The elegant and serene abode was clearly the domain of an individual of refined taste. Although it was winter, Li Wanqin's courtyard was adorned with an array of flowers rarely seen in this season, vibrant and breathtaking. A small bridge crossed a babbling brook. Winding paths led to hidden corners, and a charming little pavilion nestled among the rocks and flowers, much like its owner, leaving visitors feeling refreshed and unforgettable. Miss you. My lady invites you inside. Li Wanqin did not attempt to flaunt her status or resort to base tactics, leaving me outside to endure the cold wind. Instead, upon my arrival, I was promptly welcomed into the pavilion by Lu Zhu. The beauty sat gracefully upon a daybed, beside her lace-sweet lychees, freshly peeled. As soon as I settled, Li Wanqin instructed Lu Zhu to bring the lychees before me. These were bestowed upon us from the palace. My cousin dislikes sweetness, so this prized dandong lychee has always fallen to my lot. Now that the second miss has arrived, do try it and see how delightful it is. As if I had never encountered lychees the size of my fist. In our brief acquaintance, she incessantly emphasized how special and significant she was in Xie Xin's heart. She nearly implied that the precious fruits bestowed by the palace, which Xie Xin had not sent to the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence for me to enjoy, had all found their way into her own belly. As Green Pearl was about to place the lychee by Yu Niao's side, a pair of delicate hands intervened. Meeting Green Pearl's puzzled gaze, Yu Niao offered a gentle smile. I have never indulged in lychee. Xie Xin knows this well. Then, turning her attention to Li Wanqin, she added with a sweet smile, no wonder I see my cousin has become much rounder since our last encounters. While lychee is truly delectable, moderation is key. Overindulgence not only leads to heatiness but also weight gain. In the past, when I was still married to Xie Xin, he would tease me about gaining weight even after just one more fruit. Your cousin just loved to provoke me in such a manner. Oh, how infuriating that was. Chapter 78. The guest Li Wanqin's cultivation was far deeper than Yu Niao had anticipated. Not a hint of jealousy graced her countenance. Instead, she covered her mouth with a soft chuckle and said to Lu Zhu, since the second miss does not partake in lychees, why don't you and Inger go enjoy them? Oh. Yet, she did manage to strike a blow. At least, while uttering those words, she discreetly touched her waist, as if to ascertain her own form. Upon receiving her words, Lu Zhu beamed as she pulled Huang Ying, saying, Sister Inger, shall we go outside to savor the lychees? She tugged at Huang Ying, but found her unyielding. Yu Niao offered a vague smile and nodded towards Huang Ying, who then obediently followed Lu Zhu out the door. Li Wanqin squinted her eyes and remarked, the crown prince has already wed, and according to the emperor's decree, the second miss will soon enter the residence. I see that the second miss is no stranger to the Xie family. Do you have a preferred courtyard? I shall instruct the steward to prepare it, lest we inadvertently neglect the second Mississippi. Her words, laced with concern over neglect, were in truth a guise to separate her from Xie Xin. Yu Niao's round listening eyes surveyed Li Wanqin's main hall, gradually revealing a look of satisfaction. A favored courtyard, she mused, meeting the other's expectant gaze, and then flashed a perfect smile. I believe, dear cousin, that your courtyard is quite splendid. Wah, what? Did you not inquire if I had a favored courtyard to arrange for my stay? I find this place rather agreeable. Perhaps you could choose another that you prefer and leave this one for me? Her demeanor was so self-assured that it ignited a surge of fury within Li Wanqin. Miss you? Have you gone too far? This is my home, and you are merely a guest. How could anyone demand the host to vacate their space for a guest? Long-standing anger and jealousy erupted due to Yu Niao's audacity. She excelled at treading upon other sore spots, so inciting Li Wanqing's ire was a mere trifle. Feigning surprise, Yunai covered her mouth and looked at her with feigned innocence. Cousin, I did not realize you were so sensitive to jest. I was not truly asking for your courtyard. I was merely jesting with you. Li Wanqing, momentarily speechless, found herself stifled. A retort of vile woman lodged in her throat, unspoken yet palpable. With an exceedingly displeased countenance, she attempted to salvage her image, forcing a smile as thin as paper. You, however, Yunai interrupted her insincere words. Though I am to become a concubine to Xie Xin, I hold a noble status as the legitimate daughter of the Wei Yuan Ho family, granted in marriage by the emperor himself. In essence, I am indeed a valued concubine. Until Xie Xin marries his rightful wife, I shall be considered half a mistress of the Xie household. If we are to speak of guests, dear cousin, it is you residing in the Xie manor who is truly the guest, is it not? You. Li Wanqing opened her mouth, eager to counter, yet found herself at a loss for words, her face reddening with frustration. As for where I shall reside after marrying Xie Xin, naturally, I shall defer to my husband. You are still quite young and unbetrothed. It would be prudent for you not to meddle in matters of your elder cousin's household, lest it be known later. Your future in-laws may deem you unworthy of proper decorum. Li Wanqing was utterly rendered speechless. She had anticipated that Yunai would flee as she had done previously, allowing her to sow discord and misunderstandings with her cousin. To her surprise, Yunai had grown remarkably astute and was not easily deceived. A figure clad in soft blue appeared at the doorway, causing Li Wanqing's eyes to flicker momentarily before adopting a pitiable expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She stammered, Miss Yu is absolutely correct. I, a mere orphan, have been graciously taken in by my cousin due to his deep sense of loyalty. If my earlier words have caused Miss Yu any displeasure, I humbly apologize and beseech you. Please refrain from further insults. And do not let my cousin cast me out. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Yunai, when did you? A voice resonated from behind Xie Xin. What brings you here? It became evident that Li Wanqing was merely performing for Xie Xin's benefit. She feigned wiping the traces of tears from her cheeks, as if she wished to conceal from him the fact that she had been bullied by Yunai. Turning her back to him, she sought to hide her reddened eyes. Yunai was amused by her theatrics and turned to Xie Xin with a grin. My cousin mentioned that upon my arrival, she would arrange accommodations for me. I jokingly suggested I might want her courtyard. And she was so frightened by the thought that she ended up in tears. Li Wanqing's fingers twitched involuntarily, surprised that Yunai would so brazenly reveal such a thing. Xie Xin cast a scrutinizing glance towards Li Wanqing before addressing Yunai. I shall escort you back. Indeed. Yunai chirped cheerfully. What did Bai Hu Yuan want from you earlier? Does it concern me? Ma Xilan is in trouble. Their voices gradually faded. Yet Xie Xin's affectionate gaze and tone left Li Wanqing in a state of fury. Smash. Crash. The porcelain vase in the elegant abode was about to be replaced yet again. Upon exiting the Xie residence, Yunai clung to the edge of Xie Xin's sleeve. Her curiosity piqued. What has happened to Ma Xilan? The sky outside had grown dim, and as Xie Xin glanced upward at the ominous clouds before turning to Yunai, a touch of warmth and softness graced his previously icy gaze. The Xiao family discovered that Xiao Pinding fell victim to Ashina's schemes, all orchestrated by Ma Xilan. Consequently, she was abducted while the noble women were en route to the palace to celebrate the crown princess wedding. This information had reached Xie Xin's ears. The Xiao family had sent individuals to capture Ma Xilan and spread rumors insinuating that she had eloped with a mere actor. The gossip had spread like wildfire, with tales spun by storytellers and tea houses blossoming into dramatic narratives that captivated the masses. The Ma family, akin to ants on a hot pan, was frantic in their search. And with the rumors growing fiercer, they had no choice but to report the matter to the authorities in hopes of recovering her. Yunai, wide-eyed with astonishment and clutching her chest in faint terror, remarked, but I do not understand why Ma Xilan would frame Xiao Pinding. Logically, given that both of them harbor disdain for me, wouldn't they conspire against me instead? Do you truly wish for them to conspire against you? Or do you desire to wed Ashina and forge an alliance with the Hu? Yunai shook her head vehemently, exclaiming, I merely raised a reasonable doubt. Xie Xin gazed at her innocent yet naive eyes, silently shaking his head. Mind your own affairs and refrain from meddling in others, he advised. Thus, it is best for her to remain blissfully unaware of the vile, sordid, and unspeakable tactics that permeate this world. Chapter 79. Piercing the veil of illusion. After escorting Yu back to the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence, Xie Xin hurried away once more. The matter of Ma Xilan's abduction had already been entrusted to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. This presented a splendid opportunity to tightly grasp both the Shao and Ma families in his hands, for his own sake and that of the emperor. He would not let it slip away. Since returning from the Xie residence, Huang Ying had been in a state of gloom. Naturally, Yu noticed her altered demeanor and, upon reaching their quarters, took her hand and inquired with concern, "Has that green pearl been troubling you?" "No." Huang Ying pouted, "It's that of Fu. I hardly have any connection with him. Yet, I do not understand why Green Pearl is so insistent that I keep my distance from a Fu. Those servants outside always ask when Green Pearl will marry a Fu, which is utterly ridiculous. I have no affection for a Fu. So why does she harbor such animosity towards me?" There were even more derogatory remarks. They called her a vixen, accusing her of seducing a Fu. They insulted both her and her mistress, claiming that they were of the same ilk, one enticing the nobleman while the other lured her man. Had it not been for the timely intervention of her mistress, she would have surely engaged in a brawl with those servants in the Xie household. However, she refrained from relaying those vile words to her mistress, wishing to spare her ears from such filth. This was precisely why she felt anger, even directing her ire towards a Fu. On the carriage ride home, when a Fu attempted to engage her in conversation, she ignored him entirely. This was intentional. Yu recognized her true feelings and offered consolation. "It is she and her mistress who are of the same ilk. The mistress subtly warns me that she is closer to Xie Xin, while I remain an outsider. The entire Xie family relies on her for guidance. She seeks to sow discord between me and Xie Xin. The maid wishes to ensnare a Fu, but realizes that he harbors affection for you. She is merely employing her mistress's tactics against you. If you continue to shun a Fu, you will have fallen into her trap." Huang Ying blushed at the implication that a Fu held feelings for her, fidgeting as she replied, "Mistress, we are merely ordinary friends. But he does like you." Yu spoke in a tone of casual ease. 3 years ago, I married Xie Xin, and you lived with them in the ancestral home for quite some time. In order to part from Xie Xin, I have acted as you did. During that time, you were so fierce towards a Fu. Yet he was always indulgent and accommodating towards you. I can read people well. He indeed has feelings for you. Even now, as Xie Xin's status rises, and even ordinary officials treat a Fu with deference, he remains humble and eager to please in your presence, devoid of any arrogance that might come with success. Moreover, she could discern that Huang Ying's feelings towards a Fu were distinctly different. Otherwise, Bai Huyuan would not consistently tease Huang Ying about her bias. If this is not mutual affection, then what could possibly be? I do not wish to part from Xie Xin, so I will not be deceived. You should reflect on my words as well. Huang Ying felt a ripple of emotion within. Did she truly desire to sever ties with the Fu? Did she truly want to see Green Pearl wed him? The thought was unbearable, suffocating her with a sense of anguish that felt as if it might explode from her chest. As Yu beheld her wide-eyed gaze, her face instantly flushed, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She had finally come to recognize her true feelings. A smile spread across her lips. In this rebirth, she intended not only to alter her own tragic fate, but also to prevent the cruel demise of that foolish girl who had sacrificed herself to save her. In her past life, Huang Ying had remained oblivious to Ah Fu's affections for her. Now, she resolved to shatter that veil of ignorance, enabling her to perceive her own heart and to expose Li Wanxin's schemes against their bond. Unbeknownst to her, while Xie Xin spoke of visiting the Ministry of Justice, he had hastily returned to Li Wanxin's elegant abode after departing from the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence. Upon learning of her cousin's arrival, Li Wanxin donned a sorrowful demeanor, her delicate white gauze dress draping gracefully as she leaned against the bedside, resembling a celestial being in the moonlight. As Green Pearl guided Xie Xin inside, she voiced her grievances on behalf of her mistress. "My lord, I dare to speak, but Miss Yu's words have been excessively harsh. My mistress is already burdened with heavy thoughts. Yet Miss Yu insists that once she marries, she will be the mistress of the Xie family, relegating my mistress to the status of a mere guest. Her words imply a desire to expel my mistress." She lamented, "Look, my lady is so heartbroken she hasn't even touched her dinner." After a prolonged silence, when Xie Xin did not respond, Green Pearl glanced up, only to find him standing still in the corridor, his expression grave as he regarded her. His profound gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of her soul. Cold sweat broke out upon Green Pearl's brow as the oppressive aura enveloped her, compelling her to kneel before him uncontrollably. "My lord, I did not intend to report. I merely feel pity for my mistress. A cold, dismissive laugh escaped Xie Xin's lips as he replied. What she said, is there any fault in it? The brevity of his words left Green Pearl astonished, her head snapping up in disbelief. Am my lord? Xie Xin, undeterred, reiterated. What she said, is there any fault in it? Once she enters the door, she is my woman. My woman is the mistress of the Xie family. Is that wrong? But, your cousin is also your blood relative. She stammered, perplexed as to why he would protect the woman who had once forsaken him while neglecting his own cousin. A series of harsh coughs interrupted, and Li Wanqing stood at the threshold, her expression one of despair. Cousin, it is all my fault. I have trapped myself in my own stubbornness. Green Pearl is merely concerned for me. Please forgive her this time. Xie Xin remained silent, his gaze averted, enveloped in an air of contemplation. As Li Wanqing replayed her actions in her mind, the more she pondered, the paler her complexion became. Did her cousin know something? Was Ma Xilan's disappearance also orchestrated by him? Did he discover that Ma Xilan had sent Yu Niao a portrait? Yet that portrait was her own creation. She, too, hailed from a prestigious lineage, her artistic prowess unparalleled, effortlessly magnifying Yu Niao's beauty 100-fold upon the canvas. She swayed slightly, her cough growing increasingly severe, and finally, as if throwing caution to the wind, she confessed, I do not harbor any fondness for her. She once forsook you for the crown prince, leaving you deeply wounded. Why do you persist in believing her time and again? Cousin, my uncle and aunt implored me on their deathbeds to take good care of you. I do not wish for you to be betrayed by her again. When speaking of his parents, Xie Xin's expression softened momentarily, but it was fleeting. He gazed at Li Wan with a resolute thought. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Do not provoke her again. She is not a villain without cause and will not attack you without reason. Ultimately, he understood Yao Yao's true nature but chose to embrace and indulge her. He was willing to ensure that within the entire Xie household, no one would dare to inflict harm upon Yao Yao. Chapter 80. Hatred. This was the first time Li Wanqing clearly realized the esteemed position Yu Niao held in Xie Xin's heart. Biting her lip, she thought, she is the one my cousin protects. How dare I provoke her displeasure? As long as she refrains from coming here to utter words that might compel me to leave, I shall be content. Xie Xin fell silent for a moment. Then his gaze turned colder than ever before as he looked at her. Is this your justification for provoking her? What? She had assumed Xie Xin did not hear her words. Could it be that Yu Niao had complained to him? The man's indifferent expression tightened slightly. If you find life in the capital unbearable, I can send someone to escort you back to Jiangnan. Years ago, Li Wanqing's mother had married into a wealthy family in Jiangnan. Had her parents not met with misfortune, she would have been the pampered daughter of a prosperous household. Unfortunately, following the death of her parents and the subsequent passing of her grandparents, the family's wealth had been seized by her uncle's family. During her childhood, she had endured relentless bullying from her cousins until Xie Xin brought her to the capital, allowing her to finally lead a decent life. If she were to return to Jiangnan, her aunt would likely arrange for her to become a concubine to some powerful old man, paving the way for her own children. Knowing her predicament, her cousin's coldness felt particularly heartless. With a thud, Li Wanqing collapsed to the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. Filled with grievances, she cried out, Has my cousin forgotten the promise he made to my parents to care for me for a lifetime? I can care for you for a lifetime. Xie Xin's words ignited a flicker of hope within Li Wanqing, only for him to follow up with a caveat. The condition is that you remain forever obedient, merely as Xie Xin's cousin, with no delusions of anything more. When have I ever harbored such delusions? Li Wanqing protested desperately. Since coming to the Xie family, I have never stirred trouble. I keep away from the main courtyard out of respect for your wishes. If it were not for the harm Yu Niao has inflicted upon you in the past, how could I harbor ill feelings towards her? How can you treat me this way, cousin? These years, the mere mention of the Xie family's night banquet weighed heavily upon Li Wanqing's heart, echoing in her mind like a thunderous bell. She felt faint, as if the world around her was spinning. Although Xie Xin had not uttered any harsh words, her face burned with shame. He had known all along that she had taken advantage of his drunken state that night, shedding her clothes and climbing into his bed. Yet, in order to preserve her last shred of dignity and avoid an open confrontation, he chose to remain silent. But why could he not feign ignorance for a lifetime? Was it merely because she had offended Yu Niao that he would subject her to such humiliation? In an instant, hatred surged to its peak within her. Li Wanqing scoffed coldly. I shall forever remember my cousin's teachings from today. If previously she had regarded Yu Niao merely as a rival to contend with, now, As Xie Xin trampled her dignity in favor of Unwavering, she found herself loathing him as well. Perhaps her gaze was too piercing. For Xie Xin furrowed his brow and turned to leave. He never engaged in fruitless arguments with anyone, except when it came to Unwavering. In the dilapidated temple, a cold wind swept through, causing Ma Xilan to shiver. She had a foul-smelling cloth stuffed in her mouth, her hands bound behind her back, and a black cloth obscured her eyes. The only sound in the surrounding silence was the howling wind. Fortunately, her feet remained free, enabling her to cautiously press her palms against the ground and struggle to her feet, taking tentative steps. Realizing she was alone, she made a desperate dash forward, only to forget her blindness and crash into a wooden pillar, falling painfully to the ground. Warm liquid trickled down her forehead, filling her nostrils with the metallic scent of blood. Suddenly, a mocking laugh pierced the air. Ignoring her pain, Ma Xilan cried out in fear. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here? My father will not let you get away with this." Yet the response was a derisive snicker, dismissing her threats entirely. "If you dared to send my lady's portrait to the barbarian prince, you ought to have anticipated such a fate." The voice sounded eerily familiar. It was Huang Ying, the maid who accompanied Unwavering. "Unwavering," Ma Xilan gasped. "You. But the one in trouble is Xiao Pingting. You have nothing to fear. You brought me here, and my prolonged absence is your revenge. I beg you, please take me home, and I swear I won't reveal your identity." "Are you implying that the sixth miss of the Xiao family brought this upon herself?" "Yes," Ma Xilan blurted out in her panic. "Unwavering, hasn't Xiao Pingting always targeted you? Release me, and I will join forces with you against her. You know, the day we entered the palace, she sat in my carriage and urged me to entrap you. It was her desire to force you into marriage. I merely went along with her scheme. The true threat to you is her, and now that she has fallen into my trap, shouldn't you be grateful?" A loud crash echoed as something toppled to the ground, and someone's breath quickened, as though in a fit of rage. Moments later, hurried footsteps retreated. Yet several individuals remained within the dilapidated temple. Ma Xilan acutely sensed the malevolent stares directed at her, filled with sinister intent, as numerous ill-intentioned men encircled her. Unable to contain her fear, she shouted, "Unwavering, what do you intend to do? Get these men away from me, you wicked woman. I will expose your true nature to the chancellor." "Wretch. Ah, wretch." Outside the crumbling temple, Xiao Pingting waved her hand, signaling the street performer who had imitated Huang Ying's voice to step back. Her personal maid said, "Miss, we still haven't discovered the identity of that girl who claimed to be the firewood maid." Xiao Pingting glared furiously. "Is that even a question? It's undoubtedly Ma Xilan, who deliberately orchestrated this to lure me out." Consumed by jealousy that Unwavering might marry Xie Xin, she sought to harm another before shifting the blame onto me. She simply didn't anticipate that I would be ensnared. Or perhaps she did foresee it, hoping to watch me and Unwavering fight while she reaps the benefits. Believing she had grasped the truth, Xiao Pingting revealed a malicious smile. "Let them strip Ma Xilan of her garments and cast them into the streets. Remember, do not touch her. I wish for her to endure the cold, misunderstood gazes of the world, to be subjected to insults and slander. Is that not a more profound torment than merely ruining her physically?" The maid let out a sigh. "However, even if we exact our revenge, the master will still send you back to the countryside. If the master discovers that the mistress has been secretly harboring you, he may not spare her." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Xiao Pingting's eyes. "Father is simply too timid, always yielding to the threat of the Marquis of Wei Yuan. I am not like him. If I wish to remain in the capital, I shall find a way to do so." The maid contemplated speaking further, but, noticing her unwavering resolve, ultimately swallowed her words. Chapter 81. Collision with the wedding procession. Ma Xilan had been missing for 3 days, initially causing quite a stir. But as Prince Yuanqi announced his intention to take a concubine, she vanished like a grain of sand swallowed by the sea, leaving no trace of her existence. With winter approaching, the air grew increasingly frigid. Yu Niao dressed like a fluffy little rabbit, her collar and cuffs adorned with a band of white fox fur, topped with a thick white rabbit fur cloak, enhancing her delicate and gentle demeanor. Intending to invite Rong Jiajin to a theater performance, she reconsidered due to the harsh weather, especially since Jiajin was still in confinement and should avoid the cold. Instead, Yu Niao summoned her favorite theater troupe to the general's residence. At this moment, she was not heading out to witness Prince Yuanqi's concubine selection, but rather to enjoy a play. Shang Minhui had written to inform her that the plum blossom wine they had buried together 3 years prior had been unearthed, and she planned to indulge in it. Make way! Make way! A dead man." Suddenly, chaotic cries erupted from the front of the carriage, and terrified people scattered in all directions. The driver's calls to the horses were erratic, and the sudden halt caused Yu Niao to lean forward. "What is happening?" Huang Ying lifted the carriage curtain, inquiring about the disturbance. The driver maneuvered the carriage to the side to avoid a collision with the crowd, then steadied himself before saying, "Miss, please wait a moment. I will check." The road was now blocked by the tumultuous crowd, and the wedding procession had been disrupted. Attempting to pass through would only exacerbate the chaos. And Yu Niao was unwilling to place herself in jeopardy. She nodded, and several guards encircled the carriage, ensuring her safety. The guards assigned to protect her were meticulously arranged by Marquis Wei Yuan, so she felt reassured. "Clear the way. The Ministry of Justice is conducting an investigation. All bystanders, step aside." Upon hearing this, Yu Niao hastily opened a small window on the side of the carriage. A figure clad in deep purple paused beside her carriage and glanced her way. It was Xie Xin. This was the first time Yu Niao had seen him in official attire. In the Dai dynasty, yellow was considered the most prestigious, while purple signified nobility. Only princes, lords, and officials of the first rank and above could wear deep purple court robes. Xie Xin, adorned in such attire, appeared extraordinarily handsome. His presence lingered only briefly. After casting a glance at Yu Niao, he moved forward, accompanied by a large entourage into the fray. The driver remained trapped in the crowd, unable to advance. When Ah Fu rushed over, drenched in sweat. "Second miss, the Lord requests that you take a detour. The road ahead is impassable." While speaking, Ah Fu could not help but steal glances at Huang Ying, who, blushing at the thought of her mistress's words, quickly tossed a handkerchief that struck Ah Fu squarely in the face, leaving him bewildered as the delightful fragrance enveloped him. Yu Niao chuckled, a hint of mischief in her tone. "This is your sister Inger showing concern for you. Now quickly wipe your sweat." Ah Fu burst into a foolish grin, stuffing a cloth into his chest and carelessly wiping the sweat from his brow. Without needing any prompting from Yu Niao, he exclaimed, "Up ahead is Miss Ma Xilan from the Ma family. She has been stripped of her clothes, covered in blood, and cast into the midst of the wedding procession, resulting in utter chaos. The adults have ordered that the carriage responsible for throwing her has been stopped, fearing that you might be implicated. It would be best to keep your distance." Xie Xin had spoken thus, likely aware that the mastermind remained concealed at the crime scene, fearing that should she approach, they might frame her for the act. It was prudent for her to maintain her distance. She nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, the coachman squeezed through the crowd, saying, "Miss, I just saw the Prime Minister as well." Upon turning and noticing Ah Fu's beaming smile directed at him, he realized that his young mistress was already fully aware of the situation. After exchanging a few more words with Ah Fu, Yu Niao instructed the coachman to take a detour towards the general's residence. At a tea house on the third floor, Xiao Pingying glared venomously at the departing carriage. Infuriated that her elaborate scheme had failed to ensnare its target, in a fit of rage, she overturned the tea set on the table. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows were so-called eyewitnesses, poised to encircle Yu Niao's carriage at Xiao Pingying's command, yet they had not even seen her leave. At the general's residence, Hong Fu greeted Yu Niao warmly, her face radiating joy. "At last, the second young lady has arrived. A few days ago, my lady heard that you were unwell and wished to visit, but due to her confinement, she was unable to do so. She has been thinking of you incessantly." Her concern might not solely stem from Yu Niao's illness. It was possible she had also learned of the emperor's intention to bestow her as a concubine to Xie Xin. In their youth, both had been proud and ambitious girls, vowing never to be concubines, yet fate had dealt them a cruel hand. Rong Jiajin worried that Yu Niao might fall into despair. As they approached the main courtyard, they collided with a girl clad in a pale purple dress. The girl, strikingly beautiful yet filled with anger, rushed forward upon seeing Hong Fu and slapped her across the face. Yu Niao and Huang Ying were taken aback, pulling Hong Fu behind them. "What is wrong with you? Why are you resorting to violence? Who are you?" Hong Fu, covering her face, had reddened eyes. "She is the daughter of a subordinate of the young general. That subordinate sacrificed himself to save the young general, and out of gratitude, he took her into the household. However, she is ambitious and seeks to compete with my lady for the young general's affection." She was outraged by this woman's arrogance, believing that her father's favor with the young general granted her the right to stir trouble in the general's residence. With both the general and the young general preoccupied with state affairs and with the lady of the house in confinement, the burden of dealing with Himeiwa's antics had fallen upon Hong Fu. Just yesterday, Himeiwa had snatched the bird's nest meant for Rong Jiajin's recovery from the kitchen. And today, Hong Fu had taken it upon herself to punish the maid who had dared to steal it. He had come to reclaim her dignity. After a brief exchange of harsh words with her, Yu Niao discerned the underlying tensions. Ah, is this not the second young lady of the Wei Yuan Marquise? I have heard that the emperor intends to make you a concubine. Hong Fu, is your lady truly so degraded as to associate with a concubine? What a disgrace to our general's residence. Yu Niao raised an eyebrow, having never encountered someone with such audacity. She was not known for her patience and directly instructed Huang Ying and several servants, hold her down and strike her. While the general's manor may not solely belong to He Hua, for the young general, who had traversed the halls of the manor since childhood as if it were her own domain, there was no room for disobedience. In an instant, He Hua found herself subdued, with Hong Fu and Huang Ying leading the charge. Yu Niao placed her hands on her hips and commanded, tear her lips apart. A mere commoner dares to speak insolently to the princess and me. Strike her fiercely. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slaps echoed, transforming He Hua's curses into cries of anguish, which ultimately faded into weak pleas for mercy. Chapter 82. A blow for every encounter. After He Hua lay on the ground, motionless, Yu Niao finally commanded her subordinates to cease. She approached the bruised figure of the boorish He Hua and remarked with a cold smirk, "Your father may be the savior of a major general, but he is not my savior. Even if I were to end your life, it would be justified as you provoked me first. No one would dare to question my actions. Should I discover your covetous gaze upon what does not belong to you, or if you dare to make my dear Xie Xin unhappy, I assure you, the consequences will be dire." Moments ago, the arrogant He Hua, who had held herself above all, now faced Yu Niao with an expression of sheer terror. Remember this. Yu Niao called back after taking a few steps forward, playfully winking. The next time you encounter me, you ought to take a detour. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time we meet. The attendants followed Yu Niao away, leaving He Hua unattended. Only a sympathetic maid sighed as she helped her up, saying, "What were you thinking provoking her? When she was dominating all the noble ladies in the capital, you were still wallowing in the mud." Hong Fu was brimming with excitement, chattering incessantly about how shameless He Hua was, acting as though she were the mistress of the general's residence. Having dealt her a blow today, it was a satisfying release of the pent-up frustration that had been building within her. It was not until they reached the door of Rong Jiaxin's chamber that Hong Fu managed to temper her exuberance, hiding the bruised side of her face behind her hair and straightening her attire before knocking. "Madam, the second young lady has come to see you with the little miss." Rong Jiaxin had already given birth over 20 days ago, and her body had fully recovered. With various nourishing tonics, she had even become plumper and her complexion radiated health. Just as she sat up from the bed, Shang Minhui pressed her back down, stating, "The doctor said 30 days must pass before you can leave confinement." Rong Jiaxin attempted to protest, "But I feel vigorous. I could even take down an ox." Yu Niao chuckled softly, "Are we still confined? I have arranged for a theater troupe to come, so we can enjoy performances while drinking." "Wonderful. But, no." Shang Minhui shook his head. "The doctor insists that before the confinement period ends, Jiaxin must adhere to a light diet and abstain from alcohol and spicy foods." "Oh, woe is me," Rong Jiaxin cried. Rolling about on the bed, "Niao, you must intervene. Is this not akin to imprisonment? You shall not enjoy the performances today." Sheng Minhui gently nudged Rong Jiaxin's warming stove closer to her. The lead singer from the Longhe Theater ran away with Ma Xilan, and the owner just came to apologize, saying the princess you wish to hear is no longer available. The renowned actress who was to play the princess has vanished. Yu Niao recounted the events of her journey, causing Rong Jiaxin to gasp in shock. To marry a suitor is one thing, but to run away in disgrace? Ma Xilan is at least a lady of respectable birth. How could she be so foolish? Was it not rumored that she harbored affections for your Xie Xin? "Those rumors bear truth," Yu Niao replied with a shrug, "but who knows? Perhaps she offended someone." The gentle cooing of a newborn emanated from the cradle, prompting Yu Niao to crouch down for a closer look. The little girl had shed her newborn wrinkles, now radiating with a charming beauty. As Yu Niao leaned in, the infant, eyes still closed, gradually opened them and reached out to grasp the finger that had been playfully teasing her chin. The sweetness of the moment melted Yu Niao's heart. "My goddaughter is truly beautiful." Just then, the little one revealed a contented smile, uttering soft sounds before drifting back into a deep slumber. Rong Jiaxin furrowed her brow in concern, voicing her anxiety. "It has been over 20 days. She sleeps all day. And when she is awake, it's hardly for an hour. Is she unwell?" The nurse offered timely reassurance. "Madam, there is no need for worry. Infants grow while they sleep. The deeper the slumber, the healthier they become. When she reaches 3 or 4 months, that will be the most challenging time. And you will wish for her to sleep, yet she may resist. The group spent a little while longer amusing the child before Hong Fu and Huanging exited the room to instruct the kitchen to heat up some dishes and set up the stove for brewing plum wine. Rong Jiaxin, unable to partake in the wine, sulked quietly, while Shang Minhui juggled drinking with Uniao and comforting his wife, clearly preoccupied. I heard you brought back the daughter of a life-saving benefactor. She seems rather troublesome. What are your plans? It was that Uniao feared Shang Minhui would wrong Rong Jiaxin, but rather, she felt uneasy about having a woman with intentions towards Shang Minhui residing in the general's mansion. It is indeed a challenge to guard against such threats, especially with the presence of a defenseless infant. If only Rong Jiaxin were alone, Uniao believed that no matter how troublesome he Meihua might be, she would pose little danger. However, now there was a young child in the general's residence, and the possibility of someone with ill intentions targeting her was a cause for concern. The mere mention of this person sent a shiver down Shang Minhui's spine. Despite his usual kindness, he spoke coldly. If I were to cast her out, it might dishearten the veterans. I have been contemplating whether to offer her money, purchase a residence for her, and provide her with a few maids and guards to facilitate her move away. That merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the issue. Uniao replied, shaking her head. I encountered her outside earlier, and she does not strike me as someone to be easily dismissed. A foolish person may lack sense, but she is audacious. Miss. Something is amiss. Hong Fu rushed in, breathless. There are officials from the Ministry of Justice here, claiming that Ma Xilan has accused you of kidnapping her and stripping her naked before abandoning her in the streets. Nonsense. Uniao was initially inclined to bang the table in fury, but, catching sight of her goddaughter still peacefully asleep, lowered her voice. Since the day I saw her in the palace, I have not seen her again. How can she speak such lies with her eyes wide open? I will go out and see. Shang Minhui stood up, saying, in my general's residence, the officials from the Ministry of Justice do not dare to act recklessly. There is no need, Uniao replied, rising to leave. My husband is Xie Xin. They would not dare to disrespect me. As the Prime Minister, who would be so bold as to lay a hand on the wife of the Prime Minister? I shall return for the full moon banquet to invite you for a drink. Rong Jiaxin called out to her retreating figure, and Uniao nodded. Turning back with a smile, I will definitely be there. It was not her doing. She stood upright and feared not the shadows that fell upon her. In the courtroom, the parents of Ma Xilan stood centrally, while Xie Xin lounged in a relaxed posture against the right side of the grand chair. Meanwhile, the Minister of Justice shifted his gaze between Xie Xin and the Ma family, fidgeting as if pricked by a needle. My lord, he implored. You cannot show favoritism simply because Uniao is the second daughter of the Weiyuan Marquis. Nor can you be intimidated by the first assistant. Since my daughter returned, she has been in a daze, and she would not lie. I beseech you to discern the truth, my lord. The salt transport official in the capital is a lucrative position, and Xie Xin has been eyeing him for quite some time. Chapter 83. In the courtroom, the Minister of Justice cast a sidelong glance at Xie Xin. How daring was this Master Ma to confront the Chief Minister so openly? He was indeed a valiant soul. Master Ma felt a profound sense of trepidation, yet he was a man under the thumb of his wife, compelled by the formidable matriarch of his household to seek justice for their daughter. The women of the inner quarters, however, remained oblivious to the true terror that Xie Xin embodied, perceiving him merely as a handsome youth favored by the emperor. Had they witnessed Xie Xin's incisive and ruthless demeanor in court, they might have comprehended why seasoned officials preferred to avoid dealings with him. What are you all staring at? Xie Xin smiled faintly. Proceed with the examination as it should be. I am merely here to observe. My lord, Miss Uniao has arrived. The officials outside respectfully ushered Uniao in, even going so far as to bring her a chair to sit upon. This preferential treatment struck a nerve with Madame Ma, Yi Zhang, who erupted in fury. Why do you allow her to take a seat? She is the mastermind behind the plot to harm my daughter, and you ought to impose the harshest of penalties upon this vile wretch, so she may experience the anguish my daughter has endured. The woman's distorted expression was terrifying, and Uniao recoiled in fear, taking 2 steps back. Behind her, a warm chest pressed against her back, Xie Xin had approached her unawares, providing her with formidable protection. You claim she is the mastermind. Where is your evidence? Xie Xin coldly regarded the agitated Zhang. Everything must rest upon substantiation. I possess witnesses who can attest to Uniao's alibi. Do you have proof that she conspired to harm Ma Xilan? She has already caused my daughter such suffering. What further evidence is needed? How could she possibly leave behind any proof? There is no such thing as a flawless crime. Whenever wicked deeds are committed, evidence will inevitably surface. If you cannot present it, should I then conclude that you are fabricating accusations? Just moments ago, Xie Xin had claimed to be a mere observer. But now he unleashed his full force. I have heard that Ma Si-lan eloped with a performer from the Longhe Theater, leading to her unfortunate fate. The Minister of Justice nodded in agreement. The report received by the Ministry of Justice also stated that Ma Si-lan ran away with the performer, but unexpectedly. The performer had second thoughts and seized all of Ma Si-lan's valuables in the ensuing struggle, injuring her in the process. However, the performer met with misfortune on his way home, being ambushed by robbers. His corpse was discovered this morning not far from a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city, which, according to our investigation, was indeed the hideout of your daughter and the performer. Outside the courtroom, a crowd of citizens had gathered, whispering, "Did the young lady from the Ma family elope with the performer?" No wonder the Longhe Theater has been silent these past few days. The minister has said that the performer was killed by robbers near the dilapidated temple. So, could it be that Miss Ma was violated by these brigands and then discarded in the street? Who but a heartless, murderous robber would be so cruel? To violate someone and then toss them aside? Surely it cannot be the deceased performer, can it? What connection does this have with Miss Yu? Why does Madame Ma implicate her? She appears so frail, it cannot possibly be her. I have heard that Ma Si-lan has harbored a deep infatuation for the Prime Minister for many years, only to find that he is about to take Miss Yu as his concubine. In a fit of desperation, she has pressured her into marriage, prompting Ma Si-lan to abandon all restraint and elope with a wandering minstrel. Now, she finds herself in a woeful plight, her heart unbalanced, and naturally seeks to drag her rival, Miss Yu, down with her. Zhang shook her head in disapproval. Nonsense. You are all speaking nonsense. My daughter Lan has devoted her heart to Xie Xin. How could she possibly elope with a lowly actor? This is clearly a venomous scheme set by Yu Niao, who harbors resentment against my daughter for a past slight. Madame Ma, I urge you to choose your words with care, replied Yu Niao with a calm seriousness. Indeed, Ma Si-lan has once offended me with her words, but I merely considered it a trivial dispute among young ladies. Otherwise, if I were to retaliate against all who have looked down upon me, disliked me, or insulted me in this city, how many would I have to punish? I hold no motive to harm her. What reason would I have to seek vengeance against someone of lesser lineage, status, and beauty? And who is even adored by her beloved? You. It is you. A piercing female voice echoed, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see Ma Si-lan being carried in on a small palanquin, her face ashen and her grip on the railing so tight that her knuckles turned white. A bandage around her forehead was stained with droplets of blood. Her eyes, filled with veins of crimson, were brimming with resentment. You must explain to them. Make it clear that I am innocent, that I have not been defiled. Why? Why have you treated me this way? She had been stripped of her garments, yet not a finger was laid upon her, left abandoned on the street for all to believe, her virtue tarnished. Truly, a wickedly malicious plot. Her hysteria failed to sway Yu Niao. In fact, she could not comprehend why Ma Si-lan clung to her like a rabid dog. Is everything to be taken solely at your word? Yu Niao retorted, her temper rising. Very well then, tell me. When did you see me binding you and discarding you on the street? Provide the specific time and place. 2 days ago, in the dilapidated temple. Your maidservant Huang Ying conversed with me. Ma Si-lan shot back. Yu Niao found it amusing. That is even more impossible. 2 days prior, I was still recovering from a chill, confined to my residence drinking medicine, and did not step outside. My maidservant prepared medicine for me daily. This can be attested by all the servants of the Wei Yuan Marquis. If you doubt them, you may inquire in the streets. My maid, Inger, goes out every morning, noon, and night to procure sweet delicacies for me. Anyone who has seen her can confirm it, especially in these recent days. As I have been prescribed tonics by the physician, the bitter taste necessitated her to venture a distance away from the Marquis to buy sugar-coated beans. My lady is fond of freshly baked goods and would never touch anything pre-purchased. Thus, she had been traversing the market streets daily, and many recognized her. The dilapidated temple on the outskirts lies a considerable distance from the Marquis's residence. Even half a day is insufficient for a round trip. How could she possibly traverse such numerous contradictory locations within the limited time? After summoning the street vendors along the route from the Marquis Wei Yuan's estate to Wupin Zhai, they corroborated Yu Niao's claims, leaving the Ma family with no further arguments. It could not be anyone but Yu Niao. How could it not be her? Ma Si-lan pondered silently. Who is it? Who has wronged me? That depends on whom you have wronged. Xie Xin clapped his hands. And by Hu Yuan threw an elderly man to the ground, swiftly placing his sword against the man's neck, demanding in a stern voice, "Speak." Yu Niao glanced at Xie Xin, then at Bai Hu Yuan, bewildered by their intentions. Chapter 84. The truth revealed. The elderly man, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he spoke. "If you dared to send my lady's portrait to the Hu people as prince, you ought to have anticipated such a fate." His implication was clear. The sixth miss of the Xiao family had brought this upon herself. In just 2 brief sentences, a wealth of information was conveyed. It became evident that the Hu prince, Ashina-e, had specifically requested Yu Niao for marriage because he had been captivated by her beauty upon viewing her portrait. What was even more astonishing was that the portrait had been dispatched to Ashina-e by Ma Silan. Her intention towards Yu Niao was not merely a war of words. She sought to inflict profound suffering upon her, wishing her to endure a fate worse than death. The audience was taken aback by the revelation that a man of such age could mimic the voice of a young girl. Upon hearing the voice, Ma Silan erupted in despair, exclaiming, "It's you. It's you. Who is it that wishes to harm me so? Speak quickly, or I shall end your life." The old man quivered, pleading, "My lord, spare me. I was merely paid to deliver a message. I truly know nothing of the happenings. Look around. The person who sent you is not present here, is she?" The old man slowly surveyed the room, then shook his head. "No, she is not." Just as the assembly began to lose hope of uncovering the truth, the old man added, "However, as I departed, I overheard a conversation between that noble lady and her maid." "What good is that? We still do not know who it is," someone retorted. "Are you not skilled in mimicry?" Xie Xin interjected unexpectedly, "Imitate their voices. Indeed, if you can mimic the call of a yellow oriole, you should be able to replicate the voices of others as well." Those who bore grievances against Ma Silan and Yu Niao were primarily the women of the capital. Among them, few were unfamiliar to either Yu Niao or Ma Silan. The old man recollected, "Miss, we have yet to uncover the identity of that impudent girl who claims to be a maid." Neither Yu Niao nor Ma Silan recognized the name, though it sounded familiar. However, the next statement caused their eyes to widen in astonishment. "Is it not obvious? It must be Ma Silan who orchestrated this to lure me out." Envious of Yu Niao's opportunity to wed Xie Xin, yet unwilling to dirty her own hands, she sought to harm her first and then frame me for the deed. Yet, she did not foresee that I would catch on. Or perhaps she anticipated it, wishing merely to watch us clash, allowing her to benefit as the bystander. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Not only Yu Niao and Ma Silan, but anyone present who had heard the true owner of that voice recognized it. The only restless ones were the common folk outside. It was a woman's voice. Who could it be? Why has everyone fallen silent? Could it truly be that Yu Niao is the one who harmed Ma Silan? Look at Yu Niao, lounging against the chancellor with such allure. She clearly cannot be trusted. It must be her. I suspect you are merely envious. Do you not realize that men are drawn to such women? Sour grapes for those who cannot attain what they desire. If I were to have a delicate and gentle wife like Miss Yuer, I would awaken from dreams with laughter. Truly, what a whimsical fantasy. Could a lady of her stature ever take notice of you? You men are all the same. Utterly entranced by beauty, unable to discern right from wrong. Were it not for Yu Niao's actions that led to the misfortune of the young Miss Ma, I would reverse my name in shame. Outside, the commotion is palpable, yet the Minister of Justice merely thumps the table and commands, "Bring forth Xiao Pingting for questioning." What? Xiao Pingting, the sixth miss of the Xiao family? What does she have to do with this? Are you not aware? The sixth miss of the Xiao family lost her virtue to a prince of the Hu invaders during a banquet held to welcome the envoy. This surely was not by her own volition. She must have been ensnared by cunning machinations. Reflecting on the elderly man's imitation earlier, it seems that Ma Silan intended to harm Yu Niao, only for Yu Niao to somehow escape the snare, leaving Xiao Pingting to bear the brunt of the consequences. Consequently, she harbors resentment towards both, thus having her own purity tarnished. She must harbor an intense hatred for Ma Silan, leading to her public humiliation. Furthermore, she sought to instigate Ma Silan's disdain for Yu Niao. Deliberately employing someone to impersonate Yu Niao's maid to mislead Ma Silan, all orchestrated for this very day. The most innocent party in this ordeal is undoubtedly Yu Niao, a victim of circumstance. As the truth unfolds, Yu Niao peeks from behind Xie Xin. Her voice sweet and innocent. "It has nothing to do with me. Am I free to leave now?" The Minister of Justice nods repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes." While Ma Silan harbors enmity towards Yu Niao due to her own plight, Yu Niao remains blameless in this affair. able only to watch as she departs unscathed. As she leaves, Xie Xin follows suit, seemingly aware that Ma Si-lan would seek to implicate Yu Niao. Appearing to come to her defense. Let the guard escort you home, Xie Xin says, taking Yu Niao's hand. The Xiao family has already received word and will not easily apprehend you. He fears that the Xiao family might target Yu Niao in their rage. You didn't summon me just to see me, did you? Yu Niao squints. If you had already captured that elderly gentleman skilled in mimicry, you could have directly implicated Xiao Pingting. Why call me here? Xie Xin clears his throat. It is merely the protocol of the Ministry of Justice. Is that so? Doubt lingers in her eyes. Yu Niao wishes to say more when Ah Fu rushes in. Prince Yuanxi has arrived, claiming he has urgent matters to discuss with the minister. With Gao Wuyu's personal arrival, it must be of great significance. Yu Niao, perceptive as ever, states, I shall take my leave then. You may attend to your affairs. As she gracefully descends the steps, Xie Xin calls after them. Prepare some sobering soup for your return. Huang Ying observes her mistress clambering into the carriage with a mix of apprehension. I didn't drink much. The young lady was with the young general. Realizing her error, she quickly adds, the young mistress was also present. For some reason, Huang Ying feels that whenever the young general is mentioned, Xie Xin's expression darkens further. Uncertain of where she had erred, yet acutely aware of Xie Xin's ire, Huang Ying hastily ascended the carriage. In the tea-house's private room on this auspicious day, Gao Wuyo ought to have been at the prince's estate, yet found himself within the confines of the chamber. Upon Xie Xin's arrival, he wasted no time in circumventing pleasantries. Stating plainly, the Prime Minister is aware that my younger brother, the Crown Prince, is infatuated with Miss Yuer. The blizzard in Leiyang has claimed the lives of many citizens, and numerous homes have collapsed. The Crown Prince is currently deliberating with his advisors about dispatching you to Leiyang for disaster relief, with the treacherous intent of eliminating you en route. Once Yu Niao loses her support, he will be able to effortlessly coerce her into becoming a concubine in the Eastern Palace. Chapter 85. Dog bites dog. A flicker of thin anger crossed Xie Xin's gaze, yet his voice remained composed as he inquired, why does the prince choose to share this with me? This prince is aware that the Grand Minister has grasped a hold over the salt transport official in the capital and wishes to propose a transaction. The weather has turned quite peculiar. Huang Ying supported Yu Niao back to the Marquis's residence, and upon entering, they heard the Marquis lamenting. The sun was just shining brightly. I had just instructed the servants to carry out the books from your father's study to dry, and now it has started to snow. Yu Niao observed the bustling servants carrying books in and out, suddenly recognizing one of the maidservants. She pointed at the girl. Aren't you my third-tier maid, Akai? What are you doing here? The household's maidservants and servants each had their designated duties, and the Marquis's residence could hardly lack for servants. Her mother, despite her busyness, would not resort to borrowing help from her courtyard. Your people? Hu Shi furrowed her brow and summoned the steward of the courtyard. Why has the maid from the second young lady's quarters come here? The old matron explained. Just now, this old servant was carrying out the Marquis's books to dry. And this girl insisted on helping, claiming she had nothing to do, so I permitted her. Second young lady, it seems this girl has neglected her own duties. If that is the case, it would imply ulterior motives. Could she be trying to approach the Marquis and become his concubine? Yet, observing this girl's plain appearance, one that could easily be overlooked in a crowd, it seemed incomprehensible that she could be so lacking in self-awareness. Yu Niao scrutinized Akai, her eyes sharper than daggers, causing Akai to break into a cold sweat. Check if there are any inappropriate materials mixed among my father's books. As soon as she finished speaking, Akai suddenly turned to flee. Huang Ying, having anticipated her mistress's words, positioned herself behind Akai to block her escape. Bang! Before Akai could comprehend her fall, several strong matrons had seized her arms and forced her to kneel on the ground. Madam, second young lady. The old matron presented several letters, exclaiming, we found some letters. Hu Shi hurriedly tore them open, revealing a collection of bizarre symbols, incomprehensible to her. She leaned closer to Yu Niao. Dear daughter, what do these say? Akai clung to hope, wishing no one could decipher them, thus allowing her to evade blame. It is the script of the Western Liang. Yu Niao's gaze sharpened, her inebriation completely evaporating. There is no need to discern their contents. Send this traitorous individual along with these letters to the Ministry of Justice to demonstrate the innocence of our Marquis's residence. Though they could have been directly sent to the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice fell under Xie Xin's jurisdiction, ensuring no unexpected complications would arise. As Akai was taken away, Hu Shi remained in a state of dread. Niao, I am so grateful for your return. Otherwise, I cannot bear to imagine what might have happened if the last incident were to repeat itself. It would truly frighten me to death. The current glory of the Marquis's residence was won through the grievous injuries suffered by Marquis Wei Yuan last time, in comparison to the safety and health of her family. All else was trivial. Hu Shi had never sought great wealth or power. Her only wish was for her husband and daughter to be safe and sound. She was unwilling to trade scars for achievements. Yu Niao comforted her by patting her hand, assuring her that such an incident would never occur again as long as she was present. Did the adversary truly believe they could employ the same tactics once more? Thinking either too highly of their own cleverness or too little of the intelligence of the Ho residents. Perhaps Akai should conduct a thorough investigation. She might uncover additional truths. The informant within her courtyard was undoubtedly linked to Akai as well. While she remained uncertain about who orchestrated the plot against the Ho residents this time, it mattered little, as Xie Xin would surely unravel the mystery. The day passed without incident. On the following day, the entire capital lay enveloped in a blanket of darkness and silence, as heavy snow, like down feathers, blanketed the imperial city. By the time dawn broke, the red walls and green tiles were transformed into a pristine white. The weight of the thick snow caused the willows by the lake to snap, while icicles adorned the eaves of some homes. As daylight emerged, households gradually opened their doors, each exclaiming in wonder. Women, grumbling as they dressed their children in thick cotton garments, marveled at the unexpected snowfall. How strange. Just yesterday, we were comfortable in autumn attire. And yet, it snowed heavily during the night. Even an 8-pound quilt cannot keep us warm. Children laughed and shouted joyfully, "It's snowing! It's snowing! What a great snowfall!" Yu Niao, bundled like a plump snowball, directed the servants in building snowmen. It had been a long time since the capital had witnessed such a magnificent snowfall, captivating all who beheld it. Huang Ying entered to find her young mistress resembling a snow-white doll, resting her chin on her hands while watching the servants merrily construct snowmen. She set her umbrella aside, brushed the snow from her shoulders, stomped her feet to shake off the residual flakes, and approached, exhaling misty breath as she rubbed her hands together. "Miss Xiaoping has been captured." Already? It was astonishing that the truth had only just emerged yesterday, yet today the mastermind was apprehended. The speed of the Ministry of Justice's actions was remarkable. It was a Fu who led the capture, Huang Ying explained animatedly. They likely intended to flee back to the Xiao family estate overnight, but due to last night's heavy snow, the authorities, fearing landslides, had already closed the mountain roads. When they attempted to return home, a Fu caught them red-handed. A Fu went to seal the mountain roads? Isn't that beyond his usual duties? It was the Prime Minister who instructed him to do so, Huang Ying replied proudly. "Miss, the Prime Minister is truly astute, with everything under his control. I never understood why you were so fond of him, but now it is clear. He is indeed impressive. Every aspect was anticipated." "What do you mean I like him?" Yu Niao retorted with a hint of pride. "It's quite the opposite. He is the one who is infatuated with me." Huang Ying stifled a laugh. "Indeed, Miss. Whatever you say is correct. Now that Xiaoping has been apprehended, what will be said of her? The Xiao family may not hold significant positions, but Lord Xiao is connected to Prince Yuan Shi, and moreover, he has a legitimate daughter who just married into the princely household yesterday. That constitutes a semblance of a familial alliance, does it not? It remains to be seen." The yellow Oriole pouted, stating that Ah Fu mentioned that Lord Ma was in a frenzy, demanding the beheading of Xiaoping, while Lord Xiao steadfastly refused. Prince Yuanxi had subsequently approached the Prime Minister regarding the matter. The Prime Minister devised a plan, suggesting that Lord Ma escalate the issue to the Empress. However, bringing the matter before the Emperor would be futile, as he held a particular fondness for the virtuous consort and Gao Wuyo, the latter of whom favored Lord Xiao. Thus, the Ma family, as the aggrieved party, would find no justice. Yet, if the issue were to reach the Empress, the situation would take a different turn. As the sworn enemy of the virtuous consort, the Empress would undoubtedly amplify the turmoil to an unmanageable extent, while the Xin family would seize the opportunity to critique Gao Wuyo's poor judgment in the court. It would be a chaotic spectacle, akin to dogs fighting amongst themselves. Ultimately, the Emperor would have no choice but to punish the Xiao family and reprimand Gao Wuyo. Would the Xin Empress and the Crown Prince's faction emerge victorious? No. The Emperor would only grow more disdainful of the Crown Prince. This was Xie Xin's indirect means of seeking vengeance, and Yu Niao smiled contentedly. Indeed, the dogged man proved to be reliable. Chapter 86. Not all men are worthy, miss. Please take care as you walk. The snow is quite treacherous. Alas, before the servant's words had fully dissipated in the air, a pained cry escaped from Yu Yin. Miss Yinyin. The voices of the servant and Yi Qingkong echoed simultaneously. Yinyin, did you hurt yourself? Let me help you up. Mind your own business. Yu Yinin's voice, tinged with tears, drew closer. You return to your Yi family this instant. I demand a divorce. Yu Niao Niao abruptly rose from her position on the phoenix couch, flung open the door, and collided face-to-face with Yu Yinin. Sister, allow me to enter first, then we can discuss. Yu Yinin shoved her younger sister aside and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Yu Qingkong, who had hastened after them, nearly had his nose caught in the closing door. Sister, what troubles you? Why are you so enraged? Yu Yinin shut the open window with a decisive motion, still brimming with indignation. It is all due to my mother-in-law and that troublesome sister-in-law of mine. They dare to claim that after years of marriage I remain childless, and wish to take a concubine for Yi Qingkong, even bringing the woman into our home. And thus, the woman who had brought misfortune upon her sister in her past life made her entrance. Yu Niao Niao tentatively inquired, is it your brother-in-law's cousin? How do you know? Yu Nin furrowed her brow, then sprang to her feet. Even you are aware? You all knew yet concealed it from me? Yu Niao Niao, you. I am unaware. Yu Niao Niao hastily distanced herself from the situation, aligning herself alongside her sister. It is merely that. There is also a cousin at the Xie residence, which is why I. Smack. Yu Yinin struck the table with her palm. Men are indeed not to be trusted. All this talk of cousins is utterly distasteful. Yinin, please allow me to explain. I truly have no connection with her. It was my mother who invited her over, and I was completely in the dark. You cannot simply cast me aside. It is profoundly unjust. Yi Qingkong shouted from outside the window. Yinin, if you do not return with me, then I shall remain here at the Marquis's residence. Yu Yinin covered her ears, seething with anger and breathing heavily. Yu Niao Niao grasped her hand. Sister, please, tell me what transpired. 2 days earlier, Yu Yinin, as was her custom, had summoned the beautician from the Red Beauty Pavilion to her home for a comprehensive pampering. However, upon her preparation, she found the beautician absent from the courtyard. After inquiring, she learned that the matriarch and the eldest lady of the house had called away all the staff from the Red Beauty Pavilion. When she pressed for the reason they had taken away her beautician, the servants began to stammer. She sensed something amiss. Everyone within the Yi household was well aware of her obsession with beauty, spending lavishly each month to maintain her unparalleled allure with the technicians from the Red Beauty Pavilion. The eldest lady, Xie Xin, had once disapproved of her extravagant lifestyle and even attempted to claim her beauticians, only to be forcefully expelled from the Yi family by Yu Yinin, commanded to return to her own family and cease her tyrannical ways. Were it not for the protection of the matriarch, Xie Xin would have truly found herself barred from entering the Yi family gates ever again. Since then, Xie Xin no longer dared to confront Yu Yinin directly. What or who had given her the audacity? She turned to argue, but her maid intercepted her, saying, Young mistress, it's the cousin from the young master's hometown who has arrived. The old matriarch mentioned that the young lady must be weary from her travels and, knowing that the people from Hongyan Pavilion are here today, summoned her over. If it were merely to extend her regards to the young lady, Yu Yinin is not one to be petty. She would have welcomed her without protest. However, to make such a move without prior notice is rather presumptuous. Furthermore, as the current matriarch of the Yi family, it is rather disconcerting to be the last to learn of a guest's arrival, as if I were an outsider. Unable to contain her frustration, she went to the old matriarch's quarters to discern their intentions. To her surprise, she found the old matriarch holding the cousin's hand and presenting her to Yi Qingkong with a face full of affection. Kong, do you remember your cousin Wanran? When you were young, you cried and insisted on marrying her. Yi Qingkong felt a moment of awkwardness and retreated. Mother, that was before I turned 5. How could I possibly remember? Meng Wanran gazed at Yi Qingkong with her moist, affectionate eyes. Has my cousin forgotten? I have always remembered, believing that you would one day come to marry me in grand style, only to discover that you have since changed your heart and wed another. Her words suggested that they once shared an unbreakable bond, painting Yi Qingkong as a heartless traitor. Yi Qingxian chuckled and playfully pushed Meng Wanran into her brother's embrace. There is still time. Sister Wanran, did you not delay your marriage due to your grandmother's passing? Just so happens, my brother has yet to take a concubine. Moreover, my formidable sister-in-law has been with our family for years without news of a child. Perhaps she is barren. You appear to be quite fertile. And should you marry my brother, surely you would bear 2 children in 3 years. Yi Qingkong instinctively reached out, and Meng Wanran fell into his arms. Realizing her intentions, he quickly withdrew his hand, causing her to stumble against his chest, leaving him breathless. I cannot bear children, yet you think you can? Yu Yining stormed over, violently pulling the cousin from Yi Qingkong's embrace and casting her aside, glaring at Xie Xin with venomous eyes. Even if I cannot bear children, it is still better than your fate. You married into a family that despises you, and now they wish for you to leave. Are you so discontent with your life that you wish to see us separated because you cannot bear to witness my happiness with your brother? Are you unwell? Are you a pervert? Yi Xin was infuriated beyond measure. Brother, mother, look at her. Having experienced the sharp tongue of Yu Yining, she knew she could neither scold nor argue effectively and sought refuge from someone she believed could suppress Yu Yining. The old matriarch's expression darkened. Yining, cease this nonsense. Do you not see that I have guests? Oh, guests? Where are the guests? Yu Yining exaggeratedly glanced past Meng Wanran, her gaze finally settling on her. How rude of me. I thought you had brought back a maid to serve you. Otherwise, with guests in the residence, how could one not inform me? Stop with your insinuations, the old matron replied, a trace of anger evident in her tone. It was I who did not permit anyone to inform you. What has a Xian said that is amiss? You have been married into the Yi family for 5 years, yet there has been no sign of a child. And still, you are so envious, preventing a Kong from taking a concubine. Are you intent on ensuring that the Yi family has no heirs? Chapter 87. Love is mutual. The stern inquiry of the matriarch left Yi Qingkong utterly astonished. He hastily replied, Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? A lifetime shared between two is the promise I made to Yining. I willingly devote myself solely to her. He accused her of being bewitched by this vixen. Hearing such disheartening words, the matriarch's fury reached its zenith, and she unleashed years of pent-up resentment towards Yu Yining. This seductress possesses only a beautiful exterior, ensnaring you in her allure, making you forsake the ancestral principles. Among the 3 greatest acts of filial piety, failing to produce heirs is the gravest. The Yi family's legitimate line has but one son, and since she cannot bear children, it is my duty to find a woman for you to procreate with. What is wrong with that? Is it worth her coming before me, shouting and humiliating your cousin? You ungrateful son, are you willing to forsake our ancestral heritage for her? Yu Qingkong, the sole heir, bore the weight of the Yi family's legacy, painstakingly crafted by his deceased grandfather and father. Other branches of the family merely basked in the resultant glory. Yet, over the years, the legitimate line remained childless, while the side branches grew restless. Persuading the clan elders to compel Yi Qingkong to adopt a son in Yu Yin's name, ensuring a future inheritor for the Yi estate. The matriarch could not bear to relinquish the fruits of their labor so easily, prompting this confrontation. Cousin, Ming Wan grasped Yu Qingkong's hand. The doctor said Aunt's health is poor. Please do not provoke her further. She added, It is all my fault. I was unaware of the etiquette and upset cousin-in-law. I am here to apologize. As she spoke, she leaned in deliberately to incite Yu Yin's ire. Yu Yining, with her fiery temper, could not tolerate the scheming nature of those who feigned innocence. She promptly fulfilled Meng Wanran's wish, delivering a resounding slap across her face, sending her spinning and crashing to the ground, her lips split and bleeding. Her palm, raw and swollen from the harsh cobblestone floor, bore testament to the encounter. You shameless woman, what have you done? Yu Qingxian shrieked, attempting to push Meng Wanran away, but Yu Qingkong swiftly intervened, shielding Yu Yining in his embrace. Mother, sister, can we not cease this turmoil? I will not take a concubine. I shall spend my life devoted to Yu Yining. If she wishes to bear children, she may. If not, so be it. I can adopt a child to carry on the family name. You insolent. The matriarch pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Qingkong and then at Yu Yining. It is all you're doing, you vixen. You have corrupted my good son. Get out. Leave this instant. Leave. Why would I desire to endure such humiliation in your Yi family? Yu Yining retorted, pushing Yi Qingkong away. I have had enough of your incessant commands. Do not forget, I am the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Wei Yuan Marquis. It was your family that sought my hand in marriage. Even if I were to part ways with your son, I could find someone far better. Yining. Her words not only incensed the matriarch, but also deeply wounded Yi Qingkong. Yu Yining bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. However, confronted by the elderly lady who regarded her as an adversary, Yi Qingxian, and the tearful Meng Wanran, she steeled her resolve and turned to flee. Thus, the scene that Yu Niao now witnessed came to pass. Outsiders only perceived the grandeur of the Yi family, Yu Yining's extravagant lifestyle, and Yi Qingkong's unbounded affection for her. Yet, they seemed to have forgotten that when Yu Yining wed Yi Qingkong, Prince Yuanxi was also pursuing her, vowing never to take a concubine for her sake. While the fulfillment of Prince Gao Wuyo's lofty promise remains questionable, at that time, Yu Niao firmly believed in his sincerity. Marrying a merchant was considered a step down for a noblewoman, and the Yi family was not yet an imperial enterprise. Many disparaged the union of Yu Yinin and Yi Qingkong. If it were not for Yi Qingkong's unwavering devotion, the assurance that a merchant would not dare humiliate a noblewoman, or the belief that marriage would grant her freedom, Yu Yinin, a pragmatic noblewoman, would not have disregarded public scorn to wed a mere merchant. The matriarch of the Yi family, having basked in wealth for so long and touched by the imperial aura, fancied herself akin to royalty. How deluded she had become. Yet, Yu Yinin placed a hand on her abdomen, a look of sorrow on her face. Niao, it has indeed been many years since I married your brother-in-law. Yet why is there not a single sign of life within me? She understood deeply the profound love Yu Qingkong held for her. And it was this very knowledge that pained her, seeing him caught between his wife and mother, unable to find solace. Had he married a woman capable of bearing children, they would have been able to coexist harmoniously with family, avoiding the current predicament. If divorce and remarriage could alleviate Yi Qingkong's burdens, she would willingly consent, yet it was simply too painful. Who said that the inability to conceive was solely the woman's fault? Niao, with her innocent eyes, suggested, I propose that both of you visit a physician. Perhaps the issue lies with brother-in-law. In her previous life, her sister had also faced discord with the Yi family, ultimately falling victim to that cousin's schemes. This vendetta, Niao was determined to avenge for her sister. However, her sister and brother-in-law truly loved each other. He was indeed a rare gem among men in this world. She did not wish for her sister to part with him bearing regrets. Perhaps a new brother-in-law of higher status, striking appearance, and literary prowess could be found, yet none would be as devoted and protective of her sister as he was. Her words jolted the eavesdropper. Yi Qingkong, who immediately pounded on the window. Yinin, I shall go see a doctor at once. Do not be upset. It must be a problem with my health. I will procure some medicine. Wait for me to return and take you. Seizing the opportunity, Niao urged reconciliation in this world. It is indeed rare to find a man willing to go to such lengths for a woman. Sister, are you truly prepared to relinquish brother-in-law? What man would willingly admit to his own shortcomings, to being unable to father children? That would sever his own future, disregarding entirely his dignity and pride. Upon hearing Yi Qingkong's words, Yu Yinin felt her anger dissipate, replaced by a blend of guilt and sweetness. Naturally, I do not wish for that. Therefore, refrain from casually mentioning separation. At such a time, it is crucial to align with your brother-in-law. One cannot simply push him into the arms of another woman. Sister, the affection and care between individuals are reciprocal, just as it was with her and Xie Xin, where initially it was only Xie Xin striving. Her actions only served to distance him further. Until the end, Xie Xin never appeared to rescue her. Perhaps her heart had been irreparably wounded? Yet, Xie Xin loved her. And in this lifetime, she merely needs to take one step closer, while the remaining 99 steps will be taken by Xie Xin towards her. Perhaps Xie Xin has not entirely let go of his grievances, but in this lifetime, she will endeavor to move him with her actions, proving to him that her intentions are sincere. Chapter 88. The terminal illness. The heavy snow fell incessantly for 3 to 4 days, accumulating to depths that could completely engulf Yu Niao's calves. The treacherous conditions made venturing outside cumbersome, and with her sister's company, they chose to remain indoors, basking by the warmth of the fire. Due to the relentless snowfall, the Marquis of Weiyuan also took refuge at home, allowing the family to enjoy an infrequent moment of togetherness, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Several robust servants busied themselves in the courtyard, diligently clearing the snow to ensure the paths remained unobstructed for their masters. Meanwhile, the more mischievous young maids and lads constructed towering snowmen, creating a whimsical spectacle amidst the white landscape. The Marquis of Weiyuan's residence exuded an atmosphere of joy and warmth, in stark contrast to the desolate scene at the Yi residence. The dismal situation stemmed from a fierce quarrel that erupted 3 days prior between their mistress and the elderly matriarch. It was rumored that the confrontation escalated to physical altercations, inadvertently injuring a visiting cousin. In a fit of anger, the mistress fled back to her maternal home, vowing to sever ties with their family. The master, in pursuit of her, returned within the hour, visibly despondent and lost. Upon his return, he isolated himself in the courtyard, refusing to open the door despite the matriarch's numerous attempts to visit. Even the cousin's gentle entreaties fell on deaf ears. He remained obstinately unresponsive. To compound matters, a procession of physicians was summoned, each one entering the premises to consult with him. When questioned by the master's personal attendant about the unfolding events, the servant hesitated, his vague responses only serving to heighten the matriarch's anxiety, causing her mouth to blister from her distress. She cherished her only son dearly. Had it not been for his infatuation with Yu Rourou, she would have refrained from approaching him. What was amiss with her beloved son that necessitated the presence of so many doctors? A young maid, barely of age, rushed in, cradling a bundle of dark medicinal dregs. I discreetly departed and noticed that the young lad, Chungur, was still in the backyard brewing medicine. I overheard the physician advising him that the master's condition was rather grave and required him to consume 3 doses daily. What? The matriarch was taken aback, stumbling back into her chair, gripping Yi Qingshuan's hand tightly. Quick! Fetch the house physician at once. I must ascertain the nature of his dire ailment. Meng Wanran's eyes glimmered with a calculating light as she earnestly clasped the matriarch's hand. A hint of scheming flickered in her gaze. I never imagined that my sister-in-law would abandon my brother during his time of illness. Her heart is indeed cruel. Were I in her position, I would remain by his side unwaveringly until he regained his health. As the matriarch's expression grew increasingly grave, Meng Wanan sought to placate her further. I do not intend to speak ill of my sister-in-law. However, I have heard from the servants that my brother has cherished her like a precious gem. Logically, she ought to show you more respect, considering her position as your junior. She is fortunate to have wed such a fine gentleman, unlike me, who has not been so blessed. Had I married him, I would never dare to defy my elders or disrespect my husband. With every word she uttered, the matriarch's ire intensified. What kind of person is she? Exclaimed Yi Qingshuan indignantly. She is indeed the esteemed, legitimate daughter of the Weiyuan Marquis. How could she deign to understand us, mere merchants driven by the scent of copper? She holds herself in such high regard. What makes us think the Yi family is in pursuit of her? Had it not been for my brother's infatuation with her, dear cousin, you would have been the designated Lady Yi of our family. Meng Wanran lowered her head, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. It is Wanran who lacks the fortune. Today, I must compel Akong to part ways with that shrew. The old matron's determination was fierce. If Akong refuses, I shall draft a declaration severing our ties. Let us see how stubborn he can remain. Old matron, the family physician has arrived. Quickly, let him in. We must ascertain what ailment this heap of medicinal remnants pertains to. An elderly physician, trembling with age, was ushered to the remnants before him. Dr. Yuan, pray, examine this pile of medicinal refuse. What is its origin? The old physician scrutinized the remnants, pinching and kneading them before bringing them to his nose for a careful sniff. Suddenly, the old matron witnessed his eyes widen in an exaggerated manner. Who consumed this medicine? Noticing the physician's unsettling expression, the old matron feared inciting panic within the Yi family and sought to find an excuse to deflect attention. However, Yi Qingshuan blurted out without thought, "It was my brother's." The physician's expression grew even more peculiar. I must ask the old matron to dismiss everyone else. Could it be an incurable affliction? The old matron felt darkness closing in, yet she stifled her anguish and commanded the others to withdraw. Meng Wanran wished to encourage Yi Qingshuan to stay, but upon seeing the old matroness pallor, she dared not speak further and exited the flower hall with her entourage of maidservants. Cousin, why does Akong brother dote on sister-in-law so? To the point of disregarding you and aunt. Did sister-in-law say something? Otherwise, how could such a good man treat you this way? Humph, what is there to admire? It is but her fox-like visage. Were it not for her sowing discord, my brother would not behave thus towards me and my mother. I must drive her from the Yi family. As the snow fell thickly, the biting wind howled, making one long to retreat beneath the blankets. Meng Wanran huddled. I have just completed my mourning period. It falls upon you and aunt to care for me, bringing me to the capital to broaden my horizons. If you find use for me, I would lay down my life without hesitation. Now that sister-in-law is absent from the estate, does brother have any maidservants attending him closely? If those maidservants took advantage of sister-in-law's absence to encroach upon his bed, it would be disastrous. You must keep a vigilant watch. Such occurrences have led to the lady of the house being so incensed that she sought divorce. The notion of maidservants climbing into beds was unfathomable. The attendants in her brother's courtyard were all handpicked by Yu Rourou, either sturdy servants or robust matrons. Even if a few rough maidservants existed, their appearances were decidedly ordinary. Having encountered the ethereal beauty of Yu Rourou, how could her brother possibly be drawn to those coarse and uncouth servants? Yet, with her cousin's arrival, she professed her willingness to serve. Given her affection for her brother, might it not be fitting to designate her as the one to tread such treacherous ground? Regardless, the purpose of bringing the cousin over this time was to have her serve as a concubine for the elder brother. with the intention of providing the Yi family with an heir. Old madam, hurry, someone, the old madam has fainted. In the dark of night. As the heavy snow began to cease, the Jing's-Hoyan was still lost in slumber when he was urgently roused. My lord, please awaken. A large group of refugees has suddenly appeared at the city gate, and the guards report that they can no longer hold the line. Refugees? From whence do they come? It remains unclear, but their numbers are considerable, all clad in tattered garments, gaunt and emaciated. It is rumored that several have already succumbed to the cold at the city gate. The Jing's-Hoyan, stricken by illness, sat up in alarm. Chapter 89. Refugees, someone has perished. This is indeed a grave matter. In the dead of night, hundreds of dark silhouettes congregated at the city gates, incessantly pounding upon them. Let us in. Let us in. A sudden snowstorm had struck Leiyang, causing buildings to collapse and resulting in countless casualties. The county magistrate, indifferent to human life, concealed the calamity, leaving over 500 of our compatriots reduced to a mere 130. We have come to the capital to petition for justice. Please open the gates. We are also human beings, citizens of day. Why must we watch helplessly as we starve and freeze to death? The emperor, seated high in his hall, neglects his subjects. And such neglect will surely invoke divine retribution. Please, I implore you, open the gates. Save my child. He has gone 3 days without sustenance. The long journey has left him afflicted with chills, and now he burns with fever. If he is not treated soon, he will perish. My parents sacrificed their provisions for my survival, enduring hunger and cold, ultimately succumbing on the road. I could not even provide them with a proper grave. All of this is due to that wretched county magistrate, who sealed off information and imprisoned us. We demand to see the Lord of Jingzhou. We seek justice. Beneath the city tower, alongside the fervent youths battering the gates, there were frail, elderly, and infirm souls, their spirits exhausted from the arduous journey to the capital. Now, they sat in the snow, their desolate eyes reflecting resentment and confusion towards this dynasty. They resented being abandoned like livestock, resentful of the capital's opulence, where the rich feast while the streets are littered with the bones of the frozen dead. They could not comprehend why they had come so far, with hope merely a wall away, yet the court refused to receive them. Why? Are they not citizens of day? Had they not fulfilled their obligations to the government each year? The guards at the city gates, witnessing the swelling crowd's fury, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, without orders from above, how could he dare to admit such a multitude of refugees into the city? This was the emperor's realm. Should the refugees incite a riot or introduce disease, the soldiers on duty that night would surely be doomed. Even if the Lord of Jingzhou were present, he would not dare act without authorization. These corrupt officials are all fearful of bearing responsibility. We must break through. Why should we be condemned to death? Is our life less valuable than those within the capital? With so many of us, if we charge in together, we might find a path to survival. If we do not force our way in, we will all perish here. We have endured so much to arrive at this point. We will not die here. Brothers, protect the elderly, women, and children. We will fight for their survival. Onward. Let us break through. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed at the city gates. The Lord of Jingzhou pointed to the citizens who were battering the doors and addressed a handsome man clad in a dark cotton brocade robe. Prime Minister, look at this. Xie Xin lowered his gaze, coincidentally locking eyes with a small boy nestled in a woman's arms. The child appeared ill, languidly nestled against his mother. Yet his gaze met Xie Xin's unwaveringly, bright and clear. Open the city gates. What? The Jing's-Hoyan believed he had misheard, stammering, my lord. It is well known that calamities are often followed by epidemics. Is it truly prudent to allow these people inside? Should an outbreak occur and affect the palace, the consequences would be catastrophic. I will bear the responsibility if anything goes awry. Xie Xin, maintaining his composure, commanded, open the city gates. The throng of desperate refugees outside, poised to force their way in, stumbled in their haste, nearly falling to the ground. The leader looked up and beheld a celestial figure, expressionless, yet radiating a profound sense of compassion. After a brief moment, the divine figure spoke, prepare all the dilapidated temples within the city to accommodate them. Let them take shelter there while I inform the emperor and establish a proper refuge. The exiled individuals, having endured over a month of hardship, seemed to hear a divine decree and knelt in gratitude. Xie Xin gently supported the leader's arm, guide them, but refrain from causing any trouble. I shall ensure you are well fed and clothed. The leader hesitated, my lord, regarding the county magistrate of Leiyang. The magistrate had concealed the truth, endangering the populace. I shall provide you with an explanation at tomorrow's court session. Wang Zhan gazed at Xie Xin with excitement. Who is this esteemed gentleman? This is the Prime Minister of the Day dynasty. The Jinghuoyan exhaled in relief. Fear not. The Prime Minister is the foremost scholar. Whatever he promises, he will deliver. As dawn broke, courtiers began to arrive at the Zhengyang Gate for morning court. Upon reaching the steps of the Jinluan Hall, several familiar officials walked in groups. Have you noticed? There seems to be an increase in beggars on the streets today. Beggars? Those are refugees from Leyang. Are you unaware? Leyang has suffered from a snow disaster, and the county magistrate not only concealed the news but also refused to open the granaries to aid the victims. This has led to countless deaths and injuries among the populace. Furthermore, the magistrate even ordered the living burial of those on the brink of death to prevent the spread of disease. Now that the truth has emerged, the magistrate's predicament is dire. Who allowed the refugees inside? Surely, this requires the emperor's approval? That would be others, but Xie Xin is a different case. Even if he commits an unforgivable offense, the emperor would likely pardon him. Xie Xin allowed them in? Has he lost his senses? If an epidemic truly breaks out, would not the capital be in grave danger? Amidst the rising controversy, the court session commenced. Yu Niao was still enveloped in slumber when the incessant sound of footsteps roused her. She and her sister, Yu Yin, shared a bed and simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanging a puzzled glance. What is happening? Huang Ying entered. Miss, did I disturb your rest? Yu Niao glanced out at the overcast sky. It is still early. Why is it so noisy outside? Huang Ying replied, last night. A large group of ragged refugees suddenly appeared in the city. They claimed to be from Leyang. Having fled to the capital in search of a means of survival after their families were struck by the snow disaster and mistreated by local officials. Early this morning, several wealthy merchants in the city began to set up shelters and distribute porridge. Our household is also preparing to provide food at a dilapidated temple. This time, we truly lack sufficient hands, so the maidservants have arranged for a few of our household staff to assist. The refugees? Yu Niao gazed thoughtfully at the unmelted snow in the courtyard, while they sat in the capital, delighting in the beautiful scenery of the wind and snow. There were those who paid the ultimate price of life due to this harsh weather. May I go and lend a hand? Yu Niao inquired. Do they require warm clothing and blankets? Having lived in a crumbling temple after her fall from grace, she understood just how frigid the winter nights could be. Chapter 90. Flower Appreciation in the Eastern Palace. My dear, please refrain from joining the commotion, Yu Yin implored, grasping her hand. Those are but refugees. Driven to madness by hunger, poverty, and cold, one cannot predict their actions. After all, this is the capital, and the officials are bound to take responsibility. Moreover, there are numerous wealthy merchants eager to enhance their reputations, and plenty of individuals willing to assist them. Each year, even in the absence of calamities, the affluent in the city set up shelters to distribute porridge, not to mention this year's influx of refugees. For the suffering populace, these merchants are performing a noble deed. Conversely, for the merchants, it is merely a small expense that yields immense goodwill among the citizens of the capital. Henceforth, whenever the common folk require anything, they will recall the benevolence of those affluent families. It is a profitable endeavor indeed. Second miss, the Crown Princess has sent an invitation for you and the eldest miss to appreciate the blossoms in the Eastern Palace. In the dead of winter, we are to admire flowers? I suspect there is more to this invitation than meets the eye. The Crown Prince has recently wed, and Prince Yuanqi has taken the daughter of Lord Shao as his concubine. The Hu people's third princess has also been betrothed to Prince Yuanqi. I wonder if they believe Gao Wuyo is destined for the throne or if there are other motives at play. After the engagement of the third princess, Ashina has willingly acted as an envoy, persuading the Hu to bow before the Day dynasty. With such a formidable backing, Gao Wuyo has graciously sought the emperor's permission, allowing the Hu envoy to celebrate the new year and day before departing. Under the pretense of showcasing the grandeur of our illustrious empire, in the Eastern Palace, Luo Yunfei was wiping away her tears, while Gao Wujan, with great restraint, consoled her. I have explained countless times, I did not intend to leave you behind. I was simply unable to extricate myself from pressing matters. Ever since the incident with Marquis Wei Yuan, my father has ceased summoning me to the Yangxin Palace for discussions. His focus is solely on the fourth prince, treating me as if I were invisible. Even cherished courtiers like Xie Xin have been reassigned to the fourth prince. If I do not seize this opportunity, the position of crown prince will inevitably fall to him. Noticing Luo Yunfei's expression soften, he pressed on, Do you wish to be merely a transient crown princess, rather than aspire to be empress? If I did not wish to be empress, I would not have married you, she retorted. It is precisely because I see your connection to the powerful Shen family. and I am certain the emperor cannot contend with them, that I have gone to great lengths to suppress you Niao and secure my position as your crown princess. I am not angry. Luo Yunfei pouted playfully. However, if after 3 days of marriage, you had accompanied me, I would not have faced humiliation from my sisters. Nor would my mother have been ridiculed by the concubines. My father thinks I am unloved, insisting that I persuade you to take my sister as a concubine to solidify your affections. I am simply distressed. Gao Wuzhan embraced her shoulder. That foolish Luo Yuming is a burden even as my concubine. Why concern yourself with them? What is their standing compared to yours? Should they dare to offend you? Simply retaliate. I will shield you from any repercussions. Luo Yunfei, her tears replaced by a smile, responded, You are the best to me, my prince. With the objective achieved. Gao Wuzhan smiled faintly. Are you aware that a multitude of refugees from Leyang flooded into the capital last night? Unsure of how to respond, Luo Yunfei cautiously replied, I'm not entirely certain, but I believe I overheard the servants mention it this morning. Is it serious? She had already learned from her father that a relentless snowstorm had besieged Leyang for over a month, causing buildings and homes to collapse, resulting in countless casualties among the local populace. However, the county officials had suppressed the news, forbidding any communication to the capital. In the entire county of over 1,000 residents, more than 100 perished in the ruins, while the survivors faced starvation and exposure, leading to an additional 100 deaths. The county magistrate, indifferent to human life, not only refused to open the granaries but, after the disaster, even drove the homeless into the woods, confining them and forbidding them from begging or leaving Leyang to disclose the situation. Countless succumbed to the cold. Ultimately, it was the compassion of the guards that led them to release the refugees, allowing them to escape to the capital. Yet, such distressing news was not something she could divulge to Gao Wuzhan. Men often sought their women to be omnipotent, wise, and capable of resolving their tribulations during times of adversity. Yet, when they ascended to power, they would become wary of their women's intellect, fearing that these women bore witness to their own vulnerabilities and might pose a threat to their position. Luo Yunfei had no desire to become such a woman. Thus, whenever Gao Wuzhan inquired, she feigned ignorance. It is somewhat severe, she admitted. Gao Wuzhan's expression darkened. The county magistrate was recommended by the Xin family. Early this morning, my fourth brother seized upon this matter, launching a fierce attack against the Xin family during the court assembly. Xie Xin supported him, and those literati, ever opportunistic, dragged me into the fray. Now, my father is increasingly displeased with both me and the Xin family, if I do not take action soon. My position as crown prince is at stake. Is there any way I might be of assistance? She asked. I have already used your name to invite the wives of the court officials into the palace. You must devise a means for them to raise funds, which I intend to use to win over the hearts of those refugees. We must clear the county magistrate of all blame, ensuring both he and the Xin family remain unscathed. However, Luo Yunfei sensed an unusual undertone in his words. Logically, even if the county magistrate was recommended by the Xin family, it was merely a case of poor judgment on the part of that student, not a grave offense. After all, it was unreasonable to hold superiors accountable for every misstep of subordinates. If such collective punishments were to persist, who would dare to recommend officials in the future? Gao Wuzhan's urgency suggested that the funds embezzled by the county magistrate had likely found their way into the Xin family's coffers. It was possible that the magistrate did not wish to withhold aid, but rather that he was devoid of resources to distribute or funds to utilize. To conceal this calamity, he might resort to silencing the afflicted populace, even resorting to murder to protect his own life. The outcry from the public arose only when 100 lives were sacrificed to save one. I understand, she replied, feigning ignorance, lowering her head submissively. I shall take the lead and endeavor to procure funds for your highness for a greater purpose. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly harmonious. Gao Wuzhan joyfully proclaimed, To marry you is my fortune. Whether anyone believed his words was inconsequential. In any case, Luo Yunfei did not. Nevertheless, she gently leaned against Gao Wuzhan's chest. Both spouses harboring their own thoughts, yet strangely reaching an unspoken accord. Miss you. As the carriage was prepared for departure, Yu Niao was about to board when she heard someone calling her from behind. It was Li Wanqing. She paused in surprise. What brings you here? She had thought that after their last confrontation, Li Wanqing would no longer seek her out. Chapter 91. The malicious Yu Niao Li Wanqing wore a cold expression, biting her lip in a conflicted manner. I was in the wrong last time. My cousin has already reprimanded me. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? At this moment, she chose to approach with such words. Yu Niao furrowed her brows tightly. I have no need for an apology that is given unwillingly. In the future, stay away from me. If it weren't for Xie Xin's sake, Yu Niao would have ordered her to be thrown out immediately. After saying this, she had no intention of continuing the conversation and turned to leave. Wait. Li Wanxin rushed to her carriage, clutching her garment's hem, her voice filled with urgency. It was my cousin who allowed the refugees into the city last night. He has not emerged since the morning court, nor has he sent any word home. Uncle Lu and the others are quite worried. I understand that the crown princess has sent you an invitation to the palace. Could you possibly take me with you? I only wish to see my cousin safe. Is that too much to ask? Her concern seemed genuine. Were it merely her own anxiety, Yu Niao might suspect ulterior motives. However, if what she claimed was true, that Xie Xin had unilaterally opened the city gates, then it was indeed a matter that could not be easily overlooked. After a moment of contemplation, she took a deep breath and pointed towards the carriage behind them. You shall ride in that carriage. The carriage behind belonged to the Yi family. After all, Yu Yinin was the legitimate matriarch of the Yi family, a noblewoman of the Marquette. Whenever there were feasts in the palace, even the matriarch of the Yi family was not entitled to attend, while Yu Yinin could be present at least 7 or 8 times out of 10. Especially since this time, Gao Wuzhan was seeking donations from them, the Yu family would surely not be overlooked. Even if the matriarch harbored grievances against Yu Yinin and despised the Wei Yuan Marquette, she could not disregard the crown princess's authority. When the invitation reached the Yi family, they did not forget to send a carriage to take Yu Yinin to the palace gates. However, due to lingering dissatisfaction, the carriage was filled with the matriarch's own people. And even the attendants were haughty. Yu Yinin refused to endure such indignity and directly boarded the marquisite's carriage. As Li Wanqing sat in the Yi family's carriage, enduring humiliation was a temporary matter. Yu Yinin reminded her sister, Xie Xin's cousin is far more beautiful than that Miss Yi. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? That they might develop feelings under the same roof? Yu Yinin had always regarded Xie Xin as her own brother-in-law and was naturally reluctant to allow any other woman to encroach upon her territory. I am not worried. Yu Niao replied nonchalantly. If Li Wanqing had that capability, she wouldn't still be Xie Xin's cousin at this point. But if Xie Xin has feelings for her, I could step aside. Men are easy to find in this world. Though she spoke such words, her heart ached with unspoken sorrow. Yu Yinin raised her thumb in admiration. You can take it or leave it, truly my good sister. The sound of hooves echoed as the carriage approached the palace's side gate. Whenever there were banquets in the palace, the ladies of the officials would enter and exit through this gate, while the Zhengyang gate was reserved solely for the emperor. That was Yu Niao. One must see clearly and avoid provoking her, for those who do so do not end well. The 6th young lady of the Xiao family. Xiao Pingtian was once the epitome of grace when she was betrothed to Prince Yuanqi. Even princesses regarded her with deference. Yet, her fortunes took a tragic turn when she fell victim to the ruthless prince of the Hu people, leading to a scandal that saw her imprisoned in the criminal court, effectively ruining her life. Do you recall Zhou Shuiyan? Her father suffered an injury inflicted by the Marquis of Wei Yuan, resulting in his dismissal and subsequent death from illness. Zhou Shuiyan and her mother were left at the mercy of ruffians. I saw a mad woman on the street the other day, seemingly with a broken leg, crawling on the ground begging for alms. The young gentlemen laughed as they remarked that the mad woman was Zhou Shuiyan. Ma Xilan fared no better. She and Xiao Pingtian were embroiled in a bitter feud, ultimately tainting their reputations. I have heard that they initially schemed against Yu Niao but ended up harming themselves instead. While Yu Niao escaped unscathed, Isn't peculiar? The younger sister of the crown princess, Luo Yunming, seems to be the only one among the ladies vying for the favor of the chief minister who has emerged relatively unscathed. Yet, her reclusive demeanor raises questions. The others have either gone mad or suffered injuries. It appears that any woman who has shown affection for the chief minister has met with an unfortunate fate. Could it be that Yu Niao is behind this? If that is the case, she is indeed formidable. I dare not entertain thoughts of becoming the chief minister's wife. With such a ruthless disposition, I fear I would not survive even a single day within the estate. As Yu Niao descended from her carriage, she noticed that those noble women who had once looked down upon her and subjected her to humiliation now lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. Even if their eyes inadvertently met, they would quickly avert their gaze like startled fawns. No one dared to speak of her, nor did anyone approach to insult her. Yu Yinin foolishly chuckled. Indeed, the reputation of Xie Xin should not be underestimated. Just look at those people. They know you are about to become the chief minister's concubine. and they lack even the courage to make eye contact. It was not that she held them in disdain. Rather, she considered all present to be beneath her. Is that truly the case? Unioneo tilted her head, sensing something amiss. However, before she could ponder further, a young eunuch arrived to lead everyone towards the Eastern Palace. At the end of the procession, a figure clad in smoky purple slipped away unnoticed. Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, Yuinin quietly tapped Unioneo's hand and whispered, "Hey, where has Li Wanqing gone?" Startled, Unioneo turned to look but found her absent. She was the one who had brought Li Wanqing in. And should anything happen to her, it would be difficult to explain to Xie Xin, just as she contemplated sending Huangning to search for her discreetly. The palace attendants announced, "The crown princess has arrived." From behind a grand crimson and gold screen emerged a woman of exquisite grace and elegance. Adorned in a resplendent red gown embellished with golden phoenix motifs, her hair was styled high, crowned with a golden tiara and cascading golden tassels. A delicate peach blossom adornment graced her forehead, adding a touch of charm to her splendid appearance. May the crown princess enjoy eternal blessings and peace. Unioneo joined the others in paying her respects to Luo Yunfei, their gazes alternating between her and Luo Yunfei. The crown princess stood like a victorious rooster, radiating strength and vitality. Yet, she remained languidly indifferent, so much so that she did not even lift her eyelids. She had never envied Luo Yunfei's status as the crown princess, nor did she harbor jealousy for her marriage to the despicable Gao Wuzhan. After all, should their profound enmity be avenged, the position of the Eastern Palace's mistress would surely be reassigned. What is there to covet? Ladies, please take your seats. A woman like Luo Yunfei, who values status and rank above all, suddenly displaying warmth and courtesy is nothing but a facade, veiling ulterior motives. Chapter 92. Fundraising. Yun Yao was seated at the forefront, facing Princess Jiao and Princess Yao Hua. The disdainful gaze of Princess Jiao towards Yun Yao conveyed an unmistakable animosity. In contrast, Princess Yao Hua gestured amicably towards her. "Why do you fawn over her?" Princess Jiao remarked with a roll of her eyes, mocking, "Are you her lapdog?" Unfazed, Princess Yao Hua retorted, "Better to be a lapdog than a rabid dog like you, who bites indiscriminately. How dare you insult this princess as a dog? And what of it? Are you the only one permitted to hurl insults?" With the backing of her father, the Duke of Bailing, she had no fear of a favored consort's daughter. With the emperor present, she could even address him as uncle. "Yao Hua, what are you and the ninth princess discussing so passionately?" The elegant voice of Luo Yunfei interrupted, her smile bright. "Why not share with us so we can all partake?" "It must be about the plight of the beggars in the capital," Luo Yuming interjected. "On my way to the palace, I encountered a throng of elderly, frail women and children clad in insufficient clothing, unable to withstand the biting cold, let alone the raging snowstorm. Many perished in the dilapidated temple last night, and the most pitiable were the infants in swaddling. It is truly heart-wrenching to witness." As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes, as if her recent pilgrimage to Lannan Temple had instilled in her a newfound compassion. "Today, I have gathered you all for this very cause," Luo Yunfei proclaimed, her countenance adorned with graceful poise. "The magistrate of Leiyang has shown a blatant disregard for lives, forcing those afflicted by calamities into desperation. His Majesty has expressed concern for the displaced during morning court. I thought, since our husbands serve in the court, we beneficiaries of their protection may not be able to serve the state in their stead, yet we can still alleviate their burdens in our own way." If Yu Niao remained oblivious to her implication, she would be truly dense. She pondered why her entry into the Eastern Palace had gone so smoothly today. Unlike the usual display of authority, it became clear that they sought her out, more specifically, the Yi family, and her elder sister, the esteemed matriarch of the Yi clan. The others present were not naive. They discerned Luo Yunfei's intent, their expressions betraying a sense of turmoil. Indeed, their husbands were recipients of the emperor's bounty and should share in his concerns. However, they had been cautioned against excessive interaction with the families of several princes during the ongoing struggle for succession, much less taking sides. Should another ascend the throne, it would spell disaster for them. Supporting the crown prince with donations would directly offend Prince Yuanqi. No one was willing to be the first to decline the crown princess's proposal. Amidst the heavy silence, Princess Jiao scoffed. If the crown princess lacks the means to assist the disaster victims, she ought to act within her capacity. Must she orchestrate a flower appreciation banquet under the pretext of seeking funds from us? Luo Yunfei longed to retort, "You weren't even invited. You came of your own volition. The ninth princess is the younger sister of Prince Yuanqi. How could the Eastern Palace invite her to assist in fundraising? However, now that she has arrived, it would be impolite to dismiss her." Luo Yunfei remains unperturbed, offering a faint smile. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Moreover, all I request is that you donate the garments and jewelry you no longer require, or perhaps some old clothing from the household servants. Surely, that is not too difficult. Is it? How could it not be considered a challenge? If they were to part with these items, it would enhance the crown prince's reputation among the people. The common folk and officials would assume they had aligned themselves with the crown prince. The 9th princess glanced at Yu Niao and boldly declared, "Miss you. My elder brother, the crown prince, has abandoned you, and my sister-in-law has usurped your affection, constantly comparing herself to you. Would you truly wish to aid her?" No one had ever dared to directly expose the awkward dynamics among the three in front of Luo Yunfei, yet the 9th princess did so without hesitation, as she was the emperor's most cherished daughter and possessed such audacity. Surprisingly, Yu Niao did not react with anger. Rather, she responded in a languid, indifferent tone. "I have always harbored feelings for Xie Xin, but I merely failed to recognize my own heart until the crown prince and the crown princess enlightened me to the truth. My true love lies elsewhere. I owe them my gratitude. As for donating clothing, I shall not only contribute garments but also blankets and silver notes, hoping that those in need can safely weather this year's hardships." If she were to donate, Yu Yingying would undoubtedly follow suit. Upon realizing this, Luo Yunfei couldn't help but beam with delight. "Miss Yu, you possess such understanding. I shall certainly inform the crown prince of your generosity. I have heard that the matter of the refugees has been entrusted to Xie Xin of my family. Therefore, may I send all my contributions to him?" She looked at the crowd, her expression revealing a hint of cunning. "What about you? Will you join me in this endeavor?" For a brief moment, the air fell silent. "What a splendid idea!" exclaimed Princess Yaohua, slapping the table. "Since the chief minister is responsible for the refugee situation, let us send our donations directly to him and save ourselves the hassle. I am certain the emperor would feel reassured knowing we support the chief minister." "No, Luo Yunfei attempted to interject, but Yu Yingying stood up once more, declaring, "Indeed, the chief minister acts on behalf of the emperor, and to relieve him of burdens is to assist the emperor himself. The Yi family shall be the first to participate. Count me in." Princess Yaohua gleefully rushed over, joining the others. The 9th princess, struck by a sudden thought, smiled and approached them. "Since you all are so generous, I shall not hold back either. Go fetch my treasure chest for mother. I too shall contribute to the welfare of Day's citizens." Other noble ladies, now aware, eagerly responded in kind. Yu Niao, caught in the throng, shouted, "Slow down, one at a time for registration. Later, I will send my servants to each of your residences. Anyone who donates to the refugees, I shall ensure the list reaches Xie Xin. I trust he will not neglect anyone." This promise carried far more weight than that offered by the crown princess. It was evidently the crown prince who, in a bid to win the people's hearts, initiated a fundraising campaign under the auspices of the crown princess. Strangely, it transformed into a stage for Yu Niao. Even as the carriage of the Marquis of Weiyuan departed, Luo Yunfei found it hard to believe. They left just like that, not allowing her a single word? "Sister, this Yu Niao shows an utter lack of respect for you. How can you permit her to behave so brazenly in your presence?" Luo Yuming glared at the carriage of Yu Niao. "She bears a grudge against you, and His Highness the Crown Prince, seeking deliberate revenge." Chapter 93. The Disturbance of the Refugees in Luo Yunfei's Bright. Clear eyes lurked a hint of malevolence as she spoke in a grave tone. "After all my hard work, it appears I have merely fashioned a wedding gown for her. When the Crown Prince returns, how shall I explain this to him? The credit eludes me, yet she shall not bear the blame. If the Crown Prince seeks someone to blame, let it be his own lingering affection for that old flame." Luo Yuming nodded in agreement. "Sister, shall we truly let her off the hook? Sooner or later, she will face her reckoning. Patience is paramount. Haste leads to inevitable defeat. Just like you, dear sister, who foolishly aims to torment Yu Niao daily, only to end up suffering the consequences yourself. Should I fail to prepare thoroughly and strike with precision to ensure Yu Niao's complete eradication, I shall not act rashly. Will the carriage from the Weiyuan Marquis residence pass by the porridge stall?" Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Yunfei. "I wonder if she has brought any guards with her this time. Among the refugees, there could be those with nefarious intentions. Should I arrange for someone to escort them?" Yu Niao's reputation as the most beautiful woman in the capital is well known, even among the ordinary folk of Leiyang. Moreover, the fierce competition among the three princes to win her affection has undoubtedly cloaked her beauty in an aura of mystique. Who wouldn't wish to catch a glimpse of such a beauty? I shall make the arrangements. Luo Yuming, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Sister, leave this matter to me." And without waiting for Luo Yunfei to object, she hurriedly dashed away. Luo Yunfei smirked slightly, supporting herself on the hand of a palace maid as she entered the inner chamber. "Remove all my hairpins and apply a delicate, pale makeup on me. The more vulnerable I appear, the greater the crown prince's disdain for you now Niao, who has ruined my prospects for the sake of Xie Xin. At the porridge stall, yesterday, we were given roasted chicken by Masterly. Is this meager, watery porridge all you offer us? Are we to be treated like beggars? I refuse to eat this." With a crash, someone hurled their bowl to the ground, the sound ringing sharply in the air. If it weren't for the court shielding those corrupt officials, we wouldn't be reduced to fleeing for our lives. Let us not even discuss other matters. A meal with meat is our most basic demand. Fellow villagers, do you not agree? Yes, we demand meat. Feed us meat. I have traveled a great distance to be here, not to live as a beggar. The court must dispense the disaster relief funds, if they cannot. Then let the corrupt official protecting the county magistrate of Leiyang be executed. Indeed, we pay taxes each year. We do not eat for free. Yunai Niao lifted the curtain of the carriage, whose household is serving porridge here today. Huang Ying emerged from the carriage, standing beside the coachman, scanning the surroundings. Moments later, she rushed back. "Miss, I just saw someone from the general's residence. Is it truly the residence of the general of the state? Is Jiajin present?" Rong Jiajin has already passed her full moon, and with the new year approaching, the general's residence has postponed the celebration to after the new year. The princess is also here. It seems she is in a quarrel with someone. Yunai Niao quickly jumped down from the carriage and hurriedly made her way over. She remained oblivious to the fact that among the throng of refugees, two burly men, their faces smeared with dirt, were captivated by her appearance, their eyes widening in astonishment. TSK, TSK, TSK. Only moments ago, they had declared the general's wife to be beautiful, yet here emerged one even more exquisite. Indeed, the capital city is the splendid metropolis of day, where each beauty surpasses the last in allure. To spend a single night with one would be well worth any sacrifice. Unsavory words incessantly circulated among the refugees, yet Niao remained oblivious to them. Her gaze was captivated by the quarrel emanating from Rong Jiajin's direction. "You assist the refugees, and so do we. What gives you the right to demand that we prepare porridge just because you do? Our family, the Fengs, is affluent, and we take pleasure in gifting roast chicken and duck. What business is it of yours? Must you concern yourselves with this? Perhaps you should first inquire whether they consent or not." The woman's voice was sharp and piercing. The refugees jeered. Has the general's residence become impoverished from the war? Can they no longer afford roast chicken? We have no desire for your insipid plain porridge. We yearn for roasted chicken and duck. Roasted chicken. Roasted duck. Roasted chicken. Roasted duck. Roasted chicken. The deafening cries nearly toppled the kanji stall of the general of the nation's guard. Rong Jiajin wore a stern expression. With the heavy snowfall at year's end, not only the displaced of Leiyang suffered, but several surrounding areas of the capital were also gravely affected. The city witnessed a surge in beggars. In the western part alone, there were over 200 homeless individuals receiving daily aid, while the entire capital accounted for more than 300. In total, this meant that over 500 souls throughout the capital required assistance. If everyone were to be provided with a roasted chicken, as you suggest, how much silver would that consume? How could the court possibly allocate resources under such circumstances? In the future, should a refugee settlement be established, all those who wander without a home shall be required to reside there. However, when so many individuals congregate in one place, the responsibility for their sustenance will fall upon the court. To care for such a multitude will inevitably deplete the national treasury. Moreover, if these individuals become spoiled under the care of the Feng family, when unrest arises, who will come to the aid of the Feng family? What difference does it make if there are 500 people? Feng Rougen held her head high with an air of pride, declaring, "Even 1,000 people, my Feng family can support." She then entrusted the matter to Miss Feng Er. Yunai Niao positioned herself between Rong Jiajin and Feng Rougen, protectively standing by Rong Jiajin's side. The Feng family is a century-old lineage. A mere few roast chickens are certainly inconsequential, unlike the general's residence and the Wei Yuan Marquis' household, which merely exudes superficial grandeur. I truly envy Miss Feng Er. To her surprise, Yunai Niao had the audacity to express envy towards her. Regardless of its authenticity, Feng Rougen's vanity was immensely gratified. She smugly arched the corner of her mouth, letting out a chuckle. "Consider yourselves perceptive. This piece of land now belongs to me. Seek another place elsewhere." There is no need for her to urge. All the refugees have already lined up at the Feng family's porridge stall. Rong Jiajin wished to say something further, but she was pulled outside by Yu Niao. "Ah, miss." As soon as they emerged from the porridge stand and were about to pass by the throng of refugees, an unknown hand suddenly shoved Huang Ying, propelling her towards Yu Niao. "Ah." Instantly, a multitude of refugees surged forward. Yu Niao felt a darkness envelop her mind, and she lost consciousness. Miss, where are you?" Niao. Rong Jiajin turned around, yet she could not spot Yu Niao's figure. She contemplated confronting those individuals about Yu Niao's whereabouts, but her keen eyes soon noticed that the loudest of the vagrants, who had bickered the most fiercely with Feng Ruzhen, had vanished. The sound of the cart wheels striking the ground echoed as the carriage rolled out of the city. Yu Niao, groggy and disoriented, slowly opened her eyes and realized she was inside a humble carriage, far from the grandeur of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence. "You are awake?" A mocking voice emerged from behind her. "Would you care for some tea?" Chapter 94. Unable to escape, Yu Niao abruptly turned around, her body retreating in terror as she caught sight of Ashina Yi's rugged and unkempt visage. Noticing her fear, Ashina Yi's laughter grew more unrestrained. "What is the matter? Did you not anticipate that I would retaliate today after you had your lover scheme against me last time? What are you saying?" Yu Niao could not comprehend his words and glared at him with indignation. "Ashina Yi, our great Yi dynasty has treated you and the third princess with courtesy. Our sovereign even arranged a marriage between the third princess and Prince Yuanqi. With such sincerity, you dare to brazenly abduct the daughter of a high-ranking official in broad daylight? Do you wish to incite conflict between our two nations once more?" The Hu people were, after all, defeated foes. Had it not been for the court summons of General Shang, the Hu royal court would have been obliterated. There would be no Hu prince or third princess. Only slaves to Great Yi. "Are all of you from Great Yi as Navi as you?" Ashina Yi taunted, lifting her chin. "Do you truly believe that the Shang family is a divine incarnation of a war god? How could you believe we would willingly accept a humiliating peace? And how could we possibly obtain your border defense maps?" Enjoying the astonishment on her face, Ashina Yi leaned in closer. "How could this prince ever steal away such a beauty as you?" The Hu were merely feigning defeat and surrender. Otherwise, with General Shing's resolve, even if summoned back by the court, he would have stormed into the Hu palace. It was precisely because of the protracted siege that the court, in a frenzy, called him back. Why was the siege prolonged? It was because Ashina Yi had redirected all his forces to the rear, resulting in a crushing defeat for the vanguard while the rear remained as solid as rock. Seizing the opportunity, he presented a letter of surrender, forming a delegation with an exceedingly humble posture, requesting the Emperor of Great Yi to allow them to enter the capital alongside Shang's army to discuss territorial concessions and submission. His delegation was filled with talented individuals, effortlessly gathering intelligence from within the military encampments. His sister, with her beauty, had seduced several vice commanders, extracting numerous secrets from their lips. Meanwhile, the Shang family had already positioned their spies among the Hu, who, once inside the general's residence, continuously relayed information to him. It was only last night that a spy from the Shang family stealthily procured the border defense maps, which prompted him to devise the recent plan to abduct Yu Niao. He was also grateful for the assistance of the crown princess's sister. Yu Niao forcefully turned her head away, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she glared at him. "You treacherous scoundrel." Ashina Yi's grip on her chin tightened suddenly, his expression darkening. "This prince is not like Xie Xin, who cherishes women. You would do well to serve me loyally from this moment forward. Otherwise, once we return to the Hu, I will make you wish for life to escape you and death to elude you." The Hu were bold and unrestrained, with nobles frequently exchanging concubines for service. A rarity like Yu Niao, unmatched on the grasslands, would surely incite the envy of all chieftains. Once he grew weary of her, he could easily offer this Central Plains woman to others for gain. It was said that women from the Central Plains valued their chastity above all. Once lost, they would seek only death. Yu Niao discerned the implication behind his words and abruptly rose from the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze outside. The howling northern wind blew fiercely, disheveling her hair. The air was laden with dust, and the swirling sand obscured her vision. As she struggled to open her eyes, she realized that the landscape before her was strikingly different from that of the capital. Ashina Yi did not attempt to restrain her, confident that as a frail woman, she would never escape. "Where are you taking me?" Yu Niao shot a glance at him. "Are you leading me to the Hu people?" Ashina Yi crossed his arms. What else could it be? Having never ventured beyond the capital, Yu Niao bit her lip in confusion. "Where is this?" The distance between the capital and the Hu people's territory was vast, and she surmised that she had only been unconscious for 3 or 4 hours. Even a swift horse ride could not have brought them close to the Hu. Though she had never been there, she knew the Hu were a nomadic tribe. And the sandy landscape surrounding her bore no resemblance to a grassland. As Xie glanced at her, finding her startled expressions endearingly charming, and could not resist teasing her. This is the Xizhou city of your Day dynasty. Your beloved is currently plastering notices everywhere, searching for you. Care to wager who will bring you back to the Hu first, me or your lover? Who would wager with you? Yu Niao rolled her eyes, her mind racing to grasp useful information. Xizhou. What was significant about Xizhou? Suddenly, a captivating face flashed in her mind. She clutched her abdomen, her expression gradually shifting to one of pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. However, she remained silent, enduring until her shoulders began to tremble. As Xie frowned. What is wrong with you? What trick are you trying to play? Yu Niao appeared to hold back, propping herself up with one hand, straining to lift her head, and shot him a sidelong glare. Rest assured, even if I were to suffer immensely, I would never seek your help. As she spoke, she began to breathe heavily. The labored, intermittent sounds troubled Xie. What is the matter with you? The jade hairpin in her hand pressed painfully into her thigh, and Yu Niao felt faint. Her palm stained crimson. I have my monthly cycle, she said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, anger, and indignation, displaying the demeanor of a young maiden, which left Xie unable to look away. What are you staring at? Yu Niao bit her lip. Quickly send your guards into the city to find an inn, so I can take care of this. Blood had already soaked her pant legs, but fortunately, the heavy winter garments concealed her condition. And Xie had yet to notice anything amiss. Furthermore, her pale complexion betrayed her plight, leading Xie to believe that associating with a woman in such a state was ominous, prompting him to order his guards into the city. In the capital's criminal department prison, a disheveled woman was bound to a wooden post, her gray prison garb stained with blood, clearly having endured inhumane interrogation. The cell was thick with the stench of blood. Before the woman stood a dark crimson armchair, upon which the man leaned, his beast-like eyes coldly fixed upon her. Speak. Where have you taken her? The woman bound to the stake lifted her head, blood trickling down her chin. With great effort, she opened her eyes and suddenly burst into laughter, wincing as pain surged through her chest. Xie Xin, you shall never find her in this lifetime. I have killed her, dismembered her body to feed to wild dogs. If you wish to see her, search within the bellies of those beasts. A whip adorned with barbs struck her, eliciting a muffled groan. Xie Xin, I truly regret ever loving you, she confessed, her tangled hair revealing a pair of eyes blazing with fury. Chapter 95, Deception. Who but Luo Yunjin could it be? The man seated in the chair remained unmoved by her words, instead rising in irritation. You may choose silence, but I can certainly dismember you and feed you to the wild dogs. His coldness was unexpected for Luo Yunjin, as was the realization that Xie Xin's power had grown so immense that he could take her away for interrogation right at the palace gates, with her parents and sister unable to aid her. Even when the crown prince personally requested her release, he did not hesitate to refuse. Initially, she believed that even if Xie Xin uncovered her actions, he would merely scold and warn her. After all, she would not lose a piece of flesh. Xie Xin, I am the sister of the crown princess. If you do not reveal where Yu Niao is hidden today, even the crown princess herself will not save you from my wrath. His piercing gaze penetrated Luo Yunjin's very soul, sending shivers through her bones. Yet, even as fear gripped her, Xie Xin commanded his men to erect a large framework beneath which a copper basin lay waiting. Not far away, several towering officers struggled to restrain a pack of frenzied hyenas. Sensing blood, 3 emaciated hyenas bared their sharp teeth, emitting hissing sounds, with thick drool dripping from their jaws. Their eyes, fixed upon Luo Yunjin, gleamed with a fervent and avaricious hunger. Xie Xin, do you truly intend to offend the crown prince and the Luo family for a fickle woman who sways like the winds? He would Yu Niao merely to humiliate her. Otherwise, why would he refer to the legitimate daughter of a noble house as a concubine? Was he not filled with resentment towards her, now that the woman had vanished, never to return? Why was he so infuriated? Begin the torture. Xie Xin thought her incessant chatter was tiresome. Were it not for the exhaustive search throughout the capital yielding no trace of Yu Niao, he would not be entangled in this exchange with her. Immediately, someone was dispatched to untie Luo Yunjin, and the closer she drew to the hyenas, the more terror seized her. Bound to the frame, she felt the glint of a knife in the hands of the officer, pressed against her cheek. My lord, shall we start with the face? No, no, please. Xie Xin. Do not treat me this way, do not. She cried in desperation. Unioneo is not dead, she is alive. I was merely speaking nonsense. All of it was a lie. The sheer intensity of her fear erupted into a scream, as she sensed the foul stench emanating from the hyenas' mouths. Where is she? Xie Xin pressed, the cold blade now breaking her skin, causing her to draw in sharp breaths. At Ashinae. In Ashinae. Just then. Bai Hu Yuan entered. My lord, the station for the Hu People's envoy has been emptied. Upon learning of Unioneo's disappearance, Xie Xin had promptly sealed the city gates. Yet they had still found no trace. Due to the presence of foreign envoys at the station, searching had been inconvenient, but Xie Xin led a team directly. And the station staff dared not obstruct them excessively. However, only a couple of the Hu attendants remained, stating that their prince had taken the lords out for a hunt. Xie Xin did not believe them and ordered Bai Hu Yuan to keep a close watch on those attendants. Indeed, it was not long before the few scattered attendants gathered their belongings and discreetly slipped away. Upon receiving a definitive response from Luo Yunming, he turned and strode away with great urgency. In the bustling inn of Shizhou City, patrons were abuzz with discussions regarding the local ruler, King of Shizhou, who was set to hold a martial arts competition to recruit talented individuals. Ever since his demotion, why had the king become so fervently interested in amassing troops? Was he plotting a rebellion? But what sort of rebellion? Was it not the court that mandated the conscription of young men from various regions to be sent to the battlefield? The king of Shizhou sought to achieve merit to eventually return to the capital. Yet, with the crown prince already established, returning would only subject him to the prince's suppression. Why not seize dominance in this locale instead? Indeed, I find the king of Shizhou to be quite commendable. At least he does not allow his subordinates to act with impunity. Just the other day, my sister was nearly bullied while singing on the street, and it was the king who came to her rescue. She now performs at the royal palace, living a life of great contentment. Perhaps the prince still harbors feelings for the most beautiful woman in the capital? Was it not said that he was demoted here due to a quarrel with that beauty and several brothers? The capital is splendid, unlike the incessant sandstorms we endure here. Look at the maidens of our region. Not one is free from sallow skin and dark complexions. It would be quite strange for the king to find favor in this place. At a neighboring table, a black cloak that had draped over Unioneo's head suddenly slipped away. Ah! She let out a startled gasp, causing everyone in the inn's hall to turn their gaze upon her. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the room. In that fleeting moment, Ashina quickly grasped the slipping cloak and wrapped it around her securely once more. Yet, even for an instant, her breathtaking beauty was enough to leave onlookers in awe. A guard clad in black, wielding a sword on the second floor, found his pupils constricting at the sight of Unioneo's true visage. He immediately leaped from the railing, his steps disordered as he hurried in a particular direction. Ashina gritted his teeth. Unioneo, do not play tricks. Tricks? What tricks am I playing? Unioneo pouted. Her face, meticulously adorned, was too lovely to scold harshly. The cloak had clearly been deliberately torn away, accompanied by an intentional sound. How naive. Believing that anyone here would dare to flirt with her. Ashina's imposing and fierce demeanor had already extinguished the hopes of all those with ulterior motives in the inn. Such a beauty was beyond their reach. Hurry and eat. We must depart immediately after. Unioneo blinked, appearing somewhat bewildered. Are we not resting here? Did you not hear the innkeeper mention that this is the only city within 100 miles? The day is waning. Do you wish for me to sleep outdoors? I am the daughter of an official. How can you treat me so? Treat you so? Ashina found it amusing. Do not forget that you are currently a prisoner. Spare me the coyness typical of women from the Central Plains. If you do not obey, I shall bind you and return you to the Hu people. Upon witnessing his anger, Yu Niao fell silent, savoring her meal with deliberate grace and elegance, taking small bites. Her movements flowed like water, exuding a beauty reminiscent of the noble ladies from the Central Plains she had observed at court banquets, which quelled any urge to urge her on. A flicker of relief shone in Yu Niao's eyes as she calmed herself and continued her meal. Having long been satiated, she hesitated to set down her utensils, relishing the opportunity to prolong her time. My lord, my lord, my lord. In the heart of the city, within the walls of the Western Zhou Marquette, a guard suddenly dropped to the ground, exclaiming, My lord, I have spotted the second miss of the Wei Yuan Marquette. Chapter 96, Brazen Temptation at the Writing Desk. The man in white, engrossed in his painting, suddenly froze, lifting his head with an expression of disbelief. What did you say? Repeat that. The guard, his face aglow with excitement, replied, I saw Miss Yu Niao at an inn in the city. Which Miss Yu? The king of Western Zhou could hardly believe his ears, repeating the question. Are you certain? Was it the second Miss Yu from the Wei Yuan Marquise? The guard nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I saw her quite clearly. However, it is peculiar. She was accompanied by a man who does not appear to be from the Central Plains. Exceedingly tall. It seemed as though Miss Yu was not entirely willing to follow him. How could a sheltered young lady venture so far with a man alone? Surely, someone must covet her beauty and has abducted her. Old Fu, gather the guards at once, and let us rescue Niao from the post station. His demeanor ignited with fervor, reminiscent of the once formidable second prince, stirring even old Fu, who had been by his side since childhood, with a rush of adrenaline. He was determined to assist his lord in reclaiming the second Miss Yu. At the inn, the meal dragged on, consuming what felt like an eternity. And the longer it stretched, the more Yu Niao sensed that Xie Xin was on the verge of seizing her by the collar. To avoid such an awkward predicament, she gracefully shifted her steps toward the entrance. The patrons of the inn remained transfixed by the ethereal beauty of Yu Niao. Their curiosity piqued. The man beside her bore a fierce countenance, and the way she seemed to avoid him suggested they were not a couple. Siblings? That was implausible. For how could siblings exhibit such a stark contrast in appearance? As she crossed the threshold of the inn, Yu Niao seized the moment and stumbled into a matron. Ah, ouch. You wretched commoner, have you no eyes? How dare you collide with this young lady? Do you wish to forfeit your life? Behind the matron was a sharp-tongued woman, who helped her mother-in-law to her feet, and, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Niao, began to berate her. You ungrateful girl. It was you who knocked down my mother-in-law. We haven't even spoken yet, and you already play the victim. I, Yuan Sanyang, shall not let this matter rest. You will accompany me to see the authorities, and we shall have the honorable judge discern who truly lacks vision. Slap. Just as Yuan Sanyang attempted to grab her, she received a resounding blow to the face. Immediately, Yu Niao hid behind Xie Xin, exclaiming, Brother, this wretched commoner dares to insult me. You must punish her. The inn's patrons gasped, sensing the impending chaos. Though beautiful, she was indeed a femme fatale. Before Xie Xin could react, Yu Niao had thrust him into the eye of the storm. The insulted woman, unwilling to back down, regained her composure and lunged at Xie Xin, attempting to seize Yu Niao from behind him. You, how unreasonable can you be? It was your brother who struck first, yet you dare to retaliate. If I do not teach you a lesson today, then I am not Yuan Sanyang. Yu Niao, with an expression of deep contrition, darted behind Xie Xin, skillfully evading capture by the slenderness of her frame, leaving Yuan Sanyang unable to grasp even a fragment of her garment. Get away. Xie Xin, his face marred by a gash from a woman's long armor, angrily shoved Yuan Sanyang aside. She tumbled to the ground, the sound of her elbow cracking echoing painfully as she cried out. The surrounding townsfolk, unable to bear the sight, encircled Xie Xin, who attempted to flee with Yu Niao. How can you strike someone and then try to escape? You must take Sanyang to the clinic at once. Her arm is broken. This is utterly unreasonable. She appeared so dignified, yet turns out to be such a person. The authorities should be called to apprehend you. Xie Xin found himself surrounded, unable to break free. Yu Niao, draping her cloak over her head, subtly retreated from the throng and, before Xie Xin could notice, turned and fled. Meanwhile, the soldiers accompanying the Prince of Western Zhou had also surrounded the inn. On the ground, Yuan Sanyang seemed to have found her savior. Your Highness, this man intends to kill me. It was revealed that Yuan Sanyang was the cook of the prince's household, known by nearly everyone on the street. The prince, with his men, cornered Xie Xin. Old Fu, is this the man? Old Fu stepped forward. Your Highness, it is indeed him. The prince's countenance sharpened. You, northern barbarian? Where have you hidden the second miss of the Wei Yuan Marquise? As a royal prince of noble lineage with a broad perspective, he immediately recognized Xie Xin as a Hu people. Rumors of Hu envoys having been in the capital recently made the presence of a Hu person in Western Zhou City highly suspect, likely one of those emissaries. What audacity! Xie Xin squinted, assessing the situation. Though skilled in combat, he realized that he was outnumbered, particularly because he had hastened back to the Hu territory with a cart pulled by 4 exceptional horses, renowned for their speed. As a result, he had brought only a few guards with him. What should have taken 4 or 5 days was accomplished in half a day, with 3 of his prized horses collapsing from exhaustion. Thankfully, Yu Niao had been unconscious during the ordeal. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable for her. But where was Yu Niao? Xie Xin turned around, only to find her absence alarming. Both the Prince of Western Zhou and Ashina suspected that the other had hidden her away, and the tension between them escalated. "Your Highness." Ashina's guard whispered urgently, causing a shift in his demeanor. He swiftly leaped up, severing the ropes that bound the cart, and galloped away. The guards, mimicking his actions, surged out through the gates of Western Zhou City. "Your Highness, do not pursue." The prince blocked the guards, turning to address the doorway of a tailor's shop. "Niao Niao, will you not come out?" Having hidden behind the door and observing the situation, Yu Niao Niao only dared to emerge once Ashina's men had departed. Dragging her injured leg, she approached the Prince of Western Zhou. If circumstances allowed, she would certainly prefer not to engage with this individual. However, the situation was dire. Only the king of Shizhou could offer her salvation. "Are you injured?" Her leg was incapacitated, her clothing clinging to the wound, and with each movement, the pain shot through her like a piercing arrow. Before she could utter a word, the king of Shizhou had already commanded Lao Fu, "Quickly bring the carriage and take the second young lady to the palace to recuperate." Shizhou was situated in a remote area, far less bustling than the capital, with its crumbling walls and swirling yellow sand. The houses lining the streets were modestly built, as if to evade some unseen threat above. Though the Shizhou palace lacked the opulence of the noble houses in the capital, it was still vastly superior to the dwellings of the surrounding populace. With the arrival of Yu Niao Niao, the entire Shizhou palace transformed into something remarkably distinct. Chapter 97. Do you truly love me? The prince, who spent his days immersed in poetry and painting, had ceased to listen to music or engage in his art. Wherever Yu Niao Niao went, he followed closely, which rendered the courtesans and singers, previously cherished in the palace, utterly obsolete. They feared being cast out of the royal residence and were quite displeased with this new favorite of the prince. However, aside from attending to nature's calls and resting, the prince was incessantly in the company of the rumored most beautiful woman, leaving them with no opportunity to investigate the truth. They yearned to discern whether she was merely the prince's fleeting fancy or destined to become the future princess of Shizhou. For only then could they devise a strategy to contend with the situation. In the long hall, Yu Niao Niao glared at the prince of Shizhou, her voice laced with irritation as she seethed. "Gao Yuan, what on earth do you intend to do?" His relentless pursuit was suffocating her. Most importantly, she had no desire to remain in Shizhou City as Gao Yuan's princess. "What I wish to do, do you not know, Niao Niao? If you agree to be my princess, I shall cease this incessant following." As expected, her fears materialized. Yu Niao Niao reiterated, "I have already informed you that the emperor has betrothed me to Xie Xin. It is impossible for me to become your princess. Do you intend to defy the imperial decree and face the consequences when the emperor discovers your actions? Unless you wish to remain forever exiled from the capital." Yet Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Now everyone knows you have been abducted by the prince of the Hu tribe. Who would suspect you are here with me? As long as you do not appear before those in the capital, you can remain my princess for eternity." He nearly feverishly grasped Yu Niao Niao, pulling her close. "Moreover, a person of your pride, unwilling to be Xie Xin's wife and adamant about divorce. Would you truly willingly accept being his concubine now?" He doubted that the once imperious Yu Niao Niao would humiliate herself for Xie Xin. "I would." To his astonishment, Yu Niao Niao replied, "I love Xie Xin. As long as I can marry him, even as a concubine, I would willingly accept." "Fool." Gao Yuan's temper flared suddenly, as he shoved Yu Niao Niao to the ground, the veins on his forehead bulging, his eyes ablaze with fury. "After years apart, how has my Niao Niao become so foolish? You love him? How could you possibly love a man you once discarded like refuse? Let me tell you, do not be so naive. I am a man too. If I were Xie Xin and saw you like this, I would humiliate you even further, exacting revenge, trampling your dignity underfoot. Do you truly believe he still loves you? No, this is merely a scheme for retribution. To genuinely love a woman, how could one bear to see her become a concubine? It should be as I am, even risking exposure and defying orders. One ought to insist on making her the legitimate wife, for only a legitimate wife can be buried alongside one's beloved after a lifetime, signifying that they live together and rest together in death. So, do you truly still love me?" With a calm voice, Yu Niao Niao dusted off her palms and sat on the ground, gazing up at him. "Are you certain that you still love me?" The wound on her left leg, inflicted 2 days prior, had reopened due to her fall, and she could distinctly feel the wetness of blood seeping out once again. This push only deepened her conviction that Xie Xin truly loved her. Ever since their reunion, even when he initially loathed her the most, he had never once laid a hand on her. He had often stayed awake all night to care for her during her illnesses, never entrusting her care to another. Despite his harsh words, his eyes were always filled with affection. Isn't that what it means to love someone? Even when one's lips are sealed, love can overflow from the eyes. Looking into Gao Wuyuan's eyes, one could question whether his fierce demeanor stemmed from hatred or love. Could he truly discern the difference himself? I do not love you. Gao Wuyuan, provoked once again, had bloodshot eyes filled with a wicked intensity. If I do not love you, why have I remained unmarried for so long? If I do not love you, why does my courtyard remain empty? If I do not love you, why have I preserved my virtue for so many years? Unioneo, there is one thing you have never changed. Your heart has always been devoid of feelings for me. Unioneo wanted to say more, but Gao Wuyuan had already stepped back several paces. Someone, assist the princess back to her chambers. In 3 days, I shall host a banquet at the palace, making you my true princess. Gao Wuyuan, you. The pain in her leg surged once more. And with a sense of urgency, Unioneo attempted to rise, only to fall again. Gao Wuyuan had vanished from Chang'e Hall. A timid maid approached to help her. Your Highness, are you well? Unioneo grimaced. The wound has reopened. First, assist me back to apply medicine, and also, do not call me your Highness. I will not marry him. The maid carefully helped her inside, fetched the medicine prescribed by the doctor. And as she tended to her wounds, she sighed, Miss, our Lord is truly a good man. He loves you deeply. And it is only because he could not accept your indifference that he inadvertently harmed you. Please do not hold a grudge against him. A mere maid dared to speak so boldly. Unioneo turned to assess her. What is your name? Are you one of the palace servants? The lovely young girl blushed and shook her head. My name is Xiao. My mother is the cook from the palace whom you encountered on the street. She was hired by the Lord to prepare his meals and has not signed a contract of servitude, so I am not technically a palace servant. The fact that Gao Wuyuan had entrusted her care to someone not bound to the palace indicated a significant level of trust. After observing her for a moment, Unioneo suddenly smiled. Xiao, you have feelings for your lord. Xiao gasped in shock, staring at her. Mississippi. No. I truly do not. The flustered demeanor that betrayed her was unmistakable. Unioneo may not have been particularly astute in other matters, but when it came to matters of the heart, she was remarkably perceptive, possessing an innate talent since childhood. She could not misinterpret Xiao as concealed shyness beneath her flustered exterior. Do not be anxious. Unioneo comforted her, saying, I shall not reveal anything about your lord. This is a secret between us. Upon hearing this, Xiao looked at Unioneo with gratitude in her eyes, clearly relieved. Miss, please refrain from such remarks in the future. I am acutely aware of the disparity between your status and mine. The difference in our standings is as vast as that between the clouds and the mud. Do not belittle yourself. Unioneo gently patted her hand and replied, You may not know, but I have been married before. Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to comprehend that such an exquisitely beautiful noble lady could have once experienced abandonment by a man. Chapter 98. The imperial envoy Unioneo understood her hesitation, yet feigned ignorance, her eyes sparkling with cleverness as she devised an escape plan. Let me ask you, she began. There exists a means for you to wed the prince, yet your marriage may endure a prolonged period of discord. Would you be willing to rely on your affection for him to sway her? While she sought to extricate herself from her predicament and intended to leverage Xiao, she was determined to grant Xiao the autonomy of choice. Should Xiao refuse, she would seek alternative solutions. Xiao bit her lip, grappling with a tumult of emotions. The prince was indeed not a bad man. In fact, one could argue he was quite amiable. Prior to Unioneo's arrival, he treated every woman, irrespective of their social standing, with utmost respect. Even within his residence, there were many impoverished singers and dancers that he had rescued from despair. To utter a bold statement, which maiden in the prince's estate would not desire to enter his inner sanctum. She was no exception to this societal norm. However, the prince's demeanor towards Unioneo was unreasonably domineering, casting aside his cultured refinement. I do not press you, Unioneo declared. There is no rush. We have 3 days to ponder. Should you choose to wed, it is a lifelong commitment. If you are hesitant, I shall not hold it against you. Not everyone possesses the audacity to gamble everything on a single throw. Meanwhile, the women eyeing the Chang'e Hall, eager to gather intelligence, were soon met with the news that the Western Zhou prince was to marry, his bride being the very woman confined within the Chang'e Hall. The entrance was heavily guarded, with only the prince's most trusted maidens permitted inside, leaving Xiao as the sole means for the others to gain access to the elusive Unioneo. Is that not Xiao? On this day, Xiao had just emerged from the kitchen bearing a meal for Unioneo when she was intercepted by a group of flamboyantly dressed dancers. "Are you delivering food to that lady in the Chang'e Hall again?" One of them, the favored people player Yejie, remarked, casting a glance at the lavish meal box. "It used to be that the prince always had you by his side. I thought you were his beloved. Who would have imagined that a newcomer would suddenly steal his affections? We sisters feel quite sorry for you, Shower. Indeed. I wonder where this wild card emerged from. To capture the prince's favor to such an extent that he has you attending to her. I recall that you were once requested by Yejie to serve the prince. And he chastised her for it, claiming she was unworthy. What makes this newcomer so different? Dressed in a deep green gown, the most talented dancer in the prince's court. Xiaoshui was in constant competition with Yejie for the prince's affection. Inquiring about Uniao, she also took the opportunity to undermine Yejie. The others were merely supporters of these two, all echoing their sentiments as they cornered Shower. The lady is the prince's favored one, as a mere commoner. How can I compare? In just 2 days, the prince shall wed her. If you are so curious, why not attend the ceremony and see for yourselves? In response to their inquiries, Shower lightly brushed them aside, saying, I kindly ask you all to make way, if the dishes grow cold and the young lady inquires. I must speak the truth. In other words, should the prince lay blame, Shower would not take responsibility for them. This Shower is truly impervious to persuasion. No matter. I just discreetly sprinkled some castor bean powder into the dishes while she was momentarily distracted. Soon, we can sneak in amidst the chaos to take a look. The wind rose, and large flakes of snow drifted down. Yu Niao thought of the refugees in the capital and wondered if the donations and supplies promised to the noble ladies had been arranged properly. The emperor had entrusted Xie Xin with full authority to manage the snow disaster. How many paths would that obstruct? The faction of Empress Xin would not easily let him off the hook and would surely create obstacles. She had also disrupted the crown prince's good fortune. This debt would likely fall upon Xie Xin's shoulders. Alas, my lady, you have sighed 28 times today. Please, come and dine. Showa set out the food box. These are all special dishes renowned from the capital's culinary establishments, as specifically commanded by the prince. Yu Niao turned back, looking somewhat unwell, her spirits low, then glanced at the snowflakes falling outside the window. Shower, before I was brought here from the capital, I heard that Leiyang was devastated by a blizzard, with countless casualties among the populace and many refugees flooding into the capital. What is the situation now? Shower pondered for a moment and replied, I happened to overhear the prince and others mention that. The emperor has appointed a high-ranking official from the capital as a special envoy to investigate the truth along the way, intending to apprehend all those corrupt officials who exploit the common people and bring them back to the capital. There were likely discussions regarding either winning over or eliminating the capital's officials, but Shower refrained from mentioning them. She feared that such words could be detrimental to her prince. Thus, even as a lady, she would not divulge a single word. However, even without her words, Yu Niao could surmise the dangers that Xie Xin would soon face. At such a moment, would he be aware of her abduction? Clang. The snow fell heavily like a white jade belt, endlessly blanketing the winding path. Against the cold, white snow, speckles of red blood were scattered. The white guard held a long knife against the sword of the approaching assassin. My lord, you and Afu should go ahead. I will join you shortly. Xie Xin's silver-gray brocade robe had already been torn, revealing that the bloodstains on the snow were his own. Afu supported him, equally anxious, saying, My lord, you must go first. I will stay behind. The notion of staying behind was simply a path to death. He wished to sacrifice his own life to buy Xie Xin more time. No, Afu. You must go with the lord. Hurry. The white guard, driven by rage, shouted hoarsely, Go. Xie Xin gritted his teeth, seizing the reins of a galloping chestnut horse beside him, and called out to Afu, Go. Afu found himself unable to hold back even for a moment. Rather than perish here, it would be better to flee with him. Afu glanced at the white guard, who was fighting desperately, then looked towards the retreating figure of his lord. With gritted teeth, he mounted a magnificent white steed and galloped away. Only then did the white guard reveal a relieved smile, roaring with bloodied lips, Come on, all of you, together. I shall leave none of you unscathed. The rapid clatter of hooves echoed against the bluestone path, while the pain in Xie Xin's arm had grown numbing. Yet, he dared not pause for a single moment. It had already been 2 days. As Shina rode the finest blood-sweating horse of the steppe, racing through the miles, if he did not spur himself onward, he would forever lose the fleeting sin of Yu Niao. However, the journey was far from tranquil. Chapter 99. The wedding feast postponed. The Shun clan exerted their full strength to eliminate Xie Xin. Among the 100 guards arranged by the emperor, more than half were dispatched by the Xin family. After enduring fierce battles, only Bai Hu Yuan and a Fu remained by his side. His journey not only aimed to reach Leiyang but also to rescue Yu Niao. The relentless travel throughout the night had left him utterly exhausted. His once handsome visage now obscured by a layer of yellow dust, and his stubbled face appeared aged by several years. Even if Yu Niao were to see such a Xie Xin, she would likely hesitate to recognize him. "My lord, please hold on a little longer. We are almost at the gates of Shizhou City," a Fu urged, noting that Xie Xin had been weakened by his injuries and relentless travel. As the city gates loomed closer, Xie Xin's vision blurred, and the world seemed to spin around him. Suddenly, with a thud, Xie Xin collapsed from his horse, unconscious. Young master! Young master!" a Fu exclaimed, leaping from his mount to assist the now unconscious Xie Xin. A crowd began to gather around them, drawing the attention of the guards at the city gate. "What has happened? Let us investigate." Knock, knock, knock. Yu Niao gently tapped on the door of the restroom, pinching her nose and stepping back a bit. Third sister, are you all right?" Inside, a cacophony of sounds echoed, followed by third sister's weak yet relieved voice. I'm fine. Young lady, you need not concern yourself with me. I must have eaten something wrong." Exchanging glances, Yu Niao and Xiao Er spoke in unison. "Third sister only had my cooking today. I suspect someone tampered with the food." Xiao Er nodded in agreement. "Mother, I encountered Miss Leji and Miss Qiu Shui in the kitchen today. They inquired about Miss Yu, and I suspect they might have poisoned the food. Those two wretched girls." Third sister's words were interrupted by another bout of excruciating stomach pain. As she staggered out, her face had turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she declared fiercely, "You two wait for me. I will ensure the kitchen's dishes are sent to you, and I will demand that the prince punish them severely." Having been slapped by Yu Niao on the street, third sister felt a twinge of anger. However, once the misunderstanding was cleared, she found herself admiring Yu Niao's cleverness and commending her judgment. Had the one struck that day not been third sister, the common folk would have undoubtedly cowered in fear before Yu Niao's audacious demeanor. In such a case, that scoundrel prince would indeed have whisked Yu Niao away. No. The flames of determination flickered in Yu Niao's eyes. "Third sister, simply informed the prince that I too am afflicted with diarrhea. Thus, the wedding feast scheduled for tomorrow shall be rendered impossible." At present, the entire Shizhou Wangfu was adorned with festive decorations. Vibrant red satin draped the ancient corridors, creating a splendid atmosphere. Bright red lanterns illuminated every 5 steps, enveloping the surroundings in a jubilant ambience. Despite the hurried preparations, Gao Yuan had orchestrated the wedding feast with remarkable exuberance. Even on the day of the wedding banquet, the bridal gown had already been delivered by Gao Yuan. Indeed, as long as Yu Niao donned the attire, she could proceed with the ceremony. "What? Niao is suffering from diarrhea?" Old Fu, observing the furious prince, nodded. "According to what Xiao Er has reported, my subordinates have investigated and discovered that the purgative was administered by a dancer from Miss Qiu Shui's courtyard. The princess must have ingested it by mistake. Fortunately, the princess consumed very little food, so her condition is not severe. However, the one in grave trouble is the kitchen's Yuan San Yang." Gao Yuan's expression darkened. "It is my kindness towards them that has led them to forget their place." He snorted coldly. "Send away all the dancers from Qiu Shui courtyard. From this day forth, I do not wish to see them again." Old Fu stood still, cautiously inquiring, "Does this include Miss Qiu Shui as well?" That Miss Qiu Shui, besides her exquisite dancing, is also skilled at chess. She often matches wits with the prince, who enjoys her company during games. Before the arrival of the second young lady, Old Fu believed that the prince harbored a fondness for Miss Qiu Shui akin to that of a confidant. "Must I repeat myself?" Gao Yuan furrowed his brow. "I mean everyone from Qiu Shui courtyard." "Everyone? Do you understand?" "My subordinate comprehends." Old Fu clasped his hands in salute, silently expressing his apologies to Miss Qiu Shui. Who could blame them, after all, for their reckless actions that endangered the second young lady? "My lady, the prince has arrived." Xiao Er, peering through the window, spotted Gao Yuan entering the courtyard and hurriedly alerted Yu Niao. The protagonist, who had been sitting by the window, frowned delicately, closed the window, and moved toward the bed, casually applying a thick layer of pearl powder to her face and lips. Then, she lifted the quilt and lay down, her movements seamless. By the time Gao Yuan entered, Yu Niao had already closed her eyes, revealing only her pale little face peeking out from under the covers. "Niao." He hurried to her bedside, grasping her hand. "Niao, have you taken your medicine?" The delicate lashes fluttered, and she anxiously opened her eyes, only to furrow her brow. withdraw her hand, and curl up, silently weeping. Where's the doctor? Where has he gone? Hurry and fetch the best doctor in the city for me. My lord, the doctor has already come. Then why is she still in pain? The doctor said it would take 2 or 3 days for her to recover completely. 2 or 3 days. Gao Yuan pondered for a moment. Would that not affect tomorrow's wedding? How could a bride in such agony complete the elaborate proceedings? My lord. Yu Niao lifted her watery peach blossom eyes, looking at him pitifully. Could we possibly postpone our wedding banquet? I truly feel too much pain. As she spoke, tears, round and lustrous like pearls, shimmered from her irresistible eyes. Gao Wen was taken aback, flustered as he reached to wipe her tears. Don't cry. I promise you. Is that not enough? At the very latest, the day after tomorrow, regardless of whether you have recovered or not, I shall undoubtedly marry you, to prevent the long night from breeding more dreams. I wonder if the news of Yu Niao in Xizhou City has reached the capital? The Marquis of Wei Yuan will seek him out, the Crown Prince will seek him out, and Xie Xin will seek him out as well. We must hasten to transform the raw rice into cooked grains, for then it will be of no consequence who comes to claim it. My lord. A downcast master and servant have arrived at the gate, claiming to know of our impending nuptials and wishing to enter for a cup of tea. Allow them to drink. As Gao Wen spoke of this marriage, his spirits lifted, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, provide them with some food as well, and let them utter auspicious words before sending them on their way. Downcast master and servant? For some inexplicable reason, 2 familiar faces flashed through Yu Niao's mind. Chapter 100. The distressed master and servant to validate her conjecture. Yu Niao playfully implored Gao Wen, my lord, look, we are soon to be wed, and I have nowhere to flee. Might you lift my confinement? I have yet to properly explore the royal residence. After all, this will be my home, and I yearn to see it. Is your stomach still in pain? It is, she replied, almost revealing her charade. Yu Niao clutched her abdomen, her eyes darting about. However, the thought that this will soon be my home allows me to endure this minor discomfort. Gao Wen regarded her in silence, his probing gaze making Yu Niao feel somewhat guilty. Yet she could not afford to waver in the presence of those steadfast eyes, and she met his gaze unwaveringly. Suddenly, the man smiled, averting his gaze while affectionately ruffling her hair with his large hand. Why are you still so easily flustered? Having spun tales with her eyes wide open, how could she not feel apprehensive? She worried about what this madman might do if her deception were uncovered. Show her, take the princess to stroll in the back garden. Gao Yuan commanded, his serious expression directed at the maid beside Yu Niao, making Shower wish to retreat. She trembled slightly, responding, yes, my lord. With the wedding date hastily approaching, many arrangements were made in a rush, and now, with a 2-day delay, the invitations and other dates required adjustments. Gao Yuan, being hands-on in all matters, did not accompany Yu Niao to the garden, finally breathing in the fresh air. She lacked the spirit to admire or enjoy her surroundings and hurried directly to the servants' quarters. Young sir, where is your princess from? Our young master is a gentleman of the capital, and he has long admired the prince. I don't recall hearing of the prince's intentions to marry. The entire household was abuzz with joy, as the king of Xizhou was about to wed, and the servants had recently received their wages in advance, enhancing their spirits. The servant beamed. Our princess is also from the capital. It is said that she and our prince are childhood sweethearts, having harbored mutual affection for many years. This time, our prince rescued her from being abducted by villains, and in her gratitude, she agreed to marry him. You all are quite fortunate. He continued, our prince, in good spirits, has allowed you to speak auspicious words, and he has arranged a feast for you. You all appear to have gone without a proper meal for quite some time. Please take care of yourselves, eat well, and recover in our Xizhou city before returning to the capital. Thank you so much, young sir. Among the master and servant duo, the young master had not spoken a single word throughout. Yet the servant understood. The loquacious attendant at the door had explained that their young master was the head of the wealthy Yi family from the capital, who had come with a trading convoy to procure goods from the Chang kingdom for sale back home. Unfortunately, a trader within their ranks had conspired with bandits from the Chang kingdom, exposing their goods en route, leading to the complete destruction of the convoy. Their young master had narrowly escaped with his life. The young master, born into opulence, had never endured hardship. Thus, it was entirely natural for him to feel a deep sense of melancholy after encountering such calamity. After a few more steps, Afu suddenly supported his master, whose entire form was obscured by a cloak, asking gently, my lord, is your wound hurting again? Perhaps you should rest here for a moment. The figure in the black cloak gasped for breath, clutching his chest, his back hunched, a portrait of fragility, as though he might faint at any moment. Blood. Your master is bleeding. Ah Fu exclaimed in shock. Turning to the young man with a plea, my lord has been injured by thieves and has not received proper treatment along the way. Surely, his wound must have reopened. I implore you, could you find a secluded courtyard for us to rest? I will go procure some medicine to tend to my master's wound. The young man's gaze flickered uncertainly between Ah Fu and the cloaked figure. In a hurry, Ah Fu produced a precious jade pendant from his pocket, offering it to the young man with earnestness. Please, I beseech you, my master is gravely injured. If he succumbs to a lingering ailment, I shall have much to answer for to our matriarch and lady. The young man, having seen the world within the royal residence, recognized the pendant's exquisite quality, rivaling even that which adorned the waist of the prince. He swiftly accepted it, casting a cautious glance around, and said, I can see you two are not of ill intent. Our prince possesses a kind heart. I shall arrange for you to stay in the north courtyard, but do not venture out carelessly. If you offend a noble, I cannot protect you. Ah Fu nodded repeatedly, assuring him, we shall not trouble you. I want to see the prince. We must see the prince. Ah Fu insisted, following the young man, and caught sight of a group of stunning beauties being forcibly dragged away by their maids. Let me go? If I cannot see the prince today, I shall throw myself at the gates of the palace. The prince is to wed soon. If blood is shed within the palace, how will you explain yourselves? Ah Fu turned back, and the young man quickly clarified, those are the palace dancers. They offended the princess and were expelled by the prince. Keep your distance from Chang'e Hall. Do not wander about, for that place contains the prince's cherished treasures. The cloaked figure swayed slightly, and Ah Fu supported him, nodding in agreement. Just then, Yu Niao hurriedly approached, only to see a black figure vanish around the corner. As she prepared to pursue, a sharp female voice blocked her path. Are you Yu Niao? Xiao Shui broke free from her maid's grasp and rushed to confront Yu Niao, causing a stir among the onlookers who momentarily forgot to escort the dancers away, leaving Yu Niao and Shou surrounded. Truly a beauty of unparalleled grace. No wonder she has captured the prince's heart, sending us, the entertainers who have dwelled in the palace's rear for years, into exile. Yu Niao frowned and inquired. And you are? This question was, without a doubt, the greatest affront to Xiao Shui. She regarded Yu Niao as her greatest rival in love, while Yu Niao was completely oblivious to her existence. Why am I standing here in a daze? Quickly take them away, lest you taint the ears of the princess. The stewardess admonished sharply, and only then did the servants come to their senses and begin to pull them away. Some attempted to push Yu Niao aside, but were deftly repelled by Xiao. Suddenly, Xiao Shui produced a golden hairpin from her sleeve, seizing Yu Niao by the neck and pressing the pin against her throat. I have warned you, take me to see the prince, or I shall end her life. Miss. Xiao reached out, but only managed to grasp a fragment of Yu Niao's sleeve.